Chapter 1. Waking Up Late. Beep, beep, beep. The clock radio is constantly beeping. The sound is annoying the living soul out of the sleepyhead. The consistent sound doesn't stop, and finally, a middle-aged man groans in his sleep. He opens his eyes wide and instantly closes them again. He is groggy and clearly doesn't like the disturbance. The man is fully clothed in rugged attire. He looks like he really needs to clean up, with his clothes dirty and his face indicating that he is about to face some serious consequences for what he was into last night. He clearly looks sick and barely has any strength to get out of bed. His right hand appears out of the dark blue blanket suddenly and puts it back on, shifting to the left side of his bed, away from the annoying clock radio. As a sudden thought crosses his mind, he turns it around and opens his eyes, and, with a hazy sight, looks towards the black nightstand. There it was, the annoying clock radio beside an old telephone. He looks at the clock radio to check the time. It reads 11:16 a.m. He blinks his eyes a couple of times and groans, "God, damn it!" He doesn't seem thrilled to see the time, but he closes his eyes again and turns to the other side of the bed. Covering his face with more blankets, all he wishes for is some extra hours of sleep, but his clock has some other plans. After getting annoyed for a few more minutes, his hand reaches out from under the blanket, and closing it in a fist, he hits the top of the clock radio. It's still beeping. Damn hits it again, this time more forcefully. Despite the force, it's still beeping the same. Damn hits it for the third time, irritated by the resistance of the clock radio. Contrary to what he had expected, the clock radio is beeping much louder now. In a state of sleep and sheer anger, he starts hitting the clock radio vigorously, multiple times. However, with every hit on its top, it starts getting louder and louder. Damn finally grabs it up from the nightstand and throws it to the ground towards one side of the room. He heard a shattering noise coming from the clash between the clock radio and the wall. The noise is momentary and has successfully silenced the beeping clock. Damn yawns as he takes off the blanket from his body. Sitting up on the bed, he feels his sore muscles hurting him more than before. He moves his legs to the side, and his feet finally touch the rug on the floor. The softness of the rug tickled his soul and relaxed his muscles there as he sits up on the side of the bed. As he looks down on the floor, he sees a brown boot. Slowly ascending his body down, his hand reaches the abandoned boot. Picking it up, he starts putting it on his left foot. He yawns once more as he stretches his body again. Once he had successfully put on the left boot, he searches for the right boot. He looks around the room in search for the other boot as his stomach growls. He wraps his hands around his clenching stomach and mutters to himself, "Oh, God!" He gets up from the side of the bed suddenly and dashes towards the washroom next to the right side of the bed. As soon as he reaches the washroom, he picks up the toilet seat and throws up inside it. Inside the toilet, a living room and kitchen are connected by a hallway in the middle. The living room's wall has a small, round, three-legged table. The table holds a picture of a happy, loving family. There's a quote below the picture that reads, "Wonderful people." There is a two-seated couch at one corner of the living room as well. The couch is usually vacant, however. Right now there is a young man is sleeping. The guy, without any clothes on, is sleeping with his mouth half open, like there is nothing to worry about in this world. The cell phone on the floor near the couch suddenly starts buzzing, and after a second or two, the sound of the alarm comes out of it. The guy sleeping peacefully on the couch hears the alarm, and his eyes open instantly. Picking up the phone, he looks at the lock screen. The time reads 7 a.m. He blinks a couple of times, trying to get rid of the last bits of sleep. The time changes to 7:01 a.m. and mutters sleepily, "Oh, geez!" He yawns and puts the back of his left hand over his mouth. "I'm late!" and stands up from the couch lazily and makes his way out of the living room. He walks towards the hallway on his right side as he yawns and stretches his arms and legs. He scratches his chest and the area around his testicles. He treads towards the end of the hallway, his cell phone dangling in his right hand. He takes a left and looks at the washroom door, only to find it wide open. Near the washroom door, on the right, a small table is placed, with a Bluetooth device on it, and stops by the table and turns on the device. He continues moving towards the washroom as he scratches his behind. As he reaches inside the washroom, he picks up the toilet seat and begins to pee while standing up. While peeing, his Bluetooth device beeps, indicating that it has connected to something, and looks up and closes his eyes to relax for a bit. He looks calm. Suddenly, and sneezes loudly, "Achoo!" When, and looks back down, a hand is holding the bottom right side of the toilet seat. Dam leans towards his side, as he rests his head on the left side of the toilet seat. He starts closing his eyes and tries to relax a bit. As soon as his eyes close and his muscles relax somewhat, the old telephone starts to ring. Dam opens his eyes again, looking disgruntled, his head still resting on his left side. Once the old telephone stops ringing, it goes straight to voicemail. Dam hears his static voice coming from the telephone saying, "This damn reach. Nobody's here. Fuck off." Then he hears the beep of the answering machine. The voice coming out of it is the last voice he wants to hear in such miserable condition. Al's static voice comes out of the old telephone as he says, "Reach, it's me. You're supposed to come to work today for not being available to come the last couple of days. I know it's Saturday, and I know it's the happiest day of the week for everyone. However, if you don't show up today, by noon, I'll have no choice but to call the union and let you go for good." There was a short pause from the telephone. Dam thought it was over, and he can relax for a while, his head still resting on the side of the toilet seat as he closes his eyes again. Al starts speaking again, this time using a cautious yet reprimanding tone. "Okay. Look, you got till noon to get here. All you've got to do is drive a forklift around, write a report about the safety procedures about the international trucks, and train the new guy. So get up, get dressed, have brunch, and get over here. Capiche? See you then." With that note, the message ends. Dam opens his eyes and cleans his vomit off his mouth with his right hand. He wipes the vomit off the floor and gets up from where he was lying. Once on his toes, he drinks water from the tap on the washroom sink. He cleans his face with the towel hanging beside the sink. He looks at his face in the mirror for a while. His eyes lost. He seems to be in a deep thought. Out of the blue, a sudden wave of nausea hits him, and before he has time to process, the puke stains right in the middle of the mirror from Dam's mouth. He makes a sound as his stomach empties again. Lily! Chapter 2. Knock Knock. Dam looks up, bringing his view out of the wash basin. He stares at himself in the mirror, his image distorted due to his puke covering the middle of the mirror. He seems disgruntled and barely has any energy left inside him. With a weak hand, he brings his right palm and covers his mouth. In one swift motion, he wipes the puke off of his face. Looking at his reflection intently, he takes a deep sigh. Anne looks at his reflection in the mirror. He has gotten a good night's sleep and woke up even later than usual. He takes out the toothbrush from the holder and splatters some toothpaste on the bristles. He starts brushing his teeth while enjoying the music coming from the living room. He spits the toothpaste in the wash basin and splashes a handful of water on his face. Once done, combing his unruly hair. Once done with his morning routine, Anne puts the toothbrush back in the holder and places the comb on the sink. Anne turns around and with bouncy steps, makes his way out of the washroom. He is headed towards the room on the right of the hallway. As he enters the room, he is met with a disheveled sight. Nothing in the room is in place. It looks as if a tornado has hit the room in his absence. Typical guy's room it is. Near the big white and brown dresser, some of his clothes are sprawled on the floor. Anne moves forward and picks up some of the clothing articles off of the floor. Anne puts on a white and blue jeans first, then a long-sleeved black and gray shirt. The shirt looks like it needs some ironing, but he can't care less. He completes his outfit of the day with a pair of unclean socks that he has picked from the floor as well. He picks up on sock and scratching the side of his head. He begins searching for the other one. He finally finds the other pair thrown at the corner of the room, by the wall, below the window. He picks it up and quickly puts it on. He is ready for the day. After looking at himself one last time, he finally gets out of the bedroom. He goes straight to the living room and looks around in confusion. He is searching for something. His wandering eyes stop suddenly and his brows furrowed. I had kept it here somewhere, he thinks to himself. Suddenly, as he looks down to find it on the carpet, his gaze clashes with the palm of his right hand. He finds his cell phone there, in his hand. "Ah, duh," he says as he rolls his eyes at his absent-mindedness. Anne looks at his phone's screen. As he presses the power button, the screen comes to life. There are a few text and voice messages. Anne looks at the first message and swipes it open. He reads the message that says, "Y'all Ann, where the fuck you at? Me and motherfucking Guano are fucking here. Fucking chillin' at the spot. Waited for you motherfucker." Ann rolled his eyes at his friend's usual tone. Ann types a quick reply. "Don't worry. Running a little late, but I'll be there soon. And if do you mind easy on the swearing?" Ann puts the phone down on the coffee table and sits down on the sofa in front of it. He picks up one of his shoes and puts on the right one. He looks down to see if the second one is also there, but it's not. Anne looks around, not being able to locate the second one. "Where's the second one?" Anne whispers under his breath, while looking for the other shoe. While looking around for the second shoe, Anne's gaze lands on the phone's screen, which is still turned on. He looks at the second message. He picks up the phone instantly as he reads the name on top of the text. The contact name was Guano, and as soon as he looks at the name, his heart picked up the pace. "Hey Anne, are you still coming to my mom's birthday? 'Cause my sis will be there?" The last message reads. Anne responds almost immediately. "You know I'm there." Anne removes his gaze from the phone and looks around the living room again. He still isn't able to find the second shoe. He walks uneasily, wearing one shoe while constantly looking around for the other one. He stops and stands in the middle of the living room. Anne decides to check all the messages first. He looks at the phone screen again to see multiple voicemails. He starts listening to them one by one. The first one was from his father's work buddy, Al. Al's static voice reaches his ears as he started speaking. "Hey! Anne, it's me, Al Grudge. Your father was supposed to come to work today at 6 in the morning for missing some days back in the week. It's now 8 in the morning. I know your dad can be intolerable, but I know you. You're not like him. You're a good, sorry, hurt kid, and a more respectable person. So, can you give your dad a call and remind him if he still wants to keep his job in the next 5 hours? Watch out." The message finally ends. There is yet another voicemail that started after a pause. This time, it is a feminine voice on the other side. "Hello, Anton. I was just wondering. Have you seen Mr. Flicko anywhere? He's been gone since last night. I'm scared to worry. I might call the police for him, but if you see him, let me know. Bye, Anton. You're a good boy." He has recognized the voice. It's Mrs. Potflower. Anne whispers in an irritated tone, "Why did I even give her my number?" With that being said, Anne is just about to move when the phone beeps, indicating the arrival of a new text message. He looks down at his phone's screen, and suddenly, his gaze is locked with the new text message that has just arrived. As he looks at the message, his brows start to furrow, and panic marks his face, taking away the previous calm expression on his face. "Where's my money?" the text read. Apparently, it's sent by an unknown number, but the expressions on Anne's face indicate that he knows who the sender is. "Ring! Ring!" He heard the doorbell ring, and a bead of sweat trickles down the right side of his forehead. Tension rising further by every ring of the doorbell as the sweat bead trickles down his face, touching the side of his cheek, his sharp jaw, and then finally succumbing to the gravity as it hits the floor into oblivion. Anne looks up at the door in front of him. Another text message pops up on his screen, and his anxiety starts to kick in. He reads the text message as it says, "Where's my goddamn money?" Ring, ring, ring! The ringing of the doorbell becomes more and more consistent, This makes Anne even more tensed. "Oh no, not again," Anne whispers. He knows he has to do something. As he thinks of what to do while being stressed out, another text message pops up. This message seems a lot more aggressive than the last ones. The text message reads, "Where's my fucking money, you little cunt?" All this while the doorbell was ringing nonstop. As soon as someone bangs on the front door, Anne suddenly shakes in his position as he was too engrossed in the message. Bang! 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 Someone is banging at the front door loudly. Whoever it is, he knows that someone is inside the house. Anne says, "Boiler!" As if a light bulb has suddenly lit up in his head, Anne immediately drops his cell phone on the living room floor and dashes out of the room. The phone has another new text message that reads, "I'll say it again. Where's my fucking money? Anne, you little piece of shit! You better have my money or else!" Yet Anne is too far gone to come back and look at the threatening message. He makes it to his bedroom and quickly jumps on the side of the bed. Putting his right hand under the mattress, he pulls out a brown paper from under it. He quickly gets up from the bed and turns around. He makes his way to the bedroom window and looks out. Anne looks down at the lower building that connects to his building. There is nothing on the other rooftop. It seems like a clear signal for him. "Here goes nothing," whispers Anne. In the far distance, Anne jumps out of the window. He lands on his feet and does a smooth rollover on his back. He gets up on his hands and knees. His eyes land on the fire escape ladder across from him. Anne stands up and starts running towards the ladder. His intentions seem clear, yet the outcome of his stunt is questionable. While running towards his set target, Anne suddenly trips over something and falls face first on the floor. He looks at the obstacle and comes across with one shoe. It is the same as the one he is wearing. "Ow!" Anne cries out in pain. Anne gets back up and starts running again. This time he is running faster and there is no obstacle on his way. Not yet, at least. Back in the apartment, someone is still banging the front door, yet there is no one inside to answer it. The knocking on the other door is also getting louder until a hand finally opens the door. "Well, hello there. Are you interested in talking about the Book of Mormon?" Religious seller chirps happily. Dam looks at the religious seller in front of his house with a puzzled look on his face. "I'm sorry. I'm just on my way to work." Dam doesn't get a chance to complete his sentence as the religious seller cuts his words short and starts speaking again. "Did you know that Jesus came to American to—" The religious seller is yet again stopped by a frustrated Dam who is getting late for work. "Look, I'm in a hurry." Dam tries to explain his situation to the insolent religious seller, but is again not able to complete his sentence. "But wait, sir. I'm going to tell you about the Native Amer." For one last time, Dam tries to stop him and save him from his own wrath. "Look, I don't have time right now." Dam's irritation was skyrocketing as he cut him off again. "And so I can give you a nice—" Dam has had enough, and he is not going to stand and listen to his stories anymore. "Shut the fuck up!" Dam shouts loudly. He seems frustrated beyond measures. The religious seller freezes at his spot. "Listen, I'm in a fucking rush, and I don't have time to hear your bullshit right now, all right?" he asked in a dangerously low tone. Dam's frustration hasn't emancipated entirely, yet he tried talking to him while containing his irritation. When the religious seller doesn't respond even after a short pause, Dam asks again, "All right? Yes." The religious seller stutters out a response nervously. The religious seller looks genuinely scared and nervous, and his eyes are showing his inner feelings quite clearly. Staring at him, Dam starts feeling a little remorseful. "Okay, good. All right. Look. Just give me a pamphlet and whatever else you're selling," Dam tells the religious seller, who looks surprised at his sudden shift of mood. "What?" asks the religious seller as he is unable to understand what he has just seen. "And I'm sorry for what I said to you early, kid. I hope deep down inside your heart you forgive me at some point in your life," tells Dam to the religious seller, looking remorseful. He actually means every word he has just uttered. The young religious seller looks at Dam with a smile on his face, and with the same enthusiasm he had when he showed up, He says, "You're forgiven." The religious seller's confidence is back. He pulls out his backpack and gives Dam a pamphlet and a mini Bible to him. After handing over all of the stuff to Dam, he says, "Here you go, that'll be $14.95. Here, and here a little something for your trouble." Dam hands him over the amount he had asked for with some extra cash for the way he had behaved with him earlier. The last thing he wants in his life is being cursed by a religious kid. The religious seller gives him a grateful look and says, "Thank you. Also, can I also have an email address, please?" Dam looks at him confused. He isn't quite able to decipher the reason behind his demand. He finally asked, "What for?" The religious seller smiled as he exclaimed, "Oh, every time you buy a Bible, we'll give you a nice thank you message from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." "Well, I don't have an email address, but I can get you my phone number if you like." Dam offers him his phone number, and the religious seller smiles in response. "That's fine, sir," says the seller. "Okay, do you have a pen?" asks Dam as he had none. The religious seller thinks for a second and says, "I have my tablet with me." He pulls out a tablet from his backpack. "All right, my number is 402-434-6547, says Dam as he types his number on his tablet. Once done typing, the religious seller starts to walk away. He looks back at Dam while still walking forward. "All right, thank you so much for buying a Bible. It has been a real," the religious seller keeps on saying as he walks away. Dam, on the other side, waves his hand slowly as he closes the door without listening to the complete sentence of the religious seller. Dam puts the Bible and the pamphlet on the kitchen counter. He walks around the counter and stands in front of the fridge, opening its door. His right hand grabs a carton of orange juice and starts drinking directly from the carton. He takes one long sip of the juice. While he was at it, the old telephone in Dam's bedroom starts to ring. Dam doesn't move from his sport in the kitchen and is still drinking the OJ while listening to the phone ringing inside his bedroom. The call goes straight to the voicemail. Dam hears his usual static voice from the answering machine. "This damn reach. Nobody's here. Fuck off." Beep. The answering machine started playing the voicemail right after the beep. It was a strange voice. "Hello there. You've just won a free trip to the Pacific. All you have to do is give us your credit card and your bank information, your social insurance number, and the detail to your home and other properties you own. And also, an elaborate description of your wife and your children, age, sex, and appearance. You got 24 hours to call back, winner." It was a scam telemarketer who was talking in an excited voice as if he is the one who's won it all. Well, technically, he'll be the one with all the profit if someone actually falls for it, so yeah. The message ends. Dam was still busy drinking OJ when suddenly the telephone in his bedroom starts ringing again, indicating yet another phone call. This time as well, the call goes to voicemail. "This damn reach. Nobody's here. Fuck off." Dam's voice in the answering machine fills the room again. Beep. Unlike before this time, a soft feminine voice filled the surrounding of the telephone. An unknown static voice comes from the telephone saying, "Hello, it's me. Are you there?" In a haphazard state, and in the hope of it being someone's voice, he was longing to hear. Dam spits out the carton of OJ near the air and all over the kitchen floor. He dashes out of the kitchen and makes his way towards the hallway. Dam enters his bedroom and picks up the phone handle from the old telephone. Quickly putting it near his right ear, he answers it. "Hello? Is this?" Dam asks curiously. He is standing near the nightstand, and his face is marred with confusion. "Dam, it's me, Mrs. Potflower," comes the static voice of Mrs. Potflower from the other end. Dam's curiosity is worn off in less than a minute. He starts sitting on the side of the bed. "Oh, hello, Mrs. Pothead. Potflower. What can I help you with?" Mrs. Potflower says in a tense voice. "Oh, damn, it's Mr. Flicko. He's been gone missing for hours, dear. So I called the police to make a missing person report on him. They came, and they didn't do anything because they say he wasn't a real person. So I call them Big Meanie, and they..." Dam sighs heavily at her mindless ranting. He looks up and down, then scratches his head with his left hand, all the while trying to listen to her. After some time, he says, "Look, Mrs. Potter, Potflower, I can listen to you all day, but I really gotta go to work right now, and I'm running a little late." Dam's sentence is cut short as Mrs. Potflower doesn't stop talking. "So now I'm here, dear. So, if you see Mr. Flicko, tell him to get me out of here." Dam immediately responds to cut the conversation short and leave for work. "All right if I see Sicko. What's your cat's name again?" This enrages Mrs. Potflower, as she says in a reprimanding tone, "He's not a cat. He's real. You know, Dam, you can be so rude, you brute. You know, the only decent one in your family is your so." Dam doesn't let her finish what she was saying and hangs up on her. He mutters to himself, "Well, she's in a good mood today." A sudden wave of disappointment crosses Dam's face. He looks a little hurt, as it wasn't the voice he has been longing to hear for quite some time. In a sad tone, he sighs and says, "I hope you call." Dam stands up from the bed and starts to walk out of the room. All of a sudden, Dam trips on something. "Oh, fuck!" Chapter 3. Back Alley Garbage. When Dam fell to the floor, a few garbage bags fall from above the ceiling, filling the bedroom with more garbage than it already had. At the left corner of the room, a garbage bag suddenly starts to move. The movement increased, and a hand popped out from between one of the bags. Then Anne's head came out. It is surrounded by garbage bags, the stench of foul food and other garbage items wafting up his nostrils, making him wanting to puke. He is in a back alley somewhere, and it's getting difficult to breathe. From where he's lying on the garbage bags, he looks up to see the fire escape ladder across from him. His gaze shifts further upwards, on the rooftop, and sees that there is no one. Relieved from the sight, he finally smiles and gets up to his feet. He starts walking, making his way out of the back alley. He tries to get away all the garbage stuck on his upper body. He takes off a used condom that was stuck on the back of his neck, then pulls out a syringe needle from his left long sleeve. "Ew, gross!" he groans as he looks at the garbage. Anne looks at his lower body to check if there is any more garbage on himself. He doesn't find any, so he stops his efforts of cleaning his clothes. "Lucky me!" Anne chuckles as he shakes his head in self-appreciation. Anne finally looks calm and relaxed. His hands go down to his jeans pocket as he starts whistling. When Anne is about to turn towards the right corner, his eyes land on Boiler. He has been standing there for quite some time, waiting for Anne. "Oh, hey!" and screeches as soon as he sees Boiler. Boiler instantly jumps forward and grabs Anne from his shirt's collar. Anne tails several steps backwards as Boiler follows him. Every step Anne takes backward, Boiler moves forward, not letting go of the hold on his shirt at all. "Boiler, thank goodness it's you. There were some people trying to get in my home just moments ago. So, I ran out," Anne said as he looked at Boiler. As a response, Boiler just pushes Anne backwards with full force. Anne is now pushed up against the wall as Boiler holds him in place. "I thought it was my school again, trying to get my overdue books, but I lost them years ago," said Anne as he looked at Boiler. Anne takes out the brown paper bag from behind his back with his right hand as he says, "Anyway, I have a donation for you." "It's not money. Because I don't have any money on me right now. I'm flat broke. But I'll get it, your money, real soon, from that thing I've due today. I promise." Boiler's right hand grabs the brown paper bag out of Anne's outstretched hand. He quickly took a peek in the brown bag to see what's inside. He looks at the couple of new cell phones, golden watches, diamond earrings, tickets of upcoming events, including hockey tickets to the final games of the playoffs. Boiler looks at Anne with narrowed eyes. His face erupts in a half-smile as he arches his eyebrows. "I got to say, Anne, you are full of mystery," says Boiler, as he looks at Anne with wonderment apparent on his face. "Sure, that's what's smart people," Anne says nervously. then glances up to look at Boiler's face for a moment before he continues. Say to me. This enrages Boiler as he looks dead into his eyes before tightening his grip on his shirt and saying, Yeah, for being so fucking late, so many goddamn times. You clever fuck you. You think you can fucking avoid me? Forever? Anne gulps as he looks into Boiler's eyes, now red, full of rage. Boiler punches the brick wall with his right hand, just inches beside Anne's face. Do you? Shouts Boiler as Anne flinches by his voice and the sudden punch on the brick wall beside his face. Nevertheless, Anne responds, No. Boiler punches the wall another time as he shouts again, Do you? Anne flinches, but not as much this time. He responds yet again, No! Boiler punches the wall again and says, Do you? Anne says, No! Punching the wall yet again, his voice rising several octaves as he asks, What did you say? Anne has his eyes closed as he looks, answers his question, No! Boiler punches the wall again and asks louder, What? Anne replies louder than before, No! Boiler shouts loudly after punching the wall yet another time, What? Anne replies loudly again, No! After punching the wall one last time, he shouts, Okay, shut the fuck up! Anne sighs briefly as he says, Okay, ... Boiler takes a long breath and says, Look, I can throw some. Anne cuts his sentence midway as he says, No, Boiler, please. Not that. Boiler growls, Shut up. Boiler points his bloody index finger at Anne's face. Don't interrupt me. I was going to say, throw some more time at you, because of this beautiful donation you gave me. But the way you are acting so fucked up in the last fucking minute from the bashing threat. I guess I have no choice, but to fuck you up instead, so be ready to get red hot and wet. Boiler threatens yet again. Anne cries, Yeah, that's a real shame. Boiler asks in confusion, Why? Anne responds instantly, Because there are cameras everywhere, didn't you notice? Boiler looks around and sees cameras everywhere. His face is blank and the dangerous aura evaporating in thin air. Anne cries again as he says, Yeah, there was a death in this alley years ago. It was really a shame. The owner from that small office building across from us, he put them up because he felt really bad about it. Or maybe it looks bad for business. You know how people are? Care about their image? The sarcasm was apparent in his tone as he completed his sentence. This enrages Boiler yet again as he punches the wall again this time. Boiler gets closer to Anne's face yet again. Boiler screams, Fuck you, you lying piece of shit! Fuck you! Boiler is cut midway as someone busts out the door from behind them, towards their left. He's carrying a silencer shotgun. Pointing it to Boiler's back, he shouts, Hey! The office manager has now started cocking his shotgun. He is trying to get a clearer view of the commotion in front of him. Just what the fuck are you doing out here? Why is that guy on the wall like that? The office manager asks in an authoritative tone. Boiler instantly lets go of Anne. He turns around and looks at the office manager. He gives him a fake smile as he says, Oh hey, sorry for startling you. Me and my friend here are just rehearsing for a play. The office manager narrows his eyes as he looks at Boiler skeptically. Not buying his explanation one bit, he asks, Then why the fuck were his screams felt so real, as if out of pain from getting sodomized? Boiler smirks as he responds quickly, That's just acting, sir. The office manager asks again, Okay, then why the fuck are you still out here? Boiler replies bravely, We are method actors. You see, sir, I like to do is... Office manager finally stops him from speaking any further. He says, Okay, just get the fuck out of here. Boiler listened to him silently and nodded his head at him. He quickly gets back to Anne as he looks at his face. He comes closer to him and whispers, You got lucky this morning. You better get my money soon, motherfucker, or else be melty. Anne whispered back, You were so good at this. Why did you quit? Boiler answered his question, whispering, I live a different life. Boiler turns around and starts to smile at the office manager. Walking slowly backwards, he leaves a trail of blood on the ground from his right hand. The office manager is still pointing his shotgun at him. Well, I gotta go. Sorry for scaring you, sir. We were only pretending, says Boiler. That's the thing about him. He has always been good at lying and pretending. Get! The office manager shouts, looking clearly frustrated. Boiler says in a light tone, Okay, okay. Oh, Anne, I almost forgot. He drawls as he puts his right hand inside his jeans pocket. Boiler pulls out a cell phone and throws it towards Anne. He catches the cell phone in the air with both of his hands and puts it away. Make sure you don't leave it home. It's important to life now, Boiler tells Anne, as he finally makes his way out of the alley and finally out of Anne's sight. Anne sighs in relief as he pulls out a cigarette and from his right pocket and puts it in his mouth. Pulling out the lighter, he lights up his cigarette and inhales for a while. He finally puffs out as a cloud of smoke comes in his sight. Thanks, man. I think I owe you one, Anne tells the office manager. The office manager starts saying, Nah. Then waving his hand in front of Anne's face, he tries to clear out the smoke from cigarette's puff. He continues, You're too good for me, Anne. I thought that sick asshole was gonna, well, you know. Anne responds, Nah, we are outside. He only does it inside and alone. Besides, he also needs a plug-in and a long extension cord. Office manager's eyes start squinting by the unbelievable revelation he has just heard. He exclaims, Jesus! Anne immediately says, Anyhow, I got it covered. The office manager rolls his eyes as he says, Oh yeah, I saw that. You crying your ass out here. Anne chuckles lightly as he says, I was crying for help, Mr. Frank. Didn't you notice? Yeah, that one hell of a scream you giving out here. Thank God I came in time. Frank shakes his head. Anne smirks at him. You know me, Frank. I cry when I desperately need to get help. Anne finishes his cigarette and throws it away. He starts walking towards the bottom left side of the alley. Anne turns back and says, Well, I better get out of here. You better get to your job of define attorney, Frank reminds, and with a smile playing on his lips. Anne smiles in surrender. Right. Attorney. No matter what, you're the best attorney around, one who never lost a case and still got my respect. At this, Frank looks a little sad as Anne looks at him to bid farewell for now. Bye, Frank. Anne? Frank calls out suddenly. Anne looks around and arcs an eyebrow, questioningly. Watch what you do and be more careful, Frank tells him with a concerned face. As Anne walks away with no concern on his face. Chapter 4. Driving to Work. Anne walks away from the back alley and makes his way towards the street. While walking in the middle of the alley, he looks down at the garbage on the concrete ground and tries to steer clear from all that, so that his clothes don't get any dirtier. Suddenly, as he looks up, he sees an old broken Volkswagen in front of him. He was intrigued by that lone broken-down car and makes him walk towards it. All his attention is towards the Volkswagen, as his previous consciousness about watching out his steps to avoid any more garbage, forgotten. As he gets closer to the old vehicle, his right foot steps on something and momentarily sticks on it. His steps come to an abrupt halt as he looks down at the ground to see what had stuck. He sees a left foot shoe that looks like it has been in this alley for years. The shoe top cap has been ripped off, making the toes visible to see. It also been covered with little mold spots spread around from the top of the shoe. Also has some blonde stains, vomit, pubic hair, semen, and mung. Anne doesn't notice or cares about of the repulsive stains on the shoe. He bends down and picks up the shoe and puts it on his left foot, before wearing that disgrace shoe on. He looks back up and now sees the old broken-down Volkswagen has changed into an old dark blue New Yorker that is parked away from the sunlight under the roof. Despite being old, it is maintained impeccably by the owner, thus looks fresh all the time. Parked near a one-story hose, the owner gets out of the house haphazardly, clearly looking like he's running late. Dam notices something as soon as he gets out of the door. Oh, there it is, says Dam as he gets closer to something. A boot is placed on the cement step. It looks exactly like the one he is wearing on his right foot. Dam nears the cement step and picks up the shoe. He quickly puts the missing boot on. Finally, with both the boots on, He quickly walks down the steps as he makes his way towards the front yard where his car is parked. The driver's side door is across from where he is walking, and he is just about to cross the curve leading him to the car door. He doesn't notice someone walking behind until the voice of the steps become closer and louder. "Hey, Dam, can I have a word with you?" shouts Peterson when he is just a couple of steps away from Dam. "God, not now," Dam mutters to himself quietly. Dam finally takes a deep breath before turning around and facing Peterson. "Hey, look, Pete. I'm sorry I can't talk right now. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Can this wait?" Dam apologizes and explains his situation while giving him the opportunity to approach him later with whatever matter he wants to discuss. Peterson doesn't take it well as he says, "Oh, this will only take a second, you lousy drunk bastard." Dam seems clearly puzzled as he hears such words for himself from Peterson's mouth. He finally asks, "What?" Dam is just processing whatever Peterson had said a moment ago, trying to remember any inconvenience that he may have posed in his drunk state at night, when in lightning speed, Peterson appears right in front of him, bursting his thought bubble. Peterson punches him right in his gut, and in a state of shock and the sudden contact of his fist with his stomach, Dam falls on the ground knees first. After a moment, he pulled himself up, balancing his weight on his hands and knees as he looks up at Peterson. Dam has a momentary vasovagal response due to the sudden hit, but he recovers soon. Dam groans loudly before saying, "What the fuck was that for?" Dam looks up at Peterson, his eyes red with rage as he gives him a death glare. Peterson looks down at him, smirking. Peterson responds, "You know why, goddammit. All these years you have been—" Before he could complete his sentence, Dam punches him in his testicles. Peterson immediately lets out a painful scream, his expressions giving away just in how much pain he is. "Damn, I'm so sorry I didn't know what came over me. I was—" Peterson says in extreme pain. Dam gets up quickly and knees Peterson in the testicle for the second time, with his right knee. This time, Peterson groans loudly in pain. He isn't even able to stand properly now. "Well, I guess you've suffered enough, huh?" Dam says, as he looks at Peterson withering in pain, on the sidewalk of his front yard. Dam lets go of Peterson, and he falls to the ground immediately. Dam looks at him and lightly kicks his side to move him, but he clearly seems unconscious. Dam finally makes his way to his parked car and opens the driver's door. He quickly gets inside and closes the door in a swift motion. With his right hand, he opens the glove compartment. Grabbing a new pack of cigarettes, he shuts it close. He opens the cigarette pack and pulls one out from inside the pack. As he adjusts the cigarette between his lips, holding it in place, Dam right hand was going for the car cigarette lighter. But when he sees the cigarette lighter is misplaced somewhere, he started to remember something. "Oh, right," he said, while chomping a little on the butt of his cigarette. So now his hand reaches to the sun visor. As soon as he opens the sun visor, a matchbox falls down and lands in the middle of Dam's palm. The burn scar on his right index finger catches his attention as he takes out one matchstick and lights it up. He lights the cigarette and throws the burnt matchstick somewhere inside of the car. As he puffs out smoke from the cigarette, he fixes the rearview mirror. Once the rearview mirror is fixed, he looks at the back seat. Dam turns to his lift, and his gaze lands on a little smear on the window door. "Smooth," says Dam as he looks at the smear with interest. Dam rolls down his door window and looks at Peterson, who is still lying on the spot where he fell unconscious. Dam smirks and says, "Yeah, see you later, Pete. Have a nice day." Dam rolls his door window back up and makes his way out of his driveway. He looks at his watch and realizes that he is clearly running late. He curses all the distractions from the religious seller, phone calls, to the encounter he had with Peterson. He drives his vehicle out of the driveway and is now finally on the streets. Driving past his street, crossing the suburbs, he finally makes it to the road that is headed towards the bridge that leads to the city. Dam's vehicle doesn't stop anywhere, and he drives fast, but not too fast as to break the traffic laws. His car comes to a sudden halt at the traffic signal as the light turns red. An old white-gray man with long, unruly hair and a beard that seems to be left unwashed and untended for days appears in front of Dam's car. The old man is shirtless and looks in dire need of food as his ribs are pretty apparent due to being undernourished. Barefooted, he makes it right in front of Dam's car as he starts cleaning the windshield. Dam looks at him and starts shouting at him from inside the car. "Hey, not on the windshield, buddy. I just cleaned it. Come on!" Dam shouts at the old man. Dam puts his right hand on his face and groans internally. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, he puts his other hand inside the pocket of his jacket as he pulls out a book. "Look, just clean the driver's side. I'll give you $10 in this Book of Mormon for free. Joseph Smith best work." The old man gets his point and shifts to the driver's side, leaving the windshield entirely. As promised, Dam hands him $10 and the book. The old man gives him a grateful smile and leaves his car's side, going back to the sidewalk. Dam resumes his drive with half-lidded eyes. He yawns, and after a few more turns and curves, he stops at yet another traffic signal. He could have driven past the signal before it turned red, but he didn't want to end up getting a ticket, making him late for work. While waiting for the signal to turn green again, he observes the people passing by on the crosswalk. There he sees a teacher with her students coming from the left. He shifts his eyes to the right for a moment to see a dowager and her little dog walking forward. He feels sleepy as he watches the old lady walk at a very slow speed. He turns back to his left. This time, he notices a woman walking while pushing a stroller with a baby in it. He sighs as he looks at a yuppie coming out of the sidewalk on the road, with his cell phone glued to his ear as he talks with a smile on his face, coming from the right side. His path is crossed by a clown carrying balloons coming from the left sidewalk. The yuppie looks up at the clown and smiles broadly while still talking on his phone. An obese woman driving her mobility scooter is coming from the right, while an elder couple holding hands coming from the left. The obese woman waves her hand to the couple as they waved back. There is just so much going on, and he realizes that he sees more people on the streets during these 100 to 120 seconds that he spends on at the traffic signal. He then sees a hipster couple putting an arm around each other as they walk towards the road from the right. A little mouse limping coming from the left and a little mob of people coming from both sides of the crosswalk. Dam gets bored looking at all sorts of people coming from both sides of the sidewalk on the road. He turns his head to his left while resting it on the headrest. He looks out of the window and sees Anne. He was staring at his father with a blank face, inside the car as Dam looks back at him. Anne is standing on the sidewalk, and Dam looks at him while taking a drag of his cigarette. He puffs the smoke out of his mouth, and Anne feels as if everything has disappeared, except for him and his father inside the car across from him. He looks at his father as various emotions cross his face. Hurt, anger, pain, love, vulnerability, and much more. One look at his face, and one can tell that there is havoc inside his heart at that moment. The wind is flipping Anne's bangs on his exhausted face. Blood is dripping from a cut on his forehead, making a bloodline down to the middle of his left eye, down towards the left side of his nose. Streaming further down to the left side of his upper and lower lips, it drips off his chin. Dam's vicious eyes look at Anne's innocent blue ones. The light finally turns green, and without sparing another second, Dams drives away. Dam goes back to his casual self almost immediately, as if nothing happened. He throws his cigarette out of the window and turns on the radio to kill the silence of the remaining journey. As Dam turns on the radio, a song is playing. Dam stares at the radio, clearly annoyed. "Who the fuck listened to this shit? Idiots, that's who," says Dam in annoyance. Chapter 5. Meeting Friends. When Dam is changing the radio station multiple times inside the car, he looks at the radio time as he changes the radio station. The time reads 12:06 p.m. He is slightly late for work, but he knows that he'll manage before it's too late. Or why does he care anyway? Dam looks back at the time again, and immediately, the time changed back to 4 hours, and it is now 8:06 a.m. The display also immediately changes into a screen as well. A thumb swipes across the screen, form the time. It moves to the right side of the screen and swipes left. The screen goes straight to passcode as the thumb taps on the numbers and types 3825633. The home screen appears on the screen, and the thumb taps on the music icon on the bottom right of the screen. Tapping on artists, and after selecting one item, the thumb scrolls through the list of songs. It slides down to the P section and finds the song called Power by Sweet Spirit. Tapping on the song, the earphones come to life as the song starts blaring inside. It is the same song that Dan was listening to in the vehicle. Ann puts his cell phone in his jeans' right pocket and hums along with the tune with the earphones glued to his ears. He is almost out of the alley and looks out to see an old man on his far right. He was standing behind a selling stand, showing something in his right hand. Ann gets closer to the man as he looks up at Ann and smiles. The old man greets Ann as he's just at arm's length. "Hey Ann, it's me, Zone. How are you doing, my man?" Ann is standing at Zone's left side as his right hand reaches the old man for a handshake. Zone pats Ann on his shoulder. "Not too bad. How are you?" Ann responds with a subtle smile and inquires about his well-being. "Oh, you know me, man. Life's shit, but finding a woman's smelly clitoris is easy and fantastic." The old man responds with a playful smirk. Ann and Zone laughs out loud at that. Once done laughing, Ann excuses himself from and starts walking away into the street's sidewalk. As he was just making his way out, Zone calls out and says, "Hey, you want this? I'll give you a really good discount too." Zone smiles as Ann turns around to look at him and what he was offering. He is holding an unknown object in his right hand. Ann waves his right hand back at Zone, dismissing his offer. "Nah, man, I'm good. Take care of yourself, okay?" Ann says as he starts turning around to walk away yet again. Zone waves back the object to Ann's back and asks, "Okay, my friend. Hey, you should give my daughter a call. Will you?" Ann walks on the sidewalk towards the street again after nodding his head at the old man. He looks relaxed and calm, and he can feel it within himself. Ann sees another man who looks much younger than him. Ann waves and smiles at the youngster as he waves back, while smiling at Ann. A middle-aged man turns his head up from where he is walking. Ann smiles and turns his head up too, at the man. A guy with sunglasses gives Ann a high five. Ann accepts and returns his gesture back. Another guy kisses Ann on his right cheek, and Ann says, "You're too kind, sir." A mother and her little girl stops and waves their right hands at Ann's face. The little girl greets Ann as she says, "Hello, Ann? How are you today?" Ann stops near them and kneels to get a closer look at the little girl. His hands are on both sides of his lap. He smiles at the little darling and responds, "Oh, I'm good, Daisy. Thanks for asking." Ann lightly ruffles the little girl's hair as she giggles at him. Daisy and her mother wave at Ann as they make their way towards where they were heading before, from where Ann was coming. Ann resumes his walk as well and looks ahead to see a crosswalk coming up. Ann stops and waits for the crosswalk lights to turn green as he looks at an old lady with a cane coming up towards him at his right. He notices the old lady as she struggles to hold onto her cane. "Do you need any help, ma'am?" Ann asks, being the gentleman that he is. The old lady looks at Ann's face with a smile and says, "Oh, thank you for asking, dear. But I'm good." Ann looks at her and drawls, "Oh, okay." Ann looks confused. The crosswalk lights come to life, indicating that it was time for them to cross the road as all the vehicles come to a sudden halt. Ann starts walking towards the other end of the road and looks up to see an attractive girl walking towards him. The girl doesn't notice him and walks past him as he resumes crossing the road, diverting his attention from the girl. When Ann turns his head to look at the girl, he sees her gazing at him from behind her thick lashes, making her eyes even more enchanting. The girl smiles at Ann as he turns his head and looks in front of him and smiles while shaking his head. The city's main street is full of people engaged in their everyday life. He looks at one side to see an old man preparing to open his shop, on the sidewalk by the street. A man is playing fetch with his dog, and a father kneeling as he hugs his daughter, as Anne looked at the sight with joy and longing. Anne looks at the other side to see a woman hailing a cab as the cab drives past her. There is another woman standing beside her and waiting as a black vehicle comes and stops in front of her suddenly. The woman gets inside the back seat and shuts the door before the vehicle drives past the sidewalk, now on the fast lane at the end of the road. The other woman waiting and hailing the cab looks annoyed at the black car fading at the far end of the street. Anne shakes his head and looks at the other side of the street. He looks at a cook serving breakfast to his customers at a street-side restaurant. A guy is standing, holding a wrapped present behind his back, as he prepares to surprise the girl standing in front of him, who looks the same age as the guy. The girl turns around and kisses the guy, while he's still holding the present behind his back, now balancing it in one hand, while the other hand is pressed against the girl's right cheek. A woman in a bicycle falls over to the right side, as another woman comes up to her to help. When the other woman helps the bicycle woman up, both of them smiled at each other. A man in his mid-20s is sitting on the ground with a sign that reads, "Help me, I'm homeless and hungry. Thank you, and God bless you." Two sick and shivering people are hanging around at a convenience store. Their backs are laying up against a brick walk next to the left side of the main entrance of the store. A store clerk comes out of the doors and threatened them to leave his store, but pointing his left index finger to the bottom left side. An old lady in beggar's clothes is searching for something useful inside a streetscape trash can. A guy who is talking nonsense walks past her on her left. A happy guy spins around in the middle of the street. Another guy is sleeping on the street bench. And for no reason, a dog who is beside the bench starts howling. Anne arrives at his destination after looking at all the commotion on the street around him. He notices two men who are waiting on the sidewalk. One of the men notices Anne. "It's the fucking man of the fucking hour. What the fuck kept you, motherfucker?" Lane says as he sees Anne approaching the group. "Anne!" Guano says as soon as he looks at him. Anne goes up to them and shakes Lane's right hand. When he's done shaking, he pats Guano on his right shoulder and smiles at his friends and says, "Sorry I'm late. I got caught up on something at home." "Fuck, man." "What the fuck happened, man?" Lane asks out of concern. "Nothing. Just some threats from our acquaintance, that's all. But that's all going to be over in less than an hour," Anne tells them reassuringly. At his response, Lane and Guano look excited as Lane says, barely being able to contain his excitement, "Fuck, man! I don't know what the fuck to do with my—" Anne shushes him before he can complete his sentence and says in a low voice, "Don't shout about it." "What? You think people can't hear you talking?" "What do I fucking think? I fucking tell them, fuck you!" Lane says in a high-pitched voice. Lane is soon followed by Guano as he shouts, "Yeah!" Anne looks at them both, clearly frustrated, as he says in a stern voice, "Calm down, you both." Lane and Guano look calmer than earlier as Anne asks, emphasizing certain words, "Are you both calm? Like really calm?" Lane responds, "Yeah, I am fucking calm." Anne nods while turning his attention towards Guano and asks, "Okay, Guano, what about you? Are you calm?" Guano doesn't say a word. He just nods his head as a response to Anne's question. Anne looks at him, satisfied, and says, "All right, let's do this." Anne starts walking with Lane and Guano tailing behind him. Anne suddenly asks, "So both of you know what to do, right?" Lane and Guano respond in unison, "Yep." "So I don't have to tell you both what to do again, right?" Anne asks once again, just to be sure. Lane and Guano respond in unison, yet again, saying, "No." Anne asks yet another time, "Are you both sure? Because if you want, I can tell you what's the plan again." Lane and Guano seem irritated now, as they respond, "Yes, we're good." "Are you both sure you guys know what to do? Are you really, really sure?" Anne asks again, hiking their irritation even more. Lane and Guano seem extremely annoyed now, yet they manage to shout another response, "Yes!" Anne starts asking again, "Are you really?" He is cut short by Lane as he shouts, "God fucking damn it, Anne! Guano and I got this bitch. Fucked!" A woman is walking towards them. She glares at Lane as she hears his words. Lane rolls his eyes at the woman and diverts his attention back at Anne. "Well, all right then. Just tell a little thing about the plan then," Anne asks. The woman walks, crossing their sides. Lane slowly looks at the woman when she walked past him. Lane looks at her and says, "Damn! Lane!" Anne reprimands him. "Fuck, what?" Lane asks Anne, looking frustrated at the interruption. "Stop being distracted. Think," Anne tells him. "It's not my fucking fault. That stupid fucking bitch was in my fucking way. You y'all see it? Fucking bitch. Fuck you!" Lane shouts at the woman who has just crossed their side. Anne decides to ignore him and looks at Guano and asks, "Okay, what about you, Guano? Can you tell me something about this plan?" Guano looks down at the ground while Anne is talking and walking towards him. As Anne stands near Guano, he looks up, confused. "Huh? What?" Guano looks at Anne's face as Anne says, "Come on, guys, focus. If you make one little mistake, we can end up in Calaboose, or go up to the Green River, but that's not going to happen. Because why?" Lane immediately responds, "Because Guano and I are the fucking best motherfuckers?" Anne looks at him with confusion written all over his face, but says, "That's right. Because you guys are the best in what you do. Lane, who's the one who climbed up your school's rooftop?" Lane looks at him with confusion and replies, Me?" Anne says with enthusiasm, trying to lift their spirits. "That's right. You told me that. You also said your parkour skill can really do some damage. Heck, you could probably join the military, or join in some martial art class, or be in the Olympics," Anne says and lowers his voice to mutter, "or be a clown in the circus." Lane looks at Anne as he says, "Yeah! But I fucking fell and broke my fucking legs and got fucking expelled for it." Anne says, "Yeah, but you told me you were drunk, so the liquor softens the fall. And besides, you said that you're too smart for school." Lane shrugs and says, "Yeah, I did fucking say that, man. And fuck school." Anne nods and says, "Exactly." Lane looks at Anne as he says, "Damn, Anne! You're pretty fucking smart, but not as fucking smart as me, motherfucker." Anne raises his hands in surrender and, with a smirk on his face, responds, "Yeah, I'm not." Anne, Lane, and Guano are waiting at the crosswalk. There's a guy in front of them who's twitching out. His eyes are bloodshot red and foam slowly started coming out of his mouth. Anne mutters, "And Guano, because of you, you memorized the combination." Anne taps Guano on his shoulder before continuing, "No person I know can do that." "Yeah, but they saw me," says Guano, while shaking his head. Anne looks at Guano and says in a reassuring manner, "That's why you two are wearing masks. Trust me, Guano, okay? It's not going to be the time you told me that you were caught stealing luggage from the airport. Sure, you said you were sent to prison for a couple of years and got cornholed, but that's not going to happen as long we follow the plan." Anne, Lane, and Guano are walking across the street. The guy who is twitching out is now on his knees and shaking his head rapidly. Anne, Lane, and Guano manage to cross the street and are now walking on the other side. So I'm going to explain to you guys the plan. 1. More time, Anne says, enunciating every word. Before Anne can start with telling the plan again, Lane shouts, "Jesus fucking Christ, Anne! We're not fucking babies, you know." Anne looks flustered. "I didn't say that. All I'm saying is to remind us, yes, me too. Because I forget things too. Remember, I told you guys I didn't hand over my school books?" Lane ends up laughing at that memory as he says, "Yeah, you were pretty fucking stupid when you told us that." Guano adds his 2 cents. "Yeah, you have to pay a lot of money for it." Lane pipes in again, still laughing. "Oh yeah. Fucking idiot." Guano chuckles as well. "Moron." Anne raises his hands in surrender and tries to gain their attention again. Okay, stupid me. Now can I explain? You fine gentlemen. One more time, what's the plan again?" Lane looks happy as he responds, "Whatever you say, retard. Replay the beat, motherfucker." Anne starts from the start. "All right then. All we have to do is..." Chapter 6. Working with the Trainee. Anne is walking and explaining the plan again. As they walk by the street, they pass a small building with a sign above them. The slogan read, "Be a Bull." All three of them didn't notice the sign when they are still talking about their plan as they pass through the building, as Anne explained each and every detail with sheer elaboration. The same slogan as the one Anne walked beneath it earlier is printed on a newspaper along with the picture of a kid dressing like a red bull. At the bottom of the newspaper, which has another slogan about the bull kid, the article reads, "We're worried that our son keeps acting like a bull. Who knows what kind of mischief he'll be doing in life?" The newspaper blew by the wind, off the ground, and into the sky, as it flew by crossing a long warehouse. The workers are standing outside the warehouse, huddled up in a big group while having a conversation with each other. The newspaper flying in front of them, passing with the wind. An old New Yorker parks 200 feet near the entrance. A song starts playing called "I'm Gone" by Eddie Parker. Dam gets out of the vehicle. Considering someone who woke up with a hangover and was running very late, with a few unpleasant encounters before and during his journey to work, he looks charming as ever. Wearing sunglasses and his attractive smile, he makes his way towards the group of workers outside the warehouse with long strides, like a panther. As Dam reaches the entrance of the warehouse, he looks at the two workers standing on his right, having a good conversation. Dam moves his head up and walks past the workers from their left side. The workers stop talking and look towards him, with a blank face. Dam encounters two more workers in front of him as he walks towards the warehouse. Dam mouths them, "Hi!" The workers step aside, making room for Dam to pass by them as well. Dam walks ahead, and when he is right in between them, he says, "Thank you." Dam smiles at the workers, yet gain no response from them. When Dam is ahead of them, the workers look at each other with a disgusted look at their faces. The workers get back to what they were doing earlier, and Dam resumes his walk towards the warehouse. A lot of workers are coming up to Dam as he walks past them. One of the workers mutters, "Bite me, creep!" Dam then passes a second worker with a smile, while she mutters, "Eat a dick, sicko!" Dam hears it all, yet ignores as he is habitual of hearing such remarks. The third worker gives Dam the finger with his right hand and walks past him. Despite the responses, Dam still has a smile on his face. Then he sees an old chubby man standing near the entrance. The man is wearing a hard hat and writing down something on his noteboard. Dam goes up to the chubby man, and as soon as he notices Dam, he says, "Well, I guess my phone call finally woke you up. What took you so long, Reach? Having car trouble? Your emotions got in your way, getting hit in the stomach while you're getting in your car?" Dam looks at him amused and says, "Sorry, He gasps for air and resumes, "That last one was real, though. But sorry, I'm late, Grudge. I was up all night waiting for someone special to call. Anne, I had a few drinks while waiting." Al looks at Dam with wide eyes as he asks, "Really?" Dam nods and says, "It's the truth." Al cuts the topic and says, "Well, true or not, you got a lot of stuff to do today, Reach. Do you remember what to do today?" Dam tries to remember what he'd heard on the voicemail earlier and counts on his fingers while his left hand scratches the back of his head. Drive the forklift around and work the new guy, truck?" Al comments in his usual bossy smile. "Incompetent moron?" Dam didn't like the comment at all, but refrains himself from saying anything. "You're supposed to drive the forklift, lift some heavy loads, and write a report about the safety procedures about the international trucks, and train the..." Al says as he looks around the place where he is standing. A worker walks by Al and Dam, and Al decides to stop him and inquire about the whereabouts of the new worker. "Pringle, where's the new guy?" Al asks Pringle as he looks around, still searching for him. Pringle immediately responds, "He's inside, sir." "All right, show him to Dam," Al orders Pringle. Pringle nods his head and says, "Yes, sir." Mr. Grudge. Pringle goes inside the warehouse. Al looks at Dam and comes closer to him till he was right in front of his face. One more screw-up, and I have to let you go for good. So, get inside, drive, right, train, got it? Good. See you inside. Al winks his right eye to Dam and turns around to walk away. Dam sees Al Grudge walking back to the warehouse with frustration. He has no idea how he has been dealing with his bossy ass for so many years. Dam closes his eyes and looks down as he says, "Fucking." His thoughts and sentence are cut short when a new guy makes his way towards Dam. The guy greets him, "Hello?" Dam opens his eyes, lifts his head up, and looks at the new guy. He asks curiously, "Who are you?" The new guy introduces himself with a straight face, "I'm Airdrie." Dam shrugs and asks, "What are you doing here?" Airdrie responds, "Mr. Grudge said that you have to train me?" Dam asks, "For what?" Airdrie looks like he is in his 20s, and a strictly blue-collar person. He looked at Dam intently and answers, "I don't know. Mr. Grudge just said that Dam Reach will train me of what's to come, whatever that means." Dam looks at him and realizes that he is the new guy he has to train. He looks at Airdrie and feels like he is the kind of a person who doesn't smile much. He takes orders and answers questions. He talks in slow but proper manner, enunciating every word most of the time. Dam says, "Well, let's take a walk to my car then." Dam turns around while Airdrie looks at Dam's back. He finally asks, "Why are we going to your car?" Dam and Airdrie start walking together. Airdrie is walking behind Dam and facing his back. Dam feels his presence close behind him and says, "We're going to a little place called Special Memories for some nice, delicious cold ones." Airdrie looks at Dam's back. The last thing he remembers was Mr. Grudge telling him that the work is mostly indoors, except for driving the forklift around. He decides to clear out the confusion and asks, "Don't we have to go inside and work?" Dam stops and turns his head to the right. Airdrie stops and looks at Dam's face, standing at his left. Looking at the newbie, Dam asks, let me ask you this. Do you like this job?" Airdrie has no idea how to respond to this question, since he hasn't really started working yet. He takes the easy way out and says, "I don't really know. I'm just new here." Dam looks at him incredulously and asks, "If you don't know, then what made you want this job?" Airdrie shrugs and responds, "The money." Dam questions, "Do you need money?" Airdrie gives him a look that says, "Is that even a question?" and says, "Yes." Dam questions back, "Why?" Airdrie seems nervous now as he responds, To support my family." Dam narrows his eyes and asks, "Is that a fact?" Airdrie nods his head and says, "Yes." Dam stops staring at him and moves his gaze towards the ground, then says, "Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you like Mr. Grudge?" Airdrie immediately answers, "No." Dam hides a smirk and asks, "Why is that?" "He's kind of strange," Airdrie shrugs. Dam smiles at him and says, "Well, there you go. Stick with me, kid, and I'll show you the life you wish you had. And I can give you all the money you want." Airdrie contemplates the offer before he drawls, "Sure, if you pay." "I sure can. Now let's go," Dam chuckles. Dam and Airdrie start walking again. This time, they don't stop until they're both standing by Dam's vehicle. Dam opens and sits on the driver's side as Airdrie opens and the passenger side and makes himself comfortable there. Dam and Airdrie simultaneously close the vehicle doors. "Okay, now I need something to wake me up first," says Dam as he looks at the car keys in his hand. Without starting the car, he goes to the gloves compartment and opens it. He quickly grabs a bottle of whiskey and retrieves it from the glove compartment before twisting the cap and opening the bottle. He finally settles on his seat properly and takes a big sip. The satisfaction is apparent at his face as he gulps the liquid down his throat. Airdrie looks at him with concern and can't help but ask, "You think it's all right to be driving under the influence?" Dam looks at Airdrie while still drinking his whiskey. After gulping the entire sip, he asks, What? Oh, if you don't like it, you can drive if you want to. Airdrie is concerned about their safety. Therefore, he looks at Dam with a more positive face for a moment before he says, Okay. Dam unbuckled his seatbelt as he says, Okay, let's switch seats then. Airdrie opens the car's door from his side, when suddenly Dam's voice makes his actions come to an abrupt halt. Whoa! If you want to drive, you can come over to the driver's side. Airdrie looks confused, as he was just about to do that a while back. After a pause, he finally asks, What? Switch. Towards the driver's side. Dam enunciated every word in an attempt to make him understand. Airdrie doesn't get what he meant at first, but suddenly he gets it. He has to switch seats with Dam. Dam is going to be switching seats with Airdrie, and all of this will happen while they're still in the vehicle. Suddenly, the sounds of them struggling fills up inside the car as both of them try to switch their seats while still being inside. Ow! 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 Airdrie says, as his head hits the car's roof. Then his left leg hits the gear. Dam gets hit at various spots, as well as he says, Ow! Fuck! Watch it! They finally switch, and Dam is now sitting on the passenger side, comfortably. He looks at Airdrie with a smirk and says, There! That wasn't so bad, huh? Ow! Airdrie glares at him, still rubbing a spot on his head, which was hit a bit harshly with the car's roof. Airdrie is now sitting on the driver's seat. Dam rolls down the passenger window and shouts out at a guy who is walking near the passenger door, Hey, you! Dam points his right index finger to make the guy come over to the vehicle. The guy comes forward and looks at Dam as he says, If you see Mr. Grudge around, can you please tell him to go fuck himself and shove that international truck in his ass crack? The guy looks at him weirdly, yet says, Okay. Dam smiles a hazy smile and says him with gratitude lacing his words, Okay, thank you. Dam rolls up the window. When the window is rolled up, he takes another sip of whiskey. Airdrie looks at the ignition, then looks up at him and asks, Do you have the car keys? Dam looks at Airdrie with narrowed eyes, and after a long pause says, Be careful not to break it. Dam inserts one of his hands inside his right pant pocket and pulls out the car keys. He holds it up to Airdrie's face. The car keys are in a keychain surrounded with more keys. Airdrie grabs the key from Dam's hand and uses his right hand to put the key into the ignition and stars the engine. The engine is staling, while Airdrie waits for it to come to life. Dam shrugs and says, Sorry, it does that. Airdrie looks at Dam while still trying to start up the engine. Dam looks at him again, apologetically. It does that in the strangest of time. Airdrie is still trying to start up the engine. After a few more attempts, the engine finally comes to life, and Airdrie moves the column shift to reverse. Dam's vehicle is slowly backing up. Dam says in enthusiasm, Okay, let's roll in Pardonnez-Majourant. Chapter 7. Stick with the plan. Dam's vehicle slowly makes its way out of the parking and onto the street. A worker who was standing in front of Dam's vehicle earlier, when it was parked, watched them leave. He looks bored and uninterested, and clearly tired of working throughout his shift. He opens his mouth as he lets out a big yawn. That one can even see his tonsils. Out of nowhere, his tonsil fallen into his throat. Outside the mouth. Guano closes his mouth after yawning. Anne, Lane, and Guano are standing on a sidewalk, discussing their plan and gearing themselves up for its execution. There is a small business building across from the sidewalk where they are standing. Guano looks up with narrowed eyes and focuses hard on the name that's embossed on the building. West. Me. None. Guano tries to read the name on the building. Anne interrupts him as he says, All right, everyone, be quiet. Let's get in position. Lane, are you ready? Fuck yeah, I'm fucking ready! Let's fucking do it! Lane said in an excited voice. Lane is about to run across the street, but Anne grabs him by the left shoulder as he tries to calm him down and says, Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's not time yet. When the clock hits it, then we move. Just be patient. Bullshit! Let's fucking do it right fucking now. Fucking right now, says Lane impatiently. Anne tries to quieten him down and says in a whisper, We've got 3 minutes to relax. So, behave. Lane rolls his eyes. Sure, whatever. Fuck. Anne taps Lane on his left shoulder again. He looks and goes to stand right in front of Guano as he looks at him in the eyes. Anne says, What about you, Guano? Are you ready? Guano didn't say anything. He looks a little nervous as Anne senses his nervousness and says, Are you all right? Guano still doesn't respond, which makes Anne a little concerned. Anne looks at him as he asks, Is there something wrong? You seem nervous. Guano closes into his eyes and shakes his head. Anne puts a reassuring hand on his shoulder as he says, It's okay to be nervous. I'm nervous, and Lane looks nervous too. Lane looks at them incredulously and says, I'm not fucking nervous. Fuck you. Guano quickly opens his eyes and looks at Lane. Anne shakes his head and says in a reprimanding tone, You're not helping here, Lane. Lane crosses his arms across on his chest and rolls his eyes. Anne softly puts his hands on Guano's shoulders again as he says, It's going to be all right, as long we follow the plan. Guano stops looking at Lane and slowly moves his eyes to look at Anne. In a soft tone, which is so unlike Guano, he asks, How do you know? Anne says, Because. He is cut short when Lane says, Fuck, man. Come on. Anne lets go of Guano's shoulders and looks at Lane's back. He seems like a child on a sugar drive. Like a parent, Anne says, Patient, all right. We got like 1 minute. Labe rolls his eyes and, with the same energy, says, Fuck this shit, let's just fucking go. Before they know it, Lane is already running across the street. A vehicle stops and honks its horn. It had nearly hit Lane's lower legs. Anne sighs looking at Lane running ahead of time, like always. He shakes his head and turns towards Guano as he says, Well, just get in place. Anne taps Guano on the right shoulder as he says, Remember to stay relaxed and calm. Guano is walking across the street as he looks both ways while crossing the road. Anne shouts at Guano's back, And follow the plan. Everything will be smooth. Anne is running on the sidewalk. He's shoving and pushing people out of his way. The people who are being pushed are glaring and grunting at him. There is weird chaos behind Anne as the street is filled with sounds of shouting and swearing in a loud voice. The chaser shouts, Stop running! Anne starts to slow down and makes a left turn in a back alley. He hides behind a brick wall as he tries to slow down. Anne is breathing heavily, and suddenly, he's trying to control his breathing. The other chaser looks towards the alley as he shouts, Look! He's up ahead! Get him! The chasers walk and pass by Anne while he's hiding by the brick wall. Anne takes a peek outside the alley and noticed all the chasers are gone. Sudden relief crosses his face as he sighs. 2 men stop at the middle of the sidewalk. Beside them on their left is the back alley. The 2 men look tired as exhaustion takes over their being. The 6th chaser bends down with his hands on his knees. He's panting as he says, Shit. He runs fast. The 7th chaser pants and gasps for air as he says, Yeah! Gasps. Couldn't even catch up to him. Gasps. Do you think we should keep going? The 6th chaser responds while being in the same condition. Nah. Gasps. They probably got him by now. Both of them were bending by the wall and panting when suddenly they realize something. They slowly turn their head and look at their left to see Anne standing there. He's still leaning by the brick wall while staring at them. As he notices that they have seen him, he leaves the brick wall and quickly runs into the alley. The 2 chasers don't waste even a second as they run after him and enter the alley. The chasers are chasing after Anne inside the alley. Anne is in the middle of the alley, where he looks at the metal fence. He runs and quickly climbs up the metal fence and jumps towards the other side of the fence. Once on the other side, Anne starts running again as he looks behind him. The chasers get to the fence and start climbing it as well. One of the chasers is having trouble climbing up the metal fence, while the other chaser is on the other side of the fence, already making his way towards Anne. The other chaser starts running and turns his head to look at the chaser who is struggling with climbing up the fence. The chaser on the other side shouts at him, "Come along, Jamie!" The chaser almost catches up to Anne inside the alley. While running, Anne turns his head and notices that one of the chasers is close, but still too far to reach him instantly. Suddenly, Anne trips on something and falls to the ground on his back. Anne is lying on the ground looking disgruntled, but he knows that he doesn't have time to spare. He quickly sits up and picks up the object that he tripped on. Anne looks at the object suspiciously at first, then smirks as he reads, "Bug spray." On the bug spray bottle, there is a slogan written in red font, and it reads, "The best." A cartoony bright red beetle is grinning on the upper right side of the slogan. On the bottom of the spray, in a small white font, there is a black typing that reads, "Extremely dangerous. Make sure to wear protection for your face while using our products. If our product gets on your face, call the emergency and remain calm. Keep it away from children of all ages. Our products are not a toy to play with." Anne looks at the spray as an evil idea pops up in his head. He smiles while quickly shaking the spray. The chaser shouts at Anne, "Stay right there!" Anne gets up to his feet and turns around. He looks at the chaser, while he is still holding the bug spray and waiting for the chaser to get closer. When the chaser is up to Anne's face, he sprays the bug spray on the chaser. His eyes, nose, and mouth is covered in the lethal spray. The chaser gets the effect quickly as he screams out loud. He falls to the ground and puts both of his hands on his face while still screaming. Anne just looks down at the chaser and then up to the other chaser, who finally catches up to Anne and his partner. Jamie shouts at his partner, who is still lying on the ground in a haphazard state, "Ken!" Anne quickly runs away from the alley as Jamie kneels down on the ground and tries to help Ken. Jamie looks at the back of Anne's head, who is running quickly out of the alley, and shouts, "Jesus, what did you do?" As Anne runs forward, without paying any heed to one of the chasers shouting behind him, he almost misses the two people walking in front of him, carrying a big glass window from inside a store around the corner of the street. There are 3 people, including 2 carriers holding the glass from either side, while one other man is supervising them, standing on the right side of the glass. While running, Anne notices the 3 men, but couldn't see the crystal-clear glass window. The supervisor hears someone coming from behind, and before it's too late, he turns around and warns Anne. "Hey kid, stop!" the supervisor says loudly. Anne is stunned as his steps come to an abrupt halt. He looks at the man questioningly, and the man explains, "Watch where you're going, we're carrying glass here." That's when Anne notices the glass. He looks up and smiles at the supervisor, looking genuinely grateful and apologetic at the same time, as he says, "Sorry about that." The supervisor nods as he says, "And be more careful." Anne nods back, "I will." Anne slowly runs around the glass window, and being super careful, don't want to make any mistakes. Jamie puts his uniform shirt at the back of Ken's head, while gently removing his head from his lap and softly placing it on the shirt. He looks at his friend in pain and says, "Don't worry, Ken. I'll get that motherfucker for you." Jamie looks at Anne's back as he runs fast out of the alley and gets up on his feet, running like a horse after him. He has a menacing look on his face as he runs like he's gone crazy. The 2 carriers are now on the right side of the glass, while their supervisor is at the left side of the glass. "All right, we just need to—" "Hey, wait!" The supervisor was just instructing the carriers, and he doesn't realize the commotion behind him until it was too late. Jamie smashes through the glass window. After crossing it, he trips and falls down on his knees. His face is full of glass, and due to the impact of the glass shreds scratching his face, blood started to come out. He starts screaming out of pain. Every time he tries to speak a word, he spits glass shred and blood from his mouth. "Oh! This fucking hurts," Jamie says in anguish. After a moment, Jamie falls to the ground hard, face first. The 2 carriers go up to Jamie's back. "There goes my new window," the the supervisor says out of exasperation. Anne is running down the sidewalk and jaywalking on a crosswalk and pushing people out of his way. Anne is running down the sidewalk and pushing people out of his way. In between running and pushing people away, he crosses path with Daisy and her mother. Daisy looks up while smiling at Anne as she says, "Hi, Anne. Nice to meet you again." Ow. Anne pushes her and her mother out of the way on the left side of the sidewalk. Anne looks ahead of him and notices another crosswalk as he quickly made his way towards it. The old lady who was struggling with her stick is standing and waiting across the symbol on the signboard. Anne, while running, pushes the old lady on his right and quickly runs on the crosswalk. As he is running, he steps on a mouse who was just crossing the street along with others on the crosswalk. The mouse squealed as he gets rampaged by Anne, while he is in such a hurry that doesn't even notice the vehicle coming towards him. That almost hits his right leg as the driver honks the horn and shouts from inside the vehicle in sheer frustration. Anne has already made it to the other side of the street, took a left turn, and is still running without a pause. While still running, he turns his head back to see if anyone is chasing him, to see no one behind him. Anne smiles while still running as he sighs a breath of relief and says, "Lucky?" Chapter 8. Story time. Anne looks straight ahead of him. His head is spinning, and he can barely stand still. He blinks his eyes rapidly a few times, and suddenly everything goes black. In the background, a sweet melody can be heard. A song is playing, lost in the chatters, yet still audible to those who are enjoying it. The song is called "What's Up" by 4 Non-Blondes. A woman at the corner turns on the light sign in the area shrouded in darkness. The sign is there is a strange attraction in that place who visits it often or almost every day. The subtle scent of lemon and vodka, the dark aura, the playlist, and every single thing about that place pulls its customers towards it. The woman leaves the sign after lighting it and goes back to the bar counter, where she is now cutting lemons on the light brown cutting board. The place is full of well-placed round tables, each with either 2 or 4 chairs around them. Lit scented candles are placed in the middle of every round table, making the surrounding even more attractive, and the area reserved by the customers surrounded by fresh scents. At one of the round tables towards the end, 3 old men are sitting quietly, with their drinks placed on the table, right in front of them. The men had tired eyes and a weary expression on their faces as they looked depressed and somewhat lost in their own thoughts, reminiscing the times that brought sorrows more than joy. Suddenly, a ray of light streams in as the dark, long, square-shaped front door cracks open. 2 shadows appear at the entrance before the woman at the bar can see who the shadows belong to. The 2 men enter the premises of the bar and are walking towards the dark counter, when one them says, "Well, here we are. Let's get seats at the counter, but wipe your feet first." Listening to that, Airdrie starts wiping the mud off his shoes immediately on the dark rug. Dam turns his head back to look at what Airdrie is doing. After noticing what the pitch-black shadow of a man is doing behind him, Dam continues, "The owner doesn't like mud inside the bar." When Dam was almost to the counter, he looks at the 3 old depressed men sitting on the table near the counter. Dam smiles at them and says, "How are you seniors doing? Thirsty?" The 3 men neither look up nor say anything. They just continue staring in space, in front of them, while Dam finally makes to the counter. "Hello, Helen," Dam says while smiling at the lady at the other side of the bar. Helen chooses to ignore him and continues cutting the lemons. Dam, being persistent, asks, "How are you doing?" Helen still doesn't respond and completely ignores his question. "Can I have a drink?" Dam asks, this time a tad nervously. Helen still doesn't respond and continues with whatever she is doing with those innocent lemons. "Can I have a drink, please?" Dam is more confident with his request than the previous time, yet he fails in getting a response this time as well. "Hello?" Dam waves his hand in front of her to gain her attention. However, that doesn't work as well. Helen is too busy cutting the lemons to listen to his greetings or requests for a drink. When Helen is budding the last lemon's peel, Dam's right index finger and thumb reach it and pick it up before he pops it in his mouth. He starts chewing it, and after a while, as he finally gulps it down, Helen looks up. "What are you doing here?" Helen asks with rage in her eyes. "Well, this new guy at work and I just got out from work." Dam started explaining when he was interrupted by Helen. "That's not what I mean. What are you doing here? You're banned here, remember?" "Since when?" Dam asks incredulously. Helen replies to his obvious question, "Since last month." "I wasn't here last month. I was out of town." Dam tries to reason with her. "Really?" Helen raises an eyebrow and looks every bit intimidating. "All right. I apologize for what I did. I don't know what I did, but still, I'm sorry about that. Can you please forgive me?" Dam sighs in exhaustion. "Whatever. Take a seat then." Helen rolls her eyes, yet gives in. Dam smiles at her gratefully as he says, "Thank you." He thinks for a moment and then orders, "Okay, I'll have some rum." Helen looks at Airdrie and also doesn't approve of him. "And for you?" she asks in an unpleasant voice. Airdrie looks around and then back at Helen before asking, "Do you serve food?" Helen looks at him straight in the eye before answering, "I serve pickles in a jar, chocolate-flavored granola bars, crackers and cheese dip, Lunchables, Dunkaroos, fruit roll-ups, fruit by the foot, fruit gushers, barbecue and ketchup chips, trail mix in a wooden bowl, and lots of alcohol." Airdrie thinks for a moment before ordering, "Trail mix in a wooden bowl, please." Helen frowns at them and says, "Coming right up, gentlemen." Helen goes to the counter to prepare Dam and Airdrie's orders. Dam looks at her and then turns his attention back to Airdrie. "What I said, kid. Is this place amazing or what?" Dam says with pride in his eyes. Airdrie shrugs before responding, "It's pretty dark in here. The only things adding light to this place are these candles and that lit sign over there." Dam gazes at the sign and goes to explain, "It's a metaphor for the outside world in here." Airdrie looks at him, surprised, as he asks, "Really?" Dam shrugs as he answers, "No. I don't really know why it's so dark in here. Helen never told me. But she can make one hell of a drink, though. Can you?" Helen looks at them as she makes her way towards their table, all the time listening to what they are talking about. She mutters, "Oh." Helen finally comes and stands by their table as she says, "Here you go. That'd be $100. Dam gives Helen a $100 bill and grabs his order from her hands. He takes a little sip from his drink in his right hand, while Airdrie's right hand is grabbing and eating the trail mix, one piece at a time. "How's your snack?" Dam asks Airdrie. Airdrie swallows before responding to his question, "Doesn't taste expensive." Dam smiles at Airdrie before looking back at Helen. He calls out to her and asks, "Hey, Miss Helen, I was wondering, did any of your calls, was it for me?" Helen looks up from the counter at Dam before responding, "No." "And stop sending people my number here. I'm not your goddamn secretary." Dam sighs as he looks down at his table. He puts his right index finger inside his cup and swirls it around. When he's done swirling, he puts the finger inside his mouth. Airdrie looks up at Dam and notices his expressions. He asks with concern, lacing his words, "Is there something wrong?" Dam looks up at Airdrie, caught completely off guard, as he responds, "Huh. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just waiting for someone to call." Airdrie asks with utmost curiosity, "Who?" Dam shrugs before responding, "This girl I met a couple of days ago." "Really? Where did you meet her?" Airdrie looks interested as he asks that. Dam smiles as he recalls the memories of that day, before saying, "Well, funny story. I was at this shithole coffee restaurant. I'd never been to one before that day. I went to the counter." Airdrie interrupts him by commenting, "Wait, you'd never been to a coffee place before?" Dam says with a bored expression, "Yeah, because I don't drink coffee or eat donuts. And don't interrupt my story. Anyway, I went to the counter, ordered my coffee." Dam enters inside the coffee place and makes his way straight to the counter. When he is at the counter, he orders his coffee. Sorry, sir. We don't serve bourbon or Irish coffee here, says the clerk apologetically. Dam orders the available coffee and grabs it off the counter when it's served. He goes to his table while muttering, "Cheapskate, fuck." Dam goes to a square table with 2 chairs near the window. He sits down and takes a big sip of his coffee before immediately spitting the coffee out his mouth. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck, that's hot. Dam blows on his coffee and keeps blowing on the coffee before finally he takes a little sip of it. Aye, disgusting. Tastes like shit, he whispers and makes a horrible face. When Dam takes another little sip of his coffee, he notices a lady wearing the restaurant's uniform. The uniform are a flat, tawny brown paper chef hats, tawny brown shirt, and tight black work pants, and last a white apron that has initials in the middle of the apron that reads C/R. The lady is cleaning a garbage can. Dam can't stop looking at the lady. Dam continues narrating the story in front of Airdrie whilst lost in thoughts. Then I saw her. The woman who is special, the woman of my dreams, the golden one. She was putting in a new garbage bag for the garbage can. My God, she was beautiful. She was like, I don't know the word to describe the beauty of this girl. But good Lord, she was beautiful. I couldn't even think of anything else when I saw her. She warmed my heart away. So I stood up, walked towards her, and Airdrie asks suddenly, "You hit it off?" Dam looks at Airdrie in the dim light, as he is sitting across him at the same table. He narrows his eyes and says in a reprimanding tone, "Don't interrupt." Dam continues narrating the story. So anyways, I walked towards her, threw away my coffee cup in her garbage can, and diverted my attention towards her. "Hi, how are you doing?" Dam greets the cleaning lady. Dam smiles at the lady. The lady looks at the garbage can that she just cleaned and looks at Dam's face. The lady doesn't seem as amused as Dam did as she says, "Thanks a lot, asshole. I had just put in a new fucking bag in there. Can you fucking see? You fucking dyke!" Dam stops smiling and walks away, leaving the cleaning lady behind. Airdrie looks at Dam incredulously and asks, "So, that's how you hit it off?" Dam looks back at Airdrie in the dark and shakes his head before saying, "No, not yet." Dam walks back towards the main entrance. It was a see-through glass door. The cleaning lady is standing behind Dam and looking at the back of his head with extreme anger. "Stupid fuck! Next time I see you, I'll fuck you up real hard. Cocksucker, motherfucker!" The cleaning lady shouts at him. As soon as Dam reaches the main entrance door, he notices an empty coffee cup flying over his head, slightly missing his head. The next day, I went back to the same store to see her again. When I got there, I saw her mopping the floor near the tables. Something about that is really interested in me, in an unusual way. I went up to her to see if she's in a better mood that day. I don't know, I just thought that the previous day she wasn't really herself. Maybe something was bugging her. Dam narrates the story to Airdrie as he looks at him with as much concentration as he can summon. Dam goes up to the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady is looking down while still mopping the floor when she looks up. She noticed Dam coming right towards her. "What the fuck did I tell you yesterday?" the cleaning lady asks as soon as she sees Dam. Her frustration is coming back again. The cleaning lady breaks her mop and uses the back of its stick to attack Dam. Within seconds, Dam is on the floor, while the cleaning lady is hitting him with the broken mop. Before anyone can do anything, Dam is outside of the coffee restaurant. The day after that day, I went back to the store. I was still hurt from the previous day's behavior, but I was so intrigued by her. I was about to go inside when Dam goes silent all of a sudden. He looks lost in thoughts, as if he is remembering something. Airdrie looks at him, patiently waiting for him to continue, when Dam suddenly says, "My right hand was holding on to the bright, shiny glass door's handle." I stopped and saw that girl. She was standing by the window to my right. When I saw her at the window, I immediately let go of the handle. I walked closer to the window. The previous mortification just evaporated out of my head. Dam drifts off to the memories of that day too often while narrating the story. Airdrie listens to him without interrupting. I saw her scrubbing the window by using a dirty cloth in her right hand. She seemed too distracted to notice that I was looking at her from outside the restaurant. Dam looks at Airdrie. His eyes look dreamy all of a sudden as he says, "She was looking so gorgeous and delicate at the other end of the window. It was almost as if I was gazing at an impeccable painting of fine artistry. She looked like a poet, a singer, a dancer, a model, a queen, a president, a general, or a farmer. She looked like everything, but she looked like the most important person in art history. To express herself, to be a political?" Dam smiles at the window for a while. The cleaning lady is whistling while scrubbing the window. She notices something as she slowly stops and looks at Dam. Her right hand is at the top of the right side of the window, still holding the cloth. Dam looks shocked, and he quickly ducks down. The window shutters, and a brown-white chair went by Dam's head. The chair smashes between the sidewalk and the curve of the road. Little pieces of glass are in Dam's hair as he slowly stands up and sees a hole in the middle of the window. The cleaning lady is staring at Dam. He looks inside. Next to her right is a square two-seater table with a missing chair. Dam grins a little at the cleaning lady before leaving the window and making his way back towards the end of the curb. Dam returns to the store a couple of weeks later. This time, he saw her working at the counter. Dam was standing in the line, just behind a couple of people, and stares at the cleaning lady. She looks bored as she hands over the orders to the customers, one by one. "Here you go, enjoy," said the cleaning lady as she hands one of the customers his order. After that man, the boy in front of Dam is the next customer. She greets him with a boring tone voice. "Hello, sir. Welcome to CR. What can I get you today?" "Can I have an old-fashioned donut, please?" the customer asks sweetly. The cleaning lady frowns at him and types something on her cash register. She diverts her attention to the customer before saying, "That would be $7. "For a donut?" the customer asks with horror. "How would you like to pay for it, sir?" she asks, ignoring his previous comment. The customer pulls out his wallet from his right jacket pocket and asks, "Credit card?" The cleaning lady shakes her head while giving a subtle smile and says, "Sorry, sir, our credit card machine is not working today." The customer pulls out a $100 bill from his wallet and asks, "Do you have change for $100?" The customer gives the cleaning lady the $100 bill. The cleaning lady's right hand grabs the bill from the customer's hand as she says, "Sorry, sir. I don't have change." "Don't you have Chan?" The customer was cut short as the cleaning lady quickly hands over his drink and says, "Here you go. Enjoy." The customer looks discouraged for a moment, but finally, he grabs his order and walks away. The cleaning lady quickly puts the $100 bill in her back pocket. Dam is up next to the counter. "Hello, sir. Welcome to CR. What can I get you today?" she asks in a robotic manner, without even looking up from her cash register. "A large second, please," says Dam as he smiles up at her. She types down before saying, "That will be $100, sir." Dam gives the cleaning lady the $100 bill. She puts the bill in her back pocket and prepares Dam's order. Dam looks at the cleaning lady's hands when she prepares his coffee order. Dam decides to break the ice when he asks, "So, do you remember me?" The cleaning lady is still preparing his coffee and, without looking up at him, says, "No." Dam introduces himself as he says, "I was the one who came in a couple weeks ago." That's when she looks up and says, "I almost got fired that day because of you." Dam quickly stops smiling and, in an apologetic tone, says, "I'm so sorry to hear that." The cleaning lady shrugs her shoulder and says, "Whatever." Dam looks at the cleaning lady remorsefully. She is almost half done of Dam's order when Dam asks, "How are you doing today?" The cleaning lady doesn't say anything. She has almost finished Dam's order, and soon he'll be gone, just like all the customers in the line before him. "So, do you want to have coffee with me when you're on your break?" Dam asks, being hesitant. The cleaning lady gave a straight-up answer, "No." "Or do you want to go somewhere else?" Dam asks politely. The cleaning lady's expressions didn't budge as she says, "No." "Okay then, I see you don't have a name tag?" Dam asks, trying to make small talk with her. "I don't wear it," she responded, with her voice lacing with boredom. "Oh, then, what's your name?" Dam gathers up the courage to finally ask. The cleaning lady is just about to hand over Dam's coffee to him, but suddenly she opens the lid of the coffee cup, brings it near her mouth. She snorts and spits in the coffee cup and gives it back to Dam. With a sinister look at her face, she says, "Here you go, enjoy." Dam looks at the coffee cup, smiles up at her, and says, "Thank you." He grabs the coffee cup from her hand and drinks it right in front of her. She looks at him enraged and shouts, "Next!" The customer behind Dam comes up to the counter. He comes up to the counter and requests, "Can I have a medium second, but without any of your spit, please?" Airdrie suddenly comments, "She doesn't seem nice." Dam looks up, still sitting in the dimly lit bar counter, and asks, "What do you mean?" "Well, she is rude to people. She throws cups at people. She attacks people. She breaks a window in front of people. She lies to people. She steals from people. And she spits in drinks right in front of people. To me, she's not a very nice person." Airdrie elaborates on the reason behind his comment. "Let me finish," Dam chuckles. Helen pipes in and say, "Yeah, let him finish." Dam and Airdrie look at Helen for a moment, before Dam shrugs and says, "Well, anyway." The cleaning lady is outside the back alley of the coffee restaurant on a dark blue, foggy evening. Her back is lying against the brick wall, and across from her is the coffee restaurant's back door. The cleaning lady pulls out her cigarettes in her right pocket and puts it in her mouth while trying to light the cigarette by using her left hand. But suddenly, someone else lights the cigarette for her. Dam smirks up at her and says in a cocky tone, "Here you go?" "You're welcome." Dam smiles at her, but the cleaning lady doesn't respond. She takes a long puff of her cigarette. "It's pretty cold here, huh?" Dam asks. The cleaning lady still doesn't respond as she starts letting out smoke from her mouth. Dam looks at her, behind the haze of the smoke. If he was a photographer, he would have definitely captured that portrait of her beautiful face behind a cloud of smoke. He looks at her when the smoke clears out and says, "Do you want some of my fries?" Still warm. The cleaning lady still refrains from responding as Dam shakes his fries box around. She looks at the fries box in his right hand and takes it from him. Dam smiles again and says, "Yeah, take it all." The cleaning lady throws the fries away. Dam looks at the fries on the dirty, cold ground on his right, then quickly looks back at her. He is confused but says, "Yeah, it's not a really healthy snack anyways. Hi, I'm Dam Reach. Well, my real name is Dampen. When I was in kindergarten, the other kids made fun of my name. They used to call me a faggot. Not the bundle of a stick, the other word for it, poophead and F-tard. Pardon my language if it offended you. So I got rid of the second syllable. And now I'm Dam." The cleaning lady seems to be listening to him, but she neither looks at him nor replies to whatever he has just said. "So, what's your name?" Dam asks cautiously. The cleaning lady is still looking at space without saying a word, and Dam gets the hint, so he says, "Not a talker?" "That's all right." The cleaning lady starts taking in a puff of her cigarette yet again. Dam looks at her with a sad expression on his face. He decides to apologize to her for their first encounter. "I'm sorry for throwing my coffee in your garbage can. I did it just to get your attention. I should have just talked to you instead. Anne, I'm also sorry for coming the next day and the day after that one, to bug you. I should have taken your threats more seriously. I didn't mean to get you in a lot of trouble. All I wanted is to talk to you. The first time I saw you, you were something special. Like you're the only one. I can't get you out my head." The cleaning lady releases the smoke from her mouth before turning towards Dam and looking him in the eyes. She suddenly says, "Open your hand." "Why?" Dam asks in a curious way. The cleaning lady answers, "You'll see." Dam complies instantly as he opens his right hand. The cleaning lady holds his hand in hers as her index finger starts scratching the palm, up and down. Then her finger stops and is replaced by her middle finger as she starts to scratch the palm of his extended right hand. Suddenly, the index finger starts scratching again. And now, both the index and middle finger are scratching the palm like they are running slowly. She stops and closes all the fingers except the index finger. Out of the blue, she puts her cigarette's burning butt on top of his index finger and burns his skin. Dam groans out of pain, yet he says, "Yeah, I deserve it. Thank you." Dam shows the burn scar to Airdrie. Even in the dark, the scar looks pretty visible and fresh, like it's given just a few days back and is not an old story. Airdrie having trouble seeing the finger. Dam chuckles. "Yeah. Ain't that beautiful?" "I can't see it," Airdrie replies to Dam. The cleaning lady opens and goes inside the back door of the store. Just when she is about to close the door, Dam gets in her way and says, "Wait!" Dam goes to the door. The cleaning lady looks at Dam while still standing between the door and the sidewalk, her of her body inside, during the half outside the door. "Please, tell me your name," Dam pleads. The cleaning lady closes the door on Dam's face. His face looks sorrow while his eyes slowly starting to weeps. The next couple of days, Dam goes to the coffee restaurant again. When he is finally inside the premises of the restaurant and looks around for the cleaning lady, he doesn't see her around and starts getting worried. So, he goes up to the counter to ask the clerk regarding her whereabouts. The clerk warmly greets him and says, "Hello, sir. Welcome to RC. What can I get you today?" "Where's the cleaning lady?" asked Dam abruptly. "What cleaning lady?" the clerk asks with confusion. "Lady, the lady who works here. Where is she?" Dam asks as his tone is laced with urgency. Lady, 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 lady. "Oh, you mean the old hag?" the clerk asks after a long, hard thought. "What?" Dam asks with confusion and exasperation. The clerk responds, "Yeah, she doesn't work here anymore because the minimum wage went up, so the company decided to lay off some people. And she's one of those people to go?" Dam puts his head down on the counter, closes his eyes, and sighs in defeat. The clerk thought his emotions to be resonating his own, as he says, "Yeah, good riddance. I always hated that old hag." Dam opens his eyes and slowly moves his head to look up at the clerk. He still doesn't get the clue, as he says, "I think she's one of the worst persons I've ever met. She always gets away with a lot of stuff here because our surveillance camera doesn't work." "Really?" Dam asks, looking intrigued as well as amused. The clerk shrugs as he says, "Yeah, but don't tell anyone." Dam shakes his head as he assures the clerk, "I won't." "Good. If I ever see that bitch again, I'll really fuck her up real bad. If you know what I mean." The clerk chuckles at the end of his sentence. Dam looks at the clerk with a straight face and bored eyes. The clerk composes himself again and says, "Anyway, are you going to order something?" "Because you're holding up the line." Dam looks at him and then turns his head back to find literally no one behind him. He sighs and then places his order. "Can I have a large, hot, steaming black coffee, please?" The clerk says in a cheerful voice, "Coming right up." The clerk is typing on his cash register. He looks up at Dam and says, "Okay, that will be $3.72, please." Dam gives the clerk a $20 bill and says, "Keep the change." The clerk looks at him happily and says, "Thank you." The clerk puts the bill in the cash register and gives Dam his coffee. Dam retrieves it from his hand and asks, "Just one more question. Do you know her name?" "God damn it! Stop asking so many fucking questions! You're holding up the fucking line here!" the clerk says in frustration. Dam doesn't say anything. The clerk puts the money in the cash register, while Dam's left hand took off the coffee cup lid. Dam looks up at the clerk and calls him out, "Excuse me?" "There's something wrong with my coffee." "Why? What's wrong with it?" the clerk asks, looking confused. The clerk's head comes a little closer to take a look inside the coffee cup in Dam's hand. Dam holds it up and throws the coffee on the clerk's face. The clerk puts his hands on his face and starts screaming. The clerk falls on the floor while still screaming out of agony and pain. Dam chuckles and responds, "It's too hot." Dam drops the coffee cup and turns around to walk towards the coffee shop's main entrance. Airdrie raises his right hand to Helen and calls out, "Excuse me?" Helen looks at Airdrie questioningly, and Airdrie asks, "Can I have some more trail mix, please?" "Do you want me to pay for this one?" Dam asks generously. "It's all right, I got this," Airdrie responds. Helen gives Airdrie another bowl of trail mix and says, "Here you go, that will be $98, please." Airdrie looks at the bowl of trail mix for a moment. He looks back up to Helen and says, "Can I have water instead?" "Coming right up," Helen nods. Helen puts the trail mix away and goes on to fetch a glass of water for Airdrie. She comes back with a glass of water, hands it over to Airdrie, and diverts her attention to Dam. With utmost curiosity, she asks, "So, Dam, how does your story end? Did you find her?" Dam starts narrating the story once again as he says, "After that bullshit at the coffee restaurant, I was depressed for mouths. I went up to the street bench in the park, the one I take my loved ones to. Instead of sitting on it, I chose to lay down on the grass beside it. My mind was hazy and clouded by all sorts of thoughts. Looking up at the night sky, blanketed with stars, I was just wondering where my love had gone to." Dam closes his eyes, as if trying to remember something. Maybe the details of the cleaning lady and her interaction with her, or the first time he sees her beauty sparkling in the restaurant. He suddenly says, "God, I was thinking about her too much." Dam opens his eyes again. He gets up to his feet and walks away. As he is walking on the sidewalk, he lets his head down and looks at the patterns on the pavement. Dam stops walking and raises his head back up to look in front of him when he notices something. The cleaning lady is entering inside a big, bright blue door. Dam rushes towards the door, but when he gets near the door, a bouncer stops him. "Excuse me?" The bouncer diverts his attention towards Dam. Dam looks at the bouncer on his right. The bouncer is standing near the wall between the doors. The bouncer asks, "What are you doing here?" Dam shrugs as he responds, "I'm going inside." The bouncer shakes his head as he said, "You can't get inside." "Why the fuck not?" Dam asks in frustration. "You didn't get in the line like the others beside you," the bouncer simply stated. Dam notices the lineup on his right again and asks, "Why?" "What's in this place?" The bouncer asks incredulously, "You don't know what a nightclub is, old man?" Dam looks at him with rage in his eyes as he says, "Old man? Hey, fuck you, asshole!" The bouncer goes up to Dam and grabs him from his jacket's collar. "Do you want to get fucked up, you old man?" the bouncer asks, looking furiously at Dam. "Fuck you!" Dam looks aggressively at the bouncer. "What happens next?" Airdrie asks as he looks at Dam with big, round eyes. Dam looks at Airdrie and shrugs his shoulders before saying, "I don't really know. All I remember was waking up in the garbage in the alley somewhere. But I have a theory." Dam is walking on the sidewalk in the bright, sunning day. He gets to know from people around the area that the club opens every Friday night, which means that she'd be there again next Friday. He decided to go see her at the club that Friday night, but before that, he has to look good. He just can't show up in front of her looking like shit. The salon's door opens from the outside as Dam pops his head into a high-priced hair salon. He looks at the vacant seat next to the door and enters inside before he closes the door. Dam takes a seat next to the door as a fancy-looking clerk looks at Dam while he's busy talking on an old phone, standing near the table counter. "All right, bye," the fancy clerk says into the phone while giggling. After a short while, he hangs up the phone and places it back on the receiver. He looks at Dam and makes his way towards him. With a fake smile, he says, "Hello, sir. What are you doing here?" Dam looks at the fancy clerk, with confusion apparent at his face, as he says, "I'm here for my hair transformation." The fancy clerk gives him yet another sarcastic smile and says, "Well, sir, with all due respect, I don't think this is the right place for you." Dam looks at him with narrowed eyes and asks, "What do you mean?" "What I mean, sir, is that you can't afford this place, because you look like you've come out of a farm, or you just came out of some less fortunate country." the fancy clerk says, elaborating his earlier comment. Dam slowly stands up from his seat when the fancy clerk says, So, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to leave. Oh, what you say so, follow me. The fancy clerk is much happier. Dam starts following the clerk to the stylist chair and looks as confused as he can get. All right, just sit here. I'll be right back, the fancy clerk says, as Dam perches on the stylist chair. He waits for the clerk to come back, only to see him standing near a closet as he calls out, So, what can I get you today? The fancy clerk comes back, holding equipment in his right hand. Dam looks at him and asks, Wait, you're the barber too? The fancy clerk shrugs his shoulders before responding, That's right, but a stylist. What do you want? Surprise me, Dam exclaims with a smirk marring his face. Oh, Kay? The fancy clerk looks at Dam's hair before whispering, Your hair is so hideous. The hairstylist does his job, and then Dam is back on the streets, looking really annoyed. Dam is going inside a high-priced clothing store. When he's entering the store, the salesperson greets him. Hello, sir. My, you look handsome today. What can I get you? The old salesperson greets him and looks pleasant. Give me something good to wear, Dam tells him. Okay, for what purpose? The salesperson asks. For going to the club tonight, Dam responds, hoping he is going to help him out, unlike the last shop he had visited. Certainly, sir. Follow me, the salesperson tells him and leads him towards one of the aisles. Dam suddenly comments, You should have seen the last place I went to. The guy was a real fucking asshole. I'm sorry to hear that, but you've come to the right place for clothing. I have everything you need, except for shoes, tells the salesperson. Dam looks confused and asks, You don't sell shoes? Airdrie looks at Dam, unmoved, as he continues his story. I looked fantastic. So fabulous. One thing was at least off my list. So, now the only problem with my plan was… Dam is walking towards the back of the line. He's just about to get in and wait there for his turn when the bouncer notices him. The bouncer points his right index finger to Dam and calls him out towards him. Dam complies and walks up to their bouncer. The bouncer asks, What are you doing here again? Getting in? Dam responds patiently. Dam is face to face with the bouncer now as he asks, What did I tell you last week? Dam shrugs his shoulders innocently and says, I don't know, sir. We've just met. The bouncer gets a little closer to Dam's face as he says, Get lost or else. Airdrie looks at Dam with confused and asks him, So, you didn't get in? Dam smiles up at Airdrie and says mischievously, Oh, I got in. Dam casually walks towards the club's exit and makes it through the kitchen door and into the main area. The main area has a small dance floor, balconies around the dance floor, and a bar on the wall near the lobby. The place is half-lighted, and the lights are all bright blue, covering the walls and the floors with bright white spotlights almost everywhere. Dam looks around the place, but it's too crowded to see anything. Dam decides to go through the sea of the crowd and search for whom he was there for. When he goes through the crowd, he starts pushing and shoving people out of his way. Dam tells people, Get out of my way! Yet the music is so loud that the people in that crowd can barely hear his words. The music they are listening to in the club is Shake That by Eminem. An unknown girl from the crowd looks up and sees Dam. She smiles at him, but Dam doesn't notice her as his gaze is too busy searching for a certain someone. Dam feels suffocated and decides to get out of the crowded floor as he sees a seat near a balcony. He goes up to it and perches on it. When he is sitting, he looks to his right, and he notices the cleaning lady dancing on the dance floor. Dam quickly stands up from his seat and walks down to the stairs from his left. As he is going down the stairs, he comes across more crowd, and a lot of people are in his way. He comes out of the crowd when someone throws him out of the crowd. Dam lands on his elbows and quickly gets back on his feet. He is near the dance floor, but just when Dam is about to get a little on the dance floor, he stops and sees the cleaning lady, who is now dancing with someone else. She smiles and starts kissing the other person. Dam is still looking at the cleaning lady as tears start coming out from Dam's left eye. Airdrie looks at him shocked as he asked unbelievably, "So, you were crying?" Dam stares at Airdrie under the dim light of the bar and looks at him for a long time before he says, "Chat you are." "No." Dam is still crying near the dancing floor when a woman comes up to him from his right. She places a hand on his shoulder softly and asks, "What's wrong?" Dam quickly wipes the tear from his cheek and smiles while saying, "Oh, it's nothing." The unknown girl asks with concern in her eyes, "Are you sure? It looks like you were crying." Dam quickly responds, "No, I was just going through the crowd, and I got hot and started sweating, that's all." The unknown girl looks at him, weirdly, and asks, "Really?" Dam smiles and says, "Yeah, because this is my first time in a club. Well, I've been to clubs, but not this type of club." "Really? You've never been in a nightclub before?" The unknown girl looks at Dam in shock. "Yeah, so now I'm here. I think this place is not for me. I better just go," Dam says as he prepares himself to leave. The unknown girl calls out, "Wait!" Dam looks at the unknown girl from his right as she says, "Do you want to go for a dance before you leave?" Dam looks at her nervously before responding, "I can't really dance." The unknown girl smiles at Dam before easily saying, "It's okay, I'll teach you." The unknown girl's right hand grabs and holds Dam's right hand and takes him to the dance floor. When both of them are on the dance floor, the unknown girl puts her hands around Dam's shoulders, as Dam put his hands on her shoulders as well. "So, you do know what you're doing, right?" Dam asks cautiously. The unknown girl giggles and says, "I don't know. I can't dance either." The unknown girl and Dam smile at each other while slowly dancing around. After they're done dancing, they sit and wait on stools at the bar. Drinks finally arrive at the counter. The unknown girl and Dam grab their drinks at the same time, and soon they're drinking their drinks while looking at each other. Dam and the unknown girl go back to the dance floor dancing again once they're done with their drinks. When they're dancing, Dam suddenly trips, and the jerk makes both of them fall on their left sides. When they're lying on the floor, both of them start laughing at each other. Dam and the unknown girl are in a dark hallway hugging each other. Dam puts a small paper in the unknown girl's right blue jean pocket while still hugging her as his mouth gets closer to her mouth. Suddenly, someone grabs Dam around his neck and starts choking him. "What did I say?" Dam hears the bouncer's voice. Dam starts struggling in his hold as he tries to voice out, "Get lost or else." The unknown girl shouts at the bouncer, "Hey, what are you doing with him?" The bouncer looks at her and says, "Don't worry. Just getting rid of the trespasser." The bouncer takes Dam into the club, passing through the crowd. The unknown girl is trying to get in through the crowd, but the crowd is too much to let her pass easily. The unknown girl shouts, "Mister, meet me outside. I'll be waiting for you, mister." Airdrie looks at Dam after listening to everything. Dam smiles and says, "So now I must wait for her call, either at my place or this place." Helen unplugs the phone and looks towards the duo. Dam, getting the hint, says, "Okay, just my place then." Dam takes a sip from his drink, and Airdrie asks, "So you moved from one girl to the next?" Dam smiles and nods. "Yup." Airdrie is disbelief for a moment. Then he says, "Well, at least this unknown girl is more pleasant than the cleaning lady." Airdrie takes a sip from his tumbler of water, and Dam seconds his comment saying, "Yeah." Dam looks at his right hand and looks a little sad. Light appears behind Dam and brightens up the burn scar on his finger. Someone seems to be entering inside from the front door. The sound of cowboy boots slowly moves to the counter. "So, do you know? What's this new girl's name?" Airdrie asks. Dam shushes him instantly, and Airdrie falls quiet. Dam suddenly whispers, "Do you hear that?" Airdrie replies in an obvious tone, "Cowboy boots." Then they hear the sound of someone falling down to the floor. The stranger exclaims, "Oh, Mirda!" Dam's eyes look very scared as he whispers, "Vaquero." Airdrie looks at him, puzzled, and asks, Who? Airdrie was about to look behind his right when Dam stops him as he whispers, "Don't look back. Just look straight and whisper." Airdrie is looking straight now, whispering, "So, who is this vaquero?" Dam whispers back, "He's a man I once knew a really, really, really long fucking time ago. And now, he wants payback." Airdrie asks in a whisper, "Really? What did you do?" Dam looks at him remorsefully and responds, "Bad things to him in the past that I regret now." Airdrie asks again, "How did he find us?" Dam shrugs and responds unknowingly, "Probably he spotted my vehicle." Airdrie has half-lidded eyes as he says, "Of course." The sound of vaqueros falling down reaches their ears again. Vaquero groans while muttering loudly, "No otra vez." Dam whispers, "Okay, now's our chance. We'll go through the emergency exit across from Helen." Helen hears them and shouts, "Hey, you both can't go to the emergency exit." Dam whispers again and says, "Okay, ready, go." Dam and Airdrie stand up and jump across the counter, passing Helen and exit through the emergency exit. Helen shouts in exasperation, "Hey, Dam! Fuck!" In the meanwhile, Vaquero makes it to the counter and asks, "Donde está él?" Helen looks at him and says in frustration, "What?" "Speak English. I can't understand you." Chapter 9. Frustrating. Vaquero looks at Helen angrily and peers at her face from close proximity. Suddenly, he pulls out something from inside his jacket. It is a book, and by the time he holds that book in his hand to read it in front of a bored and annoyed Helen, his expressions become calm. Then he reaches for his upper front pocket and pulls out a pair of reading glasses. Vaquero is now reading the book, which is titled as Spanish Dictionary. Helen looks at him expectantly and holds her breath when he looks up at her again. A fat, bald man is sitting inside a dark blue, big truck parked by the sidewalk. He is reading the same book that Vaquero was reading before. Suddenly, the ringtone of his cell phone disrupts the peaceful vicinity of the truck, and he pulls out his cell phone from his pants pocket. Holding the phone in his right hand, he answers without looking at the caller ID. "Hello? Oh, hey! How are you doing?" "Oh, that's great. Oh, I'm just in my truck, reading a book. It's a Spanish book. It's pretty funny, I must say. Its words are hilarious enough to make you laugh." "What are you doing?" "Yeah, that's cool." Laughing. "Yeah. Also, my side view mirror had some blood on it." Gasp talks to whoever is on the other end of the call. His expressions go from laughing and cheerful to grim as he starts explaining the blotch of blood on his side view mirror. Gasp touches the blood with his left index finger and starts rubbing it off with his left thumb. He continues talking to the caller as he shrugs his shoulders and says, "Yeah, don't know why. Probably a bird hit it or something. But listen, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later." "Okay," when they're sitting near the bar. "Okay, bye." Gasp puts his cell phone away, and with a yawn, he mutters to himself, "Time to stretch." Gasp gets out of the driver's side of the truck. As soon as he's getting out of the driver's door, he gasps as he notices Anne lying on the ground. "Oh my God!" Gasp exclaims with a horror-stricken face. He quickly retrieves the cell phone from his pocket again and dials a number. He puts the cell phone by his right ear and waits for the person to pick up the phone. While waiting for the call to connect, he goes out in the fresh air as he stands by the driver's side. Looking at Anne's unconscious body lying beside his truck, he can't help but be nervous. The call finally connects, and with that, he quickly informs the other person, "Hello, I need an ambulance. Someone is lying unconscious on the ground near my truck." "Yes, he's unconscious." Gasp turns around to gaze at Anne's unconscious body lying by, between the ground from the driver and passenger doors. He peers carefully to see his eyes slightly twitching, but he can't figure if it is for real or a figment of his imagination. Anne slowly moves his eyelids. Gasp looks back inside his truck. looks at the steering wheel and seat for a moment. Yeah, he's Caucasian, young and foolish. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, I'll keep a close eye on. He can't complete his sentence as he gasps. Gasp turns around and notices that Anne is gone. Gasp looks at his left, then on his right. Then he looks up and down. Gasp turns around and looks under his truck. Anne is walking on the sidewalk, looking disheveled. Gasp disconnects the phone and shrugs before making his way inside his truck. Anne looks around and sighs a breath of relief. He looks in front of him and stops dead on his tracks. He stares at a familiar old New Yorker. He knows whose car it is, as the car waits for the traffic lights to turn green. He stares at Dam, who is sitting on the driver's seat, clutching the steering wheel impatiently. He knows his father and how he hates getting stuck in front of a traffic signal in the afternoon. He notices Dam's head moving slowly towards him, and soon enough, his gaze is fixated at Anne. He looks at Anne, who is staring back at him with a blank face on his face. Dam looks at Anne standing on the sidewalk as he takes a drag of his cigarette. Still watching his son, he suddenly puffs out the smoke while Anne still stares at him, hard behind the haze of smoke, shielding him from his numb stare. The streets start getting quiet, and he feels that there is no one in his line of vision except for Dam, perched peacefully inside his car. There are no vehicles behind Dam's, no one the sidewalk or crosswalk except Anne. The wind flips and harshly bangs on Anne's beaten face. The cut on his forehead makes a line of blood appear on his upper face, stretching it down towards the middle of his left eye, then to the left side of his upper and bottom lips, and finally dripping off his chin before submitting itself to oblivion. Dam notices everything, and then looks ahead to see the traffic lights turning green. Before Anne can blink his eyes, Dam's vehicle is already driving past the traffic signal and away from him. Anne's reverie is broken when suddenly he hears the shrilling voice of his phone, Bob, Chiji, Jude, ow. He quickly takes out his phone from his pocket to look at an unknown caller ID. Without a second thought, he picks up the call and hears an unknown voice saying, "Hello, sir. Thank you so much for buying from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints." Anne looks around him with a confused expression on his face. He notices a random guy making his way towards the counter. He looks at an old woman behind the counter, dressed in a bright pale medical outfit. He overhears the nurse asking the guy in front of the counter, who introduced himself as Russell a moment earlier. The nurse asks, "What seems to be the problem?" Russell says in a painful voice, "I think my arm is broken." The nurse nods and asks, "How are you feeling right now? Are you experiencing any sort of pain in that arm?" Russell nods his head as he hisses before responding, Yes, it does. It tingles and hurts." "How long has your arm been like this?" The nurse further questions. Russell looks at her and thinks for a moment before responding, "I don't know. It's been like this since this morning." The nurse looks at the form in her hand, then looks up at Russell before asking, "Have you been here before?" No," Russell replies. The nurse says, "Can I please have your healthcare card?" Russell quickly puts his left hand inside his pocket and retrieves a healthcare card before handing it over to the nurse. The nurse receives it with a straight face before typing something on the computer. The nurse looks up at Russell again, this time with a form in her hand. She hands him the form and says, "Sign this, take a seat at the waiting area, and wait." "How long do I have to wait?" Russell questions, with his voice laced with pain. The nurse looks at him and says, "I don't know, sir. You just have to be patient." Russell nods and goes to the waiting area. He quickly takes a seat and hisses while doing so. When he's perched on the seat across the reception desk, his eyes land on and whose seat was in the row in front of him. He notices Anne's right hand holding his injured forehead with brown paper napkins, as blood is smeared all over the side of his face. Russell asks Anne, "How long have you been waiting here?" Anne looks up and notices Russell as he says, "Since noon." Russell's eyes are rounded as he shakes his head while saying, "Oh, 3 hours, huh? That sucks." The nurse calls out, "Russell?" Russell looks at the nurse questioningly as she says, "You can come in now." Russell nods at the nurse and looks back at Anne smirking. He gets up and says, "It's about time." Russell is making his way towards the counter and then walks through a dark, narrow hallway. Anne looks up and notices his trail as he walks towards the end of the hallway that has a pitch-black door with a stream of light coming from the little space between the ground and the door keyhole. Russell goes up to the door and opens it before entering. After a while, the doorknob twists right once again. Russell coming out and making his way towards the waiting area as he crosses the long, dark, narrow hallway once again. Russell looks in front of him and notices Anne sitting in the same position, holding his forehead. Anne's face has a blank expression. Russell asks Anne, "Hey, still waiting, huh?" Anne nods as he says, "Yup." Russell says, "Yeah, my arm's just sleeping." Who would have thought? Anne still stares at him with a blank expression. Russell says again, "Well, goodbye. I hope I see you again at the walk-in." Soon enough, Russell is out of sight. Suddenly, Anne is frustrated. Before he decides to go up to the nurse and shout at her, the nurse calls out his name. "Anne?" the nurse calls out as Anne looks up at her. "You can come in now." Wait, my mistake. It's going to be another couple of minutes for you." Light falls on Anne's face from above as the doctor examines his bruised face. Anne groans in frustration as the doctor stitches his forehead. "Okay, just a little more," the doctor says as Anne hisses in pain. "Ooh!" Anne groans in pain. Blood comes flying out of one missed stitch, barely missing the doctor's face. The doctor looks apologetically at Anne and says, "I'm so sorry. That's my mistake. Now just hold still. Anne doesn't let him finish his sentence as he shouts out of anger, "Stop!" The doctor looks at him nervously as he tries to say, "I'm almost done. You just need one more stitch." The blood suddenly splashes on the doctor's face. Anne comes out of the walk-in clinic and takes a deep breath. He is angry beyond one's imagination. He has bandages on his forehead. He puts his right hand in his pants pocket and takes out his cell phone before turning it on. He looks at the digital clock at the center of his lock screen. The time reads 5:45 p.m. Anne unlocks his phone as his right thumb taps on the messages icon. All he can see are the old texts from Lane and Guano. There are no new messages, and he puts the phone back in his pocket. He sits down by the edge of the sidewalk near the walk-in clinic. He looks down with his head inclined towards the ground and closes his eyes. He is feeling sad and depressed because his friends are no longer around, as his plan failed. Taking a deep breath, he just sits there in the midst of an empty sidewalk. He touches his stitched forehead with his right hand and looks pitiful. He looks up again and retrieves his cigarette from his right pants pocket. Putting the cigarette between his lips, he quickly lights it up and takes a deep puff. He doesn't notice a girl standing in front of him. The unknown girl suddenly asks, "What's wrong?" Anne puffs out the smoke with his head still facing the ground as he responds, "Nothing." "It doesn't seem like nothing. You're sitting on the ground, looking so sad. Is everything all right?" the unknown girl asks again. "I'm all right," Anne says, being slightly edgy. The unknown girl pesters, "Are you sure you're all right? Those bandages don't seem like they are put on right." Anne seems a little frustrated now as he snaps, "I just came out of the walk-in. I feel fine." The unknown girl says, "Doctors can get things wrong too. This one time." Anne doesn't let her complete her sentence as he says midway, "Look, I don't need your advice, okay? Just leave me alone." The unknown girl looks at him, confused at his harsh behavior, and says, "I just wanted to check, to see if you're all right." Anne suddenly shouts at her, "Fuck off, cunt!" The unknown girl stands abruptly and stares at Anne. She was shocked at his behavior. She meant no harm, and she clearly doesn't deserve this attitude. She stares at him for a moment before turning to the right and walking away. Anne is still looking at the ground, looking pitiful. He closes his eyes again as sudden guilt courses through his heart. Suddenly, he stands up and looks for the girl who has just left his side and must be walking ahead on the sidewalk. "Miss?" Anne calls out. Anne looks around on the street. He calls out once again, "Miss!" "I'm sorry." Anne walks to his left, trying to locate the unknown girl. He goes after her, even though she was not visible. He chants, "Miss, I'm so sorry. I was in a bad mood." Anne doesn't stop, and he walks faster to find the unknown girl without a pause. He tries to ask for forgiveness again. "Please forgive me." Anne looks at his right and watches the unknown girl getting on the bus without a single word. He runs towards the bus, but it starts moving away. Suddenly, from the fourth bottom window of the bus, a hand pops out, giving him the finger. Anne notices the finger and stops running after the bus. The bus goes away while he stands there staring at it. "Well, fuck!" Anne mutters to himself. "That girl gave you the finger," a voice calls out from his right. Anne looks to his right and sees a homeless old man sitting on a step near an abandoned store. He finished his comment and started laughing like a maniac. Chapter 10. Waiting at Home. The homeless old man, now holding a beer bottle in his hand. The strange thing about the bottle is that it's covered with a half-ripped juice bottle. With a confused expression, Anne shakes his head and diverts his attention away from the homeless old man. Light appears from inside the fridge. A glass bottle of milk, a ball of lettuce wrapped around in plastic, and an orange juice carton are placed on the upper rack. The fridge's door is opened, and a hand goes inside to retrieve the carton of orange juice. Picking the carton, the other hand picks up 2 glass cups together by holding the inside, pouring the juice inside both of the glass cups. Dam is standing in the kitchen near the counter, then picks up the 1 cups when they're full to the brim. He picks up one of the cups and moves to the other room where an old song starts playing. Dam goes inside the room and says, "Here you go." He hands 1 cup to Airdrie as he asks, "Which song is this?" Dam responds and says, "Guess Things Happen That Way" by Johnny Cash. Dam goes back to the kitchen for a moment. He comes back to Airdrie while holding another glass cup in his right hand. He stands beside Airdrie between the kitchen and living room and asks, "So, which singer do you listen to?" Airdrie shrugs and responds, "Alessia Cara." "Who's that? I don't think I've listened to any of her songs." Dam takes a sip from his drink. Airdrie asks, "So, how long do we have to wait?" Airdrie takes a sip from his glass cup while Dam is finished drinking his cup. He says suddenly, "Until she calls." Airdrie finally finishes his cup of orange juice. He looks up at Dam and asks, "How long do you think it'll take?" Dam looks at him reassuringly and says, "She'll call. Don't worry." Airdrie looks at him and says, "Well, okay." Then, what about Vaquero? "Don't worry about him. All we have to do is rid of my car. But we'll doing tomorrow," Dam tells him, trying to clear the air. Airdrie asks in confusion, "Why not today?" Dam shrugs and says, "When the girl calls, I want to drive her around, show her a good time, maybe ask her to spend the night here." Airdrie looks at him, shocked and concerned, and saying, "When a guy is chasing you?" Yeah, I'm a sucker for that woman," Dam says, smirking. "Can we at least change the car's color or something?" Airdrie asks expectantly. Dam thinks for a while, then says, "I don't have any acrylic enamel." Airdrie looks at him and asks, "Why can't we just go into town and get it repainted?" Dam pulls out his keys from his right pocket. He holds the keys up to his face and looks at Airdrie with a bored expression. Airdrie looks at him with confusion apparent on his face. Dam says, "All right, here you go. Take it to Bank's shop and he'll do it for free." Airdrie looks at the keys in Dam's hand. Then he looks at Dam's face. In a quiet tone, he enunciates every word as he says, "So, if Vaquero sees me in your vehicle, what do you think he'll do?" Dam looks at him as he holds up his car keys near his right jawline. He then looks up at the ceiling, before saying, "Probably. Disturbing things." He looks back at Airdrie before elaborating his previous sentence. To you and your family. Or just kill you right then and there. Airdrie gulps visibly as he looks at Dam with a horror-stricken face. He asks, "Do you think the neighbors have some acrylic enamel?" Dam thinks for a moment before he drawls, Oh, pot flower." Airdrie looks at him, confused before asking, "Who?" Dam continues to explain, "Pot flower. She lives across the street. Her husband was a mechanic. He probably has some acrylic enamel in her house." Airdrie nods slowly and asks, "So, you think that pot flower would mind us borrowing some acrylic enamel?" Airdrie thinks that Mr. Potflower is still alive. Dam shrugs and clears out his confusion as he says, "Mr. Potflower's been dead for mouth now, and Mrs. Potflower said something about police today. So, I'll be right back." Airdrie stops him and says, "Wait! So, you're just going to steal it?" Dam stops in his tracks and turns around to look at Airdrie as he responds to his question. "I'll return them the rest. And if I end up consuming all the spray, I promise to pay them back." Dam walks to the door, but halts at Airdrie's comments as he says, "It's not good to steal, you know." Dam stops near at the door and turns his head to the right as he looks at Airdrie from his right side. He carefully explains, "I know it's not. That's why I'm going to do this just once." Dam opens the door and walks out before closing the door back. Airdrie is standing there and waiting for Dam to finally come back. After waiting for several minutes, Dam finally enters the house again. Dam shows Airdrie the enamel in his hands and says, "Here's the acrylic enamel." Dam holds the acrylic enamel to Airdrie's face in his right hand as Airdrie quickly grabs the enamel and looks at it. Dam's voice catches his attention again as he says, "I want one of us to watch the phone, so we take turns. I'll go first. You stay here and watch the phone." "Okay," says Airdrie. He looks around the living room for a moment before looking at Dam again and asks, "Where's the phone?" Dam quickly responds, "It's in my bedroom." Airdrie gives the acrylic enamel back to Dam as he makes his way near the phone to make sure he doesn't miss a call. Dam goes out of the house towards the porch, and soon enough, he is completely out of his sight. Airdrie notices a wide open door at the end of the hallway, between the living room and kitchen. He walks towards the hallway and sees two closed doors on his left and right sides. Airdrie makes his way inside the wide open door and stops to look around the room. His gaze finally settles on an old home telephone placed on a black nightstand on the left side of the bed. Airdrie walks towards the bed, and as soon as he is about to sit on the bed, he notices something on the floor. He is just about to step his right foot on that thing when he stops, and his hands move it somewhere towards under the bed. Without any other obstacle around, Airdrie goes to bed and sit on it while waiting for the telephone to ring. From his pants' right pocket, he pulls out his cell phone and taps on it, when suddenly, his nose starts to sniff something foul around the room. He can't take the smell anymore. He gets up from the bed and tries to locate where the smell is coming from. Airdrie decides to go to the bathroom and check for the source of that smell. As he gets closer to the bathroom door, the stench becomes unbearable, and he has to cover his nose and mouth with his right hand. Near the bathroom door, he notices a puddle of vomit on the floor. He looks up to see vomit smeared all over the mirror as well. Airdrie walks forward carefully, avoiding the vomit on the floor. He stops near the bottom cabinet door, beneath the sink. Going down on his knees, he opens the door and finds a bottle of cleaning spray. Airdrie picks the spray in the cabinet, and before he can stand up, he notices a photo. He picks up the photo and stares at it. In that photo, he can see Dam along with 3 other people. There is a quote below the picture that reads, "Wonderful people." Airdrie is busy gazing at the picture, thinking of who the other people are and where they might be now. Suddenly, he is pulled out of his reverie when the old telephone starts ringing. He quickly gets up on his feet and rushes back towards the bedroom. He is in such a hurry that he doesn't notice the puddle of vomit on the floor that he saw earlier, and steps on it, only to fall the back of his head first on the ground. He can't decipher what happened for a moment, but he hears another ring and gets up quickly to dash towards the nightstand. As soon as he reaches there, he picks up the phone and, in a panting voice, says, "Hello, Dam's phone." Dam shouts from the outside, "Who is it?" Airdrie doesn't respond for a while as he is still busy listening to the caller. When he's done listening to whatever the person on the other was saying, he cups the bottom of the phone handle with his hand and looks towards Dam. "It's about charity for the less fortunate," Airdrie shouts back at Dam. Dam shouts at Airdrie, "Hang up!" Airdrie shrugs and complies by hanging up the phone. He looks down at himself and cringes upon noticing that his body is covered in vomit. Airdrie shrugs, thinking he can't do anything about it now. Besides, he has to watch the phone. He makes his way back to the bed to sit down on the edge of the right side of the bed. Luckily, there's no vomit on his behind, and while using his cell phone. Dam comes back inside the room after a while and immediately asks Airdrie, "Any calls?" Airdrie is still looking at his phone as he responds, "Not since the charity." Dam says, "Good." Dam looks around the rook and sniffs. He can smell a strong, foul stench within the room. He looks up at Airdrie and asks, "What's that smell?" Airdrie looks up and stares at Dam before he responds, "I fell in some vomit." Dam looks at him weirdly before asking, "Why? Didn't you get yourself cleaned up?" Airdrie is still looking at him when he shrugs and says, "I didn't want the phone to be alone." Dam smiles at him and says, "Good man, I'll watch the phone now. Go and get your clothes washed. And also, take a shower as well." Airdrie asks, "What about the car?" Dam shrugs and responds, "I decided to repaint the whole car instead." "I hope you don't mind. Now come on, the laundry room is near the kitchen." Airdrie gets up from the bed and finally walks out of the room as Dam called out from behind, "I'll give you something to wear." Dam and Airdrie are sitting on a two-seater couch in the living room. Dam is watching hockey on an old TV with no sounds, but that doesn't bother him much as he can still see the subtitles on the screen. Dam is holding a glass cup in his right hand, whereas Airdrie is staring intently at his cell phone in his hand. He has no interest in the match whatsoever, as he is too busy texting his wife. Airdrie's wearing a white t-shirt with a quote in black writing that reads, "Fuck you in the mouth, motherfucker." Dam rolls his eyes on the TV excitement and says, "You call that defense?" Dam looks at Airdrie again and asks, "What are you doing?" Airdrie looks up from his cell phone and responds, "Oh, I'm just texting my wife." Dam looks shocked for a moment and asks, "You're married?" Airdrie goes back to responding to his wife's messages, as he says, "Yeah, and I have 2 kids as well." "Wow, that's nice," Dam drawls out. Dam goes back to watching the television, while Airdrie is still busy on his phone. Suddenly, Dam's voice catches Airdrie's attention as he says, "I also have a wife and 2 kids." Airdrie, while staring at his phone, asks, "Really? What happened to them?" Airdrie finally puts his cell phone away and looks at Dam as he says, "My wife left me, my daughter ran away, and my son is over 18. Airdrie looks at him sympathetically and says, "You sure you don't want to talk about it?" "No." Dam looks up at Airdrie and says, Yeah. "I don't want to talk about it." Airdrie looks at him before asking, "Well, do you have something to remember them?" Dam shrugs before responding, "Yeah, but it's in the bathroom somewhere. I don't like looking at it." Airdrie can just manage to say, "Oh." Dam is still looking down, staring at the floor, when he says, "Yeah, family life's hard, especially when people tell you things that are not true, some really disturbing and nasty things. I hope you don't follow my family skills." Airdrie shakes his head and says, "I won't." Dam smiles remorsefully and says, "Good boy. Good man." Dam smiles and lifts his glass cup to Airdrie. They are just enjoying their drink when the old telephone starts ringing. Dam gets startled and drops his glass cup on the floor before running out of the living room. When Dam is inside the bedroom, he jumps towards the bed and lands on his front. He moves his body a little closer to the edge of the bed and picks up the phone handle with his right hand. With anticipation clear in his voice, Dam says, Hello? An unknown voice at the other end of the line responds, Hey? At first, Dam was looking curious, but as soon as he hears the voice, he starts smiling. Airdrie is still sitting on the couch and is busy on his cell phone. When Airdrie is done texting his wife and making sure that she is fine with the kids, he stands up and walks to Dam's bedroom. He looks at Dam talking and laughing while writing something down on a small ripped paper on the nightstand. He hears Dam saying, All right, I'll see you there, bye. Dam hangs up the phone and puts the small paper in his right pocket. He looks up to see Airdrie standing and watching him through the doorframe. Airdrie knows what's up, and he asks, So, where are you going to meet her? We are going to pick her up. She's at the bus station, and she needs a ride somewhere. Now tell me, how do I look? Dam asks excitedly. He looks like a kid in a candy store. They walk out of the door when Airdrie says, You smell a little strange. They stop in their tracks and are now standing between the kitchen and living room. Dam grabs some air freshener off the kitchen counter and spread it all over him. Okay, so how do I smell now? Dam asks. Better, Airdrie comments. Dam looks around nervously before looking back at Airdrie and asking, But what about the house? Do you think it looks all right? Airdrie looks around the place and notices its mess. He asks Dam, Do we have time to clean up? Dam thinks for a moment before responding, No, but I do know who will clean up this place for us. Airdrie looks at him, confused, and asks, Who? Dam starts walking before saying, Follow me. Dam opens the front door and walks out while Airdrie follows him. They are walking down the cement steps and onto the yard, headed towards the house on the left, next to Dam's house. Okay, this guy will clean up my house for free. All we have to do is grab him, push his back on the door, brandish at him, and he'll do it for free. Okay, wait, what? Airdrie suddenly lifts his eyes up at Dam and looks at him intently for his suggestion. Dam shushes him and says, Get ready. Dam's right index finger is on the doorbell as he rings it once. They wait for someone to come to the door and open it. Suddenly, the door flings open. Peterson looks up and asks, Yes? Peterson looks at the visitors and notices an unknown guy standing beside Dam. Before he had time to process anything, Dam garbs Peterson by the shirt collar. Airdrie closes the door while Dam holds up Peterson. In a slow voice, Dam greets, Hello, Pete. Peterson asks, What do you want? Dam pushes Peterson further up against the door and comes closer to Peterson's face. I want someone to clean to my house, and you're the only one in the neighborhood right now, Dam says as a matter of fact. Peterson shakes his head before saying, No, I just came out of the hospital. Before he could finish what he was saying, Dam's right hand goes down to Peterson's pants. Peterson's eyebrows go up, and he stammers out a response. I mean, yes, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Dam smirks before saying, Good, do you need a key? Peterson shakes his head and says, I have one, remember? Dam says, Oh, well, see you? Bye. Dam throws Peterson at his front door. Peterson pushes through the other side of the door as Dam and Airdrie starts walking away. Airdrie looks up at Dam in curiosity and asks, So what did he do to you? They're now walking towards Dam's front yard. Dam looks up at Airdrie and responds, He punched me in the gut this morning. Dam opens the front door of the house as they both enter inside, before Dam continues, So I fought back, and now he owes me one. The old telephone starts ringing again. Dam makes his way back to his bedroom at a fast pace. He quickly grabs the receiver and puts it against his right ear. Hello? Oh. Hi, what can I help you with? You need a ride? Where are you? Okay, I'll be there soon. Airdrie listens to Dam talking on the phone. It doesn't seem like he was talking to the same unknown girl. Dam hangs up the phone and walks out of the bedroom. Without wasting another minute, both of them make their way outside the door. Dam turns around and locks the front door, before turning towards Airdrie and saying, We need to pick someone up on our way. They walk towards the porch where Dam's car was parked. Airdrie notices that there is a light blue old New Yorker parked in the porch. They quickly sit down inside the car, and Dam inserts the key in the ignition. The engine roars to life, and he starts taking the car out of the parking spot. Airdrie looks up at Dam and asks, "Who are we picking up on the way?" Dam responds without an inch of emotions visible on his face. "My son." As Dam's vehicle drives away from his porch and disappears down the street, Peterson makes his way towards Dam's front door. He is carrying all the cleaning supplies and wearing a white cleaning scrubs, along with covering his face with a doctor's surgical mask. Peterson quickly inserts the key inside the keyhole and notices that the key is not working. The key is moving from left to right, but the door is still closed. Peterson takes out the key from the keyhole and stares at it in confusion. The door flings open from the inside as Boiler stares at Peterson at the other side of the door and smiles, before greeting him. "Hey, Anne, how are you doing?" Anne looks at Boiler standing inside his apartment and asks, "What are you doing here?" Boiler opens a pop can with his right hand and responds, "I decided to live here." Boiler takes a sip from his pop can and slurps the content. Anne looks at him, confused, and manages to respond with just, "Oh." Anne looks down on the floor and thinks. Before he can come up with a reason why Boiler is here at this hour, Boiler says, "So, how was your day?" "Good, I hope." "I tried to get your money today, but I failed." "It didn't go so well," Anne says quietly. "Really? That's a shame," Boiler responds, looking emotionless. Anne slowly looks up to look at Boiler as he says, "At least, you and the guys are all right." Anne looks up remorsefully and responds, "They didn't make it." Boiler maintains a neutral face before saying, "Really? That's a pity." Anne says, "Sure is." "Well, do you want to come in? I'm cooking dinner right now," Boiler asks as he smiles. Anne looks inside and sees cooking pots placed on the kitchen stove. His still has a straight face, and it didn't take Boiler long to decipher what he is looking at, as he quickly responds, "Yeah, I'm boiling rice, beans, corn, potatoes, and hot dogs. Hungry?" Anne shakes his head as he says, "I'm good." Boiler looks at him and says, "Well, at least get some sleep. I mean, it's still your home." "I'm still looking for ways to get your money. I'm just here to get my smokes from the freezer," Anne responds. "Oh, I threw them away because it's not good for anyone. Sorry about that." Boiler shrugs unbothered. Anne shakes his head and says, "It's okay. Is my top hat here?" Boiler looks around Anne's apartment from the doorframe where he is standing. He finally notices a top hat hanging on the coat hanger near the door towards his right. He grabs the top hat and hands it to Anne. Anne says, "Thanks." Anne quickly wears his hat and, without waiting for another second, walks away from his apartment's door. Boiler watches Anne leaving as he pulls out a cigarette and puts it between his lips, lighting it up. Boiler closes the door while Anne is sitting on the bench on the sidewalk near his apartment. He pulls out his cell phone and dials a number. The phone rings a few times before someone answers. "It's me. I was just wondering if you could give me a ride. I'm on the bench near my place. All right, I'll stay here." Anne hangs up and puts the phone back inside his pocket. He starts lying down towards his right side on the bench. He feels exhausted, like all the energy is sucked out of his system, as he waits for his ride to arrive. Finally, a vehicle arrives at his left. Anne stands up and opens the back door towards the right side. He gets in and closes the car's door. The vehicle drives away. Dam looks at Anne from the rearview mirror and asks, "Nice to see you, Anne. Doing good?" Anne looks at Dam from the rearview mirror as he responds, "Nice to see you too. I'm good. Who this guy you with?" Airdrie introduces himself. "I'm Airdrie." Anne asks with curiosity, "What are you doing here?" Dam quickly responds, "Oh, sorry. Anne, this is the new guy from work. I have to train him." "Train him for what?" Anne asks. Airdrie responds, "For what's to come." "What?" Anne started asking another question before Dam interrupts and says, "We have to pick up another person." This piques Anne's curiosity further, and he asks, "Who?" Dam looks at Anne from the rearview mirror before responding, "A very special lady." Dams is driving, and soon the road starts becoming darker. But after every few kilograms, they can see a glimpse of light coming from the light poles. Anne decides to ask another question. "So, I was wondering if I can stay at your place tonight." Dam looks confused and asks, "Why? What's wrong with your place?" Anne shrugs as he responds, "Well, boiler problems." Dam shakes his head and says, "Man, that sucks." Anne nods and says, "Yeah, I know." Dam quickly responds to his previous request. "Well, sorry. You can't stay at my place." Anne asks with a frown on his face, "Why not?" Dam responds while looking ahead as he drives, "There are already people staying at my place tonight." "Like who?" Anne asks, looking slightly worked up. "The special lady we're going to pick up in Airdrie." Dam shrugs apologetically. "I'm staying at your place tonight?" Airdrie asks him in confusion. "I'll pay you," Dam says, dismissing his concerns. "No." "How you know that this girl will stay at your place tonight?" Anne asks in a serious tone. Dam looks at him again through the rearview mirror before looking ahead at the road again as he says, "Because I met her a couple of days ago. She called me, we had a good time on the phone, and now she needs a ride to somewhere. When she's in the car, I'm going to ask her to stay at my place for tonight." Anne asks incredulously, "And there's no room for me?" Dam says apologetically, "Sorry, Anne." Anne squints his eyes a little before he huffs and asks, "Well, can I at least have a smoke then?" Dam pulls out a cigarette from his jacket's inner pocket and holds it up with his right hand, towards Anne. He accepts it immediately and says, "Thanks." Chapter 11. Introduction. Anne quickly grabs the cigarette from Dam's hand and balances it between his lips while he retrieves the lighter from his pocket. He lights the cigarette and takes a long puff before letting the smoke out, all the while staring out of the window. Dam parks his car at a parking lot in front of a big roundabout surrounded by bus stops. Dam looks outside for a moment, then his gaze moves towards the rearview mirror and he looks at Anne. He suddenly looks beside him and says, "Okay, when you see her, let me know." Airdrie looks up on his left at him as he says, "Okay, so what does she look like?" Dam thinks for a moment before he responds, Young." "Young?" Airdrie asks in amazement. Dam shrugs before carelessly responding, "Yeah." Airdrie says, "Okay, that's going to be easy." Anne takes the cigarette out from between the grip of his lips as he asks, "What's her name?" Dam looks at him from the rearview mirror and replies, "Noah." Anne asks, "Noah? Like the Ark? How long have you been with this girl?" Dam drawls, Just once." Anne asks incredulously, "Just once?" Before Dam can answer his question, someone on the other side of the vehicle catches his attention as he says, "Look, that's her." Airdrie scans the surroundings outside the car and asks, "Where?" Dam's gaze is transfixed at the beauty in front of him as he replies, "The pretty blonde in the white dress." Dam honks the horn to get her attention and chuckles before saying, "Okay, Airdrie, go to the back seat." Airdrie asks, "The usual way?" Dam says, "Yeah." Airdrie crawls towards the back seat while staying inside the vehicle, just the way he switched seats with Dam in the morning. Anne calls out, "Hey, easy." Airdrie says, apologetically, "Sorry." Airdrie finally makes it to the back seat after some struggling. He is now sitting beside Anne at his left as the passenger door opens from the outside. Dam says in an excited voice, "Noah!" Noah mirrors his enthusiastic smile as she says, "Dam! It's so good to see you again. How are you?" Dam smiles graciously as he says, "I'm good. Thanks for asking." Noah suddenly extends her arms and says, "Give me a hug." Dam accepts the request for a hug and hugs her tightly. Both of them had a smile on their faces. They cling on to each other as if they were waiting to reunite for such a long time. At the back, Airdrie looks at his right to see Anne looking down. Dam's gaze shifted towards Airdrie at the back, while he is still locked in an embrace with Noah. After breaking the hug, Dam quickly says, "Oh, sorry." "Noah, this is Airdrie, and Airdrie, this is Noah." Noah, in a sweet voice, greets Airdrie. "Hi." Airdrie looks at her and says, "Hello. Nice to meet you." Airdrie puts his hand out towards Noah for a handshake, and Noah accepts it before saying, "Nice to meet you too. You're too kind." Noah smiles at Airdrie, and he says, "Thank you." Airdrie gives a half smile to Noah and let go of her hand. Dam quickly says, "And this is my son, Anne." Anne stops staring at the carpeted base of the car and looks up towards his right to see Noah. He stares at her before saying, "Hello?" Noah looks at Anne with the blank face, while Airdrie notices the encounter rather suspiciously. After a moment of not getting any response, Anne just says, Okay then?" Noah stops staring at him and diverts her attention towards Dam as he says, "Yeah, ain't he a peach?" Noah sits straight and stares at the deserted street in front of her through the windshield, without another word. Dam twists the key in the ignition, and the engine roars to life as he says, "Okay, let's get out of here." Dam slowly backs up the vehicle and drives off towards their next stop. In the city, at that hour, almost every place seems dark and deserted. There are barely any cars on the road, and the light from the street lamps is casting the car's shadow on the streets every few meters. Despite the car being packed by 4 people, the atmosphere inside the car is eerily silent. Airdrie finally decides to break the ice as he looked at Noah from the back seat and asks, "So, Noah, what do you do?" Noah responds, "I'm a freelancer." Airdrie doesn't get her, as he says after a slight pause, "Pardon?" "I'm trying to find a job, but there's no luck." Noah decides to tell him about her struggles, instead of describing her on and off source of income. "Oh, are you thinking of going back to school?" Airdrie questions again. Noah shrugs before replying, "I did some classes before, but it teaches me things I already knew. School is a waste of time." Airdrie looks at her strangely from behind and asks, "Then, what are you interested in?" Noah stares at Anne through the rearview mirror before diverting her gaze back to the windshield in front of her. She says, "Well, today I was about to hand in my resume to this walk-in clinic, but someone was being rude to me." Anne slowly turns his head away from the window and looks at his left in front of him, at the back of Noah's head. He hears Dam questioning, "Who was being rude to you?" Noah shrugs and says, "This random guy sitting outside the walk-in." Dam asks curiously, "What did he do?" Noah looks at Anne again for a split second before responding, "I asked him what was wrong, and he said, 'Look, I don't need your advice, okay? Just leave me alone.' Very harshly, I must say." Anne's eyes start lowering with shame. He knew he did the wrong thing, and he went after her to apologize, but who knew that they'd meet like that? Dam asks Noah again, "What else did he say?" Noah replies, "Oh, he also shouted, 'Fuck off, cunt.'" Remorse and guilt clearly flash on Anne's face as he looks down now completely. Meanwhile, Airdrie is listening to the whole exchange, along with observing Anne's expression from beside. Dam exclaims out of anger, "What a disrespectful man!" Airdrie questions, "What did he look like?" Anne gets worried and looks at Airdrie. Noah shrugs and responds, "He's the same age as me, and he has bandages on his forehead." Anne slides down in his seat a little more and drags his top hat down to cover his bandaged forehead, sneakily. He tries to be as oblivious of the whole conversation as he can be, but he doesn't know that Airdrie is continually watching him. Chapter 12. The Truth. After driving for a few more minutes on the deserted roads and passing by dark streets, Dam finally parks his car near a convenience store. Dam turns around within his seat and looks at everyone. He looks at Anne and Noah as he says, "Okay, me and Airdrie are going to the store. What do you want, Anne?" "My treat." Anne looks up towards Dam as he says, May I have some of those store-brand chicken legs, please? Dam turns his head towards Noah as he asks, And for you, Noah, what do you want? Dam smiles at her, and she smiles back before responding, Skittle, a little bag of candy, and kisses. Dam giggles at her request and says, Okay, we'll be back in a minute. Bye. Dam gets out of the car, closely followed by Airdrie. They make their way towards the convenience store in front of them, while leaving Anne and Noah alone inside the vehicle. The silence inside is clearly not a comfortable one, and the tension seems to be thick enough that one can cut it with a knife. Anne shifts towards his left, coming right behind Noah's seat, and sits straight. He takes off his hat as he is feeling hot suddenly. He puts the hat beside him, on the seat, and looks left, then right. He looks up, and then stares down at the carpeted floor of the car again, before gazing at the bottom right side. Suddenly, Anne begins coughing. Once done, he scratches his chin, looks left, then shifts in his seat a bit, and looks ahead of him again, before a yawn erupts past his mouth. He continues looking here and there, before he sneezes loudly, and a snot shoots past his nostrils. He quickly wipes the snot away from his face with his left index finger, and looks at his left before gazing forward once again. Anne gets tired of gazing around him, and finally decides to sit back and close his eyes so he can relax for a while. The silence was broken by Noah as she says, How come you were like that earlier? Anne opens his eyes and sits straight again. He immediately says, I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood today. I didn't mean it, to take it all out on you. Noah shrugs and says, Whatever. Anne tries once again. Sorry. Anne retreats back and sits comfortably on his seat while looking down once again. Dam and Airdrie are now going inside the store as they both open the door together. Dam calls out to Airdrie, Pick whatever you like. I'll meet you at the counters. Soon, Dam is out of Airdrie's sight as he goes to get whatever Anne and Noah had asked for, along with something for himself. Airdrie looks around the store and spots the fountain drinks. He makes his way towards the aisle, accommodating those, and grabs a medium cup placed near the left side of the fountain drink. He carefully poured some blue slush inside the cup. Dam goes straight to one of the aisles in search of something. He spots the aisle he's been looking for and bends a little to grab a pack of condoms. Back inside Dam's car, Anne and Noah have yet again succumbed to silence. Noah is just about to turn on the radio to make the environment a little less uncomfortable when she catches Anne's sight through the rearview mirror. She notices blood trickling down Anne's forehead. You're bleeding! Noah exclaims suddenly, without giving it a second thought. Huh? Anne is pulled out of his reverie by Noah's shocked voice. Anne tries to look at his forehead, but in the darkness he can't see anything clearly. So, he touches his forehead with his right index finger and feels some liquid running down. He brings his hand in front of his eyes and notices that it is indeed the blood gushing out of his split stitches. Anne looks at Noah and asks, Oh, can you please help me? Noah looks at him through the rearview mirror, with a frown settled on her forehead. After a moment of staring at him, she looks around the car. Anne calls out, Try the glove compartment. Noah opens the glove compartment and sees first aid kit along with a bottle of whiskey. Anne chuckles as he says, Yeah, my dad only comes prepared for anything, but I think there's only cotton pads and bandages left. Noah grabs the first aid kit from her right hand while holds the whiskey bottle on her left hand. She starts crawling over to the back seat as Anne moves a bit to make room for her to settle down comfortably. She finally perches on the back seat and opens the first aid kit. Anne smiles subtly and says, Thank you. Noah takes a quick look at Anne, but decides not to respond to his comment. Noah gently rips Anne's bandages off his forehead, which are now soaked in blood. She looks at the split on his forehead carefully and says, Looks like whoever stitched you up did a terrible job at it. Anne asks, looking amused. Really? I did not know that. Noah shakes her head lightly and says, You should have taken my advice earlier. Anne says remorsefully, Sorry. Again. Noah grabs some cotton pads in the first aid kit and puts some whiskey on it before saying, Okay, this is going to sting. A lot. Anne starts saying, Okay, I'm really. Anne stops midway as Noah puts the cotton pads on Anne's forehead, and he could barely contain his scream. Inside the convenience store, Dam goes up to Airdrie and says, Hey, Airdrie. I have a question. Airdrie looks up at him and asks, What is it? Dam asks, What are kisses? Airdrie looks at Dam for a while, with narrowed eyes and a confused expression on his. He takes a sip of his slush, stops, and looks at Dam for a while longer, before taking a second sip. Dam watches him impatiently. After a while, Airdrie finally says, They're little distinctive-shaped chocolates. Airdrie moves his left index finger around in the air to make a small distinctive shape, similar to the chocolate. He then says, wrapped in aluminum foil with a narrow strip of paper protruding from the top. Dam smiles and says, Okay, thanks. Dam starts walking away from him as Airdrie calls out, You're welcome. Airdrie takes another sip of his drink as he shakes his head. Inside Dam's vehicle, Noah put new bandages on Anne's forehead and says, Here you go. You're welcome. Anne smiles at her gratefully as he says, Thank you. I feel much better now, and I'm really sorry for what I said to you earlier. Noah simply rolls her eyes. Go to hell. Anne shakes his head as he says, I will. Good, Noah says, cutting the conversation short. Noah bends a little to put the first aid kit on the passenger seat and turns around as Anne calls out, I have a question. Noah looks at Anne while she is busy placing the first aid kit on the passenger seat. Anne asks, Why are you with my father? He seems a bit older than you. Noah shrugs and says, Age has nothing to do with him. She settles herself peacefully in the back seat behind the passenger side and looks towards Anne. She continues with her earlier comment, He's a good person and a gentleman. It's a shame it doesn't run in the family. Anne looks at her incredulously as he says, Really? Okay. Anne nods his head a little before he says again, You want me to tell you the truth about my father? This question piques Noah's interest as she sits up straight to listen to Anne. Dam and Airdrie are waiting at the end of the line in front of the cash counter. Dam asks, Okay, do you have your snacks? Airdrie looks up at him and says, Yeah, just need a hot dog. Airdrie looks at the stuff Dam is holding curiously and asks, Are those condoms? Dam is looking at the long line in front of him, while Airdrie's gaze is fixated at the pack of condoms. Dam responds unbothered, Yes. But those are flavored condoms, Airdrie says. Dam shrugs. So? Airdrie asks, So you don't know what they're for? Dam looks at Airdrie before looking forward again and says, All I know is it is used to stop you from reproducing. Airdrie looks up at Dam again and shakes his head. It looks like he's some teaching to do. Noah looks at Anne in shock. They are sitting beside each other in the back seat of Dam's car. Noah exclaims, Oh my God, that's horrible. Anne shakes his head and says, I know, he's a really sick man. Noah's eyes are still big from the shock inflicted on her by Anne's revelation about Dam. I can't believe it. Anne says, You should leave him tonight. Noah nods. I will. Anne looks at her with concern flashing at his face. Good for you. I don't want him to ruin your life like he ruined mine. You know, you are a strong, smart, and beautiful person. You don't need a man like my father. Noah gives a half smile to Anne and says, Thanks. Oh, and I accept your apology. Anne smiles back at her. Thanks. Noah turns around and looks outside the car through the back window. She wonders, What's taking them so long? Anne shrugs. They're probably getting drunk or getting high in the bathroom. Noah gets another wave of shock as she asks, Do you really think they'll do that? Anne looks back at Noah and stares at her pretty eyes before responding, Trust me. They are. There at the convenience, Dam and Airdrie are still waiting for their turn as they wait in the line. Both of them have blank faces as they stare at the slow worker on the other side of the cash counter. Airdrie takes another sip of his slush and exhales rather audibly. Anne and Noah keeps wondering how much longer they'll take before they finally come back. Inside Dam's vehicle, Anne is taping at the bottom right window with his right index finger when Noah calls him out. Anne? Anne doesn't move from his position, nor looks up at Noah, but responds, Yeah? Noah smiles at him subtly as she says, Thanks for telling me the truth about your father. I thought you were a bad person when I first met you at the walk-in, but now that I know you more, I think that you're just a good guy with a hard life. Anne looks up at her. You're welcome. You know what? You're a very good person too. You need a person like you, Noah asks with a teasing smile on her face. Anne chuckles. Oh, I'm flattered, but I need a girl like me? Noah doesn't let him complete his sentence. They both laugh lightly. I hope you're still leaving my dad tonight? Anne asks seriously. Noah's smile has also left her face as she responds with all seriousness. I promise I will. Anne looks at the back of the vehicle window before he turned it again to his front and looks at Noah. Anne sighs. I hope they get back soon. Noah says quietly, I hope they stay there for the whole night. Noah slowly leans towards Anne, getting closer to his face. Anne looks back at her and smiles as her lips are just a feather's touch away from his. Anne and Noah both look at each other and smile before closing their eyes and giving in. Their lips finally touch, and soon they are kissing, in each other's embrace. Dam and Airdrie are still waiting in the line when Dam turns around and asks, So, what do you think of Noah? Airdrie looks deeply at Dam as he says, She seems really suspicious about your son. Dam looks shocked. What? Why? Airdrie shrugs and informs him about what he had noticed earlier inside the car. Well, when she was talking about the rude mister she saw earlier today, you, son, looked a bit sheepish. Dam shakes his head. My son is an asshole, a liar, a thief, and a manipulator. But I know for a fact that he will never disrespect a woman. He loves women. He won't ever do something like that. Airdrie arcs an eyebrow as he asks, So, you think that he'll fall in love with Noah? Dam snorts, Oh, come on. It's not as if they're fucking inside the car right now. Both the men are busy talking to each other in front of the cash counter. Meanwhile, inside Dam's car, Anne is kissing on Noah's neck while she is grinding back and forth on his body. Dam and Airdrie finally makes it to the cash counter as it's their turn now. The slow clerk at the other end of the counter seems very busy. The store clerk looks up at them and says, Hello, you better not steal anything, you too, because I was watching you guys when you both got into the store. Dam and Airdrie put their stuff on the counter. The store clerk is typing on his cash register. Okay, that will be... Dam stops him by suddenly saying, Oh, a hot dog. The store clerk looks slightly annoyed as he makes his way towards the left side of the counter, inside the convenience store's cooker, to grab a hot dog. He comes back holding it and places it along with other stuff and says, Okay, that will be... Dam exclaims again, looking at the store clerk sheepishly. Oh, and some red white maple cigarettes, please. The store clerk rolls his eyes at Dam and goes to get the cigarettes behind a cover display cabinet. The store clerk comes back again and begins typing on his cash register. He hands over the cigarettes to Dam before saying, Okay, that will be $48.95. Dam gives him a $50 bill, and the clerk accepts it. Suddenly, as if remembering something else, Dam stops the store clerk in his tracks and says again, Oh, and also a larger chicken leg too. The store clerk huffs and goes back inside the convenience store's cooker to grab the chicken leg. He gives Dam the large chicken leg along with his $50 bill back while saying, Okay, here you go and bye. Dam and Airdrie look up at the money in Dam's hand in confusion. They both look up at the store clerk on the other side of the cash counter. The store clerk looks up at them again, now clearly frustrated. Dam starts saying, Sir? The store clerk says harshly, I said bye. Dam and Airdrie are still standing there, looking confused. Dam nods at him and tries to say again, "Yeah, but sir, your bill." The store clerk's eyes are blazing with rage as he snarls, "Go! Before I call the police on you, you guys. Standing around, looking like idiots. Go home, idiots. You look like fools standing around. Go get laid or something. Pathetic losers." Dam and Airdrie look at each other. Then they walk out of the store as they hear the store clerk shouts from behind, "Have a great night, morons!" Outside the convenience store, Dam suddenly laughs as he waves the bill at Airdrie's face, who's walking on his left beside him. They're walking on the sidewalk towards Dam's car, and Dam says, "Free money!" Dam smiles at Airdrie. Inside the vehicle, Noah is still grinding back and forth on Anne's body. She looks up from the back vehicle window to see Dam and Airdrie coming towards the car. Noah whispers in panic, "Shit! It's Dam!" Noah stops grinding on Anne's body and quickly crawls back to the passenger seat. She is back at her previous place, sitting in the passenger seat as she quickly puts the first aid kit back inside the gloves compartment. She looks at herself in the mirror and tries to fix her hair as much as she can in this limited amount of time, along with wiping off the sweat from her face and neck. She looks at Anne through the rearview mirror and notices that he is lying there looking relaxed. "Wow, that was great!" Anne exclaims just above a whisper, still trying to stop panting. Anne has a big smile on his face as Noah asks, "Can you pass me my underwear?" Anne grabs her underwear on the back seat and gives it back to Noah before he quickly asks, "You got my number?" Noah shakes her head and quickly responds, "No." She puts on her underwear as fast as she can and says, "We just met. What is it?" Anne looks at the driver's side door before saying, "My number is 402-434-6547. By the time Anne finishes saying his number, the driver's side of the door opens up as Dam makes his way inside the car and greets them. "He Zrania, sorry it took so long." Anne puts his top hat right away as Dam and Airdrie get inside the car. Dam goes on about the long line in front of the cash counter. Both the doors of the vehicle close, and Noah responds, "That's okay." Noah smiles back at Dam, while he gives Noah the treats she had asked for. "Here you go," Dam says. Noah gives Dam a forced smile. "Thank you." Dam is about to kiss Noah on the lips, but Noah pulled her chin up and kisses Dam on the forehead instead. When Airdrie is sitting in the vehicle, he notices something about Anne. Sensing someone's gaze upon himself, Anne looks up at Airdrie and asks, "What?" Airdrie continues staring at Anne's face. Anne follows his gaze and looks at his body. As his gaze lowers, he notices that his penis is exposed. Anne looks at it and gasps. He quickly puts his penis sideways inside his pants and zips up his flyer. He gives Airdrie a sheepish smile, while Airdrie just looks at him with a blank face. Dam looks at Noah and asks, "So, were you two getting along?" Noah shrugs. "Oh, we were just on our phones. We didn't talk the entire time. It was just so..." Noah looks up at Dam before saying, "Boring." Dam smiles at Noah, while at the back seat, Airdrie sniffs and asks, "What's the smell?" Dam starts the engine before responding, "Oh, sorry, that must be that dead bird who flew in here weeks ago. Don't worry, I'll spray it later." Airdrie looks at Dam's back of the head as he pulls the car outside the parking lot and starts driving away on the road. At the same time, the store clerk comes running out of the store and looks around as he shouts, "God damn it!" The store clerk goes on knees on the ground and whimpers, "God, I'm stupid!" Inside the vehicle, Dam looks at Noah as she is busy eating her bag of candy. Dam drawls, "So, Noah?" Noah looks up and asks, "Yes?" "Do you wanna..." Before Dam could finish his question, Noah exclaims, "Oh, shoot!" Dam looks at her with concern and asks, "What's wrong?" Noah looks up at Dam and says, "I forgot to ask you to buy me a drink." Dam chuckles. "Don't worry, Airdrie." Airdrie hums while taking a sip of his slush. "Give Noah you slush, please?" Dam asks Airdrie nicely. Noah shakes her head and says, No, that's all right. Airdrie looks at his slush, then back at the left side of Noah's head. Finally, he extends his hand, holding the slush towards the passenger seat, and offers Noah his drink. Hope you like blue sarsaparilla. Oh, you don't have to do that, but thanks. Noah smiles up at Airdrie as she accepts his slush and takes a sip. Dam looks up at Noah again and asks, So do you want to spend the night at my place? Stay at your place tonight? Noah cuts him off. Dam hold his breath. Yeah. Noah exclaims, Oh, geez, but I can't tonight. Maybe some other time. But I really got something to say to you. It's very important. Noah looks and smiles at Anne's reflection in the rearview mirror. Anne smiles at her while eating his chicken leg. Airdrie is looking at Anne while he's smiling at Noah through the rearview mirror. Dam looks a little hurt. Nonetheless, he says, Oh, okay then. Dam is watching the road, and his right hand pulls out something as he extends it towards Anne. Oh, Anne, here. Dam gives Anne an envelope as he says, I took some money out for you. Anne holds the envelope and looks at the money in his right hand as he takes it out. Dam's voice catches his attention once again. Yeah, sorry you can't stay at my place tonight, but there's this nice motel I know that can let you stay for at least 2 weeks. Anne looks at Dam's head from behind and smiles at him slightly. I'll drop you off there first. Dam turns towards Noah and smiles at her. And then I'll take you where you want to go, Noah. Dam gives Noah a half smile. Noah looks at Anne's reflection in the rearview mirror again. Her gaze seems suspicious, but Anne ignores that and gives Noah a big smile. Dam gives Noah a half smile. Noah looks at Anne's reflection in the rearview mirror again. Her gaze seems suspicious, but Anne ignores that and gives Noah a big smile. Chapter 13. Night Stay. The door of the house opens as Dam holds the door handle and lets Airdrie in. Airdrie enters the house and looks around to notice everything clean and in place. The previous mess and garbage no more lingering around. Airdrie looks back at Dam and says, The place looks good. Dam closes the door after stepping inside and looks around as he says, Yeah. Airdrie looks at Dam and asks, So where do I sleep? Airdrie then looks around and points his index finger towards the living room. Dam looks at his finger first, then to the spot he was pointing at as Airdrie asks again, On the couch? Dam is still watching as he hears Airdrie's voice. He turns his head around to look at Airdrie. After a slight pause, and with slow steps forward, he responds, Nah, just take Anne's room. Nobody's using it. Dam turns around once again as he yawns. He takes off his jacket quickly and holds it on his right shoulder. His face looks weary, and he looks tired. Without looking back at Airdrie again, he says, You'll get the payment tomorrow, I promise. With no other word or waiting for Airdrie's response, Dam walks straight towards the hallway. He walks in the hallway, making his way to his bedroom as he reaches there and opens the door. He doesn't look up at Airdrie, who is watching his movement while he is making his way towards Anne's bedroom. Dam gets inside his bedroom, closes the door behind him. Airdrie enters inside Anne's room as well and is now lying on the bed. On Anne's bed, Airdrie takes out his cell phone and dials a number. He places the phone against his right ear as he says, Yeah, I'm still here. He wants me to stay the night. I don't know, but he'll pay me tomorrow. He didn't say how much, but I hope it is enough. How are the kids? Oh, that's good. Tell them I love them. Okay, I gotta go. Good night. Anne, I love you too. Bye. Anne's room's door is still ajar when he is hanging up the phone. He looks up to see Dam going in the other room, across from his, in the hallway. He notices Dam holding something in his right hand. Before Dam can get away from his sight, Airdrie calls out, What are you doing over there? Dam stops in his tracks immediately before he looks up at Airdrie while carrying an ideal lit L bowl. Dam wasn't expecting Airdrie to be awake and watching, but now that he has seen him, he responds, Oh, I'm just feeding Crystal's turtles. Dam moves forward and opens the top cover of the tank. He looks inside and says, "Yeah, I forgot to feed him today, just like Crystal did when she was here." Dam carefully removes the lid of the tank and opens the ideal lit L bowl. Then, he pours some vegetables out of the bowl. The vegetables he's poured out lands near the turtle's face. He watches the turtle as he slowly moves his face forward and starts eating its food. He legit seems hungry. Dam is watching as the turtle munches on its food as eagerly as it can manage given its speed. He suddenly says, "I feel bad for Anne not staying here for the night." Airdrie looks straight at Dam, who is still busy watching the turtle, as he says, "Well, at least he's staying at that motel." Dam says, still sounding unsure, "Yeah, I guess so." Dam finishes feeding the turtle as he stops pouring vegetables in the tank. Dam lifts the tank's top cover from where he had placed before and placed it back in place firmly. He slowly makes his way out of that room and closes the door behind him. Dam looks up at Airdrie to notice that he is still watching him intently. He thinks for a moment before saying, "You know what? We should fix Anne's boiler problem." Airdrie responds without a second thought, "Yeah, we should." Dam looks at Airdrie and says, "Yeah, but we'll probably do it tomorrow, see what the damage is." Dam and Airdrie are quiet. The room is shrouded in silence, and both of them neither say nor do anything. The silence was uncomfortable, and Airdrie can tell that Dam is holding something in. He looks at Dam and asks, "So, do you want to talk about what happened?" Dam's yawn cuts Airdrie's sentence short before he can complete his question. Airdrie gets the message that Dam isn't ready to talk about it, and Dam confirms it by saying, "I'm going to sleep. Good night, Airdrie." Before Airdrie can respond, Dam moves away, and within minutes, he is out of Airdrie's sight. Airdrie looks at his back and says, "Good night." Dam walks towards his bedroom with tired steps, and as soon as he enters inside his bedroom, he closes the door. He walks towards the left side of the bed, but before he can reach the bed, he falls face first on the floor. Lying on the ground, he looks in front of him to see the object that made him trip and fall. "Fuck!" Dam says out of exasperation. With his right foot, Dam moves that object to somewhere so he doesn't trip and falls again. He looks at the thing with frustration and whispers, "Fucking thing." Dam stands up from the ground and finally makes his way to the bed. He slowly lays down on the bed and puts both his hands together. His face holds a suspicious expression. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he pulls something out of his pants' right pocket. He's now holding a small ripped paper in his right hand while staring at it intently. His suspicious expression changes to one of sadness as he stares at the paper consistently. As if he can't hold his emotions inside any longer, he burst into tears, and before he knew, tears are streaming down his face as he starts crying. With tears still running down his face, Dam turns to his left and turns off the lamp. He doesn't want anything intruding on his flow of emotions. He wants to be left alone and can't even tolerate the beam of light from the lamp illuminating the room dimly. The lamp's light is still on and is placed beside a much older man who is sitting idly, reading a book. The book cover has the name and is called Tricksters. From where the man is sitting and reading the book, one can see outside that building. There is a big sign pole outside, and the sign reads, "Sleeves Grand Motel." There is another sign at the bottom of the big illuminated sign. This smaller sign read, "No Vacancy," diminishing the hopes of traveler and residents who had planned to spend the night at that motel. A vehicle is pulling up by the sidewalk of the building. The vehicle further ahead and comes to a halt inside the Sleeves Grand Motel's parking lot. There are 4 people inside the vehicle: Dam, Airdrie, Anne, and Noah. Dam removes his eyes from the windshield and looks behind towards Anne, who is sitting peacefully at the back seat. Anne looks up at his father as Dam says, "Okay, Anne, this is the place." Anne looks at the motel with a surprised expression on his face, then looks back at Dam before saying, "I don't think I can afford this place? And it said no vacancy." Dam looks at Anne and responds, "You just go in and ask for a room. Tell them that Dam sent you, and they'll give you a secret room for a discount." Airdrie looks at Dam and asks, "What's the discount?" Dam looks at Airdrie and says, "If you mention my name, they'll give you a room for 2 weeks, just for $45.95. Both of them are talking while Anne is still looking at the motel from inside the car. Dam's voice interrupts his thoughts as he says, "Come on, don't be shy." Anne opens the car door. He starts stepping out of the vehicle, but he is having trouble doing so. Dam looks at him struggling and says, "Maybe you should take off that top hat?" Without looking back inside the car, Anne responds, "I got this." After struggling for a few more minutes, Anne finally steps out of the vehicle, with his head ducking out of the car first as he puts both of his hands on top of his head, which was still covered with the top hat. Anne steps completely out of the vehicle and let go of his top hat. As soon as he removes his hands from his head, a sudden strong wind blows his top hat away. Anne's eyes go up in their sockets as he touches his head with his hands again, to feel that his top hat is gone. He uses both of his hands to cover his forehead so that no one can see the bandage on his forehead. The wind is still strong and blowing all the fallen leaves and garbage on the street in the air. Suddenly, all the cash Anne had kept inside his pocket come flying out. All of the money is now blowing in the air, with the wind going in all directions. Anne looks up at the sky with a panic-stricken face. Without wasting another second, he tries to catch his dollar bills with both of his hands, but to no avail. The wind is very strong, and he can barely keep up with the heights to which the wind is taking his money. Anne keeps on trying to catch the money. Rom inside the vehicle, Noah, Dam, and Airdrie are watching Anne struggling to catch his flying bills. Dam quickly rolls down the passenger seat window and shouts out, "Anne, me and Airdrie will help you!" Anne shouts back without listening to the entire sentence, "No!" "That's okay. Thank you." Dam hears Anne's answer and shouts back, offering help one more time, "Are you sure?" Anne shouts, "Yes!" Anne quickly covers his forehead with his left hand. He stops jumping and struggling, and just looks up to see all his money flying away to an unreachable height with the wind. He doesn't look away. With his eyes still fixated on the sky, he stands there still, with his mouth slightly agape. He keeps staring at the bright night sky. After a few minutes of staring at the sky, Anne finally looks down, closes his mouth, and makes his way towards the passenger side of the vehicle. Anne is still holding his forehead with his left hand as he is standing by Dam's side of the car. Dam looks up at him remorsefully and says, "Geez, sorry, Anne." Anne shakes his head and says, "It's okay. Money can fly away." Dam looks at Anne and, as if suddenly remembering something, says, "Well, I still got this 50 from the store." Dam puts his right hand in his pants' right pocket and quickly retrieves a $50 bill. He hands it over to Anne through the passenger side window, while all of them are still seated inside. Anne gives him a grateful smile as he says, "Thanks." Anne's right hand grabs the bill from Dam's hand. Dam looks at Anne before responding, "You're welcome." Anne says, "Well, see you." Dam says back, "See you later." Anne looks at Airdrie and nods his head once before saying, "See you, new guy." Airdrie gives a short and curt response as he says, "See you." Anne looks at Noah and puts his right hand out, anticipating that she'll shake his hand. Anne quickly says, "Good night, Noah." Noah looks at his extended right hand, and without placing hers in his, she responds, "Bye." The passenger window rolls up as Anne watches it from the outside. When Dam is done rolling the window, he backs up and drives away, leaving Anne standing at the parking lot. Anne turns around and sees Boiler standing and waiting for him. Before he knows it, a loud scream erupts past Anne's mouth. Boiler smiles at him while holding a big black bag in his right hand. He says, "Hey, Anne. Miss me?" Anne looks at him intently as he asks, "What the hell are you doing here?" Boiler shrugs before responding nonchalantly, "A guy who owes me money was here. I did him a hot favor." Anne says, "Oh, I see." Boiler looks and smiles at Anne's body, while Anne is looking down on the ground. Boiler looks at Anne's hand closely before asking, "What's that in your hand?" "Money?" Boiler's right index and middle fingers grab the $50 bill from Anne's right hand. Boiler looks at the bill, but he does not look impressed. He looks back up at Anne before saying, "Oh, Anne! I thought you'd do better than this." Boiler waves the bill at Anne's face. His face is holding a serious yet evil expression. Suddenly, without warning whatsoever, he rips the bill in half. He looks at Anne and says, "I want the full amount, not 0.5%. Anne looks at the bill, while it slowly falls back to the ground, swaying lightly with the flow of the air. When the half bill is on the ground, Anne looks back at Boiler. Boiler is still smiling at Anne. Anne says, "Yeah, that's all found, this evening." Boiler and Anne stand at the parking lot for a while. Anne looks at his right, then he looks up and then looks down before saying, "Well, I better go and get your money then." Boiler looks unbothered as he says, "Okay." Anne turns around and walks away. Boiler shouts out to Anne from behind his back as he says, "Try to get all the money tonight, will you?" Anne doesn't bother to respond and keeps moving forward. Anne is entering a park where a homeless man notices him. He walks closer to the homeless man when the man mutters, "How are you doing, man? Good?" Anne sighs and replies, "Ah, good." The homeless man listens to Anne's answer and mutters again, "That's good. God loves you, man." Anne starts walking again as he walks away from the homeless man who was lying at his left. Anne keeps walking ahead as he looks around and sees a lot of people in the park. Most of those people are sleeping on sleeping bags, while two of them have sleeping tents and are sleeping rather peacefully inside those. Anne walks by an old lady in beggar's clothes who is sleeping near a streetscape trash can. Anne goes and sits on the edge of the left side of the street bench. While he's sitting on the bench, a guy comes up to him on his left. The guy looks drunk or high, and in his half-asleep state, he slurs, "Hey, that's my bed. You're going to get your ass printed all over it." Anne quickly responds, "Sorry." Anne is not able to finish his sentence and apologize when the sleepy man pushes him off the bench. Anne lands at the ground on his behind between the grass and concrete near the left side of the bench and groans. The sleepy man then walks away towards the corner where he came from. Anne gets up on his feet before walking away as well. He gazes around the park in the dark, some more before his eyes land on something. He looks up towards a corner to notice boxes and an old dirty towel lying on the grass. Anne goes ahead and sits by the boxes and starts making a little bed out of the boxes, while uses the towel to make his blanket. Anne is sitting near the boxes when he looks up and notices a lady sitting across the grass from where he is sitting. The lady's legs are crossed on the grass. Suddenly, the park lady is frowning at Anne. Before Anne can ask or look away, the park lady shouts at him, "What the fuck you looking at, faggot?" Anne shrugs and responds, "Nothing, you're just looking at me funny." The park lady doesn't respond for a while. Then she suddenly says, "You remind me of someone." Anne looks at her and asks, "Really? Who?" Anne starts to lie down on the boxes, out of which he had made his bed for the night. The park lady falls silent yet again and doesn't say anything for a moment. She remembers something and says again, "Just a friendly asshole." Anne yawns and says, "That's nice." Anne is now fully lying on the boxes. He drapes the towel on top of his body and covers as much as he can. He starts laying on his right side while trying to get comfortable on the ground and closing his eyes. He hears the park lady's voice yet again. "What's your name?" Anne opens his eyes and looks at her before asking, "Why do you want to know?" The park lady shrugs and responds, "I'm a curious girl." The park lady smiles at Anne, while Anne goes silent for a moment. Then he finally replies, "Anne." The park lady looks confused as she asks, "Like Anne? Like A-N-N?" Anne says, "No, like Anne." The park lady looks even more confused and asks the second time, "How do you spell it?" Anne spells his name for her, A-N, and yeah, it's stupid. A friend gave me a nickname though. It suits my character more than Anne. An old lady from my dad's house nicknames me Anton. God, I hate that name more. And the way she spells it? She spells it with an O instead of an I for tin. What kind of fool spells it like that? That's how you spell it. The O is pronounced like an I, just like Javier. You fucking retard. The park lady giggles a bit while saying, "How did you get a name like that anyway?" Anne scoffs and says, "I don't know. My parents were stupid morons." The prac lady looks at him weirdly and says, "Hey, you shouldn't talk about your parents like that. It's not nice." Anne looks uninterested at her advice as he says, "Whatever. They're deadbeat losers anyway." Anne yawned before continuing, "They deserve to rot in hell. Lazy douchebags, mother. Fuckers, by the way. What's your name?" Anne falls asleep soon. He has a nice smile on his face while sleeping. Suddenly, Anne slowly opens his eyes and sees an older lady looking and smiling at him. The older lady notices Anne's eyes are fluttering before he finally opens his eyes. She smiles some more and greets, "Morning." Anne yawns and greets back, "Morning." The older lady asks, "Good sleep?" Anne looks at the older lady and says, Sure." The older lady questions again, "Anything ordinary?" Anne smiles at the older lady with a half-lidded eyes and says, No." The older lady says suggestively, "Anything erotic?" Anne opens his eyes and looks confused before asking, "What are you getting at?" The older lady gets closer to Anne's face and still smiling. Then she says, "I got to tell you, do you always sleep in the nude? Because I like it." Anne groggily asks, "Sleep in the nude?" He lets out a scream as he realizes that he has no clothes on. He covers his crotch with both of his hands, looks up at the older lady, and asks, "How long have I been like this?" The old lady shrugs and says, "Dunno. I just saw you like this. I'm assuming you're like this. It's a great look on you." Chapter 14. Crossing Paths Again. As if finally getting out of his dreamland and coming in terms with the reality, Anne gets up and starts running away. He runs by the side of the old lady in the beggar's clothes. The old lady is too busy searching for things inside the streetscape trash can at the park to notice a stark naked Anne running for his, dignity. Someone from the other side throws a wrapper towards the streetscape trash can, and it lands right inside the trash can. The streetscape is placed inside someplace, at the corner. It's standing on a black and white checkered floor, though it's not as big and rusty as the one in the park. It's a smaller plastic trash can, perfect to be placed at home. Airdrie walks beside the small plastic trash can and makes his way out of the kitchen towards the living room when suddenly the doorbell starts to ring. Instead of going inside the living room, Airdrie goes straight to the front door and opens it. He is met with a man who is wearing a straw cowboy hat over his long but kinda short hair, paired with boots. Airdrie assesses the visitor from head to toe before he looks up at his face again. The visitor looks at Airdrie skeptically and says, "Hola? ¿Sabes si Dam Reach vive en esta barrio?" Airdrie looks at him and asks, "I'm sorry, what?" Vaquero says, "¿Conoces el alcance de la presa? Lo siento, es una broma de mal gusto. Pero veo que tienes un neoyorquino. El camarero de recuerdos especiales me dijo que fuera aquí. No sabía exactamente dónde vive Dam, pero sí me indicó esta dirección. Pero no lo creo ahora. Finalmente me lo dijo cuando le hice tragar una botella de whisky por la garganta. Sí, todos sus dientes estaban en el mostrador. También estaba llorando. Mocos por toda la nariz, al igual que sangre, orina y heces. Ella era un verdadero desastre. De todos modos, veo su vehículo, pero no es el color. Es dueño de este automóvil durante mucho tiempo, o lo tuvo recientemente, o sabe dónde. Dam Reach?" Airdrie shakes his head and says, "I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish." Especially really long sentences. Vaquero pulls his small Spanish dictionary along with his reading glasses from his pocket. He quickly wears his glasses and holds the dictionary in front of his face. His eyes are narrowed as he reads the dictionary keenly. Vaquero reads a few pages before he starts speaking. His eyes are still at the dictionary pages as he says in fractures English with a unique accent, "Do." He pauses and looks back at the book before saying, "Ooh!" He looks at Airdrie, then back at the books, and continues in the same fractured English. "No." He looks at the book again and says, "Dump rich?" Airdrie looks at him for a moment before he asks, "Damn reach?" Vaquero nods and says, "See?" Airdrie points towards the house across from him. Then, he looks back at Vaquero and says, "Maybe those people know damn reach." Vaquero turns around and looks at the house. Without looking back at Airdrie, he asks in his fractured English again, "Dump rich?" Vaquero looks back at Airdrie, anticipating an answer now, as Airdrie responds, "Yeah." Vaquero says, "Muchas gracias." Without another word, Vaquero turns around and starts walking towards the house across the street that Airdrie had pointed to. Airdrie immediately closes the front door and makes his way towards Dam's bedroom. Without knocking, he enters inside, tries to wake Dam up. He places his hand on the back of his right shoulder and shakes him. Dam doesn't budge at all. He is still sleeping with the same clothes that he was wearing when he came back home after the ride. Airdrie doesn't stop and keeps shaking him by his right shoulder until finally, Dam turns at the side a bit and slowly flutters his eyes open. As soon as Dam opens his eyes, he is met with Airdrie's face, holding an unreadable expression. He looks at him with narrowed eyes, still slightly drowsy from his deep slumber, as he is lying on the right side of his body in bed. Dam asks Airdrie in a hoarse voice, "What?" Airdrie informs him, "Vaquero was here." Dam still seems sleepy as he responds, "That's nice." Dam goes back to sleep. Airdrie tries to wake up Dam again by shaking the same shoulder, this time a bit harder. Airdrie asks, "Did you hear what I just said?" Dam opens his eyes a little and looks at Airdrie before saying, "Yeah." He opens his mouth and lets out a yawn before repeating what Airdrie had just said. "Vaquero was here." As soon as he finishes the sentence, Dam goes back to sleep. Airdrie looks towards his left and wonders whatever's wrong with him. Suddenly, as if he has finally been able to decipher what Airdrie really said, Dam jumps out of bed and rushes towards Airdrie. "Oh, shit! Vaquero was here, what?" Dam asks Airdrie as soon as he is standing near him. "Yeah, he was here, but I told him to go to the Potflower's house instead," Airdrie informs him. Dam looks at Airdrie for a split second before rushing out of the bedroom. Without looking anywhere, he makes his way towards the living room. Standing near the side window, beside the TV, he looks out of the house, towards Potflower's house from inside. Dam can see Vaquero knocking on the door of the Potflower residence. Dam hears Vaquero's voice in a far distant, saying, "Hola!" Dam stops looking and turns around, facing Airdrie's face. He whispers just enough for Airdrie to hear, "Okay." We quickly go outside, go to the car, and drive away. "What will happen if he sees us?" Airdrie asks. Dam says as he looks at Airdrie, "Let's just hope to Christ he doesn't, or else we're fucked." Airdrie asks again, "Why can't we just wait until he leave?" Before Airdrie can finish, his question Dam says, "Let's go." As Dam interrupts Airdrie's suggestion, he quickly makes his way out of the living room. A faint noise of knocking can still be heard at a distance as Vaquero keeps on banging the door of Potflower's residence without an answer. Airdrie and Dam are quickly walking towards Dam's vehicle at the other side of the house, at a far distance from where Vaquero is knocking the door. Dam quickly stands near the driver's side, while Airdrie makes his way towards the passenger side of the car. Dam's right hand goes into his right pocket, but before he can retrieve what he is looking for, he stops. Dam's hands start searching for something around his body as he starts to panic. Dam tries to open the door, but he isn't able to. Dam quickly punches the window of the driver's side of the car. However, the window didn't break as well. Dam pauses for a moment. Then he puts his left hand on his right hand and starts running around the lawn while his mouth went big. He tries not to scream. Vaquero moves his head to the left, where Dam and Airdrie are standing. Dam and Airdrie are still and looking at Vaquero, who is knocking at the door consistently. Suddenly, Vaquero is looking back at the door and continues knocking. Dam looks confused. Nonetheless, he quickly sprints towards his house, leaving Airdrie to keep an eye at Vaquero. 1 minute and 30 seconds pass, and as fast as Dam could, he brings the keys out of the house and immediately unlocks the driver's side door before opening it and ducking inside as soon as he can. Airdrie is still looking at Vaquero while standing at the passenger side of the side. He then gets inside the passenger side and closes the door once he's settled inside. Dam turns the key in the ignition, and the engine roars to life. He slowly takes his car out of the driveway as he drives slowly towards the street. When Dam's vehicle slowly turns right, Vaquero moves his head to the left again. Dam's vehicle stops. Vaquero looks towards it and keeps knocking on the door again. With that, Dam's vehicle drives away. "Hola!" Vaquero calls out again, but doesn't receive an answer. He stops and decides not to waste more of his time knocking at the unknown door. Vaquero then walks back to Dam's house. When Vaquero gets to Dam's front door, he notices that Dam's vehicle is gone. "Probablemente se fue a trabajar," he muttered to himself. Vaquero looks around and walks away. Dam's vehicle is driving it on the bridge and is heading towards the city. Inside the vehicle, Dam seems shaken but relieved. "Fuck, that was close," he says. Airdrie affirms his statement as he says, "Yeah, too close." Dam looks at Airdrie from his right and says, "Thanks for distracting him." Airdrie responds, "You're welcome." Dam and Airdrie are quiet inside the vehicle for a while. Airdrie looks down from his left. Suddenly, Dam coughs, and after a pause, he says, "Also, thanks again for warning me about Vaquero back there." Airdrie doesn't look at Dam as he says, "You're welcome again." But is it safe to go back there? Because somehow he's there? Do you think he got some answers from the bar? Dam's eyes are blank as he looks ahead at the door while still driving. After a moment, he says, "Maybe he did. But don't worry about him. He's just after me. He's not coming for you to get to me. Yesterday, I was just fooling you about the silly things I said about Vaquero, just because I didn't want to go into town. Sorry about that." Airdrie looks at Dam and says, "It's all right. It did seem a little over-exaggerated, whatever you said about what he does, and I did get nervous when you handed your car keys to me." Dam responds apologetically, "Yeah, it sure was foolish of me." Dam's eyes are focused on the floor of the car as he looks down at his left. His train of thoughts is disrupted by Airdrie's voice as he asks, "So, where are we going now?" Dam looks up instantly, and his eyes are now at Airdrie as he says, "To the bank." As Dam had informed earlier, they are now standing in front of the bank. Dam and Airdrie are waiting in line at the bank. Dam and Airdrie get to the counter. The teller gives Dam a check, and Dam hands over the check to Airdrie. As soon as he receives the check from Dam, Airdrie looks at the check. Airdrie looks at the amount written on the check, which was $2,500. Airdrie looks back up at Dam and says, "I have to go to my bank now." Dam nods, and they make their way to Dam's car once again. After driving for a while, Dam and Airdrie are now standing in front of another bank. They are waiting in the line for their turn, so Airdrie can deposit the check in his account. Dam and Airdrie get to the counter, and Airdrie gives the check to the teller. They both step out of the bank once their job is done there. They go straight to the vehicle, and both of them open the respective doors of the vehicle before getting inside. They sit in the vehicle at the same time and close the door after they're inside. Dam starts the engine once again and asks, "Hey, want to get some shaved ice drinks?" Dam parks the vehicle on top of the hill. Dam and Airdrie are eating their shaved ice drinks with red plastic spoons as they are still sitting inside the vehicle. Dam quickly looks towards the bottom of the hill, then he goes back to eating his shaved ice drink. Suddenly, as if something just came under his notice, he looks back down the hill and looks at someone. "Holy shit!" Dam exclaims. Airdrie is still slurping his drink as he looks at Dam and asks, "What?" Dam says, "It's her." Airdrie asks, "Who?" He slurps his drink some more before saying, "The cleaning lady?" "The clean..." Dam stops in his tracks and looks at Airdrie from his right. Then he says, "Yeah, the cleaning lady." Airdrie, still slurping his drink, says, "Really? Which one is she? Dam looks again and points at her while saying, she is the one who is sitting on the bench, wearing the black leather jacket and blue jeans, holding a phone in her soft little hands, looking beautiful as always. Airdrie looks towards the bottom of the hill. He sees the cleaning lady as she throws her cell phone on the ground, with anger and frustration. Then she picks it back up. Finally, she takes off her jacket and puts it on the bench and rolls up her sleeve. She starts to rub her forehead. Dam's mouth opens while he's looking at her. Little saliva started to come out from Dam's mouth. Airdrie looks back at Dam and asks, why is she wearing Anne's shirt? Dam asks, huh? Dam looks at Airdrie and cleans the saliva off his mouth. Airdrie repeats his previous question again, but this time making it as a statement rather than a question. She is wearing Anne's long-sleeved shirt. Dam looks back at the cleaning lady and notices the shirt. He looks back at Airdrie and comes up with an explanation as he says, maybe she has the same taste in fashion as Anne. Yeah, Airdrie says as he slurps his drink. I guess you're right. The cleaning lady notices something and looks around the area. Then she looks up and notices Dam's vehicle. Airdrie looks at her and then at Dam as he says, I think she has noticed us. The cleaning lady doesn't wait for another second as she gets up from the bench where she was sitting and walks up the hill. Dam puts his shaved ice drinks on the dashboard and pulls out his sunglasses from inside of his jacket and starts putting them on. Dam looks back at the cleaning lady. She's now walking on top of the hill, close to Dam's vehicle. Dam starts the vehicle, but the vehicle is stalling. Dam tries to start the vehicle again, but the vehicle is still stalling. The cleaning lady is halfway top of the hill. Dam looks at her, worried, and tries to start the vehicle for the third time. Yet again, the vehicle is still stalling. The cleaning lady is at the driver's side window now. Dam looks at the cleaning lady while still trying to start the vehicle. Finally, after a couple of more attempts, the vehicle starts. Dam looks up and smiles at her. Dam greets her as he says, Hi. The cleaning lady doesn't seem to be in a mood for greetings, as she asks rather furiously, Why the fuck are you perving on me? Dam looks at her apologetically and says, I'm sorry, I just noticed you on the bench and… The cleaning lady is frowning at Dam's face, and before he can finish his sentence, she takes off the sunglasses from Dam's eyes. Dam just says, Keep them. The cleaning lady doesn't regard Dam, as she just looks at the sunglasses and wears them. Dam looks at her with admiration, and after a while, he comes out of the trance and says, You probably don't remember me. The cleaning lady responds, Dampen. Dam looks at her and says, Yeah, that's my real name. The cleaning lady responds in a bored tone saying, Yeah, kids made fun of you because you're a retard. At that, Dam shakes his head and says, No, they made fun of my name because my real name is Dampen. Dam stops midway as he looks at the cleaning lady as she grabs the ice-shaved drink from the dashboard. Dam looks up at her again and says, So I had to get rid of the second syllable. Dam looks back at his drink, which is now in her hands. Dam suddenly yells, Yeah, you can have that if you like. The cleaning lady throws the shaved ice drink on Dam's face. Dam looks shocked and wide awake. Dam had no idea that the drink is that cold. He starts shivering as he utters out, Wow, that's cold. Anne, I'm sorry for looking at you. It won't happen again. The cleaning lady looks at Airdrie. However, Airdrie seems unbothered as he is still eating his shaved ice drink. The fuck? You looking at faggot? The cleaning lady exclaims at Airdrie. Airdrie doesn't respond. Instead, he just slurps his drink a bit more. Dam pipes in and says, Allow me to introduce my trainee, my associate, and my new friend, Airdrie. Airdrie slurps his drink as he greets her. Hello? He slurps his drink again before asking, I have a question for you. Where did you get that shirt from? The cleaning lady looks at her shirt, then looks back up at Airdrie before responding. I found it. Airdrie pesters as he asks again, Where? The cleaning lady looks around before looking back at Airdrie as she says, Here at the park. I even have his phone. The cleaning lady pulls out the cell phone. Airdrie looks at the phone in the cleaning lady's hand and looks back at Dam before saying, Looks like your son's phone, Dam. Dam looks at the phone and asks, "Really?" Dam quickly looks at Airdrie, then looks at his left. The cleaning lady quickly puts the cell phone down so Dam couldn't see it in her hand. Dam says, "Huh?" Dam looks back at Airdrie, then says, "You know my son password is 3825633." The cleaning lady looks down at the cell phone and types in the numbers, while Airdrie looks back at Dam and asks, "How do you know your son's password?" When the cleaning lady finishes typing in the password, the cell phone goes straight to the home screen. Dam shrugs, still looking at Airdrie, and says, "I just guessed." The cleaning lady mutters, "Fuck off." Dam looks at her and asks, "What?" The cleaning lady looks up and smiles at Dam. Then she seductively says, "Nothing." The cleaning lady takes off the sunglasses and gets a little closer to Dam's face. In the same seductive voice, she asks, "Do you have a smoke I can borrow?" Dam grabs a cigarette from inside his jacket and gives it to her. The cleaning lady, grabs it with her right index and middle finger as she quickly puts the cigarette in her mouth. She balances the cigarette between her lips as she seductively says, "Thanks. You got a lighter?" Dam pulls out a lighter and lights up the cleaning lady's cigarette. When the cigarette is fully lit, she starts to inhale it. Finally, she puffs out the smoke from her left side. She looks back at Dam and in a seductive voice says, "Open your mouth." As soon as Dam opens his mouth, the cleaning lady puts her cigarette inside his mouth. When the cigarette is in Dam's mouth, he closes it and starts to inhale it. Suddenly, he puffs out the smoke. The cleaning lady is still smiling at Dam suggestively. She looks at Dam with droopy eyes and asks in a low, whispering voice, "Do you have anything to drink?" Dam is still looking at the cleaning lady, enticed by her beauty, as he asks, "Airdrie? Your drink?" The cleaning lady says, "No." Then, in a seductive voice, she says again, "I need a real drink." Dam looks at her as his right hand reaches out to the glove department. He opens the glove department and grabs out the bottle of whiskey and gives it to the cleaning lady. She looks at the bottle, then back at Dam, as she says, "Thanks." The cleaning lady takes a little sip from the whiskey. Dam is still looking at her while she's drinking the alcohol. When she finishes the bottle, she holds it with her left hand and goes back to Dam's face. Dam's mouth is open. Her face is near Dam's as she once again. She seductively asks, "Do you have a phone?" Dam stammers a little as he responds, It's at my house." The cleaning lady asks just above a whisper, "Why is it at your house?" Dam responds, "It's a home phone." The cleaning lady asks, "What?" Dam says, "Yeah, I don't like portable phones." The cleaning lady says, "Well, if you want to talk to me, you have to go and get yourself a portable phone." Dam says, "Okay, I'll buy one today." The cleaning lady seductively says, "Good." Then she gets a little closer to Dam's face and suggests, "But you should steal it instead. Save money." "Good idea," responds Dam. Airdrie, who was watching this whole conversation without a word, suddenly says, "No, Dam, don't do that." The cleaning lady looks at Airdrie, who ignores her, and continues speaking to Dam. "You told me you're not going to steal. And besides, a friend told me about this store that sells really good cell phones, for the right price. I can take you there if you like." Dam hears Airdrie's suggestion and says, "Well, that sounds like a better thing, but..." The cleaning lady cuts him off as she says, "So, you're going to take that advice from this faggot over here?" Dam looks at her and drawls, "Ah." Then, Dam looks at Airdrie. Airdrie looks at him before Dam drawls again, "Ah." Dam looks back at the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady is still looking at him. Dam looks back and forth. Then he looks towards the cleaning lady again before saying, "Well, we better go and get that phone. Don't want to waste any more of your time talking to us." The cleaning lady calls out, "Dam?" "Yeah?" Dam responds before looking back at the cleaning lady and smiles. The cleaning lady insists, "Make your decision." "Bye, miss," Dam says. The cleaning lady walks away. Dam looks at her back and says, "Ah." I thought she was going to tell me her name. Dam puts the gear stick in reverse and turns his back to see if anyone is behind his vehicle. Then, he looks at Airdrie and asks, "So, what do you think of her in person?" Airdrie responds with a straight face. "As I said before, not a nice person." Chapter 15. Naked Trouble. Dam's vehicle slowly backs away, out of the hill where he had parked it. The cleaning lady doesn't look back again as she trots forward with Anne's cell phone still in her hands as she looks at it while holding it in her right hand. The other hand is busy as it is holding the bottle of whiskey that Dam gave her earlier. After walking for a while more, she finally sits down at a nearby bench. Once she's settled there, she quickly takes off the lid of the whiskey bottle and takes another sip quickly. The booze enters her system and relaxes her instantly. She feels calm from the inside, and it is apparent at her face as well. Suddenly, she hears whispers from somewhere around. She looks around the area and notices the whisper is coming from bushes from her right. When she acknowledges that she's heard the whispers, someone from behind the bushes calls out, "You!" The cleaning lady's right index finger points to herself. The person behind the bush must have seen her movement as he whispers again, "Yeah, you! Give me back my fucking things." The cleaning lady called back, "What things, talking bush?" She heard whispers coming from the other end of the bush again. "You're wearing my fucking shirt!" The cleaning lady looks down her body and at the shirt she is currently wearing. Then she looks up again and says, "Oh, you mean this? I found it." The bush whispers again, "Oh, really? Where did you find it?" The cleaning lady drawls, "I saw this ugly-looking kid who was sleeping across from me. He was wearing it, so I decided to take it off his body and wear it. He was a real gentleman for giving me his shirt while he was still sleeping." The person behind the bush whispers again, this time with gritted teeth, "Anne, is that his phone as well?" The cleaning lady holds up the cell phone and looks at the screen. With an amused tone and a hint of sarcasm, she says, "Yeah, he has nice friends. Lane, Guano, Boiler. What interested names." The bush whispers again as he asks, "How did you get my password?" The cleaning lady responds, "I'm psychic." The cleaning lady smiles at the bush. The person behind the bush whispers, "Oh, really? What other psychic things can you tell me?" The cleaning lady replies, "I know that the ugly kid owes money to Boiler. Anne, I know how he's going to get it." The cleaning lady peers at the cell phone again before looking up at the bush and continuing her previous statement as she says, "And I know he slept with his father's girlfriend in the back seat of his car." "What?" Now the cleaning lady looks a little remorseful. The person behind the bush can't see her expressions as he whispers, "Well, you can have the shirt and cell phone, but can you at least please give me my pants back?" The cleaning lady looks back at the bush. She suddenly says, "I didn't take your pants." The bush got quiet for a moment as the cleaning lady doesn't hear anything from it. After a short pause, the bush whispers again, "Well, I better get going. See you later. Bye." The bush goes still as the cleaning lady says, "Jerk off, prick." The park seems pretty big, and there are a lot of people around. On one side, there is an ice rink covering a space. On the ice rinks, two people can be spotted, a father and daughter. Ice father encourages Ice daughter as he says, "Come on, sweetie, you can do it." Ice daughter looks down on the ice. There is fear apparent at her face as she stammers, "I can't do it." Ice father responds calmly, "Just watch daddy and you'll be fine." Ice father skates towards her, but before he can reach Ice daughter's side, he falls on his back and hits his head on the iced floor. He groans in pain, "Ow!" Ice daughter screams as she sees Ice father lying on the iced floor, looking like he is in pain. Despite the ache, Ice father puts out his right hand and waves it slightly in the air as he tries to reassure Ice daughter, saying, "Don't worry, daddy's all right. He just tripped. Let me just get on my feet, and now—" Before he can get up, He yells again as he falls down on the iced floor yet again. This time, he falls face first. Ice Daughter looks at him with a worried look on her face as she looks at Ice Father in pain from falling down twice. Anne is still hiding behind the bush. When he hears the commotion, he separates a few branches of the bush to see if there is anyone on the other side of the bush. When he doesn't see anyone, he quickly gets out of the bush and starts walking on the park road as fast as he can. Anne puts both of his hands on the crotch while looking left and right to make sure that no one is watching him. Anne looks at both his sides again frequently until his eyes settle on the ice rink placed on his left side. Ice Daughter looks at Anne at one of the corners and without saying a word starts crying. Ice Father looks at the crying Ice Daughter and thinks that it is because she thinks he is hurt and can't get up. While struggling to get up, he once again says soothing words to try and stop her from crying. "Don't worry, darling. Daddy will get up." Eventually, he falls again and yells loudly by the impact. As he falls down for the third time, he notices that Ice Daughter is still crying, but her line of vision is not from falling Ice Father, rather something else at his back. He turns around to notice a naked Anne. Ice Father looks disgusted as he stares at him with furious eyes. Before Anne has a chance to move ahead, Ice Father shouts out loud, "Hey! Hey, you sick fuck! What the fuck is wrong with you?" Anne hears Ice Father's voice and looks up at him with a scared look at his face. He is afraid, and before he has any time to think or explain himself, he starts sprinting. At the park, there is a long, sharp metal needle balancing up. In the frenzy of running away from Ice Father, Anne doesn't see the long, sharp metal needle and ends up getting hurt as the metal needle goes through Anne's right foot. Without warning, as soon as the needle gets inside Anne's foot, he falls down on the floor and groans in agony. He lands on his left shoulder and screams out loud, lying on the park road. Ice Father watches Anne struggling at the park road and takes it as an opportunity to reach there and teach him a lesson from the common decency of not being a nudist. He tries hard this time and is finally able to get on his feet. Ice Father shouts at him, "Yeah! Stay right there, you sick fucking asshole!" As Ice Father starts leaving the rink, he falls again as he yelps, "Damn it!" He wants to reach Anne before he is able to get up and leave the park. Ice Father has fallen on the ice floor again. He starts crawling on his elbows towards the exit of the rink as fast as he can. Slowly, Ice Father finally reaches the exit, rolls around on his back. Ice Father is finally able to crunch a bit to quickly take his skates. Once he is successfully able to remove his left skate, he goes to the right one. He pulls off the right one as well, and now his feet are free, so he can get up and go catch the naked guy. He looks up at Ice Daughter to see her still crying. Ice Father, in a soothing voice, says, "Don't worry, Daddy will be right back. I'm just going to talk to this guy for a sec. You just, close your eyes and ears and, okay, good." Ice Father gives a sweet smile to Ice Daughter before getting up as fast as he can and makes his way towards the park road, where Anne is lying and groaning due to immense pain. Ice Daughter complies and does exactly what she's been told as she immediately pinches her eyes close while covering both of her ears with her hands. A song starts playing in the background, which is called "Hey Little Girl" by Garrett Mason. Ice Father picks up the right skating shoe in his hand that he had removed a while ago. He exits the rink as fast as he can and sprints towards Anne. He is close to Anne as he is still on the ground screaming in pain and yelling for help. He looks up to see Ice Father charging at him. Before Ice Father reaches Anne, he stops screaming and tries to get back up to the ground. He gets up immediately and tries to run ahead, away from Ice Father. However, the needle is stuck in his foot, making it almost impossible to move forward. Nonetheless, he limps forward, while Ice Father gets closer to him by every second. Before it was too late, Ice Father catches up to Anne and stabs him at the back. Due to the impact, Anne screams loudly, "Ah!" The skate makes a big slash cut on Anne's back, but that doesn't stop Anne, as he starts limping a little bit faster. Ice Father doesn't seem satisfied with the cut he'd made on Anne's back, as continues to try catching up to him. Ice Father shouts at Anne as he says, "You like being a sick fuck, huh?" He stabs Anne's back once again, making Anne yell out of pain. No, you got the wrong idea. Anne gets stabbed once again. This time, he tries to explain himself by yelling loudly and clearly, "I lost my clothes when I was spending the night here." Ice Father stabs him again and shouts, "Fuck you!" He doesn't stop stabbing Anne. Instead, he stabs him multiple times, again and again. Anne shouts at first, but then starts whimpering, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah!" How ten in thought. Sifo hari sirisido vatatas. Anos, shalkosha SEO harshays. Please stop. Ice Father shouts, "Get fucked! Fucking pervert." Anne falls on the summit road at the front of his body. He is cut all over his body, and blood is gushing out of those wounds, spilling everywhere around him and on his back. Ice Father grabs the back of Anne's hair and puts the skate blade against his throat. Ice Father goes closer to Anne's ear as he whispers mercilessly, "When you see God, tell him you deserve it." Blood starts to appear from Anne's neck. Before Ice Father can slit his throat completely, suddenly, a little voice comes from behind Ice Father. The voice calls out, "Daddy?" Ice Father turns around and looks at Ice Daughter. Ice Daughter is looking at him with a petrified look in her eyes. Ice Father quickly retrieves the blade off of Anne's throat. Anne quickly elbows Ice Father and hits him in the face. Without thinking anything, he starts running towards the bushes from his left. Before Ice Father had time to react, Anne is gone. Ice Father is about to go after Anne, but stops and looks at Ice Daughter. Ice Father tries to calm himself down before talking to Ice Daughter and saying, "Sweetie, you're supposed to do what Daddy has told you to do." Ice Father smiles at Ice Daughter as she asks, "What are you doing?" Ice Father puts the skate behind him as he responds, "Nothing, sweetheart." Chapter 16, Lunch at the Palms. The bloody blade from Ice Father's skate is being used to put raspberry jam on an English muffin now. An older miss keeps staring at the blade before asking out of curiosity, "Why do you always use a silver butter knife?" An old couple is sitting at a table outside, near a restaurant enjoying their brunch together. The older couple is sitting around a white plastic round table, surrounded by a black fence. The older sir says, "Because I like it. That's why." The older miss shakes her head as she responds, "There is a good plastic knife on your right. Why would you use that instead?" "Oh, shut up, you tramp," says the older sir, looking frustrated. The older miss looks at the older sir and looks annoyed as she says, "Don't talk to me like that, you bastard." While the old couple is busy arguing, Dam and Airdrie walks by them. Dam looks at the restaurant and asks Airdrie, "Hey, do you want to get some lunch here?" Dam looks at Airdrie's right side. Airdrie shakes his head and says, "No." Dam looks at him curiously and asks, "Why not?" Airdrie looks up at Dam and in a matter-of-fact tone responds, "My friend said the food in that restaurant is really terrible." Dam and Airdrie both stop at the same time and make it to their destination. Dam looks at a store name. The store sign has the name of the store, as it's called Palms Dealers. Airdrie nods and says, "Yeah, this is the place." They move forward as Airdrie opens the door for Dam, and both the men enter the store one by one. When both of them are inside, they move forward and look everywhere. The place has nothing but a window counter. All the lights are installed on top of the ceiling at the corners, and the place is dimly lit. The entire place is painted in black, the walls, ceiling, and even the floor, with a long red rug that leads to the window counter. Dam and Airdrie are walking straight to the counter. As they reach the counter, they have to wait for a while. So, they patiently stand there and wait for their turn to arrive. Dam looks at Airdrie and asks, "So, what does this guy sell?" Airdrie responds, "My friend said electronics." Dam asks again, "Anything else?" Airdrie shrugs and responds, "Not that I'm aware of." Dam and Airdrie are calmly waiting for the guy. Dam looks up for a second, then down, then to his side, towards Airdrie, and after a short while, he looks back up. Airdrie looks at his right, then he turns his head to the other side to look at Dam. At the same time, Dam moves his head to look at Airdrie. Dam asks, "So, where is this?" Dam's question is cut short as Palm arrives at the counter and cheerfully greets them. "Hello!" Dam gets spooked, and his eyes get big. He clearly wasn't expecting him to appear out of nowhere. He doesn't hesitate to show his true condition at that moment, as he says, "Jesus fucking Christ! You scared the shit out of me!" Palm is now behind the window counter. He is giving Dam a sinister laugh. He controls his laugh and composes himself as he says in a normal voice, What you want?" Airdrie looks at him and responds, "A cell phone, please." Palm stares at Dam and Airdrie's faces. Then he looks at Airdrie before asking, "What's the name?" Dam looks at him before responding, "Dam Reach." Palm nods and asks Dam, "What kind of phone?" Airdrie responds before Dam as he says, "Whatever's on sale." Palm looks at both of them, and after a slight pause he says, "I'll be right back." Palm leaves the counter and enters a room behind the counter. The room has no doors, and Palm disappears inside. Dam looks at Airdrie as he says, "He seems pretty cool." Dam isn't expecting to hear a response from Palm as he isn't around. However, Palm had heard Dam's compliment as he says, "Thank you." Palm had responded to his compliment from the other room. He comes back to the counter, holding a long square object in his left hand. He puts a long, skinny black suitcase on the counter near the window. Palm puts the suitcase backward so no one else can see it. He opens the suitcase and shows Dam and Airdrie a very nice cell phone as he holds it out in his left hand. Palm tells both the men about the cell phone as he says, "Here it is, the best phone I can give you." Dam cuts him short and asks, "How much is it?" Palm responds quickly, $1,800. Dam looks at the cell phone, then at Palm's face as he says, "Fuck that." Palm looks at Dam with a straight face, still holding the cell phone out. Airdrie looks at Palm as well and emphasizes, "I said whatever's on sale." Palm looks at Airdrie from the right and says, "It is on sale." Airdrie shakes his head and asks, "What else do you have?" Palm puts the cell phone back in the suitcase and pulls out another cell phone. He holds it out and says, "This is the second best." He is yet again cut off midway by Dam as he asks, "How much?" Palm responds, $1,799. Dam looks at him with rounded eyes and exclaims, "Fuck, no!" Airdrie pipes in and asks, "How much is the third one?" Palm responds, $1,700. Airdrie moves to the other one and asks, "What about the fourth one?" $1,600. Palm starts to respond, only to be cut off mid-sentence yet again. "The fifth one?" Airdrie asks. Palm says, $1,600. Airdrie moves ahead and asks, "The sixth one?" Palm says, $1,500. Airdrie asks, "The seventh one?" $1,500, Palm responds. Airdrie asked about the other one as he says, "The eighth one?" Palm says, $1,600. Airdrie stops him saying, "Wait." The eighth one went up. Dam pipes in and says, "Can you just show us the phones? Please?" Palm turns the suitcase around and shows them a better view of the phones. Dam looks at one and instantly likes it as he says, "Oh, I like this one." Dam points out the phone he likes the most and says, "I think I've seen this phone sometime, back in the day." Airdrie looks up and responds, "That's a 1980s phone." Dam looks back at the brick phone before asking, "Do people still use it?" Airdrie shakes his head and says, "No." Dam nods his head and says, "Well, I'll take it because it's old like me." Dam smiles and looks at Palm as he asks, "How much?" Palm responds calmly, $11,952.12. Dam stops smiling as he asks, "What? Why?" Palm responds nonchalantly, "Because it's a valuable phone, never been used." Dam looks annoyed and asks for the final time, "Okay?" What is the cheapest phone you got? Palm looks back at Dam while pulls out a phone from his left hand. Palm says, Here. Dam looks at the phone and asks, What's that? Palm informs him shortly, A flip phone. Palm flips the phone and closes it. He looks up at Dam, removing his own vision from the phone, and says, Only $40. Dam looks at Palm, then back at the phone, before asking, What can it do? Palm shrugs and responds, It can call. Palm's left thumb opens the flip phone, and soon enough, he starts dialing some numbers. His thumb presses the call button as a ringing voice comes from the flip phone. Someone's static voice calls out from the other side as Dam and Airdrie listen. Hello? Who this? Anyone there? Hello? Palm's thumb closes the flip phone, disconnecting the call. Then he looks up at both friends and says, And text. Palm's left thumb opens the flip phone again. Unlike the previous time, this thumb is writing a text and sends it. Palm shows the message to Dam and Airdrie as he brings the phone in front of their faces. The message reads, Hello, Palm. Dam thinks for a moment, then looks at the phone before making up his mind. The decision has been taken, as he says, All right, I'll take it then. Dam's right hand puts the $40 under the window slot of the counter and opens his hand in the slot between the window and the counter. Palm is looking at Dam's right hand open in front of him, from beneath the counter's window, while he is still holding the flip phone. Palm looks up at Dam and says suggestively, Let me put the contacts' names for you. Dam looks up at him as he says, Oh, okay then? Palm opens the flip phone again and asks, What names do you want to put in first? Dam looks at Airdrie before responding, My friend and partner, Airdrie. Palm looks at the phone and then Airdrie as he asks, What's your number? Airdrie shows his cell phone as he brings it closer to Palm's face. Palm starts typing the number on the phone. Once he's done feeding Airdrie's number, he looks back up at Dam and asks, Anyone else? Dam looks sad as he remembers Noah. With the same sad expression, he looks up at Palm and says, And this one girl to remember? Noah. Palm drawls, Oh, Kay. He then looks up and mutters, A bit odd. Palm looks back at the flip phone before asking, What's the number of that Noah? Dam pulls out a small ripped paper from his right pocket and holds it up. In a sad tone, he says, Her number on this. Before Dam can even finish the sentence, Palm quickly types the number and asks again, Anyone else? Dam thinks for a moment and responds, Oh, and the cleaning lady. Palm looks confused at first, but then, without any questions, he starts typing her name on the flip phone. Airdrie asks curiously, The cleaning lady? Dam looks at Airdrie, but Palm pipes in and asks, What's her number? Oh, it's... Dam starts saying something, but stops immediately after a moment. He looks at Airdrie again, while Airdrie is looking at Dam as well. I don't know her number, but can you just put her name instead? Dam asks Palm as he looks at him. Palm shakes his head as he responds to his request, saying, Number it has to come with a phone number. Dam looks sad again, but then says, Oh, Kay, what about my son's number then? Palm types the word son in his contacts. He looks up at Dam and asks, Your son's number? Dam responds in a heartbeat, 402-43-465-47. Palm types the number on the flip phone. When he's done, he looks at Dam and silently waits for him to tell another number if he has. Dam simply says, That's it. Palm says, Well, here you go then. Palm drops the flip phone on Dam's hand palm. The phone lands on Dam's open hand, and he quickly tightens his grip on the phone as soon as it touches his skin. Dam and Airdrie are starting to walk out of the store. He opens the store's door for Airdrie before making his way out of the door as well. However, before he can reach his car, parked at the other side of the street, Palm calls out and says, Remember, when you buy a phone from me, my phone plan is $15 a year. It'll be on your phone to remind you next year. But if you don't pay it on time, Dam and Airdrie are looking at Palm while standing between the doors. Palm looks back at them happily and finishes off what he was saying, You get cut off. Dam looks at him and responds, All right. Thank you. Palm cheerfully greets them goodbye as he says, Come again, and tell your friends about me. Dam closes the door. Dam and Airdrie are walking on the sidewalk. He looks at Airdrie and says, Wow, $15 for a year. What a deal. Dam flips his phone on. Airdrie looks at him and says, Yeah, when my friend bought his phone from here, he said there was nothing wrong with it. No problems at all. A right hand is carefully pouring vegetable juice in a plastic cup that is held by the left hand. The left hand is gliding towards a computer desk as it holds the plastic cup tightly to not spill the juice all over the place. Palm sits down on the chair placed near the computer desk as he puts the plastic cup containing the vegetable juice on the left side of the desk. There is a closed notebook placed on the right side of the computer desk that seems untouched for quite a while. Palm placed his hand on the mouse as he moves the mouse a bit to bring the computer screen to life. As the screen turns on, due to the movement of the cursor, a sign appears that reads, Product On. Palm looks at the sign keenly, and without looking, he slowly grabs the plastic cup from the desk and takes a sip of his vegetable juice. When he's done drinking the juice, he puts the plastic cup back on the desk and pulls out a pen from the holder. Palm holds the pen in his left hand, while he starts moving the mouse around with his right hand. At the computer screen, the cursor goes towards the Product On sign. A live video starts playing on the screen. While he gets engaged in watching the video, Palm's right hand opens the notebook that is on the other side of the desk. He brings it forward to write whatever is on the video. There is a POV shot of Dam holding his flip-flop phone in the video. Airdrie says in a static voice, So, I have a question. Dam's static voice reaches out. What is it? Airdrie asks in a static voice. Do you know the cleaning lady's phone number? No, responds Dam in a static voice. Why do I think you know the cleaning lady's number? Or does she have your so... Airdrie stops midway. Chapter 17. Out of the window. Dam is holding the flip-flop phone, and after a while, he closes it. The screen has no more broadcasts from the live video, as it goes black, and in red font, a sign appears that reads, Product Off. Palm is writing on the notebook, in which a few names are already written on the top right of that page. The names included Dam Reach, Airdrie, Noah, Sun, and the cleaning lady, all the ones that Dam had told him earlier as he was feeding the names and numbers in his new phone. On the top left side of the paper, Palm has written some other information in the form of a few statements. The first statement that he has written reads, The consumer today is a Caucasian, middle-aged, blue-collared type man who has a bit of an aggressive and vulgar problem and seems like a thrifty person, but he sure is very fascinating. The second statement was also written in the same section, right below the first one. The second one read, Also, the consumer seems a little sorrow-bound. When he mentioned the girl he used to know, Noah, Anne, he also seemed very morbid to keep her number on his new, or maybe the first phone ever. The third statement was also there after the second one. This one read, The name that he was giving to the other girl is so misogynistic. Like just because she is a lady doesn't mean she cleans. Or does she? I need more information about her. And also, the consumer seemed much more excited about her than when he talked about the other girl who made him seemingly sad. The fourth statement is finally the last one, as it reads, New research from the latest consumer. He is untruthful to his companion about the phone address of the one he calls the cleaning lady. There is a possibility that he has strong feelings about her. But why is the companion so concerned about her? Suddenly, a soft beeping noise goes off. Palm looks to his left and sees another computer screen on top of a four-legged table. Palm stops writing and stands up from his chair. When he was about to move, he notices a cat outside a window on his left. The cat doesn't notice Palm as it is busy scratching the window. Palm walks towards the window and opens it. As soon as the window is opened, two hands come in and start holding on the edge of the window. The arms and elbow are getting inside of it with a lot of struggle. Then, a head full of hair is almost inside the window. Now, after a lot of difficulties, someone's upper torso gets in the window, followed by the legs, and finally a left foot. Anne is breathing hard, as if he is having difficulty in inhaling the air, like there isn't ample oxygen around. He is lying on his back, while his right foot is still perched on top of the edge of the window. After a short pause, yet still panting, Anne says, "Thank God!" Anne, slowing, stands back up and goes to the dresser. He opens the top drawer. Inside the top dresser was nothing. Anne looks sarcastic. He opens the second drawer and he sees nothing in there as well. At the sight of empty drawers in front of him, Anne whispers to himself, "What the fuck?" In the hallway, Anne peeks his head out of his bedroom door to see if anyone's home. Anne notices that the entire apartment is pitch dark, without any hint of light anywhere. Anne can neither see nor hear anything around. When he can't figure out if there is anyone, he calls out in the hopes of receiving a response from the other end to let him know if the apartment is empty or not. In a loud voice, he says, "Hello?" He receives no response from inside the apartment. He figures out that it's probably just his paranoia, and there is indeed no one around. Anne quietly walks down the hallway and into the living room. He looks around the place skeptically, but it's too dark for him to see anything. Anne goes to the kitchen slowly, to not hit himself by a piece of furniture or any object lying around. He looks at his sides, as he made his way to the kitchen and then the refrigerator. He opens the door of the refrigerator and finds nothing inside. Anne quietly whispers to himself, "Boiler?" This time he receives a response as Boiler says from behind his back, "Yes?" Anne was not expecting this response and gets scared, making him yell. He turns around quickly to look at Boiler standing behind him, close but not too close. He is still at an arm's length and is looking keenly at him. Anne looks at him as he says, "Jesus, don't do that." Boiler lets out a long sigh and responds, "Sorry." Anne's right hand is closing the refrigerator door without looking at it, as he is still turned around facing Boiler. Without further ado, Boiler gets to the subject and asks Anne, "By the way, where's my money, and where are your clothes?" Anne doesn't respond for a while, as he starts walking towards the living room. It was a long story, and Anne was too tired to relive the entire day. However, he knows that Boiler is indeed waiting for some sort of answer about his money, if not about his clothes. He looks up at Boiler and says, "I'll get your money soon, and I got robbed." You can tell how much they took. Boiler smiles at Anne as he looks at his condition. Anne asks, "Do you have any clothes I can borrow?" Boiler responds, "Yes, but it will cost you." Anne simply responds in a flat tone, "Just put it on my debt." "Sure," says Boiler, as he points out towards a plastic bag placed on the floor of at one corner in the living room. Anne goes to the bag and sits on his knees to open the bag with ease. It is still too dark for him to see what clothes he's taking out, so he called out and asks, "Can you turn on the lights?" All the lights in the living room and kitchen turn on. Anne is looking inside the plastic bag, through Boiler's clothes, when he suddenly looks up and notices that all his stuff is gone. Anne looks all around the place while he is still crouching at one corner of the living room by the plastic bag, as he says, "I see, you sold all my stuff?" Boiler responds without even a hint of remorse, "I threw them all away." Anne looks at Boiler incredulously as he asks, "Why?" Boiler drawls, "Because." Anne asks impatiently, "Because why?" Boiler responds, "Because I was felt like it." A long pause comes from Anne's side. After a while, he manages to say, "Oh." Anne doesn't say anything, and with a last look at his empty apartment, he starts looking inside in the plastic bag again. Boiler notices the stab wounds and dry bloodstains on Anne's back. He can't help but pry, "I noticed your back is all scratched up?" Anne responds without looking towards Boiler, "Yeah, it was a rough morning." Anne finally finds some clothes and retrieves it from the plastic nag. He starts getting up from his crouching position on the floor as he continues, "And I don't want to talk about it." Anne is putting on some dark gray sweatpants, as Boiler says, "You know what? I heard about a guy who was flashing to little girls at the park this morning." Anne is listening to Boiler as he puts on a tie-dyed orange shirt. Once he is done wearing the clothes, he looks up at Boiler and says, "All right, it was a misunderstanding, okay?" Anne looks at the floor again and asks, "So you have any extra shoes?" Boiler shakes his head slightly and says, "No, but I've got some black socks." A window is being opened as Anne puts his legs outside the bedroom window and sits on the edge. Fatigue is clear at his face, and he looks in dire need of relaxation. His body, that is now covered with Boiler's clothes, has wounds and scars all over his back. Boiler comes towards the window where Anne is sitting, dangling his feet outside. Boiler looks at Anne and asks, "So, Anne, how are you going to get my money back? Do you have any other idea?" Anne shrugs, and without turning to look at Boiler, he responds, "I can go and ask people I know for money, or con some people, or panhandle." "I don't know, what do you think?" Boiler says in a suggestive tone. "Maybe go back to your original idea?" "We'll see," Anne simply says, as he is now looking down on the other rooftop, and starts speaking again. "I'm a little nervous about doing this again. The first time I did this, I was in a rush, so—" Before he can finish his sentence, Boiler's right hand pushes Anne's back, resulting in him falling off the window. Anne is shouting and yelling as the sound can be heard up where Boiler is standing and watching him fall through the window. A loud thud is heard declaring that Anne has finally reached the ground. Boiler doesn't watch him fall but shouts, "You still alive, Anne?" Boiler looks down at the other roof and notices that Anne is neither moving nor responding. There is a long pause from Anne's side. After a while, Anne shouts back, "Yeah, but I broke." Chapter 18, Dam and Boiler. Boiler doesn't hear Anne's entire sentence as he closes the window at him while he is still speaking. Boiler has no regard or compassion for people, especially the ones who owe him money. He goes to the bed and lie down peacefully as he places both his hands together on his stomach, with his right palm perched on his left hand. He is patiently looking at the ceiling while his thoughts are roaming around somewhere else. He removes his right hand from the top of his left and inserts it in his pants' right pocket to retrieve his phone. Once his phone is out and in front of his face, he looks at it and turns it on. His right index finger goes on an app called Time Left. He taps at the icon to open the app as it shows Anne's name in the middle of the screen. By the bottom of the screen, near Anne's name, there is a ticker that shows an hour 54 minutes and 22 seconds left. Boiler stares at the ticker for a while before closing the app entirely. He looks at his left side, then turns on the Bluetooth device place on top of the small bedroom table. Boiler taps at something on his cell phone screen and starts closing his eyes as a calm expression takes over his entire face. Boiler is smiling while the Bluetooth device is being connected to his cell phone. Soon after that, a song starts playing through the device as it fills the room that was shrouded in silence a while back. The song is called Return of the Mac by Mark Morrison. Meanwhile, in the living room, a small sound can be heard from the outside. Someone seems to be standing at the other side of the apartment's front door, in the hallway. The noise depicts the jingling of keys, and soon turns into the noise of a key struggling in the keyhole. Outside the hallway, Dan and Airdrie are standing near Anne's apartment door. Airdrie asks Dam, "Having trouble?" Dam is trying to open the door, but is struggling with the keys. He turns to Airdrie and says, "Fuck! I guess Anne changed the locks or something. Maybe we should just come back?" Airdrie says, "But I hear music coming inside the place." Dam and Airdrie are trying to hear noise coming from inside the apartment. Airdrie listens to it carefully before he declares, "Sounds like Mark Morrison." Dam listens to Airdrie before he asks, "So, he's home?" Airdrie responds in an unsure tone as he says, "I guess so. Or maybe he let the TV on or something." Dam responds, "I better ring the bell, in case, if Anne is home." Dam right index finger pushes the doorbell. The doorbell makes a buzzing noise inside the apartment that can be heard by Dam and Airdrie, who is standing outside, yet close to the apartment door. Dam and Airdrie are waiting for someone to open the door for them. Airdrie looks at Dam from his left. Dam flips his phone on with his right hand. Airdrie asks after a moment, "So, who was that guy?" Dam looks up at him and asks, "What guy?" Airdrie says, "The one who was being aggressive to us when we were outside." Dam responds, "That was Frank Windsor." Airdrie asks yet another question, "What does he do?" Dam replies to his current question truthfully as he says, "He was a lawyer who was hated. He defended a guy who went to some house and killed a boy along with his sister. He also raped their mother while on top of their bodies." Airdrie asks curiously, "So why does everyone hate him?" Dam says, "Because he won that case." Dam and Airdrie became quiet and waiting. Dam rings the doorbell again. The doorbell buzzes again, making a loud noise inside the apartment. When Anne doesn't appear for another few minutes, Dam starts buzzing the doorbell again and again. The noise from the buzzing of the doorbell is still ringing around constantly, whereas, on the outside of the apartment, Dam is continuously pressing the doorbell. He stops buzzing and looks annoyed for a moment. Then, he starts banging on the door with both of his fists and started to kick the door with his right foot. The music inside the apartment stops immediately. Boiler shouts from Anne's bedroom, Okay, I'm coming! Fuck's sakes! Hold your goddamn horses!" When Dam hears the sound from inside, he stops banging the door. He stands there relaxed, and once again patiently waits for the door to open. The door is being opened, and soon, Boiler's face emerges at the front door as he looks at the guests. He doesn't recognize the visitors, and he was not expecting anyone to visit. He looks at Dam and Airdrie before saying, "Who the fuck are you guys?" Dam patiently responds, "Hello, I'm Dam, Anne's father. And this is my friend, Airdrie. Is Anne home?" I had texted Anne to let him know that I'll fix his house's problems for free, but all I got was this response. Dam shows Boiler the text he got back from Anne. The text read, "Who the fuck is this?" Dam says, as he puts the phone down while still holding it. The flip phone is still on. Boiler doesn't see what he had responded with, as he says, "Well, your son is not here, and this place is already mine. Oh, and there is nothing really wrong with this place. So," with that being said, Boiler slowly starts closing the door at Dam's face when Dam calls out, "Wait, hold on." Dam holds the door open with his right hand, as he asks, "How come Anne's not living here anymore?" Boiler opens the door again and responds, "I decided to live here." Dam asks, "Why?" Boiler responds nonchalantly, "He owes me money." Dam asks again, "How much?" Boiler replies, "It's none of your concern." Dam looks at Boiler suspiciously. Before he can say anything, Airdrie asks, "What's your name?" Boiler looks at Airdrie and smiles before responding, "Boiler?" Airdrie asks again, "Boiler? Is that your actual name?" Boiler shakes his head lightly as he says, "Well, no, it's not really." Dam asks, "So how did you get that name?" Boiler says, "Well, interesting story, but I don't think that you two want to hear it." Dam looks at Airdrie and then back at Boiler before saying, "Let's hear it." Boiler was in the theater class as he was rehearsing lines with another student while looking immensely happy and cheerful. He looked a lot friendlier than he is right now. He had always wanted to direct and write his very own play. It was his dream to show the world what he could do. Boiler went on and stood next to the teacher and gave him his script. However, when he handed his script to the teacher, whom he considered wonderful, he started reading the script right in front of him. Once the teacher finished reading the script, he nodded his head while closing his eyes. When the teacher was done nodding, he looked at Boiler's face aggressively and said, "I don't like it one bit. In fact, I hate it." He thought it was perverted, homophobic, and insensitive. So the teacher's right hand went behind his back and gave Boiler another script to work on. The teacher walked away, and while leaving, he threw away Boiler's script into the garbage can, near the right side of the wide-open door. Boiler looked at his script in the garbage can. Then he looked down at the script he was given in his right hand. Boiler did not look pleased and started to go red. On Boiler's left side, he got a glimpse of the moment being played at the stage by another team of artists. The scene was of a woman screaming and her clothes torn off at the stage. Boiler busted through the main door out of the theater, as he thought, I couldn't show mine, but they can show a woman getting raped on stage. Boiler left the theater immediately and decided to never go back there ever again. He felt like his heart and soul were going through great trauma. His dreams were being crushed right in front of his eyes. That made his attitude change, making him hate certain people and being pissed off at the world. He stood outside the theater and cried a lot. After a while, he wiped his tears off his face and got out of the theater's premises entirely. That walk out of his dream changed him. After that day, the theater was left somewhere in the background, and Boiler was somewhere else. He was standing at a sidewalk while looking down at the pavement. He thought to himself, so now, what shall I do? He didn't like anything else, and he clearly didn't want to work. However, he still had lots of money from his schooling. And he also got all this anger to deal with then. He needed a passion for relieving people from something. Boiler was still standing at the sidewalk when he looked up and saw a sign from a business across from him. The sign read, Need money? Ask for a loan and there's no money back. But there is a large fee and might also cause a broken leg, broken heart, and melted face. That's when Boiler decided what he wanted to become. He wanted to be a loan shark. Boiler started to grin as he looked at the sign again. Soon enough, Boiler got into the business. One day, he went to collect money. A person gave money in Boiler's right hand. Boiler took the money with a blank expression on his face as his other hand quickly flipped on top of his other hand. Boiler's eyes stare at the other person's eyes, who had a very nervous look. Boiler went up to a person on the sidewalk. The guy stopped and noticed Boiler and started to smile at him. Without warning, Boiler went up to him and grabbed him by his shirt's collar and started threatening him. The guy was looking very intimidated as he looked at Boiler's face, only to get even more scared. A muscular-looking guy was walking up to Boiler, and as he reached near him, his right hand touched Boiler's hand. Boiler squeezed his hand as hard as he could, and the muscular guy went on his knees while grinding his teeth out of immense pain. A person laid there, unconscious on the ground, while Boiler looked through the unconscious body and found a wallet and some little change. Boiler stood up and kicked the unconscious body in the stomach numerous times. Boiler then left the body alone and immediately left the spot before anyone could catch him. He went to count up the money he had gotten as he stood under an abandoned highway bridge. At the background of here, he was standing. There was a construction site. That day, Boiler felt fantastic. Collecting money, beating up Chump. Everyone knew him, and everyone was afraid of him. Life was going great, as he was loving what he did for a living. Things continued working that way, until that one time. Boiler finally met that one guy who wasn't afraid of him. The revelation came as a blow to Boiler's gut, hurting his ego in the process. One day, a couple was walking on the sidewalk as the couple laughed out loud at something funny they had witnessed. Boiler walked across the road and went up to the couple and stopped him because he wanted to talk to them. He asked the man, "Hi, it's me. Sorry to bother you and your lovely lady here. I was wondering if you are still going to pay me for the money you owe, because I don't really like tardiness." In response, the man didn't say anything. Instead, the couple started to laugh at Boiler. The couple then pulled out sliver pistols and pointed at Boiler's face. However, Boiler wasn't fazed by the move, as he had a straight blank face. The guy then said, "I don't want to pay you, because me and my girl just don't give a fuck about what you do." "Homo, motherfucker!" The lady looked at Boiler with disgust as she said, "Yeah, eat a dick, homo." The couple walked away and were still laughing at Boiler. Boiler stood still at the sidewalk as he watched the couple passing by happily. He turned his head towards the ground and then was looking down at the concrete of the pavement. Then he looked up straight, with emotionless eyes. He knew he had to do something, as he felt mortified for not being able to intimidate the couple. A nice apartment door was being opened. The lady, who was laughing at Boiler, entered the apartment before closing the door behind her back. She put her jacket on a chair and headed towards a sink in front of the chair. Next to the sink's right, she looked at the dirty dishes and a little dish soap. The lady's right hand turned on the red handle as she grabbed the dish soap. Water was falling from the tap, and the lady started washing the dishes, but her right index middle ring fingers got a little hurt from the hot water. "Ow!" The lady hissed in pain and started blowing at the spot where the hot water had hit her. She quickly grabbed a washcloth from the left side of the sink and gently started wiping the water off of the burnt finger while blowing air from her mouth at the burn, trying everything to soothe it. The lady looked a little annoyed at her finger, with a frown marring her face, as she hoped for the burning sensation to go away soon. Later at night, when the entire neighborhood seemed to have gone to bed, except for that one apartment adjacent to hers, who had this weird habit of staying up late and cooking at ungodly hours, the lady decides to retire to bed as well. She quickly slipped out of her dress and adorned a silk, long nightgown that was finished with fine lace having intricate patterns that increased the delicacy of the fabric as well as the gown. Once changed into her nightwear, the lady went to her bedroom and, without further ado, retired to her bed. She covered her drained body with the duvet that matched the bed sheets. She turned towards her left side and, in one swift motion, tapped the switch to turn off the lamp placed on her bedside table. Soon enough, the room was shrouded in darkness. The lady went to sleep and turned to her left side for better comfort, and also out of habit. As the lady was sleeping, there was a calm smile at her face, like she was assured that nothing could go wrong in her life or in her sleep. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared at the doorway of the bedroom. The lady was fast asleep, thus had no idea what was going on around her. It was Boiler. He stood in the doorway, leaning on the door as he stared at the sleeping figure perched peacefully in the bed. He looked at her calm expression and unbothered sleep and wondered if she would ever be able to sleep that way again. He kept staring at her as she had a seductive body with silky, smooth skin, low waist, lovely behind, and big, natural breasts. A beautiful face that made men and women giggle for her. Boiler thought to himself, he didn't want to pay? Fine. I have to do something unfortunate to the person he loves, or the finest achievement he's ever owned. Boiler left the lady's bedroom door and walked towards the living room. He had no idea how he was going to do the deed, and tries to search for something that could help him. He looked around the living room and found the lady's jacket lying at the chair by the dining table. The table was placed between the living room and the kitchen. Boiler went up and picked the jacket. He searched all the pockets to find anything useful that could help him in taking revenge from the couple. He searched, and from one of the pockets, he found a pistol. Boiler peered at the gun closely and realized that it was the same pistol that the lady had pointed at Boiler earlier that day. Guess she's going to regret that move big time and remember me for the rest of her life, Boiler thought to himself. He quickly pulled out the pistol from her jacket and looked at it for a few minutes. He made the decision that he wasn't going to use it because he didn't want to. He thought that it'd be easy to get away. Taking a bullet and leaving the world did not seem as painful as Boiler liked paybacks to be. Boiler did not look impressed at all and put the pistol somewhere else. Boiler thought, anyone can grab a gun and be threatening. I want to do something different. Boiler entered the kitchen, leaving the jacket where it was initially. He looked around the entire vicinity of the kitchen, but found nothing. He then went down on his knees and opened the sink cupboard. Suddenly, as if a flash of recent memory had hit him, he stood up and looked in front of him. There was a window right on top of the sink, and he looked ahead, out of the window. Boiler saw some people inside another apartment's kitchen that was visible through their window. The apartment was across from the one he was at, and he stared keenly at the people who were cooking, probably making supper. The neighbors seemed to be boiling water in a pot as the water got spilled all over the stove due to a slight push. Boiler watched all the commotion silently, with a blank expression on his face. After noticing for some time, Boiler finally made up his mind. He bent down, opened the bottom cupboard, and retrieved a big pot out of the cupboard. He stood up quickly and swiftly made his way towards the sink. He turned the knob of the tap on, and water started flowing out of the tap into the pot. Once the pot was filled with water, he put it on the stove and lit it up. Boiler patiently waited for the water to boil as he watched the water in the pot with a sinister smile. The water finally started boiling as steam appeared out of it. The water bubbles started appearing on the surface, and one could notice that there was turbulence within the water in the pot. Boiler removed the pot from the stove carefully, not to burn himself in the process. Again, with a blank face, he stepped out of the kitchen, and with measured steps, he made his way towards the living room, on the trail that led him to the lady's bedroom. Without another thought, Boiler was inside the lady's bedroom. He quickly made his way towards her bed and was soon standing on the bed. The lady was still fast asleep and had no idea of what was going to happen, or if there was another presence in her bedroom. She started rolling on her right side, and her hands reached near the tip of her nose in the process. Boiler was standing on top of her on the bed. His legs were straddling her sleeping figure as she slightly tossed in bed. Boiler was holding the big pot's handles with oven mitts so as to protect his own hands from the heat. He put the pot on his chest, while his right hand was holding it still in place. Boiler took the lid off with his left hand and threw it on the floor on his left. The lid landed on the floor within minutes and made a loud thud as it came in contact with the ground. The lady rolled on her back, and her eyes slightly fluttered open. When she opened her eyes, she was startled by the sight in front of her. In a haphazard state, she woke up and looked surprised. "Surprise?" Boiler said in a cheerful tone before he mercilessly threw the steaming water from the pot on the lady. The water landed on the lady's face, and as soon as the hot water came in contact with her skin, she started shouting and yelling. Her face was all heating up and turning a deep red. She felt like her skin was melting away. Despite her wails, Boiler gave her a half smile while closing his eyes. She was screaming and yelling in pain as the hot water hits her face. The prettiness from her face was slowly smearing off, and it smelled like burnt meat in the room. Boiler was walking to the front door by passing by the living room. He stopped and looked back at Lady's bedroom. The lady was still screaming, but Boiler was still smiling. Boiler opened the door and left the place. When the door closed, he stopped hearing the screams as they died down within the confines of the lady's apartment. When people heard about this, they started to call me Boiler. I don't think it was a positive name, but it gets the message across. And, besides, it's okay if people don't want to pay me. You can take as much money from me as you want, as long as I get to boil you for being a dishonest person, Boiler said nonchalantly. Dam and Airdrie's mouths are open, and with an astonished look on their face, both are staring at Boiler with disbelief. Airdrie stammers out after some time. "So, how many people did you boil?" Boiler responds, 13, no, wait, 15th is coming up soon. "Who was number 14? Dam asks. Boiler replies to his question saying, "This guy whom I boiled last night." "He was staying at Sleeve's Grand Motel." Dam asks curiously, "Was he young?" Boiler says, "No." "He was 64 years old, I think." Airdrie interrupts as he asks, "Wait, how did you boil him?" Boiler simply answers, "I carry a slow cooker and a jug of water and a big extension cord and a big black bag around." Dam asks, "Who's your next victim?" Boiler grins at Dam. He then proceeds to respond, "A very special man, who has—" He pauses for a moment. Boiler picks up his cell phone in his right hand and looks at the ticking clock. He looks back at Dam and continues answering. 1 hour and 48 minutes and 2 seconds left. Boiler looks at Dam right in the eyes. Then, suddenly, as if remembering something, he says, "Well, I better go and get back inside and get ready. When I see 15, I'll let him know you came by." With that being said, Boiler closes the door. Airdrie looks at Dam on his left. With concern, Airdrie says, "Well, I guess Anne is going to be next?" Airdrie is looking towards the closed door. He hears Dam's response as he says, "Yeah." Fuck. I can't let the sicko do that to him. What kind of person scorches someone? Airdrie slowly removes his gaze from the door and looks back at Dam, remembering from his story that he also scorched someone. "We got to stop him," bravery words from Dam's mouth. Airdrie analyzes his suggestion for a moment before responding, "Okay." How? Dam looks at Airdrie. Then, after thinking for a moment, he responds, "We break down the door, attack him, and we'll go on from there." Airdrie sounds unsure as he says, "Okay. What?" Dam replies, "Don't worry. Just let me attack him, and you stay out here. Watch the hallways. Make sure no one is eavesdropping." Palm is sitting at his desk. He is busy writing down something in his notebook. He has made some sort of notes, as one can see in the notebook that he has jotted down some pointer. The notes read, "Windsor Vanity Career, Unusual Son's Name, Boiler Deranged Origins, Boiler Victim at the Sleeves Hotel. Anne is going to be the 15th victim of Boiler's vendetta. Dam's assault in Anne's apartment." As he is still busy writing, Airdrie's static voice reaches his ears from the computer as he says, "Who's going to eavesdrop?" Palm looks up and is now watching the computer screen carefully. Dam's static voice comes out as he says, "I don't know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid and—" Airdrie's voice cut him as his static voice says, "Hey, your phone is still on." As soon as Palm hears that, he looks worried at the monitor screen. Dam's static voice asks Airdrie as he says, "Oh, really? How do you close it?" "Like this," Airdrie's static voice says. The flip phone is closed. The screen goes back to black, and the red font that reads "Product Off" appears in the middle of the screen again. Palm sighs and says, "Rats. I guess I won't get the whole story." Palm's right elbow is on the table, and his right fist is holding it on his right cheek. He looks up and says, "Well, I better check on Airdrie's friend, I guess. See if his lover has told him that she's pregnant again." As soon as Palm's attention gets away from the monitor screen, he hears something. Apparently, the phone is back on, and he can hear voices. The sounds of people struggling are coming from the flip phone. Soon Palm hears Boiler's static voice as he exclaims, "You crazy, wah, fuck! What the fuck are you doing?" Chapter 19. The Face-Off. Palm goes back to writing and listening to the entire commotion coming from the computer screen. On the other side of the screen, Dam and Boiler are grabbing each other by their shirt's collar. Boiler pushes Dam on the door, and Dam clenches his teeth when he gets hit by the door. Dam gets off the door and quickly tackles Boiler on the floor. Dam and Boiler are both on the floor, as they have now started to wrestle with each other. Airdrie is waiting outside the hallway. He is looking here and there anxiously when an older woman comes up to him. "What's going on in there?" she asks Airdrie curiously, as she hears different voices coming from inside Anne's apartment. The noise of Dam and Boiler struggling as they wrestled each other comes out of the apartment. Airdrie looks up at the older woman and responds, "Anne is wrestling with his father." The hallway lady clicks her tongue as she says, "Typical." The hallway lady walks away. Airdrie is still waiting, and while he is at it, he suddenly starts whistling. Inside the apartment, the matter worsens as Dam and Boiler are now standing on their feet again. Boiler hits Dam right in the stomach, and Dam starts growling in pain as he puts his arms around his stomach. His head is ducked down as he wrenches in pain caused by the sudden blow. Dam is still busy tending his gut when Boiler uses this chance, and his right fist gives an uppercut on Dam's face. Dam falls to the floor on his back and starts to roll around while closing his eyes. The pain was unbearable, and that can be deciphered from one look at Dam's body that was withering in pain on the floor. As soon as Dam falls on the floor, Boiler doesn't even waste a second as he goes down on his knees and crawls towards him. His hands grab the front side of Dam's hair and starts smashing the back of his head on the floor. Dam screeches out of pain. Ow, 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 ow! As Boiler starts smashing Dam's head on the floor, blood starts gushing from the cuts at the back of his head due to the impact and stains the floor where his head is being hit. Once Boiler is satisfied with all the blood that has spilled on the floor from his head, his right hand goes down, and he squeezes Dam's testicles mercilessly. Dam can't bear the pain as he shouts, "Hey! Stop!" Dam sits up immediately, despite all the blood coming of the cuts at the back of his head. He begs and pleads Boiler for mercy. "Okay," Boiler says, as his right fist punches at Dam's nose. The impact of the punch is so powerful that Dam instantly goes back to the floor, and his head falls back with a loud thud. When Dam gets punched back to the floor, blood splashes on the wall behind him. Boiler smiles at Dam. Then he started to squeeze Dam's testicles again. This makes Dam starts yelling out loud once again. Boiler stops squeezing Dam's testicles, and he then stands up and looks down at Dam's face. "Don't go nowhere," Boiler tells Dam in an authoritative tone. Boiler's right foot kicks the right side of Dam's ribs, making Dam moan as soon as he gets the blow. Boiler leaves Dam helpless on the floor and is now walking towards the living room. He stops and sits on his knees and opens a big suitcase near the plastic bag. Inside the suitcase, there are many different types of weapons. Boiler takes out a switchblade. On the handle of the switchblade, there is an SK symbol. When Boiler stands up and turns around, he sees Dam rolled over on his front and trying to crawl away. Boiler goes up to Dam and grabs the back of his hair. Unlike the previous time, he starts smashing his face on the floor. Dam starts groaning due to the unbearable pain that is shooting up his head with every smash of his forehead against the floor. When he's done smashing, he holds Dam's head with his left hand and goes to the right side of his face. He peers at his face and asks, "Had enough?" Dam looks in his eyes aggressively and slurs in a drained voice, "Git fook." Boiler clicks his tongue and says, "I guess not." Without any hesitation, Boiler holds the switchblade up and takes it closer to Dam's face. He cuts down from the left cheek of Dam's face. Boiler shushes Dam as he croons, "Easy, it's okay." Dam's eyebrows started to bleed from the cut. Boiler cuts the upper left side of Dam's forehead, making more blood spill from the cuts and cover his face. Dam is about to yell, but Boiler drops the knife and puts his right hand on his mouth. He whispers again, "Shh, just hold it in." Dam moans in pain. He can't even scream to let out his anguish and pain, as Boiler is covering his mouth with his right palm. Boiler whispers, "There you go? It's going to be okay." Dam stops screaming. Dam's forehead has started to bleed from the cut. Boiler puts his right hand away from Dam's mouth. He peers at his face and says, "See? That wasn't so bad, was it?" Boiler picks up the switchblade again and puts it near the left side of Dam's upper lip. Boiler cuts down the top and bottom lips. Dam closes his eyes and lets out a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" Dam's upper and bottom lips start to bleed due to the cuts, and soon his entire face is covered in blood. Boiler smiles again while his left hand is still holding Dam's hair. He is still holding the switchblade in his right hand, and with an evil smirk on his face, he waves the switchblade near the right side of Dam's face. He then starts enunciating in a low voice, "Not only am I going to boil you." Boiler notices Dam's phone on the floor. He puts the switchblade away and picks up the flip phone and looks at the names of the contacts. He then trails off, "I'm also going to boil the people, you know." Boiler smiles as he looks at the contact names. With his gaze fixated at the screen, he says, "I'm going to boil Palm first." Meanwhile, Palm, who's been listening to the entire conversation, along with witnessing the entire scene unfolding in front of him through his computer screen, looks up at the monitor surprised. He then looks down on the bottom right of the paper, where he is writing everything down. Then Palm mutters to himself, "Why did I put my name on there? Oh well, I'm not afraid of you. Bring it on." At Anne's apartment, Boiler is still holding the phone close to his face as he reads the next contact name. He iterates, "Next, I'm going to boil your son. But we all know that already, don't we? Dam is about to move, but Boiler puts his right arm around Dam's neck so he can restrain his movements. Boiler's right hand leaves the flip phone, and now his other hand is holding it. Boiler is looking for more names on Dam's phone as he reads the next one and says, "I'm going to boil. Noah?" Dam grinding his teeth and looks very worried. Boiler enjoys the helplessness on his face as he says, "I'm really going to have a fun time with this person." Dam starts to whimper at that thought, and Boiler says, "If he is a boy." And finally, "I'm going to heat up air." A loud thud hits Boiler, and soon he falls to his back, lying unconscious. Boiler's lifeless body is now lying on Dam's back, and Dam is frozen for a moment. Finally, he moves Boiler off of his back, and Boiler is now lying on his back on the cold ground, with his mouth open. Dam is standing on his hands and knees and is panting hard. He is gulping air, trying to catch his breath. He slowly turns around and looks up. There he sees Airdrie holding a blunt object in his right hand. Dam is badly panting as he says between breaths, "Where did you get that?" Airdrie points at one corner of the room as he says, "That big suitcase over there." Dam looks at that corner and then back at Airdrie as he takes in a sigh of relief. Dam says, still trying to breathe properly, "That's a relief. Good boy." "You're welcome," Airdrie responds as he watches Dam slowly getting up. When he gets up, he kicks Boiler right in the left side of his stomach, making him groan in his unconscious state. With one last look at Boiler's unconscious body lying on the floor, Dam goes up to the sink and washes his face that is covered in blood, making him barely recognizable. He turns on the tap, and soon water starts running in the sink. He puts his cupped palms forward and places them under the running tap water. As soon as his palms get filled with water, he splashes it at his face to wash all signs of blood off him. Once he's done and all the blood is washed off his face, he goes back to Airdrie. "How's my face? Good?" he asks Airdrie, who looks at him as soon as he hears his footsteps entering inside the room. Dam smiles at Airdrie. He notices that all the blood is washed off of Dam's face, and instead of blood, water is dripping from his wet face. He then looks keenly and notices the cuts on Dam's face. "Looks like you're going to have some scars," Airdrie says truthfully. Dam stops smiling and walks to the hallway on his left. As soon as he is out of the room, Airdrie looks at Boiler's unconscious body. Dam shouts aggressively, "Fuck!" Airdrie hears his voice as he looks up from Boiler's body and towards the hallway. Soon, Dam enters the living room once again and goes straight up to Airdrie. He immediately takes the blunt object from Airdrie's right hand and within a few strides, reach Boiler's unconscious body. Dam kneels down beside his body and starts hitting him with the blunt object. Dam hits Boiler numerous times in the torso mercilessly. Due to the impact of getting hit by the blunt object, Boiler's body moves every time. Dam watches his body's reaction to the pain inflicted on him as he keeps on hitting him the blunt object. Dam shouts with every hit, "Fuck you! You fuck! Fuck you! Fuck!" Suddenly, the blunt object breaks off. Dam looks at the broken object and throws his away. His right hand then goes to Boiler's pocket and grabs out his switchblade. He stares at the blade for a moment and is reminded of all the pain that he had to go through, just moments ago, due to the hits and cuts that Boiler gave him. Without thinking twice, Dam starts stabbing him in the stomach. When Dam is stabbing Boiler, blood is coming out from his lower torso, soaking his t-shirt from that spot in the process. Airdrie keeps watching for a while, but when he realizes that if he doesn't stop Dam, he'll probably kill Boiler soon. He leaves his spot and goes up to Dam. With force, he grabs his upper arms to restrain him. Dam tries to resist, but when he can't budge under Airdrie's hold, he starts to calm down gradually. "Are you all right?" Airdrie asks with concerns. Dam looks up at him aggressively. After a slight pause, he grunts, "Yeah, I'm calm." As soon as he grunts out these words, Dam tries to break free from Airdrie's hands, but the effort is wasted. His defense is too strong, and due to that, soon enough, Dam starts to get tired. Airdrie asks again, "Are you calm now?" Dam whimpers a response as he says, "Yeah." And true to his words, Dam is much calmer now. Airdrie feels his muscles relaxing under his hold, and he releases his upper arm. Dam gets up on his feet and looks down at Boiler's body. "Okay, what do we do?" Airdrie starts asking Dam a question, but he is cut short as Dam's right boot breaks Boiler's right bottom leg. He grinds his teeth while he breaks Boiler's lower leg, then he turns around and looks at Airdrie. With a blank face, he says, "He'll walk with a limp." Airdrie looks at Boiler's broken leg. His attention from Boiler's broken leg is diverted as he looks up at Dam when he asks, "Is there any rope or duct tape in that suitcase?" Airdrie responds, "No." Dam listens to his response and points to the door behind him. He then says, "Go to my car." There is some duct tape in the trunk. Dam pulls out the car keys from his right pocket. He looks up at Airdrie as he asks, "You always come prepared for everything?" With that being said, Airdrie holds out his right hand. "I always come prepared for everything," Dam says as he throws the keys towards Airdrie. The keys fly past Airdrie's hand and hit the door at his back. Airdrie stands and looks at Dam for a moment, as Dam continues his previous sentence. "In my glove compartment, I keep a first aid kit, registration, and AA batteries." Airdrie slowly looks behind him, still listening to Dam as he says, "The car manual, a bottle opener, CPR book." Airdrie is looking at the keys that are now lying down on the floor near the door. He can still hear Dam saying, "A carton of smokes and a bottle of whiskey." Airdrie walks towards the keys, still trying to listen to Dam's list. "Inside the trunk, I have MRE food, an automotive toolkit, a spare tire, and some duct tape." Now he is near the door, and without wasting another minute, Airdrie grabs the keys off the floor. He picks the keys up and looks at Dam, who is also looking at him, and he says, "I'm not really a good thrower." "What are we going to do with him?" Airdrie asks, and then points to Boiler, who is still lying unconscious on the ground. "Go and get the tape. I'll tell you then," Dam says, and instructs Airdrie to bring the supplies so that they can do something about Boiler. "Okay," Airdrie responds, and leaves to get the duct tape from Dam's car. Airdrie opens the door of the apartment and exits the place immediately before closing the door behind him. Dam looks up at the closed door and suddenly remembers something. He then says to himself, "Oh, maybe the duct tape is in the glove compartment? Fuck it." Dam goes to the living room once again. He kneels down and looks inside Boiler's suitcase. He grabs a sliver pistol and holds it up and moves it around near his face as he keenly looks at it. After contemplating for some time, he voices out his thoughts to no one in particular. Is this the same pistol from the story? Dam shrugs the thought away from his mind and puts the pistol somewhere. He then goes back to digging in the suitcase to find what else is inside. Dam notices something once again, and without thinking much, pulls it out. Once his hand is out of the suitcase with the object, he looks down at his hands. He deciphers that he is holding bar wire. He looks up from the wire, and his gaze lands at Boiler. Dam's half-lidded eyes are now completely fixated on Boiler's unconscious body, as his face is soon marred with a smile. Inside the parking lot, Airdrie opens the trunk of Dam's car. He searches all around the trunk, but doesn't find any duct tape there. He says to himself in confusion, "Huh?" Airdrie closes the trunk and leaves. When Airdrie is just about to go inside the apartment, Frank is looking at him keenly. Soon, his expressions change as Frank starts looking at Airdrie aggressively. Before Airdrie can enter Anne's apartment, Frank calls out, "Dam!" Dam and Airdrie are looking at Frank while they are standing near the front main door of Anne's apartment. Frank gets closer to them and asks, "How are you doing?" Dam doesn't say anything, not even a response to Frank's question. Frank, nonetheless, asks again, "How's your wife?" Dam still doesn't say anything. Airdrie looks at Dam from his right, who looks unmoved by Frank's questions. Then he looks back at Frank as he asks, "Or how's your daughter, Crystal? Has she returned to you? Or did you find her? Or is she dead? Or has she become a prostitute? Dam starts opening the apartment door and enters inside. He can still hear Frank spewing venomous words at him as he says, "How come you are an awfully sick person?" Airdrie is still looking at Frank as he continues, "How come your son is a better person than you? How come? How come they didn't put you away for the things you did?" Chapter 20. Back to Noah. Accidentally. Airdrie looks at Frank for a moment longer before he decides to follow Dam and get back inside Anne's apartment. Frank is still sniggering away as his blood seems to have boiled by the mere sight of Dam standing outside Anne's apartment. Nevertheless, after a while, Frank starts to walk away and is about to get back to his business when he sees Anne coming out of the back alley. He notices that Anne's left hand is holding his right upper arm, and with just one look at his face, one can tell that Anne is in immense pain. Frank doesn't miss a beat as he calls out, "Anne?" Anne hears Frank's voice almost instantly and looks up to see Frank in front of him, just a few strides away. Anne tries to wave at him, but can't do it, and hisses due to the pain being inflicted on his upper arm as he tries to move it slightly. Frank looks at him keenly and notices his facial expressions changing to one in pain. He can't help but instantly ask, "What the hell happened to you?" "I fell down from somewhere and broke my arm," Anne says, not disclosing the entire scenario that took place at his apartment a while ago. He has to deal with this alone, and he knows that he will. Frank looks at Anne's broken arm as he looks genuinely concerned. He can feel that something is definitely up, but before diving into the matter, he decides to check up on Anne as he asks, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks for asking," Anne says with a slight smile playing on his lips. "Is there anything I can do?" Frank asks again. He actually wants to help Anne with whatever he's been dealing with, even if it's a broken arm. Anne asks Frank, "Do you have anything for my arm?" Frank responds whilst shaking his head, "No." "Oh," Anne says. He looks at his right side and notices something strange. He looks at a car and realizes that it's Dam's vehicle. He looks back up at Frank before asking, "Hey, is my dad here?" "Yeah, I saw that jerk going inside your apartment," Frank responds bitterly. Anne looks at him curiously before responding, "Really? Huh. I wonder why he's here." Frank responds with the same hatred as he had before. "Probably to steal or sell drugs or assault someone in your building." Anne looks at Frank again, who is standing in front of him, slightly towards his left side. He thinks for a moment before saying, Yeah, probably." Anne looks back at Dam's vehicle again. He then looks up at Frank and says, "I think my father keeps some duct tape in the glove compartment. I should—" Anne takes a step forward, towards Dam's vehicle that was parked just a few steps away from where Anne is standing. "Don't!" Frank calls out, as Anne looks at Frank again. Frank peers at him before saying, "I'll do it." Frank soon walks up to the passenger side door of the car. He makes it to the passenger window with just a couple of strides. As soon as he is near the car, he moves his right elbow straight up and is about to hit the window when Anne understands his intentions and calls out, "Look under the car." Frank's elbow stops midair. He doesn't hit the passenger side window, and instead, he looks back at Anne. With his elbow suspended in the air, he thinks for a moment before kneeling down and looking under the car as per Anne's instructions. He put his right hand under the vehicle and tries to feel something useful. Frank pulls out his hand back and notices 2 spare keys in a light purple, letter name word bead keychain, perched static on top of his palm. The word reads, "Heart symbol, you daddy forever," and as he sees near the words, there is a name that reads Crystal. Anne is waiting at his current spot for Frank to return. Soon, he hears the sound of the car's door being opened and then shut. He deciphers that Frank must have gotten the keys, as he hears footsteps coming closer to Ai before he hears Frank's voice, "I got some first aid kit and some other stuff too." Anne looks at all the stuff that Frank is carrying. He looks up at Frank and asks, "Where's the tape?" Frank patiently responds, "The first aid kit is better." Anne says in a dull voice, "There's nothing in there." Frank looks up at Anne and asks, "How do you know?" Anne shrugs and responds, "I used it yesterday." Frank asks curiously, "Why?" Anne replies, "For my forehead." Frank asks again, as he doesn't seem satisfied with his previous response, "What was wrong with your forehead?" Anne says, "It was bleeding from the stitches." Frank asks incredulously, "You got stitches? Can you see the bandages on my head?" Anne asks in a bored tone. Frank noticed the bandages on Anne's head. After observing it keenly, he responds, "Oh, I see." Anne then asks Frank, "And why do you have all that other stuff?" Frank shrugs his shoulders and says, "I needed some of these things." Anne says, "Okay, where's the tape?" "It's back in the car," Frank responds as Anne stares at him. Anne is quiet for a moment. After a while, Anne says, "Okay, I'll go and get it myself. Take these things. I'll see you later." "All right, bye, Anne." Frank waves at him as he makes his way towards where he was headed earlier. Frank goes inside his building, and as soon as Frank is gone, Anne starts walking towards the passenger door. When he gets to the door, he tries to open the vehicle, but the door is locked. Anne then peers inside the car through the passenger window and notices that the keychain is inside on the floor mat. The duct tape is near the keychain's right side. He sees the tape, and there on the tape, there is an image of yellow ducks with an orange beak in a line, following a dull brown duck with a yellow beak. Anne has blank expression at his face as he exclaims with rage, "Son of a bitch!" Anne hits the passenger door with his left hand, trying hard to break the window so that he can open the door and get the duct tape lying inside the car's floor. As hard as he could try, the blow wasn't powerful to break the window. He looks at it while his hand is still resting on the window. Anne opens his mouth, and his eyebrows go up. He removes his hand from the window and then starts shaking it while walking around near the passenger door. Anne stops shaking his hand and looks back at the passenger window. He looks disgraced and disgruntled at the same time. Anne finally decides to leave the car be and try to get another solution for his injuries. He finally ends up at the walk-in clinic once again as he goes to get a thorough checkup and bandages for his injuries. After some time, Anne comes out from the walk-in clinic with his right arm in a cast and in-arm sling stock. Soon, Noah comes by from his left side and notices Anne. Noah looks at Anne and asks, "What happened to you this time?" A long pause comes for Anne's side, as he doesn't respond for quite a while. After some time, he finally drawls, "I fell. But I'm all right now. The doctor said that this time it is much better, and my foot is, fine. What about you?" Anne looks up at her whilst smiling. Noah looks at him as well, as she says, "I'm fine. Thanks for asking." Anne says, "That's good. That's really good. So, did you leave my dad?" At this question, Noah looks up at him once again and responds, "Yes." Noah looked remorseful when she looked down at the floor mat. On her left side, there was Dam, talking to her. Airdrie was still sitting in the back seat. He was smiling and nodding to her and Dam, as she could see from the rearview mirror. Dam took the vehicle on the way to where Noah wanted to be dropped off. Dam's vehicle came to a sudden halt as they had reached Noah's destination. Without opening the car door, Dam turned towards Noah beside him and said, "I was wondering if you want to do something together in the week?" At that question, Noah slowly moved her head up, turned to her left side, where Dam was perched in the driver's seat, and looked at Dam straight in the eyes. One look at her face, and one could tell that she was immensely nervous at everything that was going on, and that was about to happen. She had started to choke up a little as she looked at his happy and hopeful face. She had to get the truth out in order to get rid of that heaviness in her chest. She looked at Dam and suddenly blurted as soothingly as she could in that state, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to see you anymore. This relationship is over." With that being said, Noah looked down at her intertwined hands resting on her lap for a moment. After a slight pause, she turned around, opened the door, and walked away from Dam forever. Anne is staring at Noah as she narrates whatever happened the other night, after he was dropped off at Sleeve's Grand Motel. Noah says, "I felt so bad about it, hurting his feelings like that." Noah's eyes are at the ground while she's talking to Anne, while he is consistently staring at her. He can see that she is still feeling guilty about it, and to soothe her, he says, "Don't be." Noah looks up at Anne again as she says, "Your father seems like a really nice person." "He's actually not, but you did the right thing. You did good, Noah," Anne says, as he is still looking at Noah's face and still smiling. "Want to do something?" Anne asks as he gets a little closer to Noah. She looks at Anne advancing towards her and takes a step back, away from Anne. Anne looks at her with narrowed eyes, and Noah quickly says, "If you want to make it up to me, I can take you out to dinner tonight." Anne responds, "Sure, where?" Noah says, "At the Sheepdog restaurant, at 7 o'clock. Anne looks at her and says, "Okay." Noah cut him off as she says, "See you then." As soon as she says that, Noah walks past Anne and heads inside the walk-in clinic. Anne looks at her leaving and mutters to himself, "Well, better do my thing." Anne exits the walk-in and is now standing in the middle of a busy round sidewalk. He is busy talking with a middle-aged man. He smiles and then laughs at something the middle-aged man says, and then the man shakes his head and soon walks away. Anne watches the man going away as his face is still looking fresh and a smile is playing on his lips. After a moment, Anne is now talking to a lady who seems much older, at the sidewalk, near the yellow fire hydrant. He whimpers as he points his finger at his broken arm and shows it to her. The old lady listens to her for a while before walking away. Anne looks at the old lady's back as she walks away and mouths, "Fuck." He soon leaves the sidewalk and is now standing at the flower store. He is talking to the owner of the store. The owner listens to Anne before shaking her head. Anne turns to Zone and is now talking to Zone again. He also listens to Anne, but shakes his head just like the store owner lady. Anne is standing outside of a counter-restaurant food stand type place. He is talking to the cook, as the cook points to his left, and from the movement of his mouth, it's clear that he says, "Fuck off, brat." Anne gets away from that stand and is now walking on the sidewalk while his head is looking down towards the ground. His face starts to look very worried. After a couple of more steps, Anne sits down on the ground and holds a cardboard sign. The sign reads, "Need money, or else I'll die, or become deformed." Anne is near the edge of an alley as he's looking both ways on the sidewalk. He sees a person coming up ahead from his left. The person is thinner than Anne, and he walks out of the alley. Anne immediately starts walking towards the thinner man. Before the thinner man can decipher, Anne bumps into him. The thinner man punches Anne right in the stomach, and due to the sudden blow and its impact, Anne goes on his knees, while his left hand falls on the concrete floor. The thinner man looks at his frail body as he shouts, "Watch where you going, dipshit!" The thinner man walks away, leaving Anne lying on the ground as he has a vasovagal response. Anne is looking down and closing his eyes. He looks very depressed. Suddenly, the sound of water beginning to boil reaches Anne's ears. Anne looks very nervous, as sweat appears from the right side of his face while he starts to grind his teeth. Near Anne's right, there is a big pot full of water, as it is being boiled on a stove. The pot is beginning to overboil. Soon, a guy comes up to the pot and opens the lid. Since he opens the lid clumsily and has immediately put his face forth to look at the content inside the pot, the liquid bounces within as it's boiling. The water has squirted a little on the guy's face, and the guy starts to scream and covers his face with his hands. The victim shouts, "Oh God!" The guy starts moving backward and shouts again, "It burns!" The victim spins around, and suddenly, he falls to the floor on his back, while still screaming out loud. Chapter 21. Getting Anne's Phone. Anne struggles for some time on the ground as his body feels drained due to the impact of such a fall. After a moment, he stands for a while. Suddenly, he looks at the victim on the floor. Then he nonchalantly walks away. Anne is now coming out of the two-way door as he walks down the concrete staircase, exiting the area. He looks up to see a sign on top of the two-way door. The sign reads, "Search and Help Homeless Shelter." Near the left side of the concrete staircase, Anne looks at another sign. He looks at it to see what the sign is about as it reads, "Serving soup today, hot and steamy taste." Anne walks ahead some more and grabs the phone handle of a payphone. With his right hand in the sling, he uses his left hand's index finger to tap on the buttons to dial a number. Once he's done feeding the number in the payphone, he puts the phone handle near his left ear and listens the line being connected. Suddenly, the payphone answers as the female operator's static voice calls out from the other side, "Hello, operator speaking." Anne responds in the payphone, "Hello, can I make an emergency call to 402-434-6547, please?" The female operator's static voice comes again on the payphone as she says, "Is it for an emergency call?" Anne says, "Well, yes, it is." The female operator's static voice says, after a slight pause, "Okay, I'll patch you through it." The phone starts ringing as Anne keenly listens to it, waiting for someone to answer the call, before he says to the female operator, "Thanks." Anne then whispers shortly, "Dumbass." Anne, after saying that, he is now patiently waiting for his call to connect, while silently praying that it doesn't take her too long to do so. Suddenly, the call gets answers as the cleaning lady's static voice fills Anne's ears through the payphone. The cleaning lady says, "Hello." Anne immediately asks, without even the formality of greeting her, "Assistant, lady? Has anyone called?" The cleaning lady's static yet aggressive voice reaches Anne as she says, "Who the fuck is this?" Anne responds to her question, saying, "It's the guy who owns your phone." The cleaning lady's static voice changes from an aggressive tone to a normal one as she asks nicely, "Anne, how are you? How have you been?" Anne responds quickly, adding his own question at the end. The question whose answer he was anticipating badly. I'm good, I'm really good. I was just wondering if there were any phone calls for me." The cleaning lady thought for a second before responding in the same static voice from the other side of the line, saying, "Just Lane called." Anne asks incredulously, "He's alive! I mean, how is he doing?" The cleaning lady's static voice states, "He's locked up. He said it's not my fucking fault that the plan." Anne cuts her sentence short as he says, Okay. Did he say anything about guano?" The cleaning lady paused for a moment. After a while, suddenly, her static voice fills the line as she says quietly, "He's dead." Anne is quiet. He doesn't say a single word for some time as he lets the information about Lane being locked up and Guano's death in. He lets out a sigh after a while before saying, "When his mother calls, you tell her, your son was a decent, honest person." The cleaning lady cuts his remorseful comment short as her static voice reaches Anne again with words that are better than the previous ones, as she says, "I'm just fucking with you. He's not dead. He's just at the hospital. He broke his right arm and neck. Nothing too serious, but he'll probably go jail when he's done." Anne looks annoyed at her comment. He was not expecting such a childish stunt by the cleaning lady. He composes himself before saying, "Okay. If Boiler calls, tell him, I'm sorry, but I tried." The cleaning lady asks with all seriousness on the other side of the phone, "You didn't get his money on time?" Anne responds in a sad tone as he says, "I tried, but I got no luck today. I'm just going to take off tonight. Hope he won't catch up to me." The cleaning lady asks in the same serious yet static tone again, "How much time do you have?" Anne responds anxiously, saying, "I don't fucking know. I'm looking left and right for him. Hope I don't get Hallis." The cleaning lady cuts his ranting midway as she reminds him of something and asks, "Well, what about your original plan?" Anne shakes his head while saying in the payphone, "It's not a one-man job." The cleaning lady's optimistic words reach Anne in a static tone as she suggests, "What about one-man and one-woman job?" Anne looks a little confused at that, as he can't decipher what the cleaning lady actually means. He thinks for a while, and when he is unable to put the finger on her point, he asks, "What do you mean?" The cleaning lady is now sitting on the grass with her legs crossed. She then elaborates her suggestion so that Anne is able to understand that, as she says, "I mean, I'll help you finish your heist. We'll do it tonight." Anne's static voice reaches the cleaning lady as he quickly rejects her suggestion, saying, "No, what happened yesterday was a total screw-up. It's too risky now. It was just bad luck, that's all. Or maybe you guys were just amateur," the cleaning lady says in a tone that depicts pity. The phone call goes silent for a moment. For a long time, none of them speak even a word. Suddenly, Anne's static voice fills the call as he says, "I spent weeks on that fucking plan. I knew it's going to work. I knew everything was going well. It was one fuck-up, just one fuck-up. It was the goddamn building fault, not ours. It wasn't because we were amateur, me." The cleaning lady gets frustrated at Anne's whining as she cuts him midway and says, "Okay, stop blaming others for your own failures. Are you in?" Anne's static voice says, after thinking for a moment, "Yes, I'm in." The cleaning lady says again, "Great! I'll meet you at Westman's at 9 o'clock sharp. Okay?" Anne's static voice tries to stop her, as he suddenly says, "Hey, wait a minute." But before Anne has the chance to say anything else, the cleaning lady hangs up on Anne. She puts the phone down and takes a sip from her bottle of whiskey that she is holding in her left hand. When she's done drinking, she waves at someone on her right hand. "Hi," the cleaning lady says as she waves at someone while smiling at the person. Then she looks around the area as she is waiting for something. Suddenly, Anne's phone's ringtone fills the atmosphere as there is another incoming call. The cleaning lady answers the phone without even looking at the caller ID. "I said 9 o'clock, cocksucker," the cleaning lady says as soon as she picks up the phone without even listening to the other person on the line. She hears a man's static voice coming through the phone, asking, "Anne, it's me. I really need to talk to you." The cleaning lady recognizes his voice as she acknowledges him while saying, "Hi, Dam." The phone call goes silent for a while before Dam finally says, "Hey, it's you. Why do you have my son's phone?" The cleaning lady responds in a bored tone as she says, "Wasn't it obvious?" Dam's static voice says, "No? Well, yeah. It's pretty obvious. I also know you took my son's shirt as well." The cleaning lady simply says, "Your son was being a disrespectful piece of shit. He was saying bad things about you." Dam's static voice reaches the cleaning lady as he confesses, "Yeah, I can't blame him. I'm not such a good saint." The cleaning lady says again in a softer tone, "You don't seem like a bad guy. When I saw you in person, you seemed like an honest, kind, friendly, and a lovely fool." Dam's static voice says in a remorseful tone, "That's what you see in me. The people who know me say that I'm an awfully sick human. I deserve to die because I'm a terrible father." The call gets silent once again. This time, the silence is not comfortable at all, as the cleaning lady looks at her left. Dam is answering the phone while still driving his vehicle. He's looking down, and he clearly looks very depressed. Airdrie looks at Dam, and after noticing the looks at his face, he feels a little sympathy for him. Then, the right side of his pants starts to vibrate. Airdrie pulls out his cell phone from his pants' right pocket and is now looking at it keenly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Palm is still writing. He pauses for a moment and sighs before saying, "You poor, sad fool." Inside Dam's vehicle, Dam is still on the flip phone while driving. The cleaning lady's static voice reaches his ears after a long pause, as she says, "I'll tell you what. Meet me at Honda's bar at 8 o'clock, and let's see what kind of a terrible person you are. Do we have an agreement?" Before Dam can respond to her offer, Airdrie shouts suddenly, "Dam, look out!" Dam looks up and notices that he's on the wrong side of the road. By the time he realizes that, there is another vehicle coming towards Dam's vehicle. Dam yells and drops his phone and turns the steering wheel to the left. Dam's vehicle rushes to the left side of the road as he tries leaving the wrong side entirely. The other vehicle nearly misses Dam's vehicle and starts honking its horn at Dam at the foolish stunt he had pulled unknowingly. If they had actually collided, it would have been a terrible accident. Dam quickly turns the steering wheel to the right. Dam's vehicle is rushing towards the right side of the road. Due to the commotion, Airdrie moves and hits the right side of his temple on the passenger window. When Dam's vehicle rushes on the right side of the road, the other driver shouts, "Motherfucker!" Dam rolls down his window and pokes out his head. He then looks up at the other driver and shouts an apology back, "Sorry!" Dam gets back inside the vehicle as he ducks his head inside the car. He then hears the static voice of the cleaning lady, probably coming out from the phone, which he had dropped during the entire scene that happened just a few moments ago. The cleaning lady says, "Hello? Hello! Damn! Did you hear what I fucking said?" The cleaning lady is shouting now, while asking Dam for an answer to the question she had asked a while ago. Dam ducks his head down as he looks at the car's floor. He tries searching for the flip-flop phone around on the floor. Palm says in a static voice from the other side of the phone through his computer's monitor, "It's under your seat." Dam puts his hand under his seat and soon feels the phone. He quickly retrieves it from the car's floor and brings it back to his right ear. He immediately asks, "Yeah? Did you hear what I said?" The cleaning lady asks in a static voice. Dam says, "Yeah. Meet you at the Honda's bar at 8 o'clock. The cleaning lady asked in a static voice. "Why didn't you respond?" "What happened?" Dam responds to her question as he remembers whatever went down a few minutes back, saying, "I was driving on the wrong side of the road, being distracted by talking to you on the phone." The cleaning lady says in a static voice, "Well, drive safe and meet me there. I'll pay for our drinks." She then says in a seductive tone, "My treat." With that being said, and without waiting for Dam's response, the cleaning lady hangs up the phone. Dam looks at the phone, then the road ahead of him as he gulps audibly. Soon enough, Dam's body starts to shake. Airdrie is rubbing the right side of his temple, which is still hurting due to the hit. He looks up with his right hand, still rubbing soothing circles on the right side of his temple as he asks, "So, we're going to meet the cleaning lady?" Dam nods and says, "Yup." Then Dam suddenly starts smiling nervously as soon as he responded to Airdrie's question. Airdrie asks again, "What about Anne?" Dam looks at Airdrie before responding. "There's no way to contact him." Airdrie asks again, What's his name?" Dam looks at Airdrie before looking back at the road and asks, "Who?" Airdrie says, suddenly remembering whom he's talking about, "Boiler. He's still in the trunk, remember?" Dam remembers that he has yet another task at hand. He responds, "We'll deal with him after we're done with our date." Airdrie incredulously says, "Our date? More like your date than mine?" Airdrie still has his right hand on the right side of his temple, and soon he starts rubbing his head again. Dam looks at Airdrie and says, "Yeah, thanks for warning me about the road and finding my phone." Airdrie says, "You're welcome. Wait, I didn't find your phone." Dam looks at him strangely and says, "You said it's under the seat." Airdrie says seriously, "I didn't say that." Chapter 22. The Date Night. Dam and Airdrie are inside the vehicle, looking at each other. Dam soon diverts his attention back to the road ahead of him while his vehicle passes by Anne. On the sidewalk, near the road where Dam's vehicle is passing through, Anne is walking with another person. Anne asks the stranger man, "Hey, you got the time?" "Yeah, the stranger man says. Then, he stops midway and looks down at his cell phone. He looks up at Anne again as he says, 6:30. Anne looks at him gratefully as he says, "Thanks." The stranger man nods at, and before walking away to where he was headed earlier. Anne, on the other hand, is now walking towards the crosswalk ahead of him. He is standing near the edge of the sidewalk, waiting for the walking signal to turn white. he notices the two older dowager standing at both of his sides. The older dowager says to the much older dowager, "Did you hear what they are serving at the sheepdog today?" Anne looks at the older dowager. Then he hears the voice of the much older dowager from his other side when she asks, "No, I haven't. What are they serving today?" Anne seemed to be deep in thoughts, like he is thinking about something. The older dowager responds after listening to her question, "Sheep bladder today." The much older dowager looks stunned as she exclaims, "Really?" Anne suddenly exclaims while he is in the middle of the older dowagers, "Oh, fuck Noah!" Both of the old dowager women hear his voice as he exclaims in a loud voice, and are now looking at him, standing in the middle of them. Anne looks up at them and calms down a bit as he says, "Pardon me, ladies." Suddenly, the walking symbol goes white, indicating that the people waiting at the edge of the sidewalk can start walking and crossing the road. Anne says, "Excuse me." Both of the old dowagers look at him once again as he says, "Which direction leads to the sheepdog restaurant?" After some time, Anne is standing outside the sheepdog restaurant. He is near the sheepdog statue as he stares at it, while the slow sound of the violin music playing outside the restaurant reaches his ears. "Hey, Anne!" Noah calls out, and Anne squeals suddenly as he gets startled from the sudden greeting that he wasn't expecting. Anne turns around and inhales before saying, "Oh, wow, you scared me." Noah giggles and says, "I'm sorry." Anne looks at her and says, "Yeah." Anne then smiles at Noah as she asks, "Shall we?" Anne responds, "We shall." With that being said, Anne and Noah start walking together, and soon, they are almost near the entrance, when suddenly Noah says, "Oh, shit." Anne looks at Noah with confusion and asks, "What?" He notices Noah looking down at her black jeans while searching her jeans pockets. She looks up at him and says, "I can't find my wallet. I must have left it at home." "Oh, God. I guess we can't go in." Noah looks a little disappointed. Anne looks at her face and notices her expression that clearly indicates that her previous excitement has died down completely. He suddenly offers, "Let me buy dinner." Noah looks up at him and says, "No. I wanted to buy it for you, and besides, this restaurant is way too expensive." Anne looks at her earnestly and says, "I insist." Noah smiles at Anne, and after thinking for a moment, she finally gives in, as she says, "Thanks." Noah looks down and notices Anne's feet. She looks up at him again and asks, "Are you wearing socks?" Anne hears Noah's question and instantly looks down at his feet as well. Without looking up, he says, "No, there." Noah is also looking at his feet again, as Anne continues responding to her question. "You heard about feet-looking shoes?" Noah nods her head and says, "Yeah." Anne continues after her reply, "Well, these are socks looking like shoes. I bought them today." Noah says, "Oh, 'kay. At least they're shoes." Noah looks slightly confused again, but Anne looks up at her and starts smiling. He then says, "Let's go in." Noah nods her head slightly and starts walking again with Anne. She takes faster strides and is now walking ahead of Anne, while Anne is walking behind her with a worried look on his face. After walking for some time, Anne and Noah finally make it to the entrance of the restaurant. Anne, being a gentleman, holds the door open for Noah and waits for her to get in before he can get inside the restaurant as well. However, they stop in their tracks as a guy wearing hockey jersey gets thrown out of the restaurant from between them both. Anne looks up to notice that there are people wearing a jersey everywhere on the street. Dam and Airdrie are walking on the sidewalk. Airdrie is looking around the area and notices that everyone is cheering and getting drunk. He looks at Dam and asks curiously, "What is going on?" Dam, knowing what the chaos is all about, responds, "It's the final game of the playoff." Airdrie asks, "Who's playing?" Dam looks up at Airdrie again before responding, "I think it's us versus them." Airdrie nods his head a little before saying, "Okay." Dam and Airdrie stop near an entrance to a bar. Both of them look up and see the sign of the bar, as the sign reads, Honda's, all bets are off. Dam opens the door for Airdrie, and both of them enter the bar together. Inside the bar, they notice that the place is pretty packed. People are everywhere, wearing hockey jersey and cheering. They look around to see that the lighting inside is bright on the ceiling and the middle of the walls. The tables are all made out of wood and the stools, and next to them are made out of metal. The walls are tortilla brown and covered in sports memorabilia. The flooring is made out of a hardwood. Dam looks at Airdrie and shouts, "Let's look around!" Airdrie shouts over to the cheering crowd as he asks Dam, "Should we split?" Dam shouts and asks, "What?" Airdrie shouts again, this time a little louder than before, so Dam can hear him properly over the noise. "I said, should we split up?" Dam understands his question clearly this time and responds, "Yeah. Okay, let's do that." Dam and Airdrie are walking in different directions. Dam is walking through the crowd, mingling within, yet staying away from any sort of interaction. He turns around and notices that Airdrie is not behind him. Dam shouts loudly, "Airdrie!" Dam looks around, feeling like he's lost Airdrie in the sea of people. He looks around for Airdrie as he shouts again, "The fuck did you go?" Dam searches for Airdrie, and when he can't find him, he exclaims in a loud voice, "Fuck!" Dam sees a bartender who's wearing a gray polo shirt and is working at a rotated counter. There is an empty tip jar near the bartender's left side. Dam goes to the bartender, and the bartender notices Dam as well. He looks up and nods his head once to him, as a form of greeting. Dam shouts over the noise as he asks him, "Excuse me? Have you seen a woman around? I was supposed to meet her here." "Honda," the bartender asks him, "what does she look like?" Dam shouts his response, so he is heard by Honda, as he says, "She's pretty." Honda listens to his response before asking, "She's pretty, huh?" "All right. What's her name?" Dam shouts his answer again. I don't know." Honda, upon hearing his reply, says incredulously, "You don't know? You're meeting this woman and you don't know her name?" Dam shouts again, telling Honda the reason why he doesn't know the woman's name, as he says, Yeah. Every time I ask her about her name, she does something unpleasant to me." Honda asks with utmost curiosity, "Really? What's the most unpleasant thing she has ever done to you?" Dam shows his finger to him, which has a burn scar, as he shouts over the noise, "She burned my finger with her cigarette." Honda looks at Dam's burnt finger, then he looks into Dam's eyes. After a short pause, he says, Oh, you mean..." Suddenly, everyone is cheering. Dam sees Honda's mouth moving, but can't hear him due to the noise of the spectators watching the match. Finally, when the cheering stops, Dam shouts another question at Honda as he asks, "What? I didn't hear you." Honda responds, "I said she is sitting near the big TV." Honda points his index finger towards one corner where she is sitting while being covered by a crowd of fans. He continues saying, while pointing at her direction, "Just over there." Dam looks at what Honda's pointing and walks towards it. Back at the counter, Honda says, to Dam when he's out of his sight, "Don't let her play with your heart, or your dick." Dam is now walking through the crowd of people watching in the match and cheering for their teams. Then, he stops and starts to smile. He looks up to notice that the cleaning lady is smoking near a big round table and sitting on a metal stool. In the background, where she is sitting, he can see that there is a wooden railing. Behind the railing, there is a big, flat screen on the wall, and hockey is playing on the screen. The score is a tie. Dam walks towards the cleaning lady's table. As soon as he is near the table, the cleaning lady notices him. Dam waves at her with his right hand. On the wooden railing, a hand puts a beer bottle on top of it. The beer is called Shark Grass, and on the beer bottle, a mid-20s man is holding a beer can and making a mess of his face, on top of the slogan. There is also a small slogan under the beer's name, and the slogan reads, "It feels so good when you make a mess on your face." Dam reaches the cleaning lady's side and stammers a bit as he greets her. "Hey, hi." The cleaning lady puffs out the smoke from her cigarette and points at the edge of the table. She then says, "Take a seat." Dam looks around and notices that there's no stool around. He looks up at her again and states, "There's no seat." The cleaning lady points at something behind him and says, "There's a chair over there." Dam looks at the other table and sees a stool not being used. Without any hesitation, Dam walks up to the other table and grabs the vacant stool from that table. He then turns around and comes back to the cleaning lady's table, along with the stool this time. Suddenly, a woman from the other table gets aggressive at him and shouts, "Hey, that's our fucking chair! You can't just take things!" The cleaning lady takes the beer bottle from the railing and throws it. The bottle flies to the other side of the area and smashes on the other woman's face. Soon, the glass is scraping all over her face, and blood starts to come out from the cuts that were on her face due to the broken glass shards. She is still for a moment, as if absorbing what happened. Then she starts to scream suddenly. All of her friends are all around her, trying to help her. Dam is sitting on the stool, and he quickly turns around and looks at the other woman to notice that she is in immense pain. Dam slowly turns his head back to look at the cleaning lady, but he still has a smile on his face. He asks her, "So, how have you been?" Despite answering his question, the cleaning lady makes a remark about the place where they are sitting, as she says, "This fucking place sucks right now. God, what's with all these fucking people around?" Dam gives her the same response that he gave Airdrie a while back, as he says, "Well, it is the last day of the hockey playoff." The cleaning lady hears him carefully before giving her 2 cents, saying, "I fucking hate sports, don't you?" Dam responds with his own choice. No. I actually like sports." The cleaning lady stares at him for a moment before saying, "Really?" So, the cleaning lady inhales her cigarette. Then suddenly, she puffs out the smoke. She looks up at Dam again before continuing her previous statement. "You like getting a concussion? You poor bastard." Dam clears her confusion as he says, "I like to watch sports, not play them." "Yeah." The cleaning lady drawls at his answer, before she lights out the cigarette on the table, at her right side, with her right thumb and index finger. She asks Dam, "What kind of sports do you like to watch then?" Dam looks at her with interest, seeming glad that she's asking questions about him. He responds with enthusiasm, "Oh, I like to watch hockey, baseball, basketball, football, Canadian football, soccer, golf, tennis, boxing, wrestling, UFC?" The cleaning lady cuts him off midway as she says, "Okay, I get it." The cleaning lady then picks up her drink from the right side, near the cigarette that she has just light out, and she takes a little sip from her drink. She looks up at him while taking that sip, and after she's done gulping the liquid, she says, "Yeah, thank God. You didn't bring that faggot you were with this morning." The cleaning lady takes another sip of her drink, as Dam prepares himself to confess that Airdrie is indeed there as well. Dam starts saying, Before he can continue, the cleaning lady beat him to it and says, "I fucking hate that guy. He gets on my nerves." The cleaning lady puts the drink back on the right side of the table. Dam looks at the movements of her hand before looking at her and saying, Well? Dam stops before he can finish his sentence as Airdrie arrives at their table. Airdrie looks at Dam before saying, "There you are. This place is really packed, huh?" The cleaning lady does not look pleased with Airdrie's presence at all. Airdrie looks at the other table and notices the aftermath of the chaos. He looks at the duo again and asks, "What happened there?" The cleaning lady responds in a bored tone, "Accident." Airdrie looks at the cleaning lady. Then he looks back at the other table. The other woman starts to cry and is still covered in blood completely. He looks up at Dam and quietly says, "Man." Airdrie looks remorseful, and the cleaning lady notices the look at his face. She thinks for a moment and then says, "Why don't you buy me and Dampen some drinks?" Airdrie looks at the cleaning lady and says, "Sure. What would you like?" Before he can finish his question, the cleaning lady interrupts and says, "Tropical surprise? You know, the ones with the small umbrellas." Airdrie listens to her and drawls, "Okay." Airdrie then looks at Dam and asks, "What do you want?" "Grey cola?" Dam starts answering before he is also interrupted by the cleaning lady. She looks at Dam and says, "This is a bar. Get yourself a real drink." Dam looks at the cleaning lady, then he looks back at Airdrie as he says, Rum and Coke?" The cleaning lady listens to his response keenly before saying, "Good choice." Airdrie looks at the cleaning lady. Then, after a pause, he asks, "So, can you give me the money, friend?" The cleaning lady shrugs her shoulders and responds, "Sorry, I don't have any money with me." Airdrie looks at her with confusion as he reminds her of her own words that she said earlier on the phone, saying, "But you said, 'my treat,' on the phone, remember?" The cleaning lady starts to squint her eyes at Airdrie. Her right fist is beginning to squeeze from under the table on top of her upper right thigh. Dam looks at her changing expressions, and he quickly says, "It's all right." Dam pulls out $100 bill from his left pocket. Dam looks back at Airdrie before saying, "Here, this will cover it." Airdrie takes the bill from Dam's hand before saying, "Thanks." Soon enough, Airdrie is out of their sight as he makes his way towards the bar. The cleaning lady breathes a sigh of relief as she says, "Cocksucker!" Dam looks at her and says, "He's a good kid." Dam smiles at the cleaning lady as she says, "He questions a lot." They engage in their own conversation while Airdrie is away. Meanwhile, Airdrie is at the counter and talking to the bartender. Honda looks up at him and greets him pleasantly. "Hi, what can I get you?" Dam and the cleaning lady are still waiting at their table. The cleaning lady notices something on Dam's face before she asks, "Jesus, the fuck happened to your face?" Dam stutters a bit as he says, Dam's right hand touches his face and then looks up at the cleaning lady as he continues, "That's why I wanted to talk to you about my son." "Because it looks like you're eating pineapple?" the cleaning lady asks sarcastically, cutting him midway through his explanation. "What? No. What? What I mean is that my son was in danger," Dam starts saying once again, trying to get his point across. The cleaning lady, however, but him off once again as she asks, "Why do you still help your son? With all the bullshit he said to you?" Dam goes quiet for a moment. He then looks up at the cleaning lady and says, "He's all I've got left now. He's still my son, and I still have to protect him from no matter what." "Even when it costs you scars on your face?" the cleaning lady asks again. Dam subtly moves his head as he says, "You can say that." Then, yes, I'll love him till the end. Cleaning lady now asks curiously, "What made him despise you?" Dam slowly looks down as if he can't meet the cleaning lady's eyes, as he answers her question, saying, "I don't know. I guess I failed in being a father to him in the past." At the bar, Airdrie is still talking to the bartender. Honda looks up at Airdrie from the drink on the bar top and says, "We don't serve drinks with small umbrellas." Airdrie peers at his face before saying, "But that's what my friend told me." Honda asks, "Who?" Airdrie responds immediately but slowly, I don't know her name. Me and my other friend just call her the cleaning lady. It's a bit strange, I know. She's over there, near the big TV." Honda gulps audibly. He looks towards the crowded TV, near which Dam and the cleaning lady are sitting at a table. He looks worried and quickly pulls out their drinks. He turned his attention back towards Airdrie as he says, "Tell your friends that the drinks are on us. Anne, sorry we don't have your requested drinks, so here's your rum and coke, and non-alcoholic red wine in a glass cup." Airdrie looks at the drinks, and then back up at Honda before saying, "Thanks." Airdrie puts the $100 bill in the empty jar tip. He is now walking towards their table, all the while, holding the drinks with both hands. After a few more strides, he finally makes it to the cleaning lady's table and puts the drinks on top of it. Dam grabs his drink and puts it near the right side of his table. Airdrie is standing and looking at the cleaning lady. She looks down at the drinks and barks, "Where the fuck is my drink?" Airdrie looks at her and responds, "Sorry. The bartender said that they don't serve your drink here." Motherfucker! The cleaning lady quietly swears under her breath. She then stands up from her stool and looks ahead. She looks back at Dam and Airdrie before saying, "I'll be right back." The cleaning lady walks away. Airdrie goes to the stool that is just vacated by the cleaning lady. He looks up at Dam and asks, "How long are we going to stay here?" Airdrie is now sitting on the cleaning lady's stool. Dam looks at Airdrie while drinking his alcohol. He slurps before saying, "Why? What's the rush?" Dam puts his drink back on the table as Airdrie shrugs and responds, "Just curious. Because there's still a guy in the trunk of your car. Probably sleeping, or who knows what." Dam suddenly responds, as if remembering about Boiler out of the blue, as he says, "Oh yeah, right." Airdrie asks again, "What are we going to do with him after we're done this date?" "I don't know," Dam says. Then he scratches his head with his right hand. He looks up at Airdrie again and says, "Go and check upon him. See if he's all right." Dam slides his keychain on the table. The keychain stops at the edge of where Airdrie is sitting. Airdrie quickly grabs the keychain off the table with his right hand and says, "Okay." Airdrie gets up from his stool and leaves the place. The cleaning lady comes back to the table, holding a drink with a straw and a little small umbrella in her right hand. She sits down on the stool and looks at Dam before saying, "I got my drink. And I got your money back." The cleaning lady takes a sip from her drink while pulling out a bill from her right pocket. When Dam is about to garb this bill, he notices a little blood on Sir Robert Borden's face. He looks up at the cleaning lady and says, "You keep it." Dam smiles at the cleaning lady, and she looks at Dam and says, "Thanks." The cleaning lady immediately puts the bill back in her pocket. She looks around the place and suddenly notices that Airdrie is not around their table anymore. She looks at Dam and asks, "Where did your little queer friend go?" Dam responds, His name is Airdrie, and he's checking the car." The cleaning lady asks again, "The fuck for?" Dam starts responding but stops talking immediately as Dam's flip-flop phone starts buzzing. He pulls out his phone and answers, "Hello?" The cleaning lady calls him out, saying, "Why the fuck did you steal that?" Dam holds the flip phone from the backside. His hand that is holding the phone is now 5 inches near the table. The flip phone is still on, and Dam responds, I bought my phone Instia?" The cleaning lady cuts him off and says, "So you took that faggot's advice instead?" Dam starts explaining himself as he says, "It wasn't the right thing to—" Before Dam can finish his sentence, the cleaning lady takes the phone from Dam's hand. On the other hand, Palm, who is busy overhearing their conversation and making notes, looks up at the monitor in front of him with a surprised expression on his face. The screen starts to get static. Finally, the screen has a flashing red and yellow sign. The sign reads, "Product destroyed." Then, another flashing green sign comes from the bottom of the red and yellow sign. The green sign reads, "Damage report. Torn up in half in the middle. Cost by 2 hands." Now, the screen shows a blueprint of hands breaking a flip phone in half. "Rats!" Palm says out of frustration as he stands up from his chair and runs away. Inside the bar, the cleaning lady's hands break Dam's flip phone in half. She then proceeds and puts the 2 phone parts on the table. Dam stares at his phone, resting in 2 pieces, on top of the table. The cleaning lady takes another sip from her drink, while Dam looks at the cleaning lady for a while, looking at her right in her eyes. When Dam is done staring, he takes a sip from his drink. The cleaning lady looks up and says, "I'm sorry." Dam looks at the cleaning lady while sipping from his drink. He puts his drink back on the table and says, "It's okay. It's my fault. I should listen to you more." Dam is now looking down while talking to her. He suddenly says, "I'm sorry." He stands up from his stool and looks at the cleaning lady before finishing off. "But I gotta go. I've something very important to do." The cleaning lady stops him midway and says in an insisting tone, "Stay." The cleaning lady is looking at Dam while he's still standing from his stool. "Why?" Dam asks her. The cleaning lady confesses, "Because I like you a little." Dam looks stunned at her revelation. The cleaning lady says again, "Sit down and let's talk." Dam sits back down. On the TV screen, there is a guy drinking and driving at night. He's also on his cell phone. On the cell phone screen, he's texting someone named Beverly. His text reads, "What are you, Wareen?" Suddenly, in the middle of the phone screen, there's a big word that reads, "Wife calling." The guy answers the phone and puts the phone on his right ear as he says, "Yes, hun?" The guy takes a sip from his alcoholic drink while still on his cell phone and driving. He then says, "I'm almost home. I just got to stop by my coworker, Beverly's house, to pick up some reports." The guy then puts his drink away and starts smoking dope while still on his cell phone and driving. He listens for a while before responding, "No, I'm not drinking, I'm smoking dope." "No, it's not the same thing, darlin'. Studies have proved that weed is harmless." Chapter 23. In the midst of a brawl, the vehicle gets collided with something, and the guy gets into an accident. Before he even had time to react, all the glass of the vehicle burst out, and the airbag goes off. Due to the sudden inflation of the airbag, luckily, the gets pushed back, being saved from hitting his head on the steering wheel. Slowly, the airbag starts to deflate, and the guy gets back in his senses, only to be even more scared of whatever just happened. He breathes slowly, and sudden relief crosses his face. He looks down as he puts his right hand on the steering wheel, while his left hand slowly moves towards his face, taking the big glass shards off his skin. As he pulls the very first shard, he closes his eyes tightly and hisses in pain. As soon as the glass is removed, he exhales loudly, as if he was holding his breath for a few minutes. He seems breathless as he slowly inhales and exhales a deep, strangled breath. He opens his eyes and, still breathing, he looks up, removing his gaze from the steering wheel. He stares at the neighborhood around him, while he is still trapped inside the disgruntled vehicle. Outside, he notices that there are no lights coming from any of the houses around, since it was pretty late, and the entire neighborhood must be asleep. All the streetlights are turned off, except for this one streetlight on his far right that is still on and spilling light on the otherwise dark and empty street. The guy looks a bit confused as he turns his head towards the right side, at the passenger door. He slowly turns his head towards the back and stares at the empty space there. Still confused, he looks at the driver's side door. His confusion just grows with every passing minute and with everything he is seeing around him. From outside, the vehicle seems fine, as if there is no damage. The guy is still alive and breathing. Suddenly, the sound of wind starts filling the aura inside the car, and apparently, the sound is coming through the radio. The guy turns even quieter as he stares at the radio. Slowly, the fire starts coming out of the radio, and slowly, a song starts playing. The song is called "Sandstorm" by Darude. The guy looks at the radio keenly and notices that the fire has slowly started to spread from the radio. The guy seems shocked and insists now trying to open his seatbelt. His jittery hands are not able to open the seatbelt, and the guy is grinding his teeth while struggling with the seatbelt, as smoke appears in the entire vicinity of the vehicle. After struggling for a few more seconds, the guy is finally able to remove the seatbelt from his body and immediately moves his left hand forward to open the door at his side. After turning and pushing, the driver's side door finally opens wide. The guy quickly tries to escape, but when he looks back, he notices that the seatbelt is still on. He tries to open the seatbelt again, struggling with it more harshly than before, but it doesn't budge. The guy gets frustrated, and with the little energy left in his body, he tugs at the seatbelt hard to try and rip it off with both hands as he struggles to break free. The guy doesn't have much energy left and is not able to get out of it, while the door slams shut as well. Due to the loud thud, he quickly moves his head towards the door to see that it is shut again. Confusion and terror are apparent at the guy's face as he struggles while noticing that the fire is getting closer to him by each passing second. The guy shouts, "Help! Somebody! Help!" He looks beside him to notice that the fire has now reached to the passenger seat. His eyes are big with horror as he shouts again, "Anyone!" The fire is spreading rapidly and is now spread through the dashboard. The guy is helplessly looking at the fire as he screams, "Help!" Sweat appears on the guy's face as he notices that the fire has now spread to the ceiling. The guy starts to cry as his tears start rolling down and mixing with sweat in his face. He whimpers, "Please, God." Fire is getting closer and closer to the guy as it starts reaching towards his feet. He whimpers again, "Please save me." The fire quickly escalates as it goes to his feet and then up to his lower legs, and soon his entire upper body is covered in fire. The guy's body starts burning and his mouth goes big. He screams out of pain and horror, "No!" The guy is screaming and twitching around in his seat as his skin slowly starts to melt, and now his facial muscles and flesh are visible. Soon, as the fire has reached to his head and melting his hair and scalp, his skull starts getting visible. The guy is still screaming as the entire vehicle is filling up with fire, and after a couple of minutes, the vehicle blows up. The vehicle's parts scatter on the street, with the fire still alive on some of the parts. The rest of the vehicle starts melting down to the ground. Although the part is everywhere on the street, they do no damages to the road, sidewalk, or the front yard of the various houses of the neighborhood. The only thing that can be found in its right form is the guy's cell phone. The cell phone turns on, and the phone company's logo appears on the screen. The logo is a white triangle turned upside down, with a big oval and squiggly lines in the middle. After a pause, a word in big font and white color appears below the symbol. The word reads, SAXTM. A voice comes through the cell phone as it says, "Sax. Our phones are so good, not even unexplained things can destroy them." A hand is lying near the Sax cell phone on the ground. The hand gets connected to a guy wearing a jersey shirt and appears to be unconscious, lying on the ground. The unconscious man slurs, "Hey, you." Airdrie is looking down at the man. The unconscious man slurs again, "Have you seen my phone around? I've been here all night and haven't had a single goddamn sight of it, even once. Did you see it?" Airdrie's right foot moves the phone towards the unconscious man's right hand. The unconscious man grabs it and looks at his hand, holding the phone. The unconscious man starts slurring again as he says, "Oh, thanks." "You're welcome." Airdrie looks at him lying on the ground and simply responds. With one last look, Airdrie walks away, and the unconscious man turns on his phone. He stares at his phone's screen and slurs a little louder this time as he says, "Hey, this isn't my phone. Fuck." Airdrie doesn't pay any heed to the unconscious man as he keeps walking ahead. He walks towards the back of Dam's vehicle, stops, and pulls out Dam's car keys from inside his right pocket. Airdrie then leaves Dam's side as he goes back to open the trunk. When the trunk is open, Boiler is tied up with bar wire on his body, as well as forehead. Blood is dripping from his forehead. Boiler is looking at Airdrie with a sock is in his mouth as he tries to say something that comes out like he's just muttering. Airdrie takes the sock out of Boiler's mouth. As soon as the sock is gone, Boiler begs, "Please, I beg you, please don't kill me. I'll do anything." Airdrie looks at Boiler with a blank face as Boiler begs in front of him to not kill him. After a moment, Boiler says, sniffing, "I smell food?" Airdrie looks up and sees a food cart across from the vehicle. He looks back at Boiler and says, "There's a food cart over there." Boiler says with a troubled expression at his face as he asks, "Can you please feed me? I haven't eaten since this morning. I'm really hungry." "What are you going to do when I feed you?" Airdrie asks, with his eyes slightly narrowed. Boiler looks back at him as he says, "We'll straighten everything out. I promise." Boiler gives Airdrie a whimpering smile as Airdrie looks at Boiler's black eyes. He thinks for a moment longer and then walks away. Boiler stays there quietly while waiting for Airdrie to return. The sounds of chattering are coming from the food cart. The food vendor looks up from the cart to see Airdrie. He asks after a moment, "What do you want?" Airdrie looks at him and says, "Number 2, please." The food vendor nods his head and says, "Coming right up." Boiler is lying in the trunk, still quiet and waiting. The food vendor comes up to Airdrie as he says, "Okay, that will be $4. Boiler keeps on waiting as Airdrie is near the food cart, waiting taking the food from the food vendor. The food vendor hands over the paper bag to Airdrie and says, Come again." Boiler hears footsteps coming towards the trunk. Airdrie is holding donair in his right hand. He finally reaches the trunk and puts the donair in Boiler's mouth. Boiler chews it, and once he's done eating, he says, "Thank you." Boiler takes a bite from the donair and starts chewing on it, and then he swallows it. Then he takes another bite and starts chewing it again and swallows it. He takes a third bite, he's chewing it for the third time, and then he swallows it. Boiler puts the whole donair in his mouth. He starts chewing it the fourth time, and once he swallows it, the entire donair is finished. Boiler is sniffing again as he looks up at Airdrie and says, "I smell sausages. Can you please buy me some more food? But can you make it a sausage and something to drink?" Airdrie walks away once again. Like the last time, Boiler stays quiet and waits for Airdrie to return with food. He hears the sounds of chattering from the cart again and knows that Airdrie must have reached the cart. The food vendor looks up again and recognizes Airdrie as he says, "What do you want again?" Airdrie looks at the food vendor and says, "Number 4 and a drink, please." The food vendor asks, "What kind of drink?" Airdrie simply responds, "Fountain drink." The food vendor nods and says, "Coming right up." Boiler is still quiet and waiting inside the trunk of Dam's vehicle. The food vendor comes back up to Airdrie and says, "Okay, that will be $5. Boiler waits patiently, and the food vendor comes back to Airdrie, handing him his order as he says, "Thanks, come again." Boiler hears feet steps coming towards the trunk again. Airdrie is holding a sausage in a bun with his right hand, while the other hand is holding a fountain drink. Boiler hears footsteps coming towards the trunk again. Airdrie is holding a sausage in a bun with his right hand, while the other hand is holding a fountain drink. Boiler looks up at Airdrie gratefully as he says, "Thank you for this," once again. Just like the last donair, Boiler takes a bite, chews, and swallows. He repeats this process for another 3 times, and he's done with the sausage as well. Boiler looks up at Airdrie and says, "That was pretty damn good sausage." He suddenly cranes his neck out of the trunk and shouts at the food vendor across the street, "Hey, sir, that was a damn good sausage." The food vendor shouts back at the vehicle, "Thanks." Boiler looks at the drink and asks Airdrie, "Can you pass me that?" Airdrie puts the straw in Boiler's mouth, and he quickly starts drinking the fountain drink. He is slurping fast, and soon he finishes his drink as well. Boiler sighs and looks satisfied with all that he has just had. He looks up at Airdrie and says, "Thanks. Where are we?" Airdrie looks back at him and says, "A sports bar." Boiler says, "Oh, Honda's?" Airdrie tilts his head slightly and says, "That's the one." "Can you go inside and buy me one of those drinks with a small umbrella? You just gotta say this person's name, and they'll give it to you," asks Boiler again. "Okay, what's the name?" Airdrie asks. A fog noise is coming out from Boiler's mouth, and Airdrie looks at Boiler straight in the mouth. Airdrie is just about to close the trunk door when Boiler calls out, "Wait!" Airdrie stops and lets go of his hands from the trunk door, and looks at Boiler as he asks, "Do you have my phone? I want to listen to music while I'm in here." Airdrie pulls out his cell phone from his left pocket and puts the earphones in his ears. Boiler tells him the password as he says, "The password is 2645. Airdrie puts in the password and looks up to Boiler before asking, "Which song do you want to listen to?" Boiler thinks for a moment before saying, "I Want You by the Savage Garden." Airdrie is searching on Boiler's cell phone, and after scrolling a bit, he finally finds the song and selects it. Airdrie puts the phone in the front breast pocket of Boiler's jacket. Boiler looks at him gratefully before saying, "Thank you." Airdrie closes the trunk and makes his way back to the bar. After walking a bit, Airdrie finally reaches back inside Honda's bar. He's trying to walk around the place, but he's constantly struggling to get through the crowd. The crowd is getting bigger and bigger with every passing hour. Airdrie spots Dam and the cleaning lady talking to each other. They're laughing while talking, and Airdrie looks concerned. He goes up to Dam and the cleaning lady. In the crowd, Airdrie passes a guy who's looking around, as he was crying and looking distraught. Airdrie doesn't bother to go to the guy and goes straight to the cleaning lady's table again. Dam looks up as Airdrie arrives at their table. Dam asks, "Airdrie, where have you been?" Airdrie responds quickly, "I was by the car. You told me to go and check how Boyle." The cleaning lady interrupts and suddenly asks, "You have the keys?" Airdrie asks skeptically, "Why?" Dam pipes in and says, "She needs a vehicle to borrow." Airdrie looks at Dam incredulously and says, "Wait, you're giving her the car?" Dam shrugs and says, "Huh, yeah." Airdrie asks again, "What? Why?" This time, the cleaning lady answers, as she says, "None of your goddamn business." "That's why." Airdrie asks Dam, "What about Boyle?" The cleaning lady interrupts him again as she says, "Are you going to give me the fucking keys, homo?" Airdrie responds adamantly, "No, me and Dam have something really important to do." The cleaning lady gets up from her stool and says, "Give me the keys." Airdrie shakes his head and stands his ground as he says, "No." The cleaning lady goes up to Airdrie's face ferociously and says in a dangerously low tone, "Give me the fucking keys." Airdrie looks at her square in the eyes as he says, "The answer is still no." The cleaning lady gets even closer to Airdrie's face and threatens him, saying, "Want to get fucked up, faggot?" "You can't threaten me," Airdrie says with a blank face. Airdrie and the cleaning lady are looking at each other when suddenly a bottle hits Airdrie at the back of his head. Airdrie screams in pain and falls straight on the floor. The cleaning lady looks surprised. The other man is screaming and crying as he shouts, "That's for my fucking woman! You throwing bottle assholes! Motherfucking!" The cleaning lady looks down at Airdrie, who is lying on his front and not moving even an inch. The cleaning lady squats down and starts searching around Airdrie's body. After searching for some more time, she pulls out the keychain from Airdrie's right pants pocket. The cleaning lady gets up and approaches Dam, who is standing there unmoved after everything that went down there. The cleaning lady is now standing right in front of Dam as she says, "Well, I better go and do my thing. See you later." The cleaning lady perks her lips, with her right index and middle fingers placed on her perked lips. She then makes a kissing sound and removes her fingers from her lips. She moves her fingers forward and puts them on Dam's mouth for a second. Finally, she leaves while Dam starts to blush and smile. On TV, the hockey game is still going on as the teams have started to play overtime. A random sports guy says at the back, "This is it. Who is it going to be? Us or them?" Another sports guy at the back responds, "It's us, retard." Dam is still sitting on his stool and seems frozen. Airdrie gets up from the floor and looks around. He seems dizzy as he winces in pain and then asks Dam, "Ow! What happened?" Airdrie sits on the cleaning lady's stool and is rubbing the back of his head. He asks again, "How did I fall?" Airdrie pulls out the glass from the back of his head and looks at it. He looks up at Dam again and asks, "Did someone throw a bottle at me?" Airdrie then puts his hand inside the pockets and feels that it's empty. He sighs and crosses his arms on the table before he starts saying, "I guess." All the people inside the bar started to moan, interrupting Airdrie. Once the noise dies down, Airdrie starts again. "Got the car, huh? Doing some monkey business? What a night." Airdrie looks at Dam and notices that he's not moving. He quickly asks with a slight worry on his face, "Dam, are you all right?" Airdrie stands up from his stool and gets a little closer to Dam's face. He asks, "Hello?" Snapping his right index finger and thumb right in front of Dam's face, Airdrie asks again, "Hello?" Airdrie snaps his fingers again. "You who?" Airdrie waves his right hand in front of Dam's face. All this time, Dam is still smiling. After some time, Dam finally speaks up. "Isn't she great?" Airdrie says in confusion, "Great." Airdrie pauses for a moment as he sits back at his stool and puts his left fist on his left cheek and asks, How can things get any more interesting? At the ice rink, one of the hockey players from the other team is skating towards the hockey net, while the puck is being moved sideways on the putter of the hockey stick. Behind him, there are all the other players who are skating after him. By the hockey net, the goalie is waiting while standing all by himself. The U.S. goalie chants nervously to himself, "Okay, okay, okay, I can do this." The player is skating closer to the net as the U.S. goalie keeps on chanting nervously, "I can do this." The player is still skating closer to the net. One of the U.S. players shouts, "Get him, fucking get him!" Yet the player is still skating closer to the net, while the U.S. goalie says nervously, "I can do this." The player is almost near the net, and the U.S. goalie is chanting, "I can do this," over and over again. The player is just about to be there towards the net, getting even closer, as the U.S. goalie starts to sweat and shake from inside of his mask. For one last time, in a hesitated tone, the U.S. goalie says, "I can do this." The player stops and shoots the puck. The puck is flying towards the U.S. goalie's chest as he says, "Oh, shit!" The U.S. goalie dodges the puck from his left, and the puck goes straight through the net and scores. The U.S. goalie is lying on the left side of his body as he looks at the puck inside the net defeated and exclaims, "Oh, fuck!" On TV, it shows the other player scoring and winning the Stanley Cup. The whole bar goes quiet and still. Airdrie also becomes still. His eyes look around the place. On TV, the other team is cheering at the ice rink and holding the Stanley Cup. Everyone in the bar is staring at the TV, while the other team's fan is being interviewed. The fan's static voice fills the bar as he says excitedly, "I can't believe it! We won! It's a miracle! Yahoo!" No one in the bar is moving as everyone stays still. Airdrie's face slowly turned to look at Dam's face, and he notices that Dam is still smiling. Airdrie whispers while enunciating every single word, "I think we should go." Everyone in the bar goes mayhem. People are shouting and swearing at each other, tipping tables over, fighting one another, and throwing the sports memorabilia around. Going crazy. Dam snaps out of his glare, and soon after that, Dam and Airdrie are putting their arms up to protect themselves. At the bar counter, Honda tries to calm everyone down while his left eye is covered with a bloody rag. Honda shouts above the crowd as he says, "Everyone calms down. Life is not about winning. Enjoy losing." A chair is being thrown at Honda, but luckily, he sees it in time and dodges the chair. He points out to the man who has thrown the chair and says, "You motherfucker!" Honda jumps across from the counter. Dam and Airdrie are still at their table, and Airdrie shouts, "We have to get out of here." Dam looks around the place for a moment before he shouts, too, "Yeah!" Dam and Airdrie stand up from their seats and look around the place while slowly walking. Airdrie is walking near two people who are busy in throwing punches at each other, right in the faces, as Airdrie tries to avoid stepping in between them. On Dam's left, a man is crying, while his face is slashed, and Dam tries to avoid the slashed-faced man. In front of Dam and Airdrie are two people flying beside them on their left. Another man in front of them falls on his knees and then falls on his face. The man who has just fallen has a pole stick at the back of his body. Dam and Airdrie carefully walk over the man who has fallen, and Airdrie accidentally steps on a body, making it whimper in pain. Airdrie quickly apologizes, saying, "Oops, sorry!" Airdrie removes his right foot from the body and also notices a lot of broken stuff on the ground. He looks back up as he hears Dam shouting, saying, "Look! There's an exit." He stops midway as he notices that fans are fighting near the exit. "Okay, we're home free." A bottle hit Airdrie right on the forehead, and due to the impact, he instantly goes down on the floor. Dam looks at Airdrie, lying on the floor, and suddenly, Dam sees a fan wearing a hockey mask while holding a poor man's grenade in his right hand. In a whiff, Dam hears a thud sound as he hits the back of Dam's head. And soon, everything goes black. Chapter 24. Andy and Bueller. Anne and Noah are patiently waiting in line inside the restaurant as they stood right in front of the lobby. Anne looks at Noah and starts smiling at her. Noah doesn't notice him smiling, as she is looking right in front of here, where there is a couple wearing high-priced outfits. The man is wearing a velvet suit and tie, while the lady is wearing a leopard fur coat. The well-dressed couple is done with their wait and is about to go inside the dining room. Anne and Noah are next to them, right behind that couple. Now, once that couple is inside, there is just a host standing in front of them who is wearing oval spectacles. The host is standing on a valet stand, greeting the well-dressed couple as they make their way inside. The host says to the well-dressed couple, "Right this way and thank you." Once the couple is inside, the host looks at Anne and Noah. With an apologetic look in his eyes that lasted only for a few seconds, he smiles and says, "Hello, welcome to the Sheepdog restaurant. We are currently full right now." Noah looks at the host and thinks that he must have made a mistake as she says, "But I have a reservation." The host looks at her and asks, "Really? What's your last name, miss?" The host opens his guest book and looks inside, as Noah says, "Grain." The host keeps looking at his guest book while chanting, "Grain, grain, grain, grain. Ah, here you are." With that being said, the host closes the guest book and says, "Right this way." Noah looks at him, weirdly, and says, "Thanks." Anne and Noah are just about to go inside when the host calls out, "Excuse me, sir?" Anne and Noah's steps halt right then and there, as Anne turns his head around to look back at the host. He looks at the host and asks, Yes?" The host looks at Anne's face. Then, with a furrowed brows, he says, "You can't go therein without shoes." Anne looks down at his feet, where the host's gaze is already. He then looks up at the host again as he says, "They're shoes." The host shakes his head slightly and says, "No, they are not. They are socks." Anne shrugs before responding, "Their new style of shoes." The host looks at Anne, then back at his feet, as he skeptically asks, "What are they called?" Anne looks taken aback as he tries to form a sentence. He thinks for a second, then responds, "I don't know what they're called, but I just got them today. They're supposed to look like socks." The host is still looking at Anne's feet. Finally, after staring at his feet intently for some time, he goes up to Anne and says, "Would you mind if I go on my knees to check and touch your shoes?" Noah gets riled up at this statement as he says with frustration, "This is ridiculous. Just let us in." The host reasons with Noah, being as polite as he can as he says, "I just want to make sure that he's telling the truth, Miss Grain." Noah rolls her eyes before shaking her head as she says, "All right, we'll just leave." Before Noah could turn around and actually leave, the host immediately calls out, "Wait, Miss Grain." Noah stops in her tracks and looks at the host, who looks apologetic while saying, "My apologies if my tactics threatened you. I allow you to come inside the dining room." Noah huffs and says, "All right, thank you." The host responds, "You're welcome. But sir, may I suggest you change your outfit? We can give you something to wear to make you appear even more intriguing." Anne looks at Noah as he says, "I'll meet you inside." Noah nods and smiles at him before saying, "Okay." With one last look, Noah goes inside the dining room while Anne is shown the door behind him by the host, as he says, "Go inside that room, across from you." Anne gives a half smile and says, "Thanks." The host responds, "You're welcome." Anne goes towards that door, as he quickly opens and closes the door behind him. Inside the room, Anne couldn't see anything, since the room is pitch black. Someone is touching the walls. Anne tries to search for a source of light as he whispers to himself, "Where is the switch?" Anne soon hears the sound of footsteps walking around the room, then the dangling sound of a skinny string. He tries looking here and there as he whispers out loud, "Huh, what's this?" Then he hears the sounds of someone pulling down the string as the host's voice comes out suddenly, saying, "Did you find the clothes, sir?" Suddenly, all the lights in the room come to life. This spooked Anne a bit as he turns around to look who it is. Anne exclaims, "Holy shy! I mean, You got me startled, sir. The host apologizes and says, My apologies, sir. Did you find the clothes? Anne looks around the room, and with confusion marred at his face, he says, I don't see any clothes. The host points somewhere as he says, Look behind your right side. Anne turns around and looks down to see a cardboard box that has a label with Lost and Found written on it. Anne stares at it and says, Oh. The door from which Anne had come inside is being opened once again. Only this time, he comes out from the door wearing a long black and white vertical striped dress shirt with slim black work pants and black lace shoes. Anne looks at the host as he says, Thanks for giving me these shoes. They're pretty dope. The host is behind Anne as he's closing the door. Once he's done closing the door, he turns around and looks at Anne as he says, You're welcome, and don't worry about the clothes, but the shoes will be on your bill. Anne gets quiet for a moment, while the host is back at his on the valet. He stands there and is again greeting Anne inside. The host informs Anne, Miss Grain is in the booth with a portrait of a little orphan boy holding a black balloon. Anne says, Okay, thanks. He then mutters under his breath, Creep! The host has apparently listened to him as he says, Pardon me? Anne looks up at him as he says, Huh? I didn't say anything. The host looks at Anne with narrowed eyes as he says, You said creep. Under your breath. Anne is still for a moment. He then looks at the host apologetically and says, I'm sorry, The host says, Just go to your table. Anne stays quiet for a moment. Then, all of a sudden, he smiles as if nothing happened just a moment ago and goes inside the dining room. He looks around the dining room that is dimly bright with lights all around. The walls are colored in a dark brown shade, while the floors are covered with Bokhara carpet. On Anne's left, he can see round tables covered with fabric tablecloths and fully organized with shiny silverware. Anne looks around and finally notices Noah. He looks at her and smiles while she is sitting and waiting on the left side of the table inside their reserved booth. On the wall, in the middle of the booth, there is a portrait of a sad little boy holding a black balloon, wearing a black flat hat, dark blue jacket, and a white button-up shirt covered with a dark gray vest, dark blue shorts, and brown sandals. Anne sits down on the right side of the table inside the booth, and now he's facing Noah while he is still smiling at her. Anne asks Noah suddenly, Did you order anything yet? Noah looks up at Anne before responding, No, I was waiting for you. You look good. Anne's smile stretches even more at the compliment as he says, Thanks. Anne is yet again looking at Noah and is still smiling. He opens the menu card and starts reading whatever is written inside. He raises the menu card up till he covers his face with it, in an attempt to hide the nervousness that is pretty apparent at his face. After a moment, Anne's eyes peek up from behind the menu as he looks at Noah nervously. On the other hand, Noah is busy reading the menu attentively and has no idea of her surroundings or someone's gaze on her. The menu is placed flat on the table's surface, while her right fist is placed on her cheek as it rests on the fisted hand. After a while, she slowly looks up and directly into Anne's eyes, which are deeply gazing into her eyes, and she starts grinning at him. Anne's eyes go back down to the menu as he closes his eyes and starts inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he hears Boiler's voice saying, Can I melt your face, fucker? Anne gets startled and quickly opens his eyes while exclaiming, What? Anne puts his menu flat on the table and looks at Boiler. He comes back to his senses when he hears the waitress' voice as she asks, I said, Can I offer you a drink, sir? Anne looks at the waitress and seems relieved. After composing himself, he says, Oh yeah, can I get some water? The waitress looks at him slightly perplexed before asking, Sure. What kind? Anne looks at the waitress with confusion apparent at his face as he asks, What kind? What do you mean? The waitress informs him, There are different types of water here. It's on our menu. Anne picks up the menu and looks at it again. This time, he notices all the selections of water. He starts reading as he whispers, "Let's see." He starts whispering quietly, so that he is not heard by anyone else but himself. Fountain water, Filico water, ice water, Bling H2O river water, lake water, 100,000 BC water, capital water, hot water, miracle water, steam water, Locan Artes, mineral water, aqua deco water, cure water, mountain water, acid water, spring water, Kona Nagari water, fall water, winter water, Vian water, desert water, fine water, Tasmanland rainwater, acqua di cristallo, tributo, a Modigliani water, and water with lemon. Anne doesn't know how long he was she reading the water menu, but as soon as he is done, he looks back up at the waitress and asks, "You don't have any tap water?" The waitress politely informs him, "No, we don't." Anne asks again, this time a bit more persistent, "You can't use the tap?" The waitress shakes her head and says again, "We can't do that." After contemplating for a moment, Anne finally asks, "Well, can I take water with lemon, please?" As soon as Anne places his choice of water, the waitress starts tapping on her tablet. Once she is done tapping, she looks up again, but this time her gaze is directed towards Noah. She looks back at the waitress and asks, "Can I have a Diet Grey Cola?" The waitress starts tapping on her tablet again. She looks up at both of them before asking, "Are you both ready to order?" Noah smiles at her and says, "I am ready." Noah looks at Anne along with the waitress. Anne gets the silent question, and he quickly answers, "I am no ready. Just give me a moment." The waitress says, "All right." Anne suddenly hears Boiler's voice coming out of the waitress's mouth, saying, "You fucking liar." Anne looks up at the waitress and asks, "What?" The waitress looks at Anne before responding, "I said, I'll be right back." The waitress walks away. Anne's left hand rubs his forehead as sweat starts appearing at it and slowly trickling down the side of his face, while Anne is still rubbing his forehead. Noah looks at him with concern and asks, "Are you all right?" Anne looks up at Noah before saying, "Huh?" "It's nothing. I'm just sweaty because of this creepy story I heard from this guy on the street today. It has really gotten to me." Noah asks, "Anne, really? What's the story about?" Anne gets a vision in front of his eyes that he and Boiler are walking on a sidewalk bridge while they are having a confrontation. He tries to explain the scenario to Noah, who is looking at him keenly as he says, "The guy on the street told me that it was a story about a boy named Di and his friend Boo Eller. They were walking on a bridge one day while talking about bets." Anne starts narrating the whole story. Boiler says, "You can't." Anne responds with confidence, laced in his tone, "Yes, I can." Boiler disagrees with him again, as he says, "You cannot." Anne replies furiously by saying, "Yes, I can, goddammit. I'll prove it to you." Anne and Boiler stop in the middle of the bridge when Anne continues saying, "If you don't think I can." He then pauses again and pulls out something from his right pants pocket before resuming his sentence. "Drop this pen and make it balanced on the LED?" Boiler shakes his head as he says, "There is no way." Anne say with triumph, "Okay, I bet you I can do it." Anne quickly looks down at the bridge on his right and says, "On that boat over there." Anne and Boiler are looking down, outside the bridge. A boat is crossing from under the bridge. Boiler looks at Anne as he asks, "What's the bet tricks?" Anne looks at Boiler as he says, "Put me on your list as a dishonest person." Boiler smiles while looking at Anne's face before saying, "Okay." Anne looks slightly relieved as he says, "Okay, cool. I'll show you that I'm a man of my word. You got your scope ready?" Boiler pulls out a small telescope from inside his jacket and is looking down at the bottom of the bridge. Boiler asks, "Ready?" Anne's right hand drops the pen suddenly, and the pen is now falling down towards the boat. They notice that the pen is landing and balancing itself on its lead at the tip of the boat. Suddenly, the pen falls over. Anne is looking at the pen on his cell phone screen. Boiler smirks and quickly says, Huh, looks like it fell? It didn't work. Anne sighs as he holds down his cell phone near the right upper side of his leg. Anne looks back up at Boiler before asking, "How much do you want?" Boiler says after thinking for a moment, "You know number 7? Anne thinks for a minute before asking, "The little boy?" Boiler nods his head slightly before responding, "Yeah, I want the amount that he owes me." Anne looks back at Boiler, who is on his right side. Anne responds after thinking for a moment, "Well, I need time. A whole lot of time to work this out." Boiler tries to ease his worries as he says, "Relax. You're still my number one friend. You can take as much time as you want." Anne then looks back at Boiler before pointing out, "Yeah, but I know you. You're kind of impatient and let's just say it. You are insane." Boiler shakes his head slightly before responding, "You're still my friend. I can make it easy for you." Boiler squeezes Anne's shoulders as Anne looks up at him before saying, "Okay, do you have some people I can use?" Boiler simply says, "You can use Lane and Guano." Anne looks behind him for a moment, then looks ahead again and asks quietly, "Do you have some better men?" Boiler looks at Anne before saying menacingly, "These are the best I have for such short notice. So, don't disappoint me, Anne." Anne says confidently, "I won't." "Good," Boiler says as he gets closer to the right side of Anne's face, while his hands are still on his shoulders. He says in a dangerously low voice, "See you around, my friend." Boiler lets go of Anne's shoulders and walks away. When Boiler is gone, Anne puts his hands on the railings to compose himself, but not to fall down on the ground. He closes his eyes while putting his head down. A song starts to play, and the song is called "Them Shoes" by Patrick Sweeney. So Andy is doomed for getting into a stupid bet to Bueller. He knew that Bueller isn't his friend anymore. He can tell by using his real name instead of the names he gives to his friends. Andy's name was Trix to him. He's nothing but a client to him now, and Andy got nervous and scared because he knew what Bueller does if you don't pay him on time, says Anne, as he narrates his own story to Noah, without disclosing this tiny bit of information in front of her. Noah looks slightly nervous as she asks, "What does he do?" Anne is looking at Noah sitting right across from him at the table inside the booth for a moment. He then starts saying, "Huh? I think he beats him up or something." Noah asks again, "So, how come he's afraid of him?" Anne starts answering her question as he says, "Because Bueller is a terrible person." His answer is cut short as Noah suddenly asks, "So, why does Andy hang out with Bueller if he knows he's a terrible person?" Anne shrugs as he responds, "I don't know, I just heard this story on the street today." Before Noah can question anything further, the waitress arrives with their drinks, as she says, "Here you go." The waitress puts their drinks on a kosher at their table and asks, "Are you two ready to order?" Anne immediately looks at the menu again. He then looks back up at the waitress after a moment and says, "Yes, I will take the..." Anne looks back to just confirm what he is ordering, as there are lots of varieties on the menu. He then says, "The bladder soup, please." The waitress is tapping on her tablet. When the waitress is finished tapping on her tablet, she looks at Noah, who quickly places her order, saying, "I'll take the lamb chop with steamed broccoli." The waitress is tapping on her tablet again. Once she's done, she looks up at both of them with a polite smile and says, "All right. It'll be served in a few minutes." The waitress walks away, and Anne says, "A few minutes?" Wow. Noah ignores that and asks, "So, in that story, did Annie get Bueller's money?" Anne says again, trying to narrate the story, "Bueller sent some troublemakers to Andy's place to keep a close eye on him and threaten him, while Andy was trying to get the money. Andy was whimpering and crying." Anne, Lane, and Guano are sitting near the kitchen counter at Anne's apartment while they're all busy planning something. Lane suddenly asks, "So, Anne? Motherfucker Boiler said you gotta make us all fucking rich." Lane and Guano are looking at him expectantly. Anne responds with as much sincerity as he can muster and says, "That's right. Got any ideas, gentlemen? And my name is Trix." Lane responds to Anne, "Motherfucking Boiler says to call you Anne for now on, bitch." Well, do you still got any ideas? Anne starts smiling at them. Anne starts narrating again as he says, Someone told Lane and his. Noah cuts him off midway as she asks, Who's Lane? Noah looks at Anne across the table, inside the booth that they're sitting in. Anne looks perplexed as he tries to cover up and says, Did I say Lane? I mean, Lent. He's one of the troublemakers' name. Someone told Lent and his other troublemaker about a safe at a photocopy store, Anne says, but Noah stops him again with a comment. Noah says suddenly, Hey, I heard something about that yesterday. Anne is quietly sitting at the table for a moment. Then he says, I mean, an office place. Anne starts narrating the story yet again after being disturbed twice in between. Anne says, So when they told Andy about the safe, they started beating him up and made him go down on the floor, covered in blood and tears. Lent told Andy that he was going to help him steal this for him and his chump friend, and there's nothing you could do about it. Andy was crying right in front of him. The troublemakers were just laughing at him, and then they started to beat him up again. In Anne's apartment, Anne was still talking to Lane and Guano at the kitchen counter. After a while, Anne was greeting Lane and Guano at the wide-open front door. Anne patted Guano on his right shoulder when he was standing between the front door and hallway. When they were gone, Anne got a text message on his cell phone. Anne was standing behind the front door. Noah is listening to him patiently as he further says, When the troublemakers were gone, Bueller had already started to become impatient. Anne pauses for a moment, then says, The text message read, You have my money, my friend. After that, another new text appeared on the cell phone screen. That text message read, Please tell me you have it. Suddenly, there was banging coming from outside the door, and Andy got startled. So they followed their plan, and it didn't work, and now Andy is doomed, Anne tells Noah, finishing his story. After listening to the entire story, Noah asks, So what happened? Anne quietly responds, I don't know. That's how the guy ended it. The waitress arrives back at their table with their orders. She starts placing their plates on their table as she says, Here is your order. Do you need any refills for your drinks? Noah shakes her head at the waitress as an answer to her question, without really speaking anything. The waitress has Anne and Noah's order on a white plate that is placed on a tray that she is carrying. The waitress is holding it with her right hand, while with her left hand, she hands over the lamb chop to Noah's side of the table. Then she turns to the other side and hands over Anne's plate on his side. When Anne looks at the waitress, he sees Boiler standing where the waitress was standing. Boiler is looking at Anne while holding a big steaming pot on his chest. Anne looks surprised and scared. Boiler has a half smile. Finally, he pours the steaming water on top of Anne's head. Anne starts to scream out loud, while his face starts to melt away and heat up. The waitress looks confused as she says, Excuse me, sir? Anne was in a trance. Suddenly, Anne snaps out of it and looks at the waitress. He then asks, Huh, what? The waitress repeats her previous question as she says, I asked if you wanted some pepper in your soup. Anne is still looking at the waitress. After a short pause, he says, No, I'm fine, thank you. The waitress walks away. Anne's left hand grabs a spoon on his right side. He puts the spoon in the soup and tastes it. He likes the taste as he says, Good soup. He gulps the spoonful and says again, Delicious. Anne takes another spoonful while making a mess on his coat. Noah uses the fork on her right as she puts the fork in the lamb chop and tastes it. When Noah takes one bite of it, she puts the fork on her plate and picks up the napkin on her left side of the table. She cleans her mouth with the napkin. Noah looks up at Anne and says all of a sudden, Anne? Anne slurps a spoonful of his soup before responding, Yeah? Noah quietly says, I have a question. Anne asks, What is it? Noah says, About your father. Everything you said, was it the truth? Anne looks up and asks, What do you mean? Anne puts the spoon down on his right side of the table and starts smiling at Noah. She looks back at him and asks, What did he give you the money for yesterday night? Anne is quiet for a moment before he finally says, I don't know, probably dirty money. Noah doesn't seem convinced as she asks again, You sure about that? Anne nods his head as he says, Yeah. Noah looks at Anne and suddenly says, I'm starting to not believe you. Anne looks hurt as he asks, Why would you say that? Noah responds immediately, Because I think that the story you just told me was your own story. Anne says defensively, I heard that today. This story is not about me. Anne stops smiling at Noah as she says, You freeze and get startled every time someone comes up to you. Anne shakes his head and says, Now that's ridiculous. Anne's words cease as soon as the waitress comes back at their table. How is everything? The waitress asks, and Anne starts yelling. He jumps up out of his seat and looks at the waitress with a shocked expression marring his face. The waitress looks back at Anne with confusion apparent on her face. Noah looks up at the waitress and says, Everything is fine. The waitress responds after a moment, Okay, good. The waitress walks away while Noah looks at Anne suspiciously. Anne says, I thought. You thought it was Bueller? Noah asks. Anne quickly denies as he says, No. Noah asks again, You made that deal with him for that stupid trick? No, says Anne and denies it again. Noah persistently asks again, You know how to get his money? Anne responds without even thinking, No. Noah says, That's why you were at the walk-in yesterday. Anne cuts her sentence midway and quickly says, No. Because you got injured at the photocopy store, Noah says. No, Anne says again. And now you're screwed, Noah says, shaking her head lightly. Anne responds, No. You know what he's going to do to you? Noah asks. Anne is still sitting there unmoved as he says, No. Was that him who messed up your arm today? Bueller? Noah asks confidently. No, Anne says a bit louder this time. Noah takes a different approach this time as she asks, None of the things you said about your father is true? Anne shakes his head as he responds sincerely, Everything I said is true. My father is a monster, a real creep. Noah is quiet for a moment. Then she looks up at Anne and says, Is that an objective or a subjective fact? Anne responds a bit defensively this time as he says, Oh, it's an objective fact, all right. If you don't believe me, you can call my sister and ask her. Noah looks at him with narrowed eyes and says, Maybe I will. What's her number? Anne goes quiet for a moment and is looking down at the table. He then looks back up at Noah and after a moment says, All right, her number is 403-472-8094. Noah starts tapping the digits on her cell phone screen, feeding the number in, as she quickly says, Okay. She pauses. Then she says in a normal voice, Now, can you give me her real number? Anne looks at her perplexed and says, That is her real number. Noah gives Anne a despised look, then says, I thought you were a kind and honest person when you tried to save me from your father. But I have realized that you're quite the opposite. You're a manipulator, a liar, and a thief. I don't know how damn made a person just has awful in the form of a son like you. Noah gets up from her seat and looks at Anne right in his eyes and says, I hope what's coming for you will teach you some manners. Noah is about to walk away when her steps suddenly come to a halt by Anne's voice as he says, Noah! My father was in a gang. Vaquero is still looking for him. My father was an abusive alcoholic, and he still is. Noah looks at him from behind her right shoulder and says, I still don't believe you. Goodbye, Trix. With one last look at Anne's face, Noah walks away. Anne closes his eyes, and his head is hanging down, facing the tabletop. He clenches his teeth, and suddenly, a tear appears from his right eyes and drops down all the way to his cheekbone, jaw, and finally dispersing on the tabletop. Anne starts crying and says, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I fucking hate you, you motherfucker. His voice suddenly normalizes as he says, Oh shit, I forgot. Anne looks up and gazes all around the place. He then notices a waiter walking beside him. Anne stops him. Excuse me? The waiter looks at Anne with a questioning gaze. Anne quickly asks, You have the time? The waiter looks at his watch, then back up to Anne as he says, Yeah, it's 7:33. Anne says to himself, Okay, I've still got time. However, the waiter has heard him as he asks, What? Anne starts whimpering as he asks, Where's the restroom? I have to clean the tears away from my face, because my girlfriend just told me that she is cheating on me with this sick old dirty pervert. The waiter gives Anne a sympathetic look and says, I'm sorry to hear about that. The washrooms are over there. The waiter points his left hand towards the direction where the washrooms are, which are at his bottom left. Anne looks up at him and says, Thank you. Anne stands up from his seat and looks around while walking towards the washroom door. Anne stops and holds the door firmly with his left hand. He looks around again, but he doesn't see anyone. Finally, Anne goes inside the washroom. In the washroom, the toilet stall's doors are all black. The floors have white and black tiles. The sinks are all red, and there is one closed window towards the door. Anne noticed the window and walks towards it. What? No attendant? What a cheap place, Anne says to himself a bit loudly. He opens the window and puts his right leg on the window pane. Anne is just about to put his head out of the window, but the washroom door starts opening. Anne immediately looks up and smiles at the person. Anne asks, Hi? Using the restroom? The host looks at Anne's right leg, which is placed on top of the window pane, slightly dangling outside. He asks Anne, What are you doing? Anne looks up at him and says, I'm just going to tell you the truth. I have no money with me. Sorry for leaving for outside through the washroom window. The host stares at him for a moment and says, All right, follow me. Anne puts his leg back inside the washroom, and now he's walking behind the host. The host passes through a traffic door and enters the kitchen. The host stops at the kitchen sink and turns around to face Anne. He offers a proposition as he says, Wash the dishes and you can leave. Anne exclaims incredulously, Ah! Come on, with one hand? With that being said, Anne raises his left hand. The host looks at his raised hand with distaste as he says, Would you like to talk to the police instead? Anne sighs and says, No. The host nods in approval and says, All right then. The host soon leaves the kitchen, while Anne stares at all the dirty dishes he has to wash. He clearly seems annoyed. Hey, kid, someone calls out. Anne looks at his left and sees a cook holding a frying pan in his right hand. The cook suddenly alerts him by saying, Watch this! Chapter 25. Impressive is Blind. The cook puts water in the pan with his left hand, and despite being careful, a big fire comes out of the stove from right beneath the spot where the frying pan was placed. Soon, the fire spreads everywhere and slowly goes down, burning everything in the process. The fire is rapidly spreading around Honda's bar. Inside that flaming bar, the floor is messy with broken glass shards and wood pieces from all the furniture that the men broke like beasts. In the middle of that road beside the bar, Dam and Airdrie are lying unconscious. Airdrie is on his left side, whereas Dam is lying on his back on the right side of the road. Suddenly, as if gaining some consciousness, Airdrie moans out loud. He can hear Dam snoring. Airdrie slowly starts to sit up, with his eyes still half-lidded. He groans as he puts in all the courage he can muster to sit upright. Once he succeeds in getting up, he starts rubbing his eyes with both his hands. He removes one hand from his eyes and starts rubbing the middle of his forehead. He slowly moves his eyes up to have a look at Honda's bar, and his facial expressions change into a shocked one. Oh my God! Airdrie can't help but exclaim all of a sudden in a loud whisper. Airdrie's mouth is wide open as he stares at the bar. He brings his hand down to the eye level that was placed on his forehead as he felt something wet. As he gazes at his fingers, he notices blood, indicating that his forehead is bleeding. In a sudden frenzy, he starts chanting, Damn! 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 Airdrie starts shaking Dam by his shoulder as he tries to wake him up and take him out of his unconscious state. He says in a loud whisper again, trying to wake him up, "Wake up!" In a weak, wussy voice, Dam croaks, "What?" Dam slowly opens his eyes and turns around to notices fire around. As soon as he looks at the fire, he exclaims, "Holy shit!" Soon, Dam and Airdrie are both looking at the fire, as Airdrie turns towards Dam after a beat and asks, "Did you get me out of there?" Airdrie is looking at Dam, who is sitting on his left side. Dam slowly turns his head around and says, "No. Someone knocked me out." Airdrie looks confused as he asks more to himself, "So, how did we get out of there?" Dam is still gazing at the bar that is on fire and burning down, not ashes bit by bit. Inside the bar, Dam and Airdrie are lying on the floor unconscious. The fan who is wearing a hockey mask throws the poor man's grenade at the rotate counter. Before anyone can react, the rotate counter is lit with flames. Honda stares at the counter with an open mouth and is fairly speechless. Honda turns around and looks at the fan wearing the hockey mask and shouts, "You are fucking dead, asshole!" Honda is now charging towards the fan with the hockey mask. Honda tackles the fan, and now him and the fan are out of sight from everyone else, halting the fan as he says, "Ooh!" The bar's door opens from the outside as the shadow of a figure casts on the floor. Palm comes inside the bar, looking here and there frequently. He is wearing a bright brown trench coat, and his eyes are covered with a super black pair of sunglasses. Palm's searching eyes come to a sudden halt as he looks at the bodies of Dam and Airdrie lying on the floor. They clearly seem knocked out, either due to the alcohol, but the bruises tell a different story. He takes steady steps towards the spot where they were lying. In the background, everyone is still fighting like before, unaware of the new spectator inside the bar, as he is about to reach up to the bodies on the floor. Palm stares at the unconscious figures on the floor, and despite looking at the bruised and bloodied faces, Palm looks exceptionally calm and relaxed. Two middle-aged men are wearing jerseys, are grabbing and punching each other, not caring about whatever is around them. Palm stops in front of them and asks, "Excuse me?" Both middle-aged men looks at Palm's sunglasses since they cannot look at his eyes. They raised an eyebrow in question, and Palm immediately responds to their silent query, saying, "Can you please get out of the way?" One of the middle-aged men wearing jersey says in a menacing tone, "What the fuck did you just say?" In an extremely polite tone, Palm says again, "Can you get out of the way?" "Please and thank you." The middle-aged men in jersey look at him with immense rage as he says, "Fuck you, you queer-eyes motherfucker!" Palm looks at him and is still for a moment. The middle-aged man in jersey looks at him with the same anger as he notices that he is not budging at all, unmoved by his wrath. He says again, "I'll break those fucking glasses off your face, dipshit." Suddenly, Palm pulls out something from the inner pocket of his trench coat. The middle-aged man in jersey looks at him with shock written all over his face and falls down to the ground. He looks up, back at Palm. Meanwhile, the other middle-aged man, who was in a riot with the other man, looks at Palm as well. As soon as he gets a good look, he falls down on the floor as well. Palm is holding a stun baton in his left hand. Leaving the men be, Palm starts walking again as the two men look at him with a stunning gaze and their mouth open wide. There come a couple more people on his way, and just like the two men lying on the floor, he stuns yet another man who has painted his face with blue and green colors. He moves a few steps forward and stuns yet another man wearing a rainbow afro wig on his head. A woman in jersey looks at Palm and stops in her tracks with a shocked expression as she stares at him. She yells out loud and he immediately falls to the ground. A man wearing the same jersey, like the rest of them, charges towards Palm, but he manages to stun him as well. He stops right then and there, and while being frozen to the ground, he looks at him. Without any hesitation, Palm stuns him as well, and the young man in jersey falls down on the ground as well. Palm stops and looks down at Dam and Airdrie, lying unconscious on the ground. He is just about to grab them up when he hears the sound of an overmuscular fan wearing a tank top as he shouts, Hey! Palm looks up and notices the overmuscular fan wearing a tank top standing on his left side. The overmuscular fan says again, "You think you can take me out?" The overmuscular fan is not even able to finish his entire sentence when suddenly a loud noise hits him and he is pushed on the floor. Soon, he's lying on his back and is now unconscious as well. Several people wearing jersey are luring at Palm's sides. Palm suddenly says to the people who are surrounding him, "Check this out." Palm opens his trench coat and shows what's inside. All the fans dressed in jersey seem shocked, and finally, all of them ran away from him. Palm closed up his trench coat again. Palm grabs Dam and Airdrie's hands and drags them out of the bar. Dam and Airdrie are still sitting on the road near Honda's bar. Dam and Airdrie both look confused. They hear a voice coming from their side, saying, "Yup? Is sure as a mystery." Honda is sitting next to Dam and Airdrie's right side. Dam and Airdrie are looking at Honda from where they are sitting beside him. Airdrie speaks up after a long pause, as he asks, "How long you been there?" Honda shrugs and responds, "Same as you guys." "How did you get out?" Dam asks this time, as he looks at the ground in front of him. "I was fighting the one who caused the fire. Somehow me and him got out here. I don't know where he is right now," Honda tells them as a response to Dam's question. Airdrie looks at Honda's face keenly and asks, "Is that what happened to your eye?" "No," Honda says as he shakes his head slightly. He then says after a slight pause, "It was a customer I knew and fucked. She did this to me earlier in the evening." Dam looks at him suspiciously. However, his attention is diverted as Airdrie asks Honda, "So, what are you going to do about your bar?" Honda doesn't look concerned at all and says, "Don't worry, I have insurance. I'll probably rebuild it or make a new gimmick, like a titty bar or a casino, or a seafood restaurant. I can see all the varieties now: steak, chicken, pizza, taco, white rice. It'll be great." Dam and Airdrie are now looking at each other. Honda starts saying again, "Well?" He stands up from the road. After looking around for a bit, he pauses again and says, "I better go and see the authorities or go home and sleep. Bye, guys." "Bye," Dam and Airdrie say in unison. With that being said, Honda starts walking away, while Airdrie and Dam watch him. Once he's gone, Dam and Airdrie look at each other. "So, what do we do now?" Airdrie asks Dam as he stares at his blank face. Dam looks at Airdrie with a blank expression and says, "Don't know. Go home too?" "What about your vehicle?" Airdrie asks with a raised eyebrow. "What about my vehicle?" Dam asks, looking confused at Airdrie's question. Airdrie looks at him incredulously, but then decides to cut him some slack considering the events of the past hour. After a short pause, he says, "The cleaning lady is using it." Dam responds to the query saying, "She told me that when she's done using it, she will return it and see me later." Airdrie asks yet another question. "What about Boiler?" Dam's eyes widen as soon as he hears Boiler's name coming out of Airdrie's mouth. He tries to compose himself as he says, "What about Bo?" "Oh shit, I totally forgot about him." Dam puts his head down. After being quiet for some more time, he raises his head up and says, "I was so distracted, trying to impress her, that I even let her borrow my vehicle." "Yep. Impressive is blind," Airdrie says more to himself but out loud. Dam looks up at Airdrie and asks, "What are we going to do?" "She has Anne's phone, right? We can go online and check where she is," Airdrie suggested, the smartest way of finding out where they can find the cleaning lady. "Will that work?" Dam asks, looking hopeful. Dam looks at Airdrie as he pulls out his phone and stares at the screen. Airdrie is still looking at the screen as he says, "I know your son's phone has fruit on it." Airdrie is back at typing on his screen as he says, "Let's just hope that she didn't change the password." Airdrie looks up at Dam and after a second go back to looking at the screen. He starts tapping on the screen again and says, "Looks like she's near a photocopy store." At the left corner from her perspective, Dam nods slightly and says, Okay. Call her to make sure that she's all right? Airdrie looks back at Dam and says, if we call her, she might get spooked and turn off the phone. There will be no way to trace her then. Then let's go, says Dam. He stands up from the road, and so does Airdrie. Before they start walking, Dam says, we will find her, and I am going to ask her politely to give me my car back. And we will not mention anything about the trunk to her. Airdrie nods his head before asking, okay, how are we going to get there? The bus, Dam says, looking here and there on the road for any signs of public transportation. Airdrie looks behind him to see the bus stop. When he looks closely, he notices that it's completely destroyed. Without looking at Dam, he says, looks like the city is up in arms? Dam looks around the place as well, after hearing what Airdrie has said. He also notices the destruction as he says, God. Dam. It. Dam looks back at Airdrie and suggests, walk? Airdrie shrugs and says, I guess so. Dam and Airdrie start walking on the road. Airdrie is keenly looking at his cell phone again. After a moment, on the screen, he types, are you all right, my love? When Dam and Airdrie are walking, the store windows are all smashed up. A pole light is on the ground. A vehicle is flipped over and on fire. And they can see even more fire on the road, sidewalk and benches, recycle bin, and an antique store. Soon, they can hear the sound of sirens at a distance, and after a moment, a bright yellow and orange light appear from Dam and Airdrie's right side. Airdrie puts his cell phone away and looks at the destruction again. From a distance, they hear a person screaming, fucking loser! Airdrie is quiet for a moment until he says, I can't believe this happened. Da agrees to him as he says, yeah, the world is meant to destroy itself. Airdrie shakes his head at the insane idea before voicing it out in the form of a question. For a hockey game? Dam says in a deep tone, for anything. All right then, Airdrie says with a slight nod. He looks at his right while they are both still walking. Airdrie suddenly says after a long pause, I don't think this is working. Dam and Airdrie stop to look at the abandoned fire engine in the middle of the sidewalk. Airdrie says out loud, a fire truck? Dam smiles at the truck, and Airdrie soon notices Dam's smile. Airdrie is looking at Dam's smiling face when he asks, it's operational? Dam simply says, follow me. Dam and Airdrie start walking towards the fire engine. Airdrie suddenly halts in his steps and says, wait, we can't steal a fire truck. Dam turns around to look at Airdrie and says, we are not stealing it. We are borrowing it for a few hours. Airdrie tries to make his friend see sense as he asks, well, if we borrow it, don't you think the police will be looking for it? I think the police are too busy right now in keeping the city safe from the sports fans. I know stealing is wrong, but this is an emergency. Do you want to walk all the way to the cleaning lady's location? Dam asks, making sense for the first time since he gave away his vehicle to the cleaning lady, completely forgetting about the person he had inside the trunk. Airdrie agrees and says, I guess you're right. Let's do it then. Dam puts his right foot on the steps towards the driver's side of the fire engine, whereas Airdrie walks a little more and goes to the other side. Dam climbed up the steps, opens the door, and sits inside before closing the door. Airdrie opens the passenger door and sits in the seat and closes his side of the door as well. Dam looks at the steering wheel in front of him and says, all right, this looks easy. It's like driving a tank. Airdrie looks at him with a surprised expression at his face as he asks, you drove a tank? Dam looks back at Airdrie and says, no, it's just an expression. But I did drive a semi, so this is no problem. Chapter 26. Cleaning Lady Meets Boiler. Dam quickly puts the column shift into drive and takes the fire truck slowly out of the sidewalk. Soon, he is driving the fire truck off the sidewalk and has hit the road. The truck stops and then starts again. It continues until it happens for the third time as he restarts the truck, and the truck stops again. Dam seems frustrated, but he tries for once more, and this time, the truck starts for good and finally drives away and out of the area. There's a young man standing on the sidewalk right behind the truck, holding a cell phone in his right hand. Apparently, the young man is filming the fire engine on his phone. Well, there goes those motherfuckers, stealing that truck like sick fucking animals. A static voice comes out of a video that is being played on a cell phone. A cook is watching that video with his keen eyes glued to his phone, and a set of wireless headphones is stuck inside his ears. He is standing inside the kitchen, with his back leaned against the kitchen counter. The static voice from the video now says, "I hope the cops taste them," or sexually assaults them. As the cook is watching the video, his face holds a blank expression. Anne is washing the dishes just a couple of feet away from him, wearing an apron. He's almost done washing the dishes when he looks up, and his hand comes to a sudden halt at what he hears. There's another cook lying on the counter right behind the sink where Anne is standing with his back turned to him. The other cook sympathetically says, "Man, what a bitch! I can't believe she tells you she slept with some abusive pedophile old man and left you on your birthday." Anne shrugs his shoulders and says, "Yeah, this is what happens when you trust women. They'll make a fool out of you." The other cook nods his head firmly. "Damn straight!" Anne is finally done washing the dishes. He dries his hands with a towel before turning towards the cook and says, "There, all done. Can I go now?" The cook looks first at Anne and then at the pile of clean dishes. He looks up at Anne again and says, "Yeah, you can go now. I'll tell my supervisor I let you go." Anne gives a subtle smile and says, "Thanks." He starts taking his first step, but he halts in his tracks and turns around. He looks up at the other cook and asks, "Hey, you got an extra smoke I can borrow?" The other cook shrugs his shoulders lightly and says, "Ran out." Anne goes quiet for a moment before saying, "See you?" With that being said, Anne starts walking out of the cook's sight. As Anne reaches the kitchen door, the other cook suddenly says, "Sorry, man." "Hey, don't let those fans rally you up." Anne looks up at the other cook, blinks his eyes once and says, "I won't." Once he is finally out of the kitchen, he quickly makes his way towards the main entrance of the Sheepdog restaurant. Anne stands at the foot of the stairway and exhales a deep sigh. He looks up at the sky and breathes in before looking around himself. He was amused by how bright and cheerful the aura feels like, and he whispers to himself, "I hope the city looks as good as this place." Anne steps down the staircase and leaves the premises of the Sheepdog restaurant to wander on the streets till he finally finds what he's looking for. Inside Dam's vehicle, a soft hand is fixing the rearview mirror. Suddenly, smoke lines start appearing in the mirror, blurring the reflection. The cleaning lady takes a long drag of the cigarette while she's listening to the radio. A static voice comes out of the radio as the reporter reads the news. The remaining riots are now on the left side of the city, but reports are saying, since the cleaning lady is not really interested in knowing about the riots going on in the city, she quickly changes the radio station. A song starts playing, called "Make It Last" by Montrose. The cleaning lady puffs out the smoke that she had inhaled a moment back. Anne is walking on the sidewalk aimlessly. As he looks ahead, he notices Dam's vehicle parked by the curb of the sidewalk, near his left side. The cleaning lady turns right, and her gaze lands on the rearview mirror, where she can easily see Anne's figure walking on the sidewalk. As soon as Anne notices the vehicle, he turns around and starts walking back to where he had come from. His steps are seized as he hears the vehicle's honk. The cleaning lady stress at Anne's reflection through the rear-view mirror as he turns around and starts walking towards the driver's window. In a few long strides, Anne is standing near the driver's side as the window starts rolling down. He is perplexed by the unexpected appearance of the cleaning lady inside his father's vehicle. The cleaning lady, however, ignores his shocked expressions and asks, "Jesus Christ, what the fuck happened to your arm?" Anne looks surprised at the sudden outburst, but soon he regains his composure. Instead of answering her question, he poses a question of his own. "How the hell did you get this vehicle?" The cleaning lady has a deadpanned expression as she says, "Your father gave it to me for the night." Then, she pauses for a moment before asking, "Anyway, what the fuck took you so long?" Anne hesitates for a moment before finally saying, the riots? The cleaning lady arches an eyebrow as she says, Really? You look good. Thanks, Anne simply responds. The cleaning lady asks, How was the restaurant? Anne looks baffled as he asks, How do you know about that? The cleaning lady responded, Noah texted earlier to remind you about the sheepdog restaurant tonight. I texted her back saying, Don't worry, I'll be there, baby. Anne joined the pieces of the puzzle together and finally says, Oh, okay. The cleaning lady speaks up again. She texted again, not so long ago. She wrote to you to be a good person and not a lying bastard. I chose not to respond to that text. Anne is standing still while looking at the cleaning lady for a moment. The cleaning lady stares at him a couple of seconds before saying, Hop in! Anne walks around in front of the vehicle and keeps walking till he reaches the other of the vehicle. He opens the passenger door, sits down, and closes the door. He turns around to look at the cleaning lady and asks, So what's the plan? The cleaning lady looks back at Anne weirdly before asking, You didn't come up with another plan? Anne shrugs his shoulders as he says, I assumed you must have one. The cleaning lady narrows her eyes and looked at Anne. I'm not the planning type. This is your fucking score? Well, this is your fucking idea, Anne responds. The cleaning lady looks frustrated at his retort as she says, God, you're useless. No wonder you fucked up. Anne shouts at her loudly, Fuck you! Fuck you! The cleaning lady shouts back at Anne, but much louder. The cleaning lady looks at Anne with exasperation before bringing her right hand up. She puts the cigarette butt forward to Anne's upper right cheek and burns him. Ow! Anne winces loudly out of pain. Anne quickly brings his left hand forward and swats her hand away from his cheek. He looks at her with rage apparent in his eyes as he says, What the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? The cleaning lady looks at Anne, and without a hint, she punches him on his left eye. Ow! Cunt! Anne exclaims in pain. The cleaning lady punches Anne again, this time on the left side of his nose. Anne winces again. Ow! Anne touches his nose, and as soon as his fingers come in contact with his skin, he feels something wet coming out. Bringing his fingers in front of his eyes, he realizes that his nose has started to bleed. Anne glares up at the cleaning lady and says, You fucking hag! The cleaning lady punches Anne on the face numerous times. She is unstoppable this time, while Anne feels each and every punch in his face. He keeps wincing with every punch as he groans in pain. Ow! 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 His painful groans don't stop the cleaning lady as she's still punching his nose again and again. Anne finally says, All right, all right, all right. I'm sorry. The cleaning lady finally stops and looks at Anne's bleeding face. Anne says again, All right. I'm sorry for what I said. Please forgive me. Anne looks remorseful, with a broken nose and his nose bleeding badly. The cleaning lady looks at him for a while. Then, out of the blue, she punches his face again, only this time, the blow is on the left side of his jaw. Anne winces and says loudly, Ow! What the fuck? The cleaning lady simply says, You're welcome. Anne's left hand is now rubbing the left side of his jaw, where he got the last blow. The cleaning lady asks without looking at him, You got any smokes? Anne mutters quietly, Check the trunk. The cleaning lady turns towards him and says, Wait here, homo. With that, she turns around and opens her side of the door. She gets out of the vehicle and closes the door behind, without sparing a glance at poor Anne, who is rubbing his left jaw lightly in an attempt to soothe the pain. Anne looks at her leaving his sight and mutters to himself, Fucking bitch! The cleaning lady takes a few steps, finally reaches the trunk of the vehicle. She opens the trunk and stares at Boiler, who is inside, tied up by bar wire. His eyes are closed, and he's shaking his eyes in a strange rhythm, along with the music that he is listening to. She stares at him for a couple of seconds, before she reaches out and pulls the headphones out of his ears from her right hand. As soon as the music stops blaring inside his ears, Boiler opens his eyes. Hey! What the fuck? Boiler shouts while looking at the cleaning lady. His face morphs into a confused expression before he asks, "Who the fuck are you?" The cleaning lady curtly says, "Boiler." "So," Boiler drawls. Then suddenly, he starts smiling at the cleaning lady before he says, "You know who I am? If you let me go, I promise that I won't hurt you." The cleaning lady shrugs her shoulders and says, "Okay." Boiler looks at the cleaning lady straight in her eyes. The cleaning lady gets closer to Boiler's face and asks, "Do you have a smoke I can borrow?" Boiler responds, "Sorry, I don't." "Too bad," the cleaning lady says before she leans in towards his face. Without giving Boiler a chance to resist, she kisses him right on his lips. Boiler doesn't respond. In fact, he looks disgusted by her action. So much so that when the cleaning lady finally removes her lips from on top of his, he starts spitting. The cleaning lady gives him a sinister smile before saying, "See you." She quickly closes the trunk's door. "Fuck you! I'll fucking kill you!" Boiler's loud voice starts to get muffled as the trunk's door gets closed. Boiler is in the dark again. He stares into oblivion and mutters to himself in disdain, "God, I kissed a girl." The cleaning lady is back to the front of the vehicle as she gets inside and sits on the driver's side. She closes the door behind her and turns towards Anne. "All right." She looks up at Anne and continues, "There are 2 people guarding the front of the store. I will be distracting them. While I keep them busy and distracted, well, you have to walk in front of the store." "That doesn't make any fucking sense." Anne shakes his head. "Well, you just have to trust me. It'll work," the cleaning lady says in an attempt to make him understand her plan. Anne is still shaking his head as he says, "It won't work." The cleaning lady looks at him and says, "Well, fine. Just get the fuck out of the car and wait for my command." Anne asks her, "What are you going to do?" "I'll get rid of the guards," the cleaning lady responds. Anne asks another question, "How am I going to wait for your command?" The cleaning lady gives a cell phone to Anne. He holds it in his left hand and looks down at the phone. The cleaning lady says, "Wait for my texts and go inside." Anne looks at the cell phone, then back at the cleaning lady before he asks, "What's this?" The cleaning lady simply responds, "It's my phone." Anne looks confused and asks, "Why the fuck did you take mine?" "'Cause I felt like it," the cleaning lady responds. Anne looks at her very aggressively. Then, he looks back at the cell phone in his hand before asking, "What's the password?" The cleaning lady responds curtly, "You don't need to know." Anne simply says, "How am I going to reply then?" The cleaning lady goes quiet for a moment, before sadly responding, 8724537. Anne quickly types in the password, and the lock screen goes straight to the home screen. He gazes at the wallpaper, a picture of 3 women. One of the 3 women is the younger version of the cleaning lady. Her face is marred with a genuine smile, while the other smiling woman looks much younger than her. The 3rd woman is an infant being held by the other woman. Anne holds the phone and stares at the screen for a moment. Then, he looks back at the cleaning lady before he gets out of the vehicle. The cleaning lady is looking down with a depressed expression on her face. The cleaning lady is now sitting inside the driver's side. Anne stares at her, trying to decipher what she's saying by the movement of her lips, while she says, "I'm sorry, please come back to me." After that, Anne starts walking ahead of him. 2 people are standing in front of the Westmen photocopy store. One of the guys looks at the other guy on his left and asks, "So, how are Jamie and Ken?" The guard looks at the other guard and waits for his answer, while the other guard simply responds, "Don't know." "Oh," the guard softly says, before he looks around. The other guard starts talking. "I pray to God for those guys to make sure that they're all right." The guard looks at the other guard again before saying, "Okay?" The guard looks around again. The other guard says again, "It's awful what happened to them." The guard responds, "Yay, yay." Could happen to anyone? The other guard looks at him. Suddenly, Dam's vehicle pulls up and parks near the front of the photocopy store. The passenger window is rolling down. The cleaning lady props her head slightly out of the window and says in a seductive voice, "Hey, Hot, sexy men. How are you? The cleaning lady smiles at the guards, while the guards stare at her with straight faces, without even a hint of a smile. One of the guards says, "Hello? What are you doing here, miss?" The cleaning lady says again, seductively, "I'm just bored, looking for some stunts to have fun with. What are you two doing?" The guard curtly responds, "We're guarding this place, dumbass." The cleaning lady is still smiling at the guards when the other guard reprimands his partner, saying, "Hey, that's not nice." He looks at his partner, then he looks at the cleaning lady before saying, "Sorry for my partner here. We're just guarding this place because there was a failed attempt of robbery yesterday." The cleaning lady smiles seductively and says in the same tone, "Apology accepted. I can't get mad with you two, big, strong men." The first guard harshly asks again, "What the hell do you want?" The cleaning lady seductively says, "I need some meat inside me. How about you two hop in my car and show a girl a really good wet time?" The cleaning lady winks at the guard. However, his expressions don't quite appear as she had expected, as he looks disgusted. With the same expression, he says, "Ugh, you're too damned old." The cleaning lady stops smiling and the guard continues, "And ugly too." Before he can finish his remark, the other guard says, "Hey, that's not very nice, man." The guard looks at his partner and says, "What? I see what she's doing. She's trying to lure us inside her car so someone can go inside the store and finish off the robbery." The other guard defensively says, "You don't know that." The guard says with distaste, "Look at her! Old ass bitch." The cleaning lady looks offended as she spats, "You know what? Fuck you guys." "I'm so sorry, miss." The other guard starts apologizing, but his aggressive partner cuts him off and says, "Yeah, fuck off, hag." The cleaning lady shouts, "Fuck you!" The guard shouts louder, "Fuck you!" The other guard looks between the both of them and loudly says, "Both of you, calm down." Someone shouts from inside the door, "What's all this, commotion?" The two guards look inside the store, and the first one responds, "Nothing, just a trespasser." Someone is slowly coming out of the store. An attractive middle-aged man looks at the two guards once he's outside and asks, "What trespasser?" The third guard looks at the cleaning lady and mutters, "Oh my God." The cleaning lady smiles at the third guard, and he smiles back at her before greeting her. "Well, hello there." "Hi," the cleaning lady greets him back seductively. The third guard asks, "What is a lady like you doing here?" The third guard is now walking between the two guards. He takes slow, measured steps towards the vehicle, and the cleaning lady says in the same seductive tone, "I'm just a girl looking for a good time." The third guard looks at her mischievously before asking, "Is that so?" He is now coming closer to the passenger window, and she says, "Sure is." The third guard is now giggling as he stops and looks at the cleaning lady through the passenger side window. The cleaning lady says, "I can tell that you like me." "Yes, no." The third guard appears nervous as he says, "I mean, yes. No. What I mean is, you're an interesting girl to me, a really nice girl, but you have to leave, and I'm so very sorry." The cleaning lady looks at the third guard for a moment. Then she says, "Give me your hand." The third guard looks nervous and asks, "Why?" She reassures him, seductively, "You'll see." The other guard calls him out from behind. "Sir?" "Shut up!" the third guard shouts at the intruder. The third guard turns his head to the right, then gazes back at the cleaning lady. He brings his right hand forward, in front of her, and the cleaning lady grabs his hand. She looks at him, a mere glimpse, before she puts his index finger inside her mouth and starts sucking on it. As soon as her tongue touches his skin, his nerves shoot up, leaving his mouth agape. The cleaning lady continues to suck on his finger, and his entire body starts shaking. His legs feel like jello, making it difficult for him to stand still. And the other guards look at each other, their faces marred with confusion, as the first guard whispers, "What is she doing?" The other guard whispers back, "I don't know." Sweat drops start appearing on the third guard's forehead, and he's panting hard, while the cleaning lady is moaning. The cleaning lady stops and slowly removes the finger from her mouth as she licks the tip of the finger, with her tongues rolled out. She looks at the third guard for a moment and then licks her lips around. She seductively says, "There's more than that if you come with me." The third guard is still panting hard as he struggles to form a coherent sentence. "I gotta good. Go back to work." The cleaning lady bats her eyes and asks seductively, "You don't want me to do the real thing to you?" The third guard is now trying to open the passenger door quickly, but in his current state, he's struggling to open it. He's panting as he says, "Sweet Jesus, I can't get this door to open." After struggling for a few more seconds, he finally manages to open the door. The cleaning lady says, "It's a shame your friends were being rude to me." The third guard stops in his tracks. His brows are furrowed as he looks up at her and asks, "Why?" "What happened?" The cleaning lady says with a sad expression on her face. "They called me old, ugly," she whimpers, and then continues, "hag." A tear appears from the right side of her eye. The third guard slowly turns around and faces the two guards. He asks in a strict tone, "Who said that?" Both the guards look nervous and start fidgeting while one of them points to the other one, saying, "He did." The other guard looks shocked and protests, "No, it wasn't me, it was him." The third guard slowly starts walking towards the two guards while having a long bulge in his pants. The first guard says, "Yeah, it was him." The other guard says, "No, it wasn't." "I wouldn't say things like that." The guard says again, "Yes, it was." "You're lying." The other guard says, "I was being polite and you weren't." The third guard is standing in the middle of the two guards. The first guard starts saying again, "No, you said." Before he can finish off, the third guard grabs both of their heads and smashed them together. The two guards are now lying on the cement sidewalk. Both of them seem unconscious. The cleaning lady looks at the unconscious bodies, then back at him and says, "My savior." At her voice, he turns around and looks at her. The cleaning lady smiles back at him. He chivalrously says, "That will show those jerks." The cleaning lady asks seductively, "Can you do something more to them?" The third guard asks, "Like what? Break their foot?" As soon as he says that, he starts stomping on the unconscious guard's feet. The cleaning lady responds from the side, "I was thinking faces." "Oh, okay," he responds before he starts stomping on their faces. He looks back up to the cleaning lady and smiles at her. She looks back at him, smiling before she asks, "Do you have a smoke I can use?" He responds, No, I don't smoke, but I think one of these guys do." The cleaning lady bats her eyes again and seductively asks, "Would you?" Sure, the third guard says as he squats down and starts searching the two guards' bodies. "He had money," he says. "That will work," the cleaning lady responds. The third guard stands up and walks back to Dam's vehicle. He quickly gets inside and closes the door. He extends his right hand with the money towards the cleaning lady, and she says, "Thanks, you're too sweet." Dam's vehicle starts driving away, while the cleaning lady looks up at the third guard and smiles at him again. She starts speaking, "Thank you so much. You're not going to regret this. I will blow your mind away." He looks at her and gulps audibly as he starts getting nervous again. Somewhere at the back alley, Anne is lying against the brick wall and talking to someone. The nonsense person looks at Anne and says, "You see, that's why my heart can't work on a turtle pussy. Ain't got no rhythm." Anne responds, "Uh-huh." Suddenly, something inside Anne's pocket starts vibrating. He fetches the cell phone inside his pants pocket and looks at it. He quickly gets out of the alley and starts walking. Soon, Anne reaches close to the photocopy store and is now staring at the Westmen's sign in front of the store. He stops and stares at the two unconscious bodies near the entrance of the store. "Jesus Christ! What the fuck did she do to them?" Anne looks down at the cell phone and quickly types, Where the fuck are you? Are you going to help or what? He hits send and soon receives a reply. Be back in a minute, faggot. I got to deal with the third guard, so get the money and text for help. Anne looks down at the phone with annoyance. He was frustrated at her. He starts walking in the middle of the two unconscious bodies and enters the store. Inside the store, the ceiling is collapsed. Papers and rubble are everywhere on the floor. The air vent is on top of a big desk. Anne takes in the view in front of him and sighs. Chapter 27. The Firefighters. Anne looks extremely remorseful as he walks ahead. The cleaning lady's phone starts vibrating inside his pants' left pocket. Anne quickly pulls out the phone and was almost about to look at the screen when suddenly a door opens and a bright light appears from there, illuminating his entire face. Anne looks up with a surprised expression on his face. There is a notification of a new text message on the cleaning lady's phone screen. The text reads, "Watch out for the fourth guard in the office. It's the CEO." The bright light suddenly changes into blue and red lights, with the sound of a siren coming from not too far. The noise starts getting louder as a fire engine comes in view, driving in the middle of the deserted road. Dam and Airdrie are inside the fire engine, with Dam driving it as fast as he can. Maybe we should turn off the siren, Airdrie suggests. Dam looks at Airdrie while still driving and says, Why? We're making good progress. Dam looks ahead towards the road in front of him again, diverting his attention from Airdrie, when Airdrie says again, I feel a little more nervous when the siren is on. Dam looks at Airdrie once again and starts saying, Don't worry. Driving this truck is a piece of qua. Dam is cut halfway through his sentence when suddenly the fire engine bumps to the left taillight of a vehicle parked at the side of the street. Due to the impact of the hit, the vehicle slightly jolts, and Airdrie gets startled. Dam looks at Airdrie's state and feebly says, Sorry. Dam starts driving the fire engine back at the middle of the road, while both the passengers inside the vehicle quiet, with their gaze fixated on the road in front of them. Dam looks a little sheepish, while Airdrie stares outside the window at his right side. So, what's the cleaning lady's location? Dam asks quietly. Airdrie pulls out his cell phone and looks at the screen. Then he looks up at Dam as he says, She's on the move. Where? Dam asks. Airdrie looks at the phone's screen again as he says, She's on the 7th Street. Now at Grew Avenue. Now at the Golden Road. Okay. Now she stops at the Crispy Hotel. Crispy Hotel? Dam asks, baffled. Airdrie shrugs before responding. Maybe she's dropping someone off? Or taking a nap? With that being said, Airdrie falls quiet yet again. Dam doesn't ask anything as well, as he focuses on the road. He notices that there are a firefighter and another fire engine that has apparently caught fire as well. The vehicle is parked in the middle of the road. He looks at the side of the parked fire engine to see that there is a small crashed SUV near the flaming fire engine. Near the SUV, a firefighter is standing in the middle of the road, facing Dam's fire engine. Suddenly, Dam doesn't notice the firefighter waving his hand towards them. Airdrie looks at the firefighter and says, The firefighter is waving his hand to us. Dam exclaims, Oh, shit! Airdrie looks closely with his eyes narrowed and says, Looks like there's an accident on the road. Oh, man, Dam responds. The firefighter smiles at the fire engine as soon as he notices that the passengers inside the vehicle have noticed him. Dam looks at Airdrie and confidently says, Don't worry, let me handle this. Dam parks the fire engine at the side of the road, beside the firefighter, and rolls down the window at his side before popping his head out. The firefighter looks immensely relieved as he says, Thank God. Did you get my response? Dam responds, Sure thing, that's why we're here. The firefighter nods before saying, Good. Park near the fire hydrant and follow me. Dam looks at Airdrie with a lost expression on his face. He then gets his head back inside the vehicle and drives the fire engine to park it near the fire hydrant. Once Dam has parked it where the firefighter had asked him to, both Dam and Airdrie open their sides of the doors and get out of the fore-engine. When they are on the ground, they start walking right behind the firefighter, following him towards the crashed SUV near the flaming fire engine in the middle of the road. The firefighter says, "Yeah, it's a real mess right now. Stupid rioters." The firefighter sighs audibly before resuming, "All this for a stupid hockey game. Anyways, a small SUV got into collision with another vehicle right here. The driver's side of the SUV is totally smashed, and the other vehicle drove off somewhere. I asked the driver if he was all right. The driver said that he was all right, but his seatbelt got stuck, and now he can't get out of the vehicle. We were going to free him from the other side of the vehicle, but out of nowhere, some arsonists were throwing Molotov at us. It put our fire engine up in flames. If you don't know what a Molotov is, it's a cloth on fire in a glass bottle. I used my phone to call the station, but there was no answer, so I left a message. Actually, I left a message to all the stations and still no response. Do you have any water in your engine?" The firefighter stops and turns around and looks at Dam and Airdrie. Dam looks up at him and says, "No. We ran out of water." The firefighter curiously asks, "Who are you guys?" Dam responds, "I'm Dam, and this is Airdrie." The firefighter looks at both of them from head to toe before asking again, "Why are you not wearing your uniforms?" Dam decides to just tell him the truth and get over with it, and Dam starts saying, "We needed a vehicle to find someone, so we found this." Dam pauses to point at the fire engine that he was driving just a while back. He then looks back at the firefighter as he resumes, "Trunk. It was on the sidewalk, untended. So, I decided to borrow it, to find this person." The firefighter looks at the fire engine, then back at Dam as he asks, "So why did you stop?" Dam responds, "To help, of course. I think of others than myself." The firefighter looks impressed and nods his head before he says, "Okay, you two are going to stay on that sidewalk over there. Me and my 5 men's team are going to hook up your fire engine that you borrowed. Use it to take out the fire from our fire engine and get the person out of his vehicle. When we are done using it, one of my men are going to return the fire engine that you borrowed, and the police will deal with the both of you, okay?" Dam nods his head compliantly and says, "Okay." The firefighter simply says, "Good." Dam and Airdrie look at the sidewalk, and Dam asks again, "Which sidewalk?" "That one, over there." The firefighter looks at Dam and says, as he points at the sidewalk in front of him. Dam looks at the sidewalk as well and says, "Oh, okay." Dam and Airdrie start walking towards the sidewalk where the firefighter had asked them to go. The firefighter looks up at them again and says, "Yeah, and don't move as well." Dam says, "Okay." Dam and Airdrie stop walking as soon as they reach the sidewalk and stand right there, as soon as they hear the firefighter saying, "Yeah, that's it. Stay right fuck anything!" An unknown scream is heard from one side, which cuts the firefighter's sentence midway. An unknown person is screaming out loud. With a horror-stricken face, the firefighter turns his head around to notice an arsonist throwing Molotov on the crashed SUV. The Molotov lands on the top of the SUV's trunk, and the fire starts spreading slowly from the trunk up to the roof of the car. The guy stuck inside the SUV seems horrified as he starts screaming as well. The crash victim inside the SUV panics and screams out loud, "Oh God, help!" The crash victim panics as the other firefighters rush towards the crashed SUV. More arsonists come behind the firefighters and grab them before attacking them as well. The firefighter who had stopped Dam and Airdrie runs towards them at the sidewalk and begs, "You've got to help me." Dam agrees and says, "Okay. What do we need to do?" The firefighter looks at both of them and says, "You and him, go and get the driver out of his vehicle, and I'll set up the truck." Dam agrees to his request and simply says, "Okay." Before Dam can proceed, Airdrie stops him and says, "Wait. How?" The firefighter looks at Airdrie and, in an impatient tone, says, "God damn it, go!" Dam, Airdrie, and the firefighter are running towards their objectives. Airdrie looks at Dam while they're still running and says, "How are we going to free him?" The firefighter goes to the right side of the fire engine. He quickly opens the door and takes out long holes and hydrant wrench and runs towards the fire hydrant. The firefighter uses the hydrant wrench to remove the steamer cap and also one of the other side caps from the hydrant. As soon as the caps come off the hydrant and on the ground near the hydrant, the firefighter uses the wrench to slowly open the top of the hydrant to flush the ports and verify if the hydrant is usable. The moment he does that, water comes out from the caps, and soon the water is everywhere on the cement ground. The firefighter mutters to himself, "Look good to me." The firefighter attaches the adapters to make connections to both steamer and the side port of the hydrant. He then attaches the large diameter line to the hydrant and to the apparatus, and slowly opens the hydrant. When he is about to do what he had planned next, an arsonist grabs him and punches him on the right side of his jaw. Due to the impact of the blow, the firefighter ends up in intense pain. When Dam and Airdrie are running towards the crashed SUV, Airdrie notices the other firefighters see that they are in some struggle. Airdrie looks at Dam and asks, "Do you think they need more help?" Dam looks at all the struggling firefighters. He then turns towards Airdrie and says, "Yeah, maybe you should help them." Airdrie looks at Dam with concern on his face and asks, "You'll be all right?" "I'll be fine, just go," Dam responds. Airdrie changes his direction and leaves Dam's side to go towards the struggling firefighters. When he makes it to the firefighters, one of the arsonists notices him and asks aggressively, "The fuck you doing here, faggot?" Airdrie lifts his right foot and kicks the arsonist right on his nose. As soon as he receives the kick, the arsonists fall on the ground due to the impact of the kick. Another arsonist charges towards Airdrie, and he immediately punches the other arsonist with his right hand on his right side temple. The other arsonist falls to the ground as well. Airdrie bends over as soon as the third arsonist punches Airdrie with his right hand directly at his stomach. Airdrie looks down after the hit for a moment, before without even a hint, he suddenly gets up and headbutts the third arsonist right in his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dam makes it to the flaming crashed SUV. As soon as he bends down to get in the crash victim's line of vision, the crash victim begs Dam to rescue him. Dam says reassuringly, "Don't worry. Just relax and remain calm. I just need a plan to figure this out." Dam looks around the area and sees nothing to use for the SUV, and also sees people fighting with each other. Dam quickly chants to himself, "Think, think, 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 think." Dam quickly rushes around the vehicle and keeps walking until he stops at the passenger window. He gets his right hand to the bottom of the right side of his chin and closes it to make a fist. Dam punches the window, but the glass doesn't break by just a punch. "That's your plan?" the crash victim exclaims in panic. Dam shouts from near the window, "That's all I could come up with." The crash victim suggests in a state of panic, "Use your elbow." Dam hits the window with his right elbow hard. However, the glass still doesn't break, in fact. As Dam checks, there isn't even anything close to a crack. The fire starts getting closer to the SUV's roof, and Dam notices that. Dam knows that he doesn't have enough time before the entire car gets flamed up, so he hits the window with his elbow again. Just like the first time, the glass doesn't break. The fire is now getting closer to the roof, and the crash victim inside the car is panicking. Airdrie turns his right hand into a fist and punches a bloody arsonist right on the left side of his face mercilessly. Whereas, the firefighter who was talking to Dam earlier is now sitting on his knees while covering his head with his arms trying to protect himself, as the arsonist is kicking him constantly. Dam hits the window with his elbow for the 10th time, yet the glass doesn't break. Dam gets tired of constantly trying without any positive results and starts to breathe heavily. Smoke starts appearing from inside the SUV. The crash victim is now wussy as he cries out loud, "The fire is getting closer!" The crash victim starts closing his eyes, while Dam looks sacred for the crash victim's survival. Suddenly, Dam starts punching the window with his right hand numerous times, yet the glass doesn't break. Dam stops and looks at his hand, which is now covered in blood. He starts getting angry and shouts, "Ah! God damn it!" Dam punches the window once again with all his force, and surprisingly, the glass shatters from the window this time. Dam looks very surprised while looking at the shattered glass and his bloody hand, and exclaims, "Holy shit!" Dam quickly opens the door and sits on the passenger seat. The smoke is getting to Dam's eyes, making them watery, and Dam squints his eyes to see clearly. Dam goes to the crash victim and tears off the seatbelt from his body. He quickly lifts his arms and drags him out of the SUV. On top of the SUV, the fire has spread completely. Dam carries the crash victim with both of his arms. Once he has grabbed the crash victim, he asks him, "You all right?" The crash victim opens his eyes a little and looks at Dam. Then he slowly says in a wussy tone, "Thank you." Dam smiles at him and responds, "You're welcome." Dam walks towards a bench on a sidewalk, puts the crash victim on the bench, and takes off his jacket. He quickly covers the crash victim with it, trying to stabilize his temperature. He looks at him with concern and says, "You're going to be all right. Stay right here. I got to go help my friends out." The crash victim says in a soft tone, "Okay." The crash victim closes his eyes and releases a soft sigh. Dam runs towards the firefighter near the fire hydrant, who now happens to be lying on the left side of his body. The hydrant arsonist is squatting down while looking at the firefighter. "It's your fault that we lost the game?" the arsonist asks. The hydrant arsonist stands back up to his feet and looks at Dam while he's coming up to him. Dam's hands garb and smash the tip of the hydrant arsonist's nose with his right knee. Blood oozes out of his nose. The hydrant arsonist falls on his back at the road near the fire hydrant. Dam squats down and puts his right hand on the firefighter's right shoulder. Dam asks, "Are you all right?" The firefighter groans before he falls silent once again. Dam looks at him with concern and says in a small voice, "You'll be all right." Dam stands up and looks at Airdrie and the other firefighters. He notices more arsonists coming in towards Airdrie and the other firefighters on their upper left. Dam runs back to the fire engine while leaving the firefighter from the hydrant by himself. The firefighter is still lying on his left side of his body, looking badly battered, 5 feet away from the fire hydrant right. Airdrie is punching another arsonist in the face, and he makes the arsonist go down on the ground. When the arsonist is on the ground, Airdrie notices all the arsonists coming towards him and the other firefighters. Airdrie looks tired while his face is injured. His left bottom lip is cut. His right nose nostril is bleeding. A little bruise has formed on his right cheek, and he's got a black eye on his left side. An arsonist charges at Airdrie, and suddenly, water springs on the arsonist who was charging at Airdrie. The pressure of the water throws the arsonist to the other side of the street, and right after that, the water spring stops. The arsonist who was sprayed is on the ground and looks unconscious now. Everyone is looking at the fire engine, while Dam is at the deluge gun on top of the fire engine. Dam shouts out loud from atop the fire engine, "Who the fuck is next?" One of the arsonists is slowly walking towards the fire engine. Dam looks at that arsonist to realize that it was a female. The female arsonist yells at Dam, "I'm not afraid of yo!" Before she could say it all, Dam uses the deluge gun on the female arsonist. Within seconds, she was completely out of sight. Dam looks at the other arsonist standing there as he asks, "Anyone else?" Everyone goes quiet. Dam starts shouting again as he says, "All right, arsonist fuckheads, get the fuck out of here, or else I'd hose you like dog." Within minutes, the entire road was clear as all the arsonists have run away. The arsonists, who are unconscious, are still there. Dam quickly hoses out the SUV and the other fire engine, and both vehicles' fire goes out instantly. Dam jumps down from the fire engine and starts making his way towards Airdrie and the other firefighters. His first stop is Airdrie as he looks at his tired form and asks, "Are you okay, Airdrie, my boy?" "I'm a little bruised, but I'm all right," Airdrie responds groggily. A firefighter near Dam and Airdrie is looking at Dam while dusting off the dirt from his uniform pants. He looks up and says in sheer horror, "Oh my God, They cut up your face? Dam looks at the other firefighter and says, "No, this happened early." Dam stops midway and points at the cut on his face with his right index finger. Then he resumes, "But I'm all right." Dam looks at his right hand while it's pointing at his face. He says, "Except for my hand. I have no choice but smash the window and save the crash victim and pull him out of the SUV. How are you guys?" The other firefighter responds, "We're a bit tired from getting beaten up." He then points his right finger towards Airdrie and says, "Thanks for saving us." Airdrie responds, "You're welcome." The other firefighter asks again, "How's the driver?" "He's fine. He's over there at the bench, apparently passed out on it," Dam says. The other firefighter says, "Thanks for rescuing him." "How's the captain?" Dam asks, looking puzzled. "Who?" The other firefighter tries to make him understand, as he says, "The guy you were talking to." Dam looks as if a sudden revelation has been dawned upon him, and he says, "He's near the fire hydrant. He got beating up too, but he'll be all right." The captain is still unconscious. Dam, Airdrie, and the other firefighter are looking at the captain while he's still on the ground. The other firefighter turns his head up and looks at Dam from his right side and asks, "So how are the streets?" Dam responds seriously, "It's pretty bad out there. The roads are deserted." "How's your radio?" the other firefighter asks. Soon, they are all inside the fire engine. The other firefighter is sitting in the driver's seat of the fire engine. His right hand is holding the radio handle as he speaks. "Dispatch to Station 3. This is Sergeant Beck. We need some assistance. Our fire engine got assaulted from arsonist, and our captain is down. Over." Beck gets no response from the station. He speaks on the radio again. "Dispatch to Station 3. Over." Again, there is no response. He tries one more time. "Dispatch to Station 3. Anyone there?" Over. There is no response yet again. Beck says on the radio again, "Dispatch to Police Station 1. This is Sergeant Beck from the fire department from Station 3. We need some assaulted. Over." Again, no response. This time Beck says, "Dispatch to anyone?" Over. An unknown static voice in a southern accent says, "What's all the commotion?" Beck immediately says in his radio, "Sir, do you know what's going on? Can you please help us?" The unknown person with a southern accent says, "Now why the fuck do I want to help y'all?" Beck tries to explain the entire situation to the unknown person as he says, "Please, sir, we need some help. We got injured people here and—" The unknown person stops Beck in mid-sentence as he says in his southern accent, "Nan, when I find you squinting heads, I'll fuck you all up real hard, motherfucker." Sergeant Beck lets go of the radio handle, and the radio handle is now dangling around, while the unknown person is still talking on the radio in his southern accent. Sergeant Beck looks at Dam, who is standing on top of the step near the driver's side door. Beck sighs and says, "What do we do now? I can't get a hold of anyone on the radio." "I don't know," Dam says. As soon as Dam goes silent, the sound of a loud explosion startles Dam and Sergeant Beck. Beck quickly says, "It's not safe here." Dam immediately nods his head and says, "Let's get everyone in this trunk." Dam stops speaking and looks at Beck before saying, "We'll drive to the nearest authority." Beck asks, looking slightly perplexed, "Are you sure?" Dam asks him, "Do you want to stay at this place?" Beck looks around the place and then quickly shakes his head before responding, "No." Dam nods and says, "Then, let's go." Beck agrees as he says, "All right." Dam jumps down to the ground, while Beck gets out of the fire engine and jumps down too. Dam is quickly making his way towards the crash victim to get him in the trunk first. He looks ahead at Airdrie and shouts, "My boy! Help the guys get in the trunk. I'll get the guy on the bench. Sergeant, can you get the captain?" Beck responds, "Roger that." Meanwhile, the unknown person is still talking in his southern accent on the radio as he says, "You yellowhead monkey bastard." The guy with the southern accent is driving a trunk while his right hand is holding the radio handle and looks angry. Then, he starts to get sad and puts the radio handle back in the holder. Suddenly, his accent changes to a British one as he says, "Bloody hell! Why every time I do an introduction, it always has to be so rude? I thought if I act like them, they'll accept me? I don't belong anywhere. Everyone is a wanker or a bollocks." Chapter 28. All goes well. Dam's vehicle is next to the Southern accent guy's truck, towards its left side. Inside the vehicle, the third guard is perched on the driving seat. His hands are gripping the steering wheel as he's driving, while his gaze is fixated on the cleaning lady when she's texting on her cell phone. On the passenger side's window, the Southern accent guy's truck suddenly vanishes. The silence prevails inside the vehicle, for long before the cleaning lady finally decides to break the ice as she asks seductively, "Do you have a name, sweetie?" The third guard is still panting as he responds, "Charles. But everyone just calls me Chuck. What's yours?" The cleaning lady removes her eyes from the road in front of her, looks at Chuck, and smiles at him. Maintaining the same seductive tone, she says, "I'm your sweetheart, that's who." Chuck looks at her and says, "Oh, okay then." Chuck began to be quiet for a moment. Then he spoke again. "So, who were you texting to?" The cleaning lady gives him a seductress response. "I was texting my girlfriend. I wanted to know if she's going to join us." Chuck's starting to blush, but on the last text on the cleaning lady's phone screen, the text reads, "Watch out for the fourth guard in the office. It's the CEO." Then the cleaning lady put her phone away in her pocket, and now the cleaning lady and Chuck fall silent once again. After a moment, the cleaning lady looks back at Chuck and says, "Do you prefer the Crispy Hotel?" Chuck nods his head and says, "Sure." "Good," the cleaning lady says seductively. The door is being pushed from outside, revealing a dark room. Chuck pushes the door open entirely for the cleaning lady and says, "Here we are. The manager said that this is the best room in the hotel." The cleaning lady enters the room and looks around in the dark. Her attention gets diverted when Chuck starts speaking, as he says, "He also said that he'll protect us from the rioters and let us have a good night." The cleaning lady looks at Chuck and gives him a half smile. Chuck smiles back at her, and with his hot breath fanning her face, he asks, "Can I have a kiss?" The cleaning lady gets closer to Chuck. Her face is just a mere touch away from Chuck's skin. She closes the little distance left between her face and Chuck, and in an instant she kisses him right on his lips. She kisses him deeply, and the aura is filled with both the cleaning lady and Chuck's moans. Chuck and the cleaning lady are kissing each other fervently, with their eyes closed and their lips moving in sync. Chuck's hands are roaming on both sides of her waist as he brushes the pad of his thumbs against the softness of the cleaning lady's body. Suddenly, the cleaning lady removes her lips from on top of Chuck's lips and says, "Okay, bye." The cleaning lady smiles at Chuck, but he looks at her curiously as he asks, "Why? Where are you going?" The cleaning lady looks back at him and responds, "I gotta go get some smokes. I'll be back in a few minutes." "Why don't I get your smokes for you?" Chuck questions in a suggestive manner. The cleaning lady agrees by simply saying, "Okay." Chuck walks up to the door and opens it. Then he turns around towards the cleaning lady and says, "I'll be right back." The cleaning lady flutters her eyelashes and, in a seductive tone, says, "Don't take too long, sweetie." The cleaning lady smiles up at Chuck when he is standing between the doors. Chuck looks back at her and gives her a nervous smile before closing the door behind him. The cleaning lady stops smiling and sits in the middle on the bottom end of the bed. Her gaze lands on the TV remote, carelessly placed near her left side of the bed. She picks up the remote in her right hand and turns on the TV. An overview shot of Honda's bar being on fire is being played on the TV. "The bar is still on fire, Rick. You can see." The static voice of the TV reporter fills the quiet surroundings of the room, and before she could speak further about the situation of the bar, the cleaning lady points the remote in its direction and turns off the TV. She is quiet for a moment, while her gaze is fixated down at the dark purple floor. The cleaning lady is still sitting on the bottom end of the bed, She's looking down at Anne's cell phone screen. She decides to text him again, so she quickly types in, "Are you all right, homo?" She hears a sound from the doorknob as it turns. Suddenly, the door is being opened, and as Chuck pokes his head inside the room first before his entire figure appears, Chuck looks at her and says, "Hi." He gets inside and closes the door behind him before turning around. Chuck says again, "I'm back." The cleaning lady looks at Chuck while she is still sitting on the bed. She looks at him from head to toe with a teasing glint in her eyes before asking, "What took you so long?" "The rioters were outside," Chuck informs. The cleaning lady looks at Chuck and asks, "Where's my smokes?" Chuck goes quiet for a moment before he responds, "I didn't get them." "What?" the cleaning lady exclaims angrily before she stands up from the bed. She looks enraged as she says, "Why the fuck didn't you get them?" The cleaning lady looks aggressively at Chuck, while he looks extremely nervous. Chuck tries to explain, "The store was totally barricaded because of all the rioting. I tried so hard to get in, but I couldn't. Besides, cigarettes are not good for you." The cleaning lady punches Chuck on the left side of his nose. Chuck falls down to the floor. He looks at the cleaning lady while he's still on the floor. After a split second, the cleaning lady looks remorseful as she says, "I'm sorry." The cleaning lady helps Chuck by using both of her hands. Chuck is back on his feet and looks at the cleaning lady while his left nostril starts to bleed. "Here." The cleaning lady pulls out a pocket napkin from the right side of her jacket pocket and cleans the blood from Chuck's nose. She then looks up at him and says, "I'm sorry for punching you. I gotta go see someone after this." "Who?" Chuck asks curiously. The cleaning lady shrugs before responding, "This dumbass fool. He probably needs my help right now." Chuck nods before saying, "Oh, well, why don't you go and help your friend first? I'll wait for you here." "Nah, let him wait. I want to have fun first," the cleaning lady says as she smiles and looks at the bed. Then she seductively says, "Get on the bed, go under the covers, and take off your clothes. Then I'll take off mine." Chuck starts to get nervous again. He looks at the bed and quickly looks back at the cleaning lady before saying, "I'm sorry I can't do this. I got a wife." "Then, why did you come along?" the cleaning lady asks. Chuck looks at her nervously before saying, "When I saw you, I couldn't resist you. You're just too beautiful." The cleaning lady closes her eyes. Her nose gets closer to Chuck's nose. In a seductive tone, she says, "Then, close your eyes. Think of me as your wife and kiss me." "No, I want you," Chuck says as he starts kissing the cleaning lady again. The cleaning lady pushes Chuck on the bed. When he's on the bed, he smiles at her, while she smiles back at him. Chuck goes under the covers and takes off his clothes. He holds and throws the clothes on the floor near the left side of the bed. The cleaning lady slowly starts taking off her jacket. The cleaning lady looks at him with droopy eyes and seductively says, "Sorry, my friend didn't come. So you're all mine to have fun with." Chuck stares into her magnetic eyes as he says, "That's okay. I want you more instead." "Good," says the cleaning lady seductively. The cleaning lady takes off her jacket and puts it on the floor near Chuck's clothes. Chuck looks the cleaning lady's jacket on the floor before she slowly starts taking off Anne's long-sleeved shirt from her body. Chuck stares at the cleaning lady's belly button. Sweat drops start appearing at the right side of his forehead. Chuck's eyes roam up the cleaning lady's body and get fixated on her upper waist. Chuck starts to look very nervous. He now looks keenly at her lower breasts, lightly covered with a light blue bra. Finally, Chuck gets out of bed. "I'm sorry," he says. The cleaning lady looks concerned and is still holding her shirt up when she asks, "Why? What's wrong?" Chuck quickly starts putting his clothes back on before he says, "I'm sorry I can't do this." "No, Chuck, stay?" the cleaning lady asks him with puppy dog eyes. She puts her hands up and her shirt goes back down to her skin. Chuck shakes his head as he says, "I can't." "No, Chuck, please." The cleaning lady tries to stop him again. Chuck doesn't listen to her and starts walking towards the door. He stops there for a moment and says, "I have a wife." This is wrong. Chuck closes the door. The cleaning lady is left behind in the place as she says to herself, in a lonely tone, "But I like you, a lot." The cleaning lady puts her head down, standing there for a long time. She is now walking on the sidewalk, looking depressed. The sounds of mayhem coming from everywhere. She stops and sees a convenience store. The main doors of the store are broken off. The cleaning lady is walking towards the broken door and enters the store. The store was a complete mess, shelf tipped over, products everywhere on the floor, all the freezer doors' windows were shattered, and the soda and Slurpee machines are on fire. To top it off, all the money in the cash register is missing. The cleaning lady walks towards the front store counter. Every time she walks on the floor, it makes glass and candy wrapper sounds. Under the store counter, there is a clerk. His shirt and pants were nearly torn apart, and he's sitting on the floor with his legs spread out while his back is resting on the store counter. The clerk looks at the cleaning lady as she starts to squat down and is now facing the clerk. The store clerk is panting as he pleads, "Please, take whatever you want. Just don't hurt me." The cleaning lady ignores his pleas and asks, "Where's your smokes?" The store clerk looks at the cigarettes, and while still panting, he says, "Over there at the cover display cabinet." The cleaning lady looks behind and sees the display cabinet, and she quietly says, "Sweet." The cleaning lady grabs a bag from under the counter and stands up. She then turns around and walks towards the cover display cabinet. She opens it and starts garbing all the cigarettes. When she's done, she turns her head to the left and looks back at the store clerk. The store clerk is closing his eyes. "How come no one took these?" the cleaning lady says suggestively. The store clerk opens his eyes and looks at the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady's right hand is holding up a plastic bag filled up with cigarette boxes. "There's just so many smokes here?" the cleaning lady asks in amusement. "Nobody touches them," the store clerk clarifies. "Why?" the cleaning lady asks again. The store clerk is panting as he responds, "Everyone took the vapes instead. Nobody smokes cigarettes these days." "Is that so?" the cleaning lady asks. She walks back to the store clerk and squat back down, facing him again, before she says, "All right." She then goes a little closer to the store clerk's face and asks, "Where's all the money?" The cleaning lady stares at him, while the store clerk looks a little aggressive, and still in a heavy voice and panting light, he says, "Everybody took it all. So, fuck off." The cleaning lady is still staring at the store clerk for a long time, while he still looks aggressive. Suddenly, he slowly starts to get intimidated by her. He whimpers as he says, "Here." The store clerk's right hand pulls out money from inside his pants, and he holds up the money in front of the cleaning lady's face. He whimpers again as he says, "Just take it and go." The cleaning lady takes the money from the store clerk's right hand, stands up, and leaves. The store clerk starts crying. The cleaning lady is walking on the sidewalk. Her hands are in her pants pocket, while there is a big black duffel bag strapped on her back. The cleaning lady's right hand pulls out Anne's phone and starts to type a text. The text reads, "I'm here. Are you okay, douchebag?" While texting, she steps on one of the unconscious guards and readily enters the main doors to the Westman photocopy store. The cleaning lady is walking inside, trying to avoid the paper and rubble on the floor. A bright light appears from her face. The light comes from a wide-open door. The cleaning lady notices the backside of Anne's body inside the room. Anne is kneeling on the floor, while his head is looking down. The cleaning lady calls out, "Hey, it's me! Sorry I took so long, that guard was so hard to get rid of." She then walks a little closer to the back of Anne's body, stops there, and asks, "So, where's the CEO?" Anne stands up and turns around. The cleaning lady stops and looks surprised. Anne has blood on his face and shirt. He quickly says, as if to justify, "It was an accident." The cleaning lady is still staring at Anne's face, before he finally starts telling her the whole story, as he says, "Here's what happened. The CEO pointed the flashlight to my face, and when I looked up at him, he seemed really angry." "You know what?" The cleaning lady starts interrupting as she says, I don't want to know and I don't need to know. Because I don't give a shit. Where's the safe? Ann is pointing his left index finger behind him, where the safe is under the CEO's desk. He then says, Over there. The cleaning lady walks towards Ann, and without halting, walks past him. She squats near the safe, and Ann continues saying, The password is... The cleaning lady opens the safe, before she says, Make sure you memorize it, like your friend Guano. So, you don't have to put it on your phone. Now, I think about it. How come you didn't go with you friends? Anne simply responds, That's not the plan. The cleaning lady mutters, Saving your own ass. Anne exclaims loudly, What? This time, the cleaning lady says loudly on the words were a bit tampered as she says, I said, saving the class. The cleaning lady smiles at Anne, while Anne looks discouraged. She pulls out the duffel bag from behind her and starts opening it. The cleaning lady says in utter surprise, Jesus Christ, how much money is in here? The cleaning lady is grabbing the money from inside the safe, while Anne says from where he is sitting behind her, A lot. The cleaning lady then wonders out loud, Is that so? I guess Lane was right, huh? Anne nods and says, Yep. The cleaning lady says, And you think his head is made out of shit? Anne quickly responds, I didn't say that. The cleaning lady shrugs before saying, That's what your phone said. Anne defends himself by saying, That's just a figure of speech. I type those when I'm frustrated. Aha! The cleaning lady stands up from the floor while holding the duffel bag with both of her hands. She suddenly says, Let's go. The cleaning lady and Anne are walking outside on the sidewalk. The cleaning lady is using both of her hands to carry the duffel bag. With a frustrated sigh, she says, Fuck, this is heavy. Anne is looking around the street as he asks, So, how is it out here? Anne looks at the cleaning lady, who responds after a moment, Fucking rioters are everywhere. Anne nods before drawling, Yeah, could be worse. The cleaning lady looks at Anne before asking, What the fuck is worse? Anne looks at the cleaning lady for a moment, before she suddenly says, as if a revelation is dawned upon her out of the blue, Oh, yay, I see, yay. The cleaning lady and Anne are both looking straight and still walking together. Anne looks slightly nervous as he asks, Can I ask you a question? The cleaning lady looks Anne again, and he took it as a yes, so he asks, Who was that woman on your phone? The cleaning lady is quiet for a moment before she truthfully responds, My sister. Anne continues to ask her another question, as he says, And the baby? The cleaning lady quietly responds, Her daughter. Anne asks the next question, Where is your sister? The cleaning lady becomes quiet again. After a moment, she replies, I don't know. Anne asks, Where's her daughter? The cleaning lady slightly shrugs before saying, With her father. Anne asks a strange question this time, as he says, Father in love. The cleaning lady asks, baffled, What? The cleaning lady looks at Anne, while he has a little smile on his face, as he says, Oh, nothing. Just synonymous, just all. So what's your sister and her daughter's names? They both have the same name, the cleaning lady says. Anne looks amused as he asks, Really? Interesting. What's the name? The cleaning lady shakes her head lightly before saying, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Anne insists, Oh, come on, give me the full story. A small town with a harbor is surrounded with blooming forest. The cleaning lady starts narrating as she says, I was born in... The cleaning lady looks at Anne once again, changes her mind, and says, Wait a minute. I don't want to talk about my life. Fuck you, you nosy bastard. Let's just get to the car and get the fuck out of here. All right? Anne somberly nods. All right. The cleaning lady and Anne are walking towards the back of Dam's vehicle, when Anne suddenly says, So I was wondering if I can take Lane and Guano share? The cleaning lady curiously asks, Why? I thought you needed the money for boiler? The cleaning lady and Anne are standing near the trunk of Dam's vehicle. After a pause, Anne responds, Because there's enough to go around? The cleaning lady opens the truck. Boiler is sleeping. Anne is still looking at the cleaning lady. She could feel Anne's eyes on her for long, until out of frustration, she says, "Fuck's sakes. Fine." Cleaning lady puts the duffel bag on Boiler's face, and he groans. The cleaning lady says to Anne, "Those guys better come out of jail soon." Anne casts a glance towards Boiler before the cleaning lady closes and locks the trunk. Anne curiously asks, "Who was that?" The cleaning lady simply responds, "The third guard. Now come on, let's go." The cleaning lady moves from where she was standing and starts walking towards the driver's side of Dam's vehicle. Meanwhile, Anne is walking to the passenger door. Both of them open the front doors of either side simultaneously, and once the doors are opened, both Anne and the cleaning lady get into the vehicle. Once settled, the cleaning lady closes the door while Anne is having trouble closing the door at his side. She holds out the car keys in her right hand and inserts it into the ignition, and soon she tries to start up the engine. However, the vehicle is still stalling. "That went well." "Cheap piece of shit," says the cleaning lady. Anne finally succeeds in closing the door at his side, while the cleaning lady looks at Anne's bloody face and shirt as she keeps trying to start the vehicle. Still looking at Anne's face, the cleaning lady says, "You look good." Anne quietly responds, "Thanks." Soon the engine starts up and roars. The cleaning lady holds a cigarette in her left hand and puts it in between her lips. Then she says, "You're welcome." Soon the cleaning lady lights up her cigarette as she holds her lighter in his right hand. Anne nods her head while smiling. The cleaning lady starts rolling down her side of the window. Anne asks, "What's your name?" The cleaning lady puffs out smoke from her cigarette before she says, "If I tell you, I'll have to fuck you up to death." Anne looks confused, but decides to ask, "What?" The cleaning lady shrugs and responds, "Just kidding." The cleaning lady flicks her cigarette out the driver's window with her right hand and says, "I'll tell you." She stops. Then she gets closer to Anne's left ear and resumes saying, "But keep it a secret, or else I'll have to kill you for real, with my right foot, numerous of times on your balls." The cleaning lady's mouth is still next to Anne's ear, and her lips start to move as she says something quietly, so only he can hear. Once done speaking, she goes back to her seat. Anne's mouth stays open for a while before suddenly he starts squinting his eyes. He asks, "That's your name?" The cleaning lady stares in front of her, with her eyes blank, void of any emotions. Anne says, "There's no need to keep a name like that so secret." A glimpse of a moment with Dam plays right in front of her eyes when they were at the back alley of the coffee restaurant. Dam's mouth moved as he asked, "Please, tell me your name." The cleaning lady's eyes are fixated at the bottom left, then her eyes move and shift towards the bottom right. She hears Anne's voice as he says, "Even though my name is so shitty, occasionally I still use it." "Fuck!" the cleaning lady exclaims, cutting Anne's sentence midway. Anne looks at the cleaning lady's face and asks, "What?" "What is it?" The cleaning lady responds, "I forgot something in the trunk." Then she stops talking and looks back at Anne. She continues saying, "Can you please go and get it for me?" Anne says, "The trunk is locked." The cleaning lady looks puzzled as she asks, "Is it?" Anne nods before saying, "Well, yeah, I see you locked it." "Oh," the cleaning lady responds. Then she's looking straight right in front of her. Suddenly, she inserts her right hand inside her pants pocket and pulls out a key, before holding it up, right in front of Anne's face, and says, "Here." Anne looks at the key, and the cleaning lady says, "Used crystal key." Anne remains still for a moment, before saying, "Okay then." Anne pulls out the cleaning lady's phone, while she is still holding up the spare key in her right hand. Anne says, "Just wanted to give this back to you." "Thanks for lending it to me." The cleaning lady responds, "No problem." Anne puts the cell phone on the dashboard and takes the key from the cleaning lady's right hand. He tries to open the door, but he is not able to since he is having trouble opening it. He says quietly, "Sorry. My bad hand here." Anne is still having trouble opening the door. Finally, he succeeds in opening the door, and gets out of the vehicle and closes the door. The cleaning lady moves the column shift into drive, and Dam's vehicle quickly drives away. Dam's vehicle is driving on a deserted road. Inside the vehicle, the cleaning lady has a straight face with no emotions on it. Suddenly, she starts to smile. Her right hand grabs her cell phone from the dashboard, and she turns it on. She stares at the picture of her sister and her daughter on the home screen of the cell phone. The cleaning lady lips move as she says, "I'm ready to find you now, just hang on." The cleaning lady puts her phone in her left pocket and pulls out Anne's phone from her right jacket pocket. She holds it and types in some numbers by using her right thumb. The phone is ringing. Suddenly, the phone connects as Plam's static voice comes out of it. "Hello?" The cleaning lady responds, "Fingers!" Palm's static voice comes from the other end as he says, "Hey! Kitty cat, how you doing?" "I'm good. Thanks for asking," the cleaning lady responds. Palm is standing at the rooftop. His back is resting on a brick wall while he's looking down at his right side, listening to the cleaning lady with earphones stuck in his ears. Palm is still wearing a trench coat and sunglasses. He hears the cleaning lady's static voice coming from the other side of the phone as she says, "Look, I need a favor." Palm looks around the roof, then says, "Do you have the requirements this time?" The cleaning lady's static voice says, "Sure do." "Is it in your account?" Palm asks. The cleaning lady says, "Sorry, it's all in paper." "Where are you?" Palm asks. "I'm driving right now," the cleaning lady responds. "Is it yours?" he asks again. The cleaning lady's static voice says, "No." Palm starts instructing as he says, "All right. When you get to the distraction point, just leave the requirement inside the vehicle. I'll have someone pick it up for me." The cleaning lady says, "Thanks." Palm asks, "Where do you want to go?" People are walking in the middle of the street while the cleaning lady is driving really slowly on the road. She responds, "Same place." Palm's static voice reaches the cleaning lady's ear as he asks, "When do you want to go?" The cleaning lady gives a quick answer as she says, "Tonight." Palm's static voice says, "Tonight might be a little difficult, but I'll pull it off for you. Do you know where it is?" The cleaning lady says, "Outside the city again?" Palm nods before he says, "Yes." But this time it's a small plane. The cleaning lady starts smiling as she says, "Look at you, Fingers. Being all fancy all of a sudden." Palm's static voice says, "When you're on your travel, new identification will be at your destination." "Great!" the cleaning lady says excitedly. The cleaning lady looks around inside the vehicle, and suddenly she says, "Wait! When I get there, can you return something?" Palm's static voice asks, "What?" The cleaning lady explains, "The car that I'm driving. I borrowed it from someone. Can you return it back to him?" Palm's static voice asks curiously, "Who's the owner?" The cleaning lady says, "A guy named Dam." Palms is slowly raising his face up, and he's looking right above him. He then asks, "What's the last name?" The cleaning lady is looking at her left while still driving as she says, "Reach." Palm's static voice says, "That's why you sound so familiar on the phone?" "What?" the cleaning lady asks in confusion. Palm's static voice says, "I'll return the vehicle to its rightful owner when you get to the distraction point." The cleaning lady sounds genuinely grateful as she says, "Thanks, Fingers." Palm nicely says, "No, don't mention it. Have a nice flight." The cleaning lady greets him saying, "Bye, Fingers." "Bye, cleaning lady," Palm says before he hangs up. The cleaning lady looks confused and is still holding the cell phone when she mutters to herself, "Cleaning lady? What the fuck?" The cleaning lady throws the phone at the back seat inside the vehicle. Suddenly, she notices a police officer standing in the middle of the road, with a traffic barricade right behind him. The officer pulls his right hand out and signals Dam's vehicle to stop. Dam's vehicle comes to an abrupt halt right in front of him. The officer is walking towards the driver's side door. Once he reaches there, the officer taps on the driver's window. Soon, the window starts rolling down slowly. The officer looks inside and says, "Sorry, miss. You can't go forward." The cleaning lady looks confused as she asks, "Why? Why not?" The officer informs, "The CAF are coming from this direction, and we need to clear this road from any vehicles." The cleaning lady insists as she says, "But I've got a flight to catch." The officer clearly says, "Sorry, ma'am. The CAF are coming very soon. You got to park your vehicle over there and follow my superior. He'll take you somewhere safe until this is all over." "Fuck this!" the cleaning lady says as she drives through the traffic barricade. Meanwhile, the traffic barricade breaks into pieces. "Fuck!" the officer exclaims as he starts running after Dam's vehicle. He yells, "Lady, come back!" When the cleaning lady is driving up ahead through the traffic barricade, she sees numerous of people running across the road in front of the vehicle. The cleaning lady looks slowly at all the people running to the other side of the road. She is looking straight again, and now she notices a little boy standing in the middle of the road. He looks at Dam's vehicle coming towards him. The cleaning lady looks very surprised and scared. Both of her feet slam on the brake pedal. Dam's vehicle makes an abrupt yet complete stop as the vehicle was nearly about to hit the boy. The little boy is still standing on the road. He's looking at the headlights of Dam's vehicle. "Jesus!" The cleaning lady looks relieved. Yet, the little boy is still standing in front of the vehicle. Suddenly, he starts smiling at the cleaning lady. She looks at him and mutters, "Stupid kid." The little boy is now waving his right hand at the cleaning lady. A woman from the left side of the road picks up the boy and disciplines him to the right side of the road, and finally out of her sight. The cleaning lady is looking down at her feet, closing her eyes, and she shakes her head. Then, she puts her right hand on her right side of her forehead, while the other hand is still holding the steering wheel. The driver's door is being opened as someone is grabbing the cleaning lady by her jacket's collar. She looks surprised. "Hey, what the fuck?" the cleaning lady yells. She starts getting out of the vehicle while still yelling, "The fuck are you doing?" The anonymous person is still holding on to the cleaning lady jacket collar while she is furiously glaring at the person. The cleaning lady yells again, "Just who the fuck are you, asshole?" Vaquero greets her, "Hola, señorita." "What?" snaps the cleaning lady. Vaquero responds, "¿Dónde está Dam?" The cleaning lady starts getting frustrated by each passing minute as she says, "I can't fucking understand you." "Mía tu linda mujer," Vaquero says, as he puts his right index finger on the right side of the cleaning lady's face. "Dam tiene buen gusto para las mujeres. Tu piel es tan suave. Eres una mujer sexy, ¿no?" he then says. The cleaning lady moves the right side of her face away from Vaquero's index finger before she says, "What the fuck? Are you speaking Spanish?" Vaquero responds, "Así que de todos modos, ¿dónde está Dam?" The cleaning lady is quiet for a moment. Then she asks, "What?" Vaquero moves his eyes around before he says in his fractured English, "Where's Dam reach?" The cleaning lady looks worried, but truthfully responds, "I stole his car. I hot-wired it in a parking lot." Vaquero looks at her incredulously and asks, "De verdad?" He then looks inside Dam's vehicle and says, "Te llevaste las llaves? Las llaves también?" The cleaning lady still looks confused, but before she can ask anything, he says, "¿Sabes cómo soluciono todo esto? Te lo contaré todo." A shop's door is being opened. A bell rings the moment the door touches the bell while it is pushed open. Vaquero comes in and closes the door. He is walking around the store, looking at the items on the shelves. A man comes behind the counter and greets Vaquero warmly as he says, "Hello, sir. Welcome. You see anything you like?" Vaquero looks at the shopkeeper while still walking as he asks, "¿Qué? Oh, ¿hablas español?" the shopkeeper asks. Vaquero looks back at the shopkeeper before responding, "Sí." "De Mexico." The shopkeeper says, "¿Dónde en México, señor?" Vaquero says, "Ciudad de México." The shopkeeper smiles at Vaquero before asking, "What made you want to come here?" "Para encontrar a alguien," Vaquero says. "Miembro de la familia?" The shopkeeper asks again. Vaquero responds, "Un amigo perdido." The shopkeeper asks, "¿Necesitas ayuda?" Vaquero stops walking and looks at the shopkeeper before nodding his head and saying, "Sí." Vaquero walks towards the counter and grabs a bag of Pota toast chips while he was still walking. He says, "Tenía esta dirección. Me preguntaba si sabes dónde está." Vaquero puts a paper on top of the counter. There is an address written on the paper. The shopkeeper looks at it, while Vaquero opens the Pota toast chip bag and puts a chip in his mouth. He is chomping on the chips as he says, "¿Sí? ¿Esta calle tiene un puente cerca?" The shopkeeper responds, "Sí." Then Vaquero says, "Oh, bueno, cuando fui allí vi un auto que usaba mi amigo, pero tiene un color diferente." "¿Qué hiciste?" the shopkeeper asks. Vaquero responds, "Le pregunté al dueño del auto, ¿este es tu coche o mi amigo?" No me entendió, pero dije el nombre de mi amigo y me señaló la casa frente a él. Cuando volví con él y el auto se habían ido. Shopkeeper gives a strange look at Vaquero before asking, "¿No crees que fue el auto?" Vaquero is quiet for a moment and realizes something, while the shopkeeper continues saying, "Sí, probablemente cambiaron el color." Dios, no eres tan inteligente, ¿no? Vaquero's eyes are fixated on the shopkeeper, while he looks at him viciously. Outside the store, Vaquero opens and closes the door with a smile. He walks on his left end of the sidewalk. Behind Vaquero is a woman coming in the store. When Vaquero is gone, suddenly, a loud noise of feminine screams start coming inside the store. Vaquero is using the payphone placed on top of a concrete bridge near a train station. Vaquero starts narrating, "Después de esa conversación con ese comerciante, ¿no? ¿Hay forma de encontrar a Dam ahora? Así que llamé a mi jefe para ver si podía ayudarme a llegar a Cade." Vaquero is waiting at the payphone. The payphone is still ringing. He starts talking. "Hola, soy yo. Necesito volver a casa. ¿Hay algo que pueda hacer?" Vaquero goes silent for a moment. Then he says, "Estoy aquí en la parte superior de América del Norte." Vaquero goes quiet for a moment once again, before he says, "No, estoy aquí en el noroeste del Pacífico." Vaquero goes quiet again, but this time he looks concerned as he asks, "¿Hay trabajos disponibles aquí?" Vaquero goes silent for one more time, before saying, "Iré mañana, gracias." Chapter 29. Vaquero's Revenge. Vaquero hangs up the phone and leaves the payphone. He's walking down on some concrete stairs near the payphone where he was talking earlier. Vaquero is now walking on a sidewalk. He stops at crosswalk lights. When Vaquero is waiting for the crosswalk lights to turn white, to cross the road, at some distance, towards his left side, these is Dam. Dam is at a gas station, filling up his vehicle with fuel to continue his journey. After a long wait, the crosswalk lights turn green, and now, Vaquero is walking through the crosswalk on the road. Soon, he's on the other side of the street. Vaquero is now at the playground, surrounded with pea gravel. He's sitting on top of the edge of the light blue monkey bars, with a see-through plastic coffee cup in his right hand, slurping away the contents with a straw. Vaquero starts narrating his story. Cuando el motín comenzó a suceder. Tengo que esperar hasta mañana. Para ir a la costa esta, podría ganar dinero con esta motín. Pero hice una promesa, y si la rompo, probablemente pierda mi trabajo, y mi cabeza, y mis testículos también. Entonces entré a este parque, relajándome, pensando en tener a Dam en mis manos, ahogándolo hasta la muertos. Esta es mi única oportunidad, y la eché a perder. Pero cuando vi su auto venir hacia mí, no vuelvo a cometer el mismo error. Mi jefe podría matarme por esto, pero ya no me importa. Mientras Dam sutra. When Vaquero is slurping his coffee, he sees Dam's vehicle driving on the road on his right. Vaquero lets go of the straw as his lips part, while his eyes start to squint at the vehicle in front of him. "Ahí tienes," Vaquero mutters. Vaquero takes another sip from his coffee cup and puts the cup on top of one of the monkey bars. The coffee is balancing between the bottom end and the middle of the monkey bars. Vaquero jumps down on the pea gravel, lands on his feet, and starts walking towards Dam's vehicle. Now, a little boy is standing in the middle of the road. Dam's vehicle makes a complete stop in front of the boy. At the monkey bars, the coffee cup falls over Butts. It's still balancing on the bars. The cup is spilling coffee on the pea gravel. Vaquero is still holding on the cleaning lady's jacket collar. He then says, "Y ahora estoy aquí. ¿Dónde está Dam? Maldita perra." "Hey!" the officer yells. Vaquero and the cleaning lady are both looking at the officer, while the officer holds his pistol with both of his hands and points it towards them, aiming at Vaquero. "Just stop what you're doing, sir," the officer says in a cautious tone. The cleaning lady looks up, right at the officer, and dramatically says, "Please help me. This bastard grabbed me out of the car and started threatening me." The officer diverts his eyes from Vaquero towards the cleaning lady and says, "It's okay, ma'am. I got this." The cleaning lady looks nervous, while the officer's eyes dart back to Vaquero as he says, "Let go of the woman and put your hands where I can see them." Before the officer can say anything further, the cleaning lady interrupts him by saying, "He doesn't speak English, sir." Vaquero looks at the cleaning lady while still holding on to her, as the officer says, "Oh, okay then. Mettre la femme, monsieur." The cleaning lady looks frustrated as she says, "He fucking doesn't speak French either. Fucked head. He's fucking speaking Spanish." The officer looks at the cleaning lady while still pointing his pistol at Vaquero. He then apologizes and says, "Oh, sorry, señor." Vaquero looks at the officer. He looks back at Vaquero and says, "Suelta a la mujer y nadie saldrá herido." Vaquero shakes his head and says, "No." The officer squints his eyes before saying, "¿Por qué no, señor?" "Porque el dueño de este vehículo me lastimó en el parado, parce." Vaquero starts responding, but is cut midway as he hears someone else speaking. An angry fan on the streets says, "The team lost. Fuck everything." The annoying fan grabs the back of the officer's shit collar. The officer is caught off guard as he yells, "Hey, get off me!" The annoying fan is still holding onto the officer as he says, "Tell me, everything's going to be all right?" The annoying fan is still holding the officer. The officer is trying to get the annoying fan off of him. Vaquero sees another vehicle coming up really fast from behind Dam's vehicle. Another officer is chasing the vehicle by foot. The superior officer is yelling at a far distance, "Stop! You can't drive there." Vaquero looks and moves the cleaning lady towards the front of Dam's vehicle. The cleaning lady looks confused and annoyed as she exclaims, "Hey, the fuck are you doing?" Vaquero stops moving. He and the cleaning lady are standing at the right front of the headlights of Dam's vehicle. Vaquero looks and smiles at the cleaning lady before he says, "Puedes ver que no hay salida para mí. De todos modos, estoy muertos. La única forma de sufrir Dam es deshacerse de la cosa, lo más preciado para él." The cleaning lady still looks confused. The vehicle is at the end of the right side of Dam's vehicle when Vaquero says again, "Ese significa tú." Vaquero pushes the cleaning lady towards the oncoming vehicle. The cleaning lady looks shocked. She slowly looks at the oncoming vehicle while being pushed. Inside the vehicle, the driver sees the cleaning lady on the road and quickly tries to stop his vehicle. The vehicle slowly slows down, however. It was too late as the vehicle hits the cleaning lady and makes her go under the vehicle. The cleaning lady comes rolling out under the back side of the vehicle and is laying in the middle of the road on her left side. At that moment, she stops moving entirely. The superior officer sees the cleaning lady coming out from under the vehicle, laying on the cold road. The superior officer looks very shocked while the vehicle finally stops. The driver gets out of the vehicle and sees the cleaning lady on the road. "Oh my God!" the driver exclaims at the sight in front of him. The driver slowly goes on the ground near the driver's door of his vehicle and starts weeping as he says, "What have I done?" The driver starts crying, while Vaquero is still standing in front of the right side of the headlights of Dam's vehicle. He has a sinister smile on his face. The superior officer shouts, "Freeze!" The superior officer is pointing his pistol directly at Vaquero's right side as he shouts, "Put your hands behind your back and slowly get down on the floor." Chapter 30. Dam saves the night. Vaquero puts his hands behind his back and slowly goes down on his knees. The officer who had stopped them earlier is now being beaten up pretty badly. He has a black eye on his left, his right cheek is bruised, and there's a cut at the bottom left side of his lips. The officer's right eye goes big when he looks at the cleaning lady lying on the road. Soon, tears start coming out from his wide eyes as he stares at her unmoving forms. Then, there is a vicious look in his eyes as they start squinting. The officer slowly walks towards Vaquero's back from behind him. When Vaquero is on his knees, a 9mm is pointed from behind, at the back of his head. A thumb goes on the 9mm safety lock and turns it off. The superior officer sees the officer pointing his pistol to the back of Vaquero's head. The superior officer's mouth starts moving as he says, "What are you doing?" The officer doesn't respond to him. The superior officer's mouth moves again as he says something like, "Put your weapon away." The officer still doesn't respond. The superior officer shoots the officer on his right shoulder. Blood starts oozing from the officer's shoulder as soon as he gets shot. The officer goes down on the ground and is on his back now. Vaqueros is slowly casting his face downwards on the ground, while he still has a sinister smile on his face. Near the cleaning lady's right hand, there is her cell phone lying on the ground. The cell phone has a text message. The text message has a photo of a cute kitty cat. The bottom of the photo has a message that reads, "Remind me of you. Good luck on your trip. If you need more help on your trip, then let me know. I'll be glad to help you all the time." A thumb presses the button to send the message. Palm says, "Ha ha ha ha. Good luck, kitty cat." Palm puts his cell phone away and says, "Now let's see how amateur Romeo is doing." Palm is still on a rooftop. He sits down near a square table. On the table, there is a closest laptop. Palm yawns audibly, then opens the laptop. Suddenly, he closes his eye. Then he opens them again. Palm's head is laying on the table. He pulls out his cell phone from his left hand and looks at the screen. He is still staring at the screen when he mutters, 44 minutes? Palm stretches his arms and yawns again. He blissfully mutters, "What a good nap." Palm turns on the laptop and starts typing. A voice appears from the laptop, which is Dam's static voice, as he says, "How farther is it, my boy?" Dam looks at Airdrie while he's still driving the fire engine. All the firefighters are looking at Airdrie's cell phone, while Airdrie says, "We're almost there." "Good. How's the captain, Sergeant?" Dam asks. Beck looks at the captain next to him. Then he looks up towards Dam and responds, "He's still passed out." Dam says, "Thanks, Sergeant." Beck responds, "Don't mention it, Dam." Dam, Airdrie, and all the firefighters are all looking at the road. One of the firefighters is chewing something. Ashes speaks up as he asks, "Do you think anything's open?" "I'm starving." Dam looks at his left, at the drive's side, and notices almost all the businesses on fire and destroyed. He then responds, "I think nothing is open. And besides, we have to stay on a task." Ashes says, "Okay then." Everyone in the truck goes quiet. The captain starts to slowly open his eyes, and in a wussy voice he says, "Did I save the day?" The captain's eyes are half-lidded. Then his eyes get big as he says, "Hey, you're the assholes who steal this trunk?" Dam looks at him and greets him, "Hi, how are you doing?" Dam doesn't look at the captain. He is still driving the fire engine. Beck looks at the captain and asks, "How are you feeling, Captain?" The captain looks at Beck from his left before he angrily says, "Beck? The fuck are you doing? Where's the rest of our crew?" Beck responds, "They're in here, with us." The captain looks around the truck. 3 firefighters are sitting in front of the captain and Beck. Ashes is standing outside from the drive side of the fire engine, while Captain asks, "Then what the fuck are you doing with them? Where's the driver from the collision?" "When we were driving, an ambulance came by Houston stop, so we drop him off with them. He's safe now," the extinguisher says. The captain asks, "How did you know it was an ambulance? What does the vehicle look like?" Beck responds, "It looks like an ambulance." Ashes starts shouting as he says, "Yeah, it had sirens and the vehicle color has..." The captain cuts him midway as he angrily asks, "Then, why the fuck are you with these guys? They stole this truck." The extinguisher says, "Yeah, we know." "You all knew?" the captain asks in a small voice. All the firefighters say simultaneously, "Yeah." One of the firefighters blows and pops a bubble gum, as Dam says, "Yeah, I told them the truth when we got in the truck." The captain looks confused. Then, he looks mad and says, "Then why the fuck? Are you letting him do this?" Ashes suddenly shouts out loud, "To find the girl he likes!" The captain shouts back, "What?" The captain looks even more confused. Beck looks at the captain as he says, "Yeah, this girl who borrowed his car for this night. He needs it back, because there's something very important in there." The captain asks, "Like what?" Beck looks at him and says, "Ah?" His phone. The captain asks again, "Why are you helping them?" This time, the extinguisher responds, as he says, "Because these guys are heroes. They saved the guy stuck inside the SUV, and also saved our asses, while you had passed out." The captain is seething as he says, "I was knocked out." The extinguisher says, "Like a pussy." The captain moves his hands up in the air and shouts, "All right, stop this fucking truck." The captain is pointing at the backside of Dam's head as he continues shouting, "You two are going to fucking jail!" Then, the captain points at all the firefighters as he resumes shouting, "And all of you are fucking laid off." Beck's right hand hits the captain on the upper left side of the nose and middle of his forehead. The captain cries out in pain, "Ah!" The captain makes a thud sound when he gets hit. Instantaneously, the captain is knocked out. Dam looks grateful as he says, "Thanks for making him quiet." Smokey asks from the side, "You didn't hit him too hard, did you?" Smokey looks at Beck. Beck looks at the captain as he says, "He's all right, he's just sleeping." Beck looks at other firefighters. One of the firefighters is chewing gum. Beck asks, "Can I have some?" The firefighter looks down at his mouth and says, "Sure." Bubblegum pulls out some gum and gives some to Beck, while Beck says, "Thanks." Beck grabs and puts the gum in his mouth and starts to chew on it. Dam looks at Beck from the rearview mirror and says, "Yeah, thanks for not telling him about Boiler." "Don't mention it," Beck says while chewing on his gum. "Yeah," Dam says. A fast police van drives towards the fire engine. The police van passes by the fire engine, while Dam looks at the police van while it drives by them. Dam is still staring at the van as he says, "He's in a hurry?" Army trucks pass by the fire engine, and Dam says, "The armed forces." Ashes asks, "They're going to make everything all right?" Dam looks at Ashes in the side view mirror before he says, "Sure thing, Ash." The extinguisher asks, "So what are you going to do with him?" Dam looks puzzled as he asks, "Who?" Extinguisher turns his head to the left while asking his next question, "Boiler." Dam shrugs and responds, "I don't know. I got to think of something." The extinguisher says, "You better think about it fast." Dam nods and thoughtfully says, "Yeah, you're right. Maybe send him off to the sea?" Everyone is looking at Dam, making him confused, and he says, "God damn it, I'm still thinking." Dam looks at his right towards Airdrie, while Airdrie is typing on his cell phone. Dam calls him out to get his attention, saying, "My boy?" Airdrie looks at Dam while he's still holding his cell phone, as he says, "Yes, Dam." Dam asks, "Are we almost near the cleaning lady's location yet?" Airdrie looks back on his cell phone as he types the text. "Text you later, my love." "Love you. Be safe." Then the screen goes back to the home screen, while Ashes asks, "So why do you call her the cleaning lady?" Dam turns his head to the left before responding, "Because I don't know her real name, Ash." Airdrie looks remorseful as Dam says, "I wish I knew." God, that will make my day. But I did get to know her a little bit more. She told me some things, and I made her laugh a little. Beck asks, "So what things do you know about her?" Dam shakes his head and responds, "I can't tell you that." "Sorry, she'll F me up if I tell anything about her." Airdrie looks up at Dam and says in a worried tone, "Dam, I have something to tell you." Dam looks worried. Then he says, "Shit, it's the authorities." Beck asks, "Who is it?" Dam responds, "The cops." Airdrie says, "A cop." There's one police cruiser. At the far distance, one police vehicle is parked on the left side of the road, while another vehicle is parked behind the police vehicle. Behind the fire engine, there is a sound of an oncoming siren. Ashes look behind him and sees something coming near them really fast, as Ashes says, "Another ambulance is coming?" The ambulance drives by the fire engine. An officer is running in the middle of the road. He stops and points his left index finger towards the ambulance. Then he points over there to the right side of the road, and the ambulance drives to the right side of the road. Airdrie is looking at the commotion as he says, "Looks like it's the same ambulance we dropped off that crash victim with." Dam looks at Airdrie as he says, "Probably saving another life?" The ambulance parks on the right side of the road. The officer turns around and sees the fire engine. He puts both of his hands forward to the fire engine. The fire engine slowly stops. The officer comes up to the fire engine. He steps on the side step and talks to the driver as he says, "Firefighters, can you help?" Dam looks at the superior officer and asks, "What do you need?" The superior officer points to a spot behind the fire engine before he says, "We need more people to watch the road traffic barricade back over there from where you came. Because it's just me here. All my men just took off. They took 2 sick individuals and another officer away to Station 1. Dam asks, "Why? What happened?" The superior officer responds, "One of the individuals murdered someone." Dam looks terrified as he asks, "Oh my God, who?" The superior officer responds, "Sorry, sir. I can't give you that information. The ambulance is here. They're moving the body as we speak." Dam responds, "All right then. We'll help you." Dam looks at Airdrie and asks, "How far is she?" The superior officer asks, "Who?" Dam looks back at the superior officer before responding, "Oh, this woman I know. I let her borrow my vehicle for a while, but I realized that I needed it back. It's an old New Yorker." As Dam is speaking, the superior officer is looking at him remorsefully. Dam continues, "We found a way to track her by using..." Smokey pipes in as he says, "A car." Dam carries on, "Yeah, car." "My car. It's a really long story." Dam looks back at Airdrie and says, "So where's her location, my boy?" Airdrie doesn't say anything. Instead, he just looks at his cell phone. On the phone screen, the map was covering the space. It shows Anne's phone near the fire engine. Airdrie looks back at Dam and looks remorseful. Dam looks at him and asks, "Where is she?" Airdrie slowly looks at Dam's eyes. Dam looks confused and asks, "What?" Dam looks back at the superior officer and sees him looking remorseful as well. Dam asks again, "What?" Dam looks back and forth between Airdrie and the superior officer, then asks, "What are you doing?" "I don't get it." "Where is she, Airdrie?" Airdrie is still looking remorseful as Dam asks again, "Where is she?" Airdrie has the same expression at his face as he asks, "Where is she, my boy?" Dam is being persistent, yet Airdrie's expression doesn't change as he continues looking at him remorsefully. Dam gets frustrated as he asks, "God damn it! Where is she, Airdrie?" Dam looks forward and notices the vehicle. The vehicle is a New Yorker, parked right behind the police cruiser. Dam quietly says, "That's my car." Dam looks concerned. The superior officer closes his eyes for a second. Dam looks at his vehicle for a long time. Finally, he turns his head to the superior officer and says, "Get out of the way." The superior officer says, "I'm sorry, sir. You can't get out of the vehicle until they're done." Dam speaks again, "Get out of the way." The superior officer says again, "I can't let you do that, sir." "I'm sorry." Dam shouts angrily, "Get out of my fucking way." The superior officer shakes his head before saying, "I'm so sorry, sir." "Get out of my fucking way," Dam shouts one more time. The superior officer says again, "I'm so sorry, sir." Dam is furious as he yells, "Get the fuck out the way!" Dam's right knuckle punches the superior officer square in the face. The superior officer goes down on the ground. Dam quickly opens his seatbelt, then opens the driver's door before he jumps down the fire engine and starts walking towards the ambulance. The superior officer is still lying on the ground, rolling around while both of his hands are on his face. Airdrie and the firefighters are getting out the fire engine. While Dam is walking, a paramedic is standing behind the end of the left side of the ambulance. The paramedic is on his cell phone. Suddenly, he notices Dam and says, "Mr. Dam, what are you doing here?" Dam walks past the paramedic as he says, "Get out of my way, Mitchell." Mitchell turns his head around to look at Dam before saying, "Hey, what you doing?" Mitchell is walking behind Dam while saying, "You can't be here. We're moving a body. The body over there on the stretcher." Dam is walking towards the stretcher. Two people are moving a body bag onto a stretcher while Mitchell is still walking behind Dam. The body bag is on the stretcher now, as the stretcher is being moved by a female paramedic. Mitchell asks, "Did you find your car? And your lady friend?" Mitchell looks at his left and notices Dam's vehicle. Then he looks at the back of Dam's head and calls out, "Dam?" Dam ignores Mitchell, while Airdrie and the firefighters catch up to Dam. Beck calls out, "Dam!" Dam ignores Beck as well, but he calls him out again, "Dam?" Beck touches Dam's right shoulder. Dam removes Beck's hand off of his shoulder and says, "Don't touch me." Airdrie touches Dam's right shoulder, and Dam angrily says, "Don't fucking touch me." Dam quickly turns around and pushes Airdrie down on the ground. Everyone stops and becomes still. Dam looks at Airdrie for a moment. Then he walks back towards the stretcher. Airdrie quickly stands up and starts walking behind Dam again. Everyone else is following Dam as well. Dam and all the others are near the stretcher. The female paramedic stops strolling and notices all the people at her right and asks, "What are you all doing here?" Dam says, "Open the bag." The female paramedic declines as he says, "No. Do you have any respect? A female body in here." Dam looks worried, scared, and nervous, all at the same time. His eyes start to go red. His hands are shaking uncontrollably. Then, his right hand quickly zips down the zipper from the body bag, while the female paramedic calls out, "Hey, don't!" Chapter 31. Boiler is back. Dam looks inside the body bag for a very long time. The cleaning lady's eyes are blank. Then the cleaning lady's eyes looks down as and says, "Just want to give this back to you. Thanks for lending it to me." The cleaning lady simply responds, "No problem," and puts the cell phone on the dashboard and takes the key from the cleaning lady's right hand. Then, Anne opens the door, but is having trouble doing so. He looks up from the lock and says, "Sorry, my bad hand here." Anne is still having trouble opening the door. Finally, he gets the door to open and gets out of the vehicle. He then closes the door. Anne is whistling while walking towards the trunk as he says, "Aha! Lucky me." Anne is smiling while he is oblivious of what's happening behind him. Soon, Dam's vehicle drives away, leaving Anne on the deserted street. Anne suddenly looks behind to see Dam's vehicle driving away and starts running after it. "Hey!" Anne shouts out loud and starts running after the vehicle. "You fucking bitch!" Anne shouts again, still running after Dam's vehicle. Soon, the vehicle drives far away from Anne. "Fucking cunt!" Anne yells at the vehicle's direction, while it drives away in the night until it's no more in his sight. "Hag! You fucking hag! Hag!" Anne keeps yelling as he looks furious and vicious. "That girl left you," a homeless old man says. Anne's right eye starts twitching, while he turns his body from the right, looking at the homeless old man. The homeless old man is sitting on a flat blanket in the middle of the sidewalk, and Anne shouts at him, "Fuck you!" Anne goes up to the homeless old man and starts to punch him with his left hand. He seems in a fit as he keeps throwing punches at the homeless old man, while shouting, "Fuck you, you fucking loser!" Anne keeps punching the homeless old man numerous times, while the homeless old man begs and whimpers, "Ow! Ow! Please! Stop!" Anne ignores the homeless old man's begging and is still punching him. Blood starts oozing from the homeless old man's face, and Anne finally stops punching him. But soon, he starts kicking him. Blood appears from the homeless old man's gut and starts staining his shirt. Anne finally stops kicking the homeless old man, looks down upon him, and says, "That's what you get, you fucking loser." The homeless old man is lying on his crumpled blanket and crying while covering in blood. He is sobbing along with wincing in pain. Ow! Anne looks at him and says, "Go fuck yourself, you fucking faggot." Anne walks away from the homeless old man, leaving him sobbing and whimpering on the ground as he cries quietly, "Mama, please help! Mama!" Anne is walking on the sidewalk. He sees Boiler standing in front of him. He's clapping his hands while smiling at him. Suddenly, Boiler speaks up, saying, "Wow, Anne, you beating up a pathetic loser almost half to death. You got to be real proud of yourself?" Anne walks past Boiler without looking at him. Boiler looks at Anne while he's gone. Anne is walking in a dark alley. His head is cast down as he stares at the ground while walking. In front of the left side of Anne, Boiler is resting his back against the brick walk. Boiler looks at him and says, "You failed to get my money on time?" You know what that means? Boiler is still smiling at Tars, while Anne still ignores Boiler and decides to walk past him. Anne walks by a dumpster can in front of his left side. Boiler is now sitting on top of a dumpster. His legs are moving up and down on the dumpster can. He looks at Anne again and says, "So, be paranoid?" Anne ignores and walks past Boiler, who is still sitting on top of the dumpster can. Anne walks past a rusty, greasy fire escape ladder in front of his left side. This time, Boiler is standing on one of the steps of the fire escape ladder. He is staring at Dam as he says, "Be nervous." Anne ignores him again and walks past Boiler on the fire escape's ladders. Anne walks by a broken-down chair couch in front of his left side when he sees Boiler sitting on the right side on the couch, as he says, "Be afraid." Anne ignores and walks ahead Boiler, sitting on the side of chair couch. Anne walks past an old dirty mattress in front of his left side. Boiler is lounging around on the mattress. His right hand is placed beneath his right upper head, and he says, "Be surprised." Anne ignores and walks past the mattress where Boiler is perched. Anne walks past a thick black window in front of his left side. A black figure is in the window that says, "Or be ready." Anne ignores and walks past the black figure Boiler. Anne is now walking past a little black cat in front of his left side. He sees Boiler's presence in the cat as the cat Boiler says, "To accept." Anne ignores and walks past the cat Boiler. Suddenly, Anne stops walking. In front of Anne, there is Boiler, standing 5 feet away from him. He looks back at Anne and says, "To get melted away." Anne slowly looks up to Boiler's face and says, "You are not real. You're just a figment of my imagination. This happened the same way when I was a kid, thinking about Boiler. But this time, it's more brutal. Or maybe I just have schizophrenia?" Boiler looks at him and steps back a little, saying, "Oh, I'm real, and if I'm not real, how can I do this?" Water splashes on the top of Anne's head. Anne screams and runs towards Boiler. Meanwhile, Boiler steps aside from the right, while Anne runs towards him, as Boiler says, "You see? I told you, you can't run forever." From the top where Anne is standing, a man near the window puts his right fingers near his mouth, looking shocked. Then he yells, "Sorry! I thought no one was here. I'm really sorry, sir. If you come back, I'll give you money." The window man pulls out some money from his pants' right pocket and throws it down to the ally before saying, "It was just hot soup, just all." Anne is still running in the alley. His face has a worried look and is covered in sweat. When Anne makes it out of the alley, he stops in the middle of the road and looks confused. Suddenly, he notices something. Anne's eyes are slowly looking at the left and sees all the policemen in riot gear holding riot shields at a 300 feet distance from him. Then, Anne's eyes are slowly looking at the right and now sees hockey fans holding bats, torturous, Molotov, broken hockey sticks, busted pine, long, sharp-pointing objects, at 301 feet distance from him. Anne's eyes keep shifting from left to right. From behind the riot cops holding the shields, one of them puts a megaphone near his mouth and loudly says, "This is your last chance. Put your hands up." Anne puts his left hand up when the riot cop captain says again loudly, "All of you, put your hands up." A mean fan says, "Fuck you." One of the fans throws a Molotov at the riot cop. The Molotov lands near Anne's right foot. Anne yells when the Molotov stops near his foot, "Jesus!" The riot cop captain puts down the megaphone from his mouth and goes to a riot cop next to his right and says, "They are not responding. Throw in the tear gas and attack." The other riot cop responds, "Yes, sir." The riot cops start to put on a gas mask. Anne looks at the riot cops while they're putting on their gas mask. Boiler is next to Anne's left, and he says, "Huh? I wonder why they're putting on their masks." Anne looks at Boiler, but he has already disappeared. He then hears Boiler's voice again as he says, "You better get out of here while you can." Boiler is now standing on Anne's right side. Anne looks at him and asks, "Is there a way out?" Boiler responds, "How the fuck should I know?" Boiler turns around and sees the hockey fans. Then he exclaims, "Oh my God!" Anne looks puzzled at Boiler as he asks, "What?" Boiler says, "The fans have turned into your worst nightmare." Anne turns around and sees all the hockey fans, while Boiler says from beside, "Which is me." All the hockey fans have Boiler's face on them, while Anne looks confused and says, "I wonder, where's the real Boiler?" Boiler goes next to Anne's right ear and whispers, "He's here." Anne's eyes go big. Suddenly, 2 tear gas shells land from both sides, at Anne's feet. Anne looks at the tear gas shells, while smoke starts appearing from them. Anne questions, "Tear gas?" The hockey fans start to growl at the riot cops. All the riot cops are wearing gas masks, while the riot cop captain says, "Everyone ready?" The riot cop captain looks behind him to see that all the riot cops are ready. The riot cop captain says, "Enter formation." The hockey fans start to charge at Anne. Soon, smoke gets out of its shell, making Anne invisible, while the crazy fans shout, "Let's get those winners." Another crazy fan shouts, "And have a rematch!" The whole area is filled with smoke. Anne can't see a thing. The riot cops are still standing at their location as the riot cop captain shouts, "Charge!" The riot cops are charging at Anne. The riot cops and the hockey fans are almost near Anne's position. Suddenly, music starts to play, and Anne says, "Oh no, I'm hearing Boiler's favorite song." The song is called "Greased Lightnin'" by John Travolta and Jeff Conaway. Anne quickly closes his eyes. Everyone is attacking each other in the tear gas smoke. A fan tackles Anne to the ground. The fan is punching Anne numerous times. The mental case fan shouts vigorously, "We want a rematch!" He is still punching him. A riot cop goes up to them and squat his legs. He uses a nightstick to hit the fan on Anne. The fan gets off of Anne and runs away. Then the riot cop starts hitting Anne on the ground, while Anne winces and shouts, "Ow, ow, ow! I wasn't a part of this." Another fan goes up and punches the riot cop who was beating, and the punch makes the riot cop stand up. He turns around and is now hitting the fan who punched him. Anne stands up and looks both ways before putting his left arm in front of himself to protect his face, while he slowly walks straight down. When Anne is walking, he sees 2 riot cops in front of his left side, using their nightstick to beat a fan on the ground. The fan is using his arms to protect his face. Anne squeaks a little for that fan, but then he stops and sees a female fan in front of his left, charging a riot cop who's holding a riot shield. The riot cop uses his shield to push the female fan out of his way. The female fan yells when she gets pushed by the shield. In front of Anne's right, a fan and riot cop are holding each other while spinning around and move to the left. Coming out to the left again is a fan who's holding a Molotov in his right hand. The fan throws the Molotov and starts laughing. Then, he starts to run back to the left. A riot cop comes up in front of Anne's right, holding a shotgun in his right hand. Suddenly, that riot cop cocks his gun and walks past Anne and goes to the left as well. Anne looks very surprised when he sees the riot cop with the shotgun and starts walking straight again. A loud bang is coming from Anne's right again. He stops again and sees a fan wearing a hockey helmet while holding a chainsaw in front of his left again. The helmet fan is laughing and twitching his head around while he's going towards the other side of the smoke from Anne's right. A riot cop rides a horse while dragging a screaming fan with rope around his left foot. He rides across in front of Anne's right. Anne looks at the horse from his right and now sees a riot cop taking off his gas mask and showing his face. But what shocks Anne is that he has Boiler's face. The figure with Boiler, her riot cop's face, charges at Anne, but falls to the ground on his face. Anne looks down at the Boiler riot cop's face in between himself. When Anne looks back up, he sees Boiler on his right, smiling at him, while his right index finger is pointing at him. Anne stops looking at Boiler and turns his head to the left. On Anne's left, a little boy is selling cookies to him. Anne smiles and passes by the little boy. In front of Anne's right, he looks at a fat lady with a beard, who is staring at him. Anne walks past the fat bearded lady. Anne stops and sees a hipster couple sitting on the ground with legs crossed and typing on his laptop in front of his left. Anne looks annoyed at the hipster and walks past him as well. On Anne's right, he sees a T-bird pulling out his right hand and gives him an OK hand symbol, while Anne gives the T-bird a thumbs up with his left hand and walks ahead of him. Near the front of Anne's left, a guy wearing a cowboy hat is riding a mechanical bull. Anne looks confused and walks past the mechanical bull. When as Anne is walking, a female gymnast does multiple backflips from behind Anne's right. The gymnast passes by Anne. He stops and gets spooked when the gymnast is walking by him. The gymnast does a big jump up and starts twirling around in the air. When Anne is standing, a unicycle rides by Anne's right, and he looks a little irritated when the cyclist passes by him. When Anne looks at his left again, he sees a sick junkie couple standing in front of him. One of the junkies is wearing a dirty suit while holding an Ingram Mac 10 in his right hand, waving the tip near the left side of his lips and chin. Anne smiles at the couple and walks by them. On Anne's right, he stops again and looks at a young, grumpy criminal man glaring at him. Anne looks intimidated and walks past the criminal as fast as he can. Walking in front of Anne's right is a well-dressed businessman with sunglasses, wearing a black suit with no tie, and walking to the other side of the smoke while smoking a cigarette and puffing out the smoke. Anne holds still when the well-dressed man walks by him. Anne looks in front of his left to see a happy office worker grinning at him while he is holding a pen in his right hand, and his right index and thumb are sliding up and down on the pen. Anne looks very creeped out, looking at the happy office worker. Nonetheless, Anne smiles at him while politely avoiding him and keeps walking straight down. When Anne is walking, there is a man in black behind his right side, wearing a half-face mask. He walks through the other side of the smoke while his right hand is whirling a big blade around. Someone trips Anne and pushes him down on the concrete road. Anne is crawling on the road while he's crawling. Ayrton is sitting on a big rock and pointing at him. He is using his right hand to aim and shoot at Anne while making a popping noise. Anne slowly starts to stand up. Anne asks, "What is this smoke made out of?" "Acid?" Anne is almost out of the scrapping. Behind him, the smoke slowly starts to vanish. The riot cops and the hockey fans are still fighting with one another. When Anne is gone, everyone starts dancing to the song. Everyone is flattened and moving their right fingers slowly to the left. Then they all make a fist and move it up in the air and down to the right and back in the air and back to the right. Now their left hand is flattened and moving their fingers to the right, and make a fist and move it up in the air and back down to the left and up in the air again. Now everyone is thrusting. Finally, everyone stops, including the music. Anne, he is walking in the middle of the road, while Boiler is lying on the street bench. His head sits up and is looking at Anne as he is walking by him. Boiler looks at him and says, "Where are you going, Anne?" Anne ignores Boiler, while Boiler stands up from the bench and catches up to Anne. Boiler is next to Anne's left when he asks, again, "Going home?" Anne still ignores Boiler. But he doesn't stop asking questions as he throws another question his way. Got another way of getting the money? Anne ignore him again, but Boiler asks, You're going to accept it? Anne still ignores him. Boiler says, You gonna fight me? Anne doesn't respond, but Boiler is being persistent as he asks again, Or you're going to puss out? Anne looks at Boiler while he's walking, as Boiler says, So, that's it? You gonna puss out like a little bitch? God, you're pathetic. I hope I don't find you and melt you for real. Anne says, When I get out of here, I'll pray to God that I stop seeing things and you get out of my head. Start over. Boiler responds, Better watch out for that hole? Anne yells and falls inside a hole. A loud splashing sound comes from the hole where Anne has just slipped. Boiler stands near the hole, and his head goes a little closer to the hole before he shouts, Looks like you landed in a sewer hole. Anne yells back from inside the hole, No! Fucking shit! Boiler shouts back at him, Are you okay, my friend? Anne yells his response, Landed in some sewer water. God damn it. It's gross. It smells awful. And the shit down here tastes like cottage cheese, rotten eggs, and sauerkraut. But I'm okay. Boiler shouts out loud, I see some ladders in the well. Can you manage to climb it up? I think so. Just got to get my hands at the end of the ladder and… Anne yells. Another loud splash occurs inside the hole. Then Anne yells, Yeah, I got the ladders. The sounds of Anne struggling to climb comes outside along with Anne's voice as he says, Oh shit! There's yet another loud splashing inside the hole. Boiler looks straight and smiles at something, while Anne yells, Can you let me know when someone is calm? Chapter 32. Dam's Loss. The sewer lid is closed. On top of the lid, shoes are walking over it. The shoes are walking towards a pair of boots. The shoes stop near the pair of boots. How is he? The superior officer asks. Beck crosses his arms while looking at Dam. Dam is sitting on the side of the road. His head is looking down. Beck says, He still didn't say anything. Are you going to put him and his friend away? The superior officer responds, After what you told me. No, they are still heroes. Just hope he gets out of here before I change my mind. How's that punch? Beck asks. Beck looks at the superior officer, while the superior office has a swollen cheek from his left face, as he says, I'll live. Beck looks back at Dam and says, I can't believe this happened to the person he cares about. Poor innocent woman. The superior officer says, She doesn't seem that innocent. Beck asks, What do you mean? Sergeant Beck looks concerned. The superior officer is holding the key and walking towards the trunk while he starts narrating, When I was searching the vehicle, I found the key in the ignition. I kept hearing something in the trunk. Sounds of music? The superior officer puts the key in the keyhole of the trunk of Dam's vehicle. He narrates, So, when I opened the trunk. When the superior officer opens the trunk, he sees Boiler smiling at him. He narrates further, The lady had some things in the trunk. Boiler says, Evening, officer. The superior officer narrates, Like a person and a duffel bag. The superior officer looks at the duffel bag, then he looks back at Boiler. Then he asks, Why are you tied up? Boiler responds, The person who was driving put me in here. The superior officer inquires, What's in the bag? Boiler responds, I don't know. The bag was in here when I dozed off. The superior officer garbs the duffel bag and puts it on the ground next to the trunk. Boiler looks at him and asks, Can you please let me out? I want to press charges to the person who put me in here. The superior officer says, You don't have to. The person is dead. Boiler stays quiet for a moment before responding. How tragic. The superior officer squats down and opens the duffel bag and sees all the money. He exclaims, Holy smokes! Boiler asks, What is it? The superior officer responds, This bag is full of money? Boiler looks down and says, Oh, wow. That's interesting. Another officer comes up to the superior officer and informs, Officer Hashes is still unstable. The superior officer instructs, Put him inside the van and take him away as well. The other officer compliantly responds, "Yes, sir." The superior officer then instructs, "But first, free this man in the trunk. I got to put this in my cruiser for evidence." The other officer says, "Yes, sir." Boiler looks at them and says, "Now I remember. The bag is mine. I'll explain it to you." The other officer looks inside the trunk for a long time. Boiler looks shocked and smiles before saying, "Hi, how are you?" The other officer is still looking at Boiler, so Boiler decides to introduce himself as he says, "My name is..." Before he could say another word, the other officer says, "Boiler." Boiler shakes his head and is still smiling. Then Boiler says, "No, my name is Travis Argo. I'm tied up as you can see. So, what's your name?" The other officer responds curtly, "Number 3. The other officer has a red, burnt face. His right eye is swollen, while his left eye has red veins, and his forehead, cheeks, and nose are all badly red burnt. Skin from the officer's left cheek is peeling off. The skin lands on the tip of Boiler's nose. Boiler looks at the skin on his nose. Boiler says, "That's a strange name. Who came up with that name for you?" The victim officer quickly goes closer to Boiler's face and angrily says, "You named me that, you sick fuck! I have to leave my wife because I couldn't let her see me like this anymore." A tear comes out from the victim officer's left eye. Then he garbs Boiler from his jacket collar before saying, "You ruined my life as well as others. And finally, I got you all tied up and helpless." Boiler smiles at the victim officer. The superior officer is trying to pull the victim officer away from Boiler's jacket. The victim officer lets go of Boiler's jacket collar as the superior officer says, Hey, easy." "What's wrong?" The superior officer looks at the victim officer, while the victim officer is sobbing as he says, "He is the one who did this to me." The superior officer looks at Boiler before asking, "Is this true?" Boiler looks at the superior officer before saying, "He shouldn't have owed me money." "I needed the money, you bastard," the victim officer says as he gets aggressive. The superior officer's left hand is holding the victim officer's chest. "That's why I did it, officer. He asked me for the money and he didn't pay me on time. That's what he deserves," Boiler responds. The superior officer looks at the victim officer, then looks back at Boiler before he says, "Take him in and go with him. I'll talk to you later about this." Boiler says, "You don't have enough proof." The superior officer looks at the victim officer before saying, "Him. He's the proof." Boiler makes a sarcastic face at him before saying, "We shall see." The superior officer is about to grab Boiler before Boiler says, "Oh, pen?" Both officers look at Boiler, while Boiler smiles at the victim officer as he says, "You look much better than before. You're welcome." The victim officer is trying to attack Boiler, but the superior officer is garbing on the victim officer's shoulders from behind. The superior officer is next to Sergeant Beck while rubbing his head as he says, "God, what a night." Beck responds, "It sure is. So, who was the murderer?" Beck is looking at Dam again as he responds, "Some crazy fan pushed her. Fuck, I hate sports." Beck nods in agreement as he says, "Same here." The superior officer further says, "Yeah, the murderer didn't talk. He just has IDs here." Beck asks, "Really?" The superior officer says, "Yeah. I don't know if there's something wrong with this guy, or is he just pretending?" The superior officer looks at Dam for a while before he sighs and says, "I got to see if he's all right. But first, I'm going to talk to the driver and see if he's cooled down." Beck says, "Better thank him when we get out of here." "Yeah," the superior officer drawls before he gets up and starts walking away. "Hey, what's her name?" Beck asks from behind. The superior officer stops and turns his head around to look at Beck before responding, "She didn't have any identification. The fingerprint report will tell us who she is." Dam is still sitting on the sidewalk near the edge. His head is still cast downwards while he is looking at his burnt finger. Dam is glaring at the finger while Airdrie is standing next to him. After staying quiet for so long, Airdrie finally asks, "How you doing?" Dam doesn't respond. However, Airdrie says again, I'm going to sit next to you, if that's okay? Airdrie starts sitting next to Dam's left side. While he is squatting down to sit on the edge of the sidewalk, his eyes are resting at Dam's figure, waiting for a reaction. Once he is settled, Airdrie pulls something out of his left pocket before saying, I got Anne's phone. Airdrie is holding Anne's phone on his left hand as he says, You should hang on to that. Airdrie puts the phone in Dam's left jacket pocket. Airdrie looks at the top left for a long time. Then he looks back at Dam's hair and says, I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. Airdrie looks at his left before saying, I don't know how it feels to lose someone in life, but someday I will. Airdrie then looks back at Dam and says, I have a theory. I think I know her name. Boiler told me, but I don't know if it's true. Do you want to hear it? Dam finally responds, No, it's better not to know. Just not yet. Dam slowly moves his head to look at Airdrie before saying, But thanks. Then Dam smiles at Airdrie and says, My boy. Airdrie responds, Don't mention it. Airdrie smiles back at Dam, whereas Dam taps Airdrie on his right shoulder as he says, Sorry for pushing you. Airdrie responds, It's okay. I'll do the same thing to you. You better not, Dam says while giggling. The superior officer goes up to Dam and Airdrie as he says, I see you're doing better than before. Dam responds, I'll be all right, just got to take it slow. The superior officer says, Well, you can take your vehicle and get out of here now while you still can. Good luck. Dam says, Sorry for punching you. The superior officer leaves. Airdrie looks at Dam again and says, We better go then. Dam nods and says, Yeah. Dam and Airdrie are standing up from the edge of the sidewalk, and Airdrie says, Thank goodness, he's not going to charge us for what we did. Dam says, Oh God, I hope not. Dam and Airdrie are walking towards the vehicle, as Airdrie asks, Where are we going now? Dam looks at Airdrie before responding, To take you home, my boy, and I'll leave it from there. Airdrie says, Sure, but can drop me off at our previous work site? I got to pick up my vehicle there. I don't want my wife to see me without a vehicle. Dam nods and says, Anything for you, my boy. Thanks, Airdrie says. Then, Airdrie looks at Dam while they're still walking and asks, Are you sure you're going to be all right? Dam responds, When a person you like gets killed by some crazy fan, you might think I have some kind of grudge. But I'll be all right. 3 police officers are on the floor. They're all twitching around and puking. Someone is wearing a pair of black army boots, walking in a long, bright hallway with white concrete walls. 2 police officers are charging in front of the mysterious person, while the mysterious person tasers the first officer on his left shoulder and then tasers him on the chest. The officer goes down instantaneously. The second officer takes off an earpiece from the person's right ear. His friend asks in a static voice, How do you know that little bastard is mine? The second officer pulls off the earpiece and drops it to the floor. The mysterious person quickly tasers the second officer on his face, and the second officer goes down instantaneously too. When the mysterious person is walking to the other side of the hallway, far away, behind him, there is a door. Behind the door, there are 5 more police officers. One of the officers is trying to open the door by pushing it. The officer is struggling to knock down the door. All the police officers are now pushing the door at the same time. A 6th officer is now behind the door holding a key. The 6th officer comes to the doorknob and starts to open the door. On the front door, there is a calculator stick, and a little wire is connected to the doorknob and on the calculator. The calculator is making a beeping noise when the doorknob is being twisted. When the door finally opens, the calculator noise quickly goes faster, and suddenly, the calculator blows up, and it breaks the entire door into pieces. All the officers from behind the door are on the floor, rolling around in pain. 3 more police officers are hiding. They see the mysterious person coming towards them. The 3 officers come out and attack the mysterious person, whereas the mysterious person pulls out stun baton from behind his back pocket vest. He zaps the first officer on the stomach. The officers go down on the floor on his front. The second officer rushes and gets zapped on the right side of his ribs. The officer goes down on the floor on his back. The third officer stops near the mysterious person. She looks scared and nervous and starts putting her hands up. The mysterious person zaps her as well. She falls down to the floor hard. The mysterious person then avoids the third officer on the floor. When the mysterious person goes up to another door, he sees 8 more police officers through a rectangle window door. They're all pointing their pistols at the window door. The mysterious person's left hand is slowly going behind his back and pulls out a small cloth bag from the pocket vest the mysterious person is wearing. When the door is opened, he throws the cloth bag at the police officers. All the police officers are screaming and cleaning their eyes, nose, and mouth. The mysterious person walks past all the police officers while they're all slowly going down to the floor. A police officer is lying on a wall near the door. He looks scared and nervous. The officer slowly looks behind the door. The mysterious person grabs him and pushes him at the back of the wall. The officer says in a panic, "Please, don't hurt me!" The mysterious person's left hand slowly goes to the officer's chest, while the officer is panicking as he says, "I have wife and beautiful daughter. Please don't." The mysterious person takes a key from inside the officer's pocket at his left breast. Then, he lets go of the officer and walks away from him. The mysterious person is gone. The officer pulls out his pistol from his right holster. When he's about to shoot, a dart comes and hits him at his forehead and makes him fall to the floor on his knees and head. The mysterious person opens a metal bar door by using the key. He is walking by empty cells from both sides. Towards the cells, there is a dark brown, middle-aged man sitting on a bed in a cell. The mysterious person stops and stares at the man. The man is looking down smiling. Then, he slowly moves his head to look at the mysterious person. "Hola," Vaquero says. He is still smiling as he says, "¿Qué está haciendo aquí, señor?" The mysterious person doesn't say anything, so Vaquero says again, "¿Eres mi visitante? Porque estoy feliz de verte." The mysterious person still doesn't say anything. Then he starts to stretch out its arm and slowly goes to his holster and pulls out a small revolver. Vaquero looks at the revolver and asks, "Amo los regalos." The mysterious person's left hand is tightly holding the small revolver and slowly moves the revolver straight up, aiming towards Vaquero's forehead. Yet, Vaquero still has a smile. Suddenly, red dots appear from the left side of the mysterious person's body. He slowly moves his head to the left and sees the ERT team gearing with helmet with ski mask and black shades tactical goggles, torso protected with body armor, knees and elbow pads, standing and aiming assault rifles at the mysterious person. Behind the mysterious person, there are more ERT men standing and aiming. Vaquero's eyes look at the right, then his eyes look at the mysterious person, and he says, "¿Es esto para esa perra que mato hoy?" The mysterious person looks at Vaquero while still aiming at him, as he says, "Conozco gente poderosa que me sacará de esto, pero moriré esta noche matándote, Vaquero." His left index finger slowly goes to the revolver trigger while he says, "Esto es para Kitty Cat. Maldito speak!" And the mysterious person pulls the trigger. Epilogue. Dams parks his vehicle in the driveway of his home. Dam gets out of the vehicle and stands near the open door and looks around the street. He notices that the streets are still intact. Dam closes the driver's door and walks towards the trunk of his vehicle. When he's near the trunk, he sits on his knees and puts his right hand under the vehicle. Dam pulls out something and smiles at it before muttering, "Didn't find you." Dam puts the thing behind the back of his pants. Dam stands up and walks through the yard. Now he is walking on the cement pathway and going on top of the cement step. Then he stops at the front door. Dam's right hand goes to his pocket, but suddenly he notices that his front door is open. The doorknob is busted off. Dam frowns, and his eyes hold a worried expression as he quietly whispers, "Mother, Fucker. Dam is holding the back of his pants while his left hand pushes the door slowly. The door is wide open. Dam stands there and looks around the place. The place looks messy. The couch cushion is turned over. The TV table drawers are missing. The cupboards and drawers from the kitchen are wide open, and the laundry room's light is on. However, Dam and Crystal's bedroom doors are still closed. Anne's bedroom door is closed too, but there is bright yellow light coming from under the door. Dam sees shadows coming from under Anne's bedroom. Dam is quietly walking towards the room. He stops and stands in front of Anne's room, closes his eyes, and slowly starts to breathe. Finally, Dam stops breathing and opens his eyes and looks vicious. Without any hesitation, Dam breaks down the door. The door is wide open, and Dam looks around when he hears Anne's screams. Anne looks frightened when he's looking at Dam. His left hand is on a bottom drawer of a small side table near the bed. Dam looks confused, while Anne says, "Jesus, you scared the shit out of me." Dam looks at him and asks, "What the hell are you doing here?" Boiler responds, "He's here to rob you, that's all." Boiler walks around Dam's body and starts grinning at him while his arms are crossed around his chest. Anne says, "I was here to look for something. That's all." "Then why did you break down the front door?" Dam asks. "How am I going to get in?" Anne responds with a question of his own. Dam stares at him and asks, "What about the hidden key?" Anne is quiet for a moment. Then he asks, "What key?" Boiler asks the same, "Yeah, what key?" Boiler is still smiling while standing at Dam's right side. Dam responds, "The key from outside. That is stuck on the wall near the door. It has the same color as the wall, so no one would notice. That's how Crystal gets in the house, without breaking anything." Anne looks at the left side and takes a glimpse. Boiler looks at him and says, "Way to go, Anne, you fucktard." "Shit, my bad," Anne mutters out loud before he looks down. Dam is still looking at him as he asks, "And what happened to your clothes?" Anne looks at Dam and notices the scars as he asks, "What happened to you?" Dam says, "I asked you first." Boiler interjects, "He asked you first, Anne." Anne responds, "The rioters did this to me." Dam asks, "Really?" Boiler says from where he's standing, "Liar." Anne nods and affirms, "Really?" Dam looks at Anne for a moment, then says, "Okay then." Boiler looks at Dam right in the eyes, then says, "It seems he doesn't believe you." Dam sniffs and asks, "What's that smell?" Anne responds, "Cottage cheese and sauerkraut." Anne walks past Dam and exits the room. He enters the hallway and says, "I'm going away for a while. I just want to pick up some things and I'll be on my way." Anne is in the kitchen when Dam asks, "Money?" Anne responds, "What?" Anne turns around and looks at Dam while he's in the kitchen as Dam asks, "Money? You're looking for the stash?" Anne looks at Dam's face and grins before saying, "No." Boiler says, "He knows? Kill him." Boiler is at the other side of the kitchen counter, in front of the window and the sink. Boiler's hands are resting on the counter. He looks at Anne and says, "Grab that knife over there and stab him." Anne quickly looks at the right and sees a knife perched at the edge of the kitchen counter. He then asks, "What do you think of that?" Dam is saying something to Anne while he's getting closer to the counter. Anne's right hand is nearly there, at the knife, while he is still looking at Dam with half-lidded eyes. Boiler encourages he as he says, "That's right. Use your right hand to grab that knife and stab him through the middle of his throat. When the blood is done splashing at your pretty little face, take what money he has and finish him off by stabbing the top of his head, over and over again." Anne's right hand is tapping on the counter. Anne looks confused and turns his head to the right and notices that the knife on the counter is gone. Boiler looks down on his right and says, "Oh, wait. The knife is in this drawer." Anne looks at Boiler while he has started sweating. Then Boiler says, "Because how are you going to grab the knife with your right hand anyway?" Anne looks down at his right hand. His right arm is still in a cast and in arm sling stock. Boiler says, "If you didn't notice." Anne looks back at Boiler when Dam calls out from where he is standing. Anne? Anne is still looking at Boiler as he says, He's talking to you. You better say something. What? Anne responds. Then, Anne looks back at Dam and asks again, What? Did you hear what I said? Dam asks. Anne nods and responds, Yeah. Dam looks at his left. Boiler is waving his right hand at Dam. Then, Dam asks again, What are you looking at? Are you all right? Anne shakes his head and responds, Nothing. I'm fine. Dam asks again, Did you hear what I just said? Anne looks confused as he says, Yes. No. Maybe. Can you repeat what you said? Dam is still for a moment. Then he says, I saw Boiler. Anne asks incredulously, What? Dam elaborates, I saw Boiler today. He told me that you owe him some money and what the threat is. So, I tried to stop him, and this what happened to my face. He's gone. Anne stares at him and asks, You killed him? Dam responds, No. The police took him away. Anne asks, Really? Fuck! Boiler reacts loudly. Then he turns around and walks through the window and sink and says, Fuck's sake. Then Boiler is gone. Anne asks Dam, For what? I don't know. The police didn't say anything to me because I wasn't in a good mood, Dam responds. Anne slowly starts to lie down on the counter, as Dam says, So, you don't have to leave. That's good, Anne drawls. Then, Anne looks at Dam, who's at his right side, as he says, Thanks. Dam nods and responds, You're welcome. Anne says again, Thank you, and sorry about your face. It's all right. I'm a father. That's what I should do. Dam shrugs and responds. Dam's right hand goes inside his right jacket pocket as he says, Here's your phone. Before he can complete his sentence, Anne says, That's a relief. Anne walks to the living room, and Dam looks at Anne while he's making his way out of the kitchen. Anne jumps on the couch and is now lying on it with a big smile as he says, Don't have to worry about anything anymore. Anne looks at the living room widow from his right and says, I'll leave when the city cools down, 'kay? Dam is quiet for a moment before responding, 'Kay? Anne quietly says, Thanks. Dam turns to his right and walks towards the hallway before he opens and closes his bedroom door. Dam is standing behind the door. He slowly starts to inhale while closing his eyes. When he's done inhaling, his eyes are looking down at the floor. Dam is looking at the floor for a very long time. Finally, he starts to walk towards the left side of the bed. Dam is now lying down on the left side of the bed. A pillow is behind the back of his head. He closes his eyes, and suddenly, Bob Chi-Ji Judow! Anne's phone starts ringing. Dam opens his eyes and pulls out the phone from his right jacket pocket before answering the phone. Dam says, Hello? The caller's static voice reaches Dam's ears as he says, Hey babe, it's me. Just survived the riots. How about you and me meet up at the same place again? Dam asks, What? The caller's static voice says again, You know, at the same park, near the playground. Dam asks, Hello, who is this? The caller responds, It's me, babe. You know, the sexy guy from the club? Dam says quietly, No, I think you got the wrong number. This is my son's phone. The caller says in his static voice, Oh, sorry. My mistake. Dam says, It's all right. The caller hangs up. Dam pulls the phone on his chest and closes his eyes again when Anne's phone rings once more. Bob Chi-Ji Judow. Dam picks up the phone and answers the phone again. It's the same caller as he says in his static voice, Hey babe, it's me. How about another suck? Dam cuts him midway as he says, It's me again. Number I called the right number this time, the caller says. Then, the caller is quiet for a moment before saying, Who the fuck is this? How come you have my girl's phone? She took it from my son today, Dam explains. The caller responds, Yeah, I know that story. But this is her personal phone. Dam shakes his head before responding, "No, it's not." The caller rudely says, "Yes, it is." "You're stupid." "No, I'm not," Dam immediately responds. Then, Dam types in the password for Anne's phone and says, "This is my son's phone. Look, I'm typing in the password." A thud comes from the other side of the phone call before the caller says, "I just dropped my phone." Dam's right thumb goes on the notes on the cell phone screen as he says, "I'm going through my son's notes to tell you about him." Dam looks at the notes for a long time. Then, his mouth starts to open wide. Suddenly, his eyes are looking back and forth on the screen, and now, there is a vicious look in his eyes. The caller says again after waiting for so long, "Hello? Earth 2, stupid, are you still there?" Dam slowly nods before quietly saying, "Yes." The caller, in his static voice, says, "Give the phone to the sexy lady." Dam responds silently, "She passed away today." The caller asks in a static voice, "What?" Dam says, "Someone murdered her." The caller starts whimpering as he says, "It's not the truth." "Fuck you, it's not truth. Fuck you." Dam remorsefully responds, "I'm sorry, I liked her too." The caller starts sobbing and says, "Oh God." Dam hangs up the phone and puts the cell phone in his pants' right pocket. Dam sits up and gets off from the bed. He opens the door wide open and walks in the hallway. Dam sees Anne opening the refrigerator door and pulling out a carton of orange juice. Dam goes up to Anne and grabs the OJ from his left hand. "Hey, what the fuck?" Anne asks as he gets surprised. Dam throws the OJ into the living room, and Anne asks, "What's up?" Dam asks with seriousness, "Who murdered the cleaning lady?" Anne looks puzzled as he asks, "The cleaning lady? What the fuck are you talking about?" Dam says, "The lady who helped you in your failed attempt at the heist. You know, that lady." Anne asks, "How do you know all that?" Dam responds, "Your phone tells it all. She wrote some of the things on your phone. And I also know you slept with Noah at the back seat of my car and told her to leave me that night. But I forgive you for that one, because you're right. She doesn't need a man like me, even if you had to lie to her." Anne says, "It's the truth." Dam responds, "Half of it was the truth. But I want to know what other people are grudging at you." Anne says hysterically, "No one. That bitch stole my fucking phone and took all the fucking money from the heist. I don't know where she is now." Dam pushes Anne's back on the refrigerator door and gets a little closer to Anne's face before he says, "You sure about that?" "Liar." Anne says venomously, "Fuck you. You're going fucking nuts for some fucking hag." Dam is silent for a moment before he finally says, "Okay, maybe I am going nuts for this woman, but I'll tell you this, she is not a hag." Dam's right hand goes to Anne's left pinky finger and moves it up really fast. The pinky finger is broken instantly. Anne's eyebrows go up and his mouth is wide open as he starts screaming out of pain. "Ah!" Dam ignores his scream and says, "She is a lady, a very special lady to me." Anne shouts out loud, "More special than Mom?" Dam says, "Especially Mom. This lady is something more to me. That no other woman I felt this way before. And you have something to with her murder? What do you know?" Anne says, "I don't know nothing." Dam quickly moves the ring finger up and breaks it. Anne screams again, "Ah!" Dam gets a little closer to Anne's face and says, "Tell me the truth for once, or else I'll hurt even worse." "Ah!" Dam's sentence is cut off midway as Anne's right knee hit Dam's testicles. Dam lets go Anne and puts his hands on his crotch. Dam is in serious pain. Anne is looking down at the floor while slowly breathing. He looks at his left hand and sees the broken fingers. When he's done breathing and looking at his fingers, he fiercely looks at Dam when he's touching himself. Suddenly, Anne goes up to Dam. His right foot kicks Dam on the chest. Dam goes down on the floor on his back and starts rowing around. Anne goes up to Dam. His black shoes are near Dam's face. Anne's right knee goes up and quickly goes down. His shoe goes down on Dam's nose. Anne screams, "You motherfucker!" The bottom of the shoe smashes down on Dam's nose again, and Dam groans. Ann smashes his shoes on Dam's nose again, and Dam groans louder this time. Dam puts his hands on his face and is still groaning. Ann walks lower to Dam's body. His right shoe quickly hits Dam's testicles, and Dam screams loudly. Dam lets go of his hands from his face. Ann's foot hits Dam's testicles again, but suddenly, Dam catches the foot in the air with both of his hands and throws the foot up backward. Ann falls at his back, while his head lands on the bottom of the refrigerator door. Ann winces loudly. Ow! Fuck! Ann is lying at the bottom of the refrigerator door. He is rubbing the back of his head with his left hand. Dam is slowly breathing while grinding his teeth. Then, he slowly stands up and looks at Ann while he's rubbing his head. Suddenly, he rushes to Ann and grabs him, before pulling him back up to his feet. Dam's right hand pulls the front of Ann's hair, as he says, "Tell." Dam quickly smashes Ann's head on the refrigerator door and says, "Me!" Dam smashes Ann's head on the refrigerator door again and says, "The..." Dam smashes Ann's head on the refrigerator door once again and says, "Truth!" Dam smashes Ann's head on the refrigerator door numerous times. Dam grinds his teeth while he is smashing Ann's head on the refrigerator door. Dam stops smashing Ann's head. When Dam is done, Ann snorts and spits him. The spit lands on Dam's left eye, and it is smearing down to the upper left side of the nose. Dam gives a half smile to Ann. Suddenly, he throws Ann to the counter. While Ann goes flying to the other side of the counter, he puts his left hand on the edge of the counter and pulls himself back up. His head slowly appears up from behind the counter. His eyes look vicious and twitching at Dam. Dam also has a vicious look in his eyes. Ann's eyes glance at the floor for a moment. Suddenly, he looks back on the floor and notices a silver pistol. Dam looks at Ann's eyes when he's looking at the floor. Dam also notices the pistol on the floor. Dam's eyebrows shoot up, and he shouts, "And!" Scenario number 1. "And!" Dam shouts as he runs towards the pistol along with "And." However, before he can reach to the spot where the pistol is perched untouched, Ann gets there and grabs the pistol off of the floor. Dam goes up to Ann and grabs the pistol from his hand. Both of their hands are locked as they struggle to take the pistol from each other. Dam and Ann are constantly trying to take the pistol from each other's hands. Dam moves the pistol up. Ann is still holding onto the pistol. Ann puts the pistol in the middle of his and Dam's chest. Suddenly, the pistol fires. Dam and Ann are still and looking at each other while still holding the pistol. Ann looks at Dam's chest. Dam looks down at his chest and sees a hole in his jacket, the hole that is pointed directly against his heart. Dam opens his mouth while slowly looks at Ann's eyes. Dam looks at Ann for a moment. Finally, he falls on the floor on his back, while Ann is frozen for a long time. Suddenly, he looks at Dam lying on the floor. Dam's mouth is still open and his eyes are looking straight at, and while his head is tilted to the right, and his arms are spread out on the floor. Ann looks shocked as he starts wailing loudly, "Ah! Ah! 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 Ha!" Ann looks at Dam's unconscious figure lying on the floor with anger in his eyes as he shouts, "Fuck you! You waste-ass fuck!" Ann aims and shoots at Dam's face. The bullet lands near the left side of Dam's head, while Ann shouts again, "Break my fucking fingers, will you, motherfucker!" Ann aims and shoots at Dam's chest. This time, the bullet lands and makes a hole in the right side of Dam's chest. Ann shouts again, "Fuck you! You fuck!" Ann aims and shoots at Dam's neck. The bullet lands and makes a hole in the upper right side of Dam's neck. Blood starts to appear from the hole when Ann shouts, "Look at you now, drunkie!" Ann aims and shoots at Dam's chest again. The bullet lands at the same spot from the other bullet. Ann goes a little closer to Dam's face, and he is now near the right side of Dam's body. He looks at Dam's unmoving body menacingly and shouts, "Huh? Motherfucker! Fuck you! You cocksucker!" Ann grinds his teeth while aiming and shooting at Dam's face numerous times. The bullets are making a lot of holes in Dam's face. Blood starts appearing from all the holes. Dam's face is unrecognizable by the time the last bullet inside the pistol hits Dam. No bullets are coming out of the pistol, while Ann's is still touching the trigger from the pistol with his left index finger. Ann is still grinding his teeth as he shouts, "Fuck you!" Ann throws the pistol at Dam's face and walks on his chest. Blood is slowly spreading out on the floor from Dam's head. Ann is standing at the kitchen sink. He's looking down at the sink while breathing heavily. He slowly looks up and sees Peterson's right side from his living room from outside the window. Peterson is holding his cell phone in his right ear while looking frightened and nervous. Suddenly, Peterson looks relaxed and calm as he turns to the right and sees Ann looking at him. Peterson's eyebrows shoot up and he quickly closes the curtains from inside of his living room window. Ann looks confused, but soon, suddenly, he sees a police cruiser coming down on the road from the right side of the street. Maybe it's patrolling around the street, he says more to himself, standing in front of the kitchen sink inside that empty apartment that has just Ann and Dam's bloodied body. Ann is looking down when suddenly he hears the voice of a person speaking through the radio. Ann quickly looks up and says, "Can you turn that off?" Ann is sitting at the back seat of a vehicle. In front of Ann's face is partition cage. Behind the cage is police officer in the driver's side. The superior officer responds, "No." Ann insists, "Come on." The superior officer says rather firmly, "I said no." Ann whispers to himself, "Cocksucker asshole." The superior officer gives Ann a dirty look through the rearview mirror. Ann is wearing a yellow jumpsuit and his bottom legs are cuffed up. His right arm is still in a cast and an arm sling stock. Also, the two end fingers of his left hand are in a cast. Ann sighs audibly before looking at his left and inhaling. He then looks up and asks, "How long do I have to be there?" Ann looks back at the superior officer in the rearview mirror as the officer responds, "Till it ends." "How come I couldn't stay at my cell?" Ann questions again. "You still have to show some respect to even people you don't like. And also that guy is still making threats to you," the superior officer responds calmly. "God, what a way to waste my Saturday. I'll bet you there's no one there." Ann groans and looks outside the window and sees people cleaning up the streets. The streets are a complete mess, and Ann can't help but ask, "The city still looks like shit?" Ann looks outside the window again. He quickly sees an older man holding yellow flowers. The older man is standing in the parking lot of Crispy Hotel, and Ann says, "Crispy man?" "What?" the superior officer asks, before he quickly looks at the hotel from his left side window. Then, the superior officer asks, "What are you, RJ?" Outside the Crispy Hotel, the older man is looking at the hotel. The older man is Chuck. He says to himself, "I should have never left the room." Chuck is slowly looking down the obituary in a newspaper. Tears start bursting from his eyes. There are a lot of people in the graveyard. They're all standing around a spot near a tombstone. On the tombstone, there is a name, and the name reads, Dam Reach. Inside the graveyard parking lot, a police cruiser is driving in towards the left, towards another police cruiser. Across another police cruiser near the spot, there is a police officer who is next to a much older lady who is also wearing a yellow jumpsuit. The older lady's hands are in handcuffs in front. Potflower says, "You don't say? Well, I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you, Mr. Bruntface." The victim officer says, "Aha! You're welcome, ma'am." Potflower says haughtily, "It's miss, not ma'am." The victim officer turns around and sees the police cruiser parking near the left side of his police cruiser. He says, "Wait here," and starts walking towards the spot where the other police cruiser is parked. Potflower is still grumbling when the victim officer is gone, as she says, "I'm not ma'am, you ignorant, deformed person." The victim officer is near the police cruiser's driver's side door. The driver's side door's window is rolled down. The superior officer pokes his head out from the driver's side window and asks, "How's she?" The victim officer turns his head to look back at Potflower before responding, She is still aggressive. The victim officer looks back at the superior officer as the superior officer says, I'll take the miss up. You can go now, if you want. Sure, see you, the victim officer greets him before he walks down to his police cruiser. The superior officer looks at the victim officer going to his vehicle, and he calls out, See you! The superior officer opens the door and gets out of the vehicle. He closes his driver's door and goes at the back towards the back door, near the driver's door, and opens the door for Anne. Anne gets out of the vehicle with both of his feet on the ground when he's standing outside near the door. The superior officer closes his door and starts holding Anne's right shoulder. He calls out to Anne, Come on! Anne and the superior officer are walking together. Anne is having trouble walking, so he says, God, I can't walk in this. This is too hard. The superior officer looks at Anne at his right and asks, How did you get in the vehicle then? Anne looks confused. Anne and the superior officer are standing behind Potflower when the superior officer calls out, Ready to go, miss? Potflower turns around and notices Anne before she calls out, Anton? Potflower puts her hands around the backside Anne's head and starts hugging him. Anne looks uncomfortable as he manages to say, Hi. How are you? Potflower asks, Did you find Flicko? Anne responds, I'm sorry, no. Potflower looks grateful nonetheless, as she says, That's okay. At least you're here, comforting me. Okay, get off of him. The superior officer intervenes, while Potflower is still hugging Anne. The superior officer gets Potflower's hands away from Anne's head and says, Come on. And the superior officer and Potflower are walking together. The superior officer is in the between Anne and Potflower when Anne asks, So, why are you here, Mrs. Potflower? Anne looks at his left, and Mrs. Potflower responds, Oh, I'm here to see my husband. The superior officer butts in and says, She demanded to be here. Potflower is quick to defend herself by saying, I still see my hubby twice at every month. This is my first time doing this. Who are you, policeman? Well, good for you, Anne responds. Someone is coming behind, the superior officer and Mrs. Potflower. That person is now standing at Anne's right side. Did I miss it? Frank asks. Anne looks up and responds, Frank, what are you doing here? Anne is looking at Frank at his right as Frank responds, I won't miss this for the world. I always hated you, father. Sick bastard. The superior officer looks suspiciously at Frank as Anne speaks up, I don't know, we just got here. Anne turned his head to the left, look at the superior officer before asking, What time does it start? The superior officer curtly responds, 1. Frank says, So, we're 30 minutes late. The superior officer nods his head and says, That's right. Suddenly, and Frank, the superior officer, and Potflower stop speaking. They all see Airdrie on the right side of the tombstone. Airdrie is wearing a black suit and tie. On his right, there is a woman who looks the same age as him. She is also wearing a black dress. In front of Airdrie and the woman, there are two little kids, a boy and girl also wearing black. On Airdrie's left, Sergeant Beck and the other firefighters are standing. They're all wearing black suits. Honda is on the firefighter's right and wearing a black polo shirt, left eye bandaged up. On Honda's right, there are two women, one older and one younger. Anne looks very remorseful when he sees the two women. On the left side of the tombstone, there is a person in the SUV. The person is putting flowers on the grave from his right hand. Next to the SUV person's right, Al Grudge and the other workers are standing. Airdrie notices Anne and gives him a straight look, and is looking back at Airdrie while he's looking at him. Look, it's your mom and sister. What are they doing here? Mrs. Potflower asks. Anne is closing his eyes and slowly looking down. Frank is tapping on Anne's right shoulder as he says, Don't worry, Anne. You'll be a free man soon. The superior officer cocks his eyebrow and asks, Is that so? Frank looks at the superior officer from his left and smiles before saying, I'm a lawyer. I've never lost a case. Anne is still looking down and closing his eyes. Airdrie starts looking at Anne viciously. Suddenly, everyone at the graveyard starts looking at Anne and gives him a dirty look. Potflower looks around and worriedly asks, "Why is everyone looking at us?" Another person is standing behind Anne and the others. The unknown girl says out loud, "Hi, Trix." Or should I say, murderer. Anne opens his eyes and slowly looks straight with a blank expression on his face. Then he grins and turns around. Scenario number 2. And Dam shouts. Dam runs towards the pistol, along with And. However, before he can reach to the spot where the pistol is perched untouched, Anne gets there and grabs the pistol off of the floor. Dam goes up to Anne and grabs the pistol from his hand. Both of their hands are locked as they struggle to take the pistol from each other. Dam and Anne are constantly trying to take the pistol from each other's hands. Dam moves the pistol up. Anne is still holding onto the pistol. Anne puts the pistol in the middle of his and Dam's chest. Suddenly, the pistol fires. The bullet gets in through the bottom jaw and makes it way out all way through the top back of Anne's head. There's a little bit of blood, skull, and brain visible on top of Anne's head. As soon as the bullet leaves Anne's head, it gets through the ceiling, making a hole there. Anne's eyes and mouth are still open, while Dam looks at him with a shocked expression on his face. The sudden fire has taken him by surprise. "And!" Dam shouts as he looks at his son's lifeless body, slowly crumbling down to the floor. Bloodlines start appearing from his head as they slowly go down Anne's face. Dam stares at Anne's blood-covered face and exclaims, "Oh, God!" Dam tries to hold Anne in his arms as he says just above a whisper, "I'm so sorry." Tears start appearing from Dam's eyes as they make their way down his face to his jaw one by one. He soon starts sobbing as he says, "I didn't want it to go this way." Dam starts closing his eyes, and he holds Anne's body tightly, squeezing him in his arms. He starts sobbing again as he says, "I'm sorry for hurting you. I just want to know who killed her. That's all." He pauses as a strangled sob makes its way out of his mouth. Dam then takes a deep breath as tears continue falling down his face, and he says, "Come back to me. Please. Please. And. Please. And. My son." He breaks down into uncontrollable sobs yet again. It was hard for him to even utter a single word. After some time, he says between sobs, "Why? It should have been me, not him. Why? Why? Why, goddammit? Why?" On the ceiling, light from the light bulb is still on. Suddenly, the light turns off. Then the light comes back on. Then the light turns off again. The light comes on again. And yet again, the light turns off. Near the light switch, Dam is inside Anne's room. His right index finger is turning the light switch on and off again. Dam is looking at the room while his finger is still on the light switch. Dam looks depressed and sad. Dam sighs as he quickly looks down for a moment. Then, he turns the light on and closes the door. Dam is walking towards a chair near the kitchen counter. On the counter, there is a cigarette, lit and lying in a square ashtray. Next to the lit cigarette, there is a coffee cup and a newspaper, all near the edge between a dining chair. Dam takes a seat on the chair. His right hand grabs the coffee cup as he takes a long sip from the coffee. Dam gulps that sip, then stops drinking the coffee. In a low voice, he says, "Still tastes like shit." Dam puts the coffee cup back on the counter and grabs the lit cigarette and puts it in his mouth. Dam inhales the cigarette for a long time. "Bob Chiji Judo!" Dam hears Anne's cell phone ringing. Dam puffs out smoke and puts out the cigarette on the ashtray. Dam's right hand goes into his pants' right pocket. When his hand comes back out, it's holding Anne's cell phone. Dam puts the phone against his right ear and answers it before saying in a low tone, "Hello?" Airdrie's static voice reaches Dam's ear as he says, "It's me." "How are you doing?" In the same low tone, Dam responds, "I'm good. Thanks for asking." Airdrie notices Dam's sad voice and says, "You don't sound good." Dam truthfully responds, "No, I'm still a little hurt." Airdrie asks with concern, "You want me to come over there?" Dam says in a low tone, "No, I need to be alone right now. Thanks for comforting me." Airdrie gently says, "You're welcome." Dam then instinctively asks, "Anne, are you also calling to find some work as well?" Airdrie responds, "You know I have a family to take care of." Dam grabs the newspaper lying on the coffee table. He looks at it as he asks, "Do you know anything about cars?" Airdrie says, "Not really, but I live to learn." Dam opens and looks at the newspaper. Suddenly, his eyes get big, and his face holds a surprising look. He quickly calls out, "Airdrie?" Airdrie simply asks, "Yes?" "Look who's in the newspaper," Dam says with his eyes still fixated at the newspaper. Airdrie's static voice reaches Dam's ear as he says, "The scening lady." "She's on the obitu," Dam starts saying, but pauses for a moment before asking, "How do you know?" Airdrie responds, "I saw her face on the obituary site." "Don't ask why I'm on that site." Dam says, "It said her name." Dam is looking at the cleaning lady's face printed in the newspaper. In the newspaper, the cleaning lady has a mug shot and has a blank look on her face. Dam sees the name of the cleaning lady, and tears start to appear from Dam's eyes. Dam says in an emotional voice, "It's a beautiful name, my boy." A beautiful name. Dam smiles, while the veins in his eyes turn red. Ding dong! His train of thoughts is interrupted by the doorbell's sound. Dam looks at the door at his right. "Yeah, that's something," Airdrie says. "Hang on, there's someone at the door," Dam says as he stands up from his chair and walks towards the door. He is still holding the cell phone in the right hand. "So, did you hear from?" Airdrie asks. Dam interrupts his question midway after putting the cell phone against his right ear. "No, I don't know she still wants to talk to me for what I did. Even it was an accident." Airdrie simply says, "I understand." Dam is near the door as he slowly starts opening the door by using his left hand while talking to Airdrie on the phone. Dam says, "I just hope she finds someone better than me." The door is wide open. Dam looks shocked, while his body seems to have frozen. He takes the cell phone off from his ear and holds it down near his right upper leg. "Hey, Dam, how are you?" Boiler asks. Boiler, Lane, Guano, and two other men are all standing in front of the door. Boiler is right in front of Dam's face, while everyone else is behind him. Boiler has scars on his forehead. Also, Boiler, Lane, and Guano are wearing a yellow jumpsuit. "We just got out, as you can see. You look good, a bit scratched up, but you still look good," Boiler says as he smiles at Dam's face. Dam is still standing there, frozen at his spot. Boiler then says, "And I'm so sorry for what happened to And. He was a good friend, but a bad client. It's a shame he didn't pay me in time. It's too bad he can't receive his punishment." Boiler turns behind his right and looks at Lane and Guano before asking, "Anyway, do you know Lane and Guano?" Boiler looks back at Dam before saying, "They're the ones who did that failed robbery together with And." "It wasn't my fucking fault," Lane starts saying, but shuts up before even finishing his sentence as Boiler looks back at Lane. "Shut the fuck up, retard! You want me to boil your left testicle again?" Boiler shouts. Lane looks down at the cement ground as he says, "No." "Or what about your right testicle this time?" Boiler asks in a sinister manner. Lane shakes his head, still looking at the ground. Boiler stares at him and says, "Or what about your girlfriend?" "She looks like she'll like it." Lane shakes his head again. Boiler stares at him angrily before snapping, "Look at me when I'm talking to you. Show some respect, you cripple." Lane looks at Boiler in the eyes. Boiler is still staring at him as he says, "What about your little brother?" "You want me to boil him?" Lane shakes his head while looking at Boiler as he snaps again. "Say something, you're not a fucking mute. You can still function." Lane simply says, "No." "Then shut the fuck up, and don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Retard, motherfucker," Boiler says before he looks back at Dam. He then says, "Sorry about that." "And these other two gentlemen are Rust and Trash. Say hi, gentlemen." Rust says, "Hello." Dam looks at him. Then Trash says, "Hi." Boiler looks behind him and says, "And also, I met this cowboy inside." A sixth man is hiding behind Rust, Trash, Lane, and Guano. Rust, Trash, Lane, and Guano all step aside, so the sixth man can get a better look at Dam. The sixth man is wearing a yellow jumpsuit as well. That's when Boiler says, "His name is Vaquero." He's looking for someone. "Hola, Dam. ¿Ha pasado un tiempo desde que hablamos?" Vaquero says. He doesn't speak English. Thank God Guano knows a little bit of Spanish, so I know what he wants. So, we came to be good friends, Boiler says, as he starts grinning at Dam. Dam is still frozen to his spot, but now his mouth is wide open. Boiler looks at him for some time before saying, "Are you going to let us in, or what?" Boiler stops smiling and slowly limps up to Dam's face and notices his eyes. He then asks, "Were you crying?" Boiler's right index finger goes to the upper left side of Dam's eye before he asks, "You are crying about your son?" Boiler's finger is softly moving up and down near the left side of Dam's eye, as he says, "Or were you crying about your sweetheart?" Boiler's finger moves to the bottom right side of Dam's left eye. He starts to smear some tear off from his face before saying, "That old, attractive woman." Boiler's finger let go of Dam's face as he says, "The one who was killed." Boiler's finger goes towards his mouth as he finishes his sentence, "by a crazy Mexican fan." As soon as he finishes talking, Boiler starts moaning as he sucks down on his own index finger. "Dam? Who is that? What's going on?" Airdrie's static voice comes out from Dam's phone with fear. Dam puts the cell phone back to his right ear and says, "Ah, Airdrie? Help?" Scenario number 3. "And!" Dam shouts before both of them run towards the pistol lying on the ground, and is the first one to grab the pistol off of the floor. But before too long, Dam goes up to and grabs the pistol from his hand. Now both of them are struggling, trying to grab the pistol from each other's hands. Dam moves the pistol up, while Ann is still holding onto the pistol. Suddenly, the pistol fires towards the top of the room. As it hits the ceiling, it makes a hole near the light bulb. Dam and are still and looking at the hole. "Jesus!" and exclaims, while he is still staring at the hole in the ceiling. After a moment, he says, "That was close." Dam grabs the pistol and throws it towards his right. The pistol lands on the wall between the washer and dryer inside the laundry room. Dam quickly grabs and by his shirt and pushes him down on the floor. Dam is kneeling on top of And, while his face is near Ann's face, and is using his left arm to hold back Dam. "You crazy fuck! You nearly fucking killed us!" Dam shouts, looking angry as hell. "Me? Fuck you, you asshole! You broke my goddamn fingers. That too, for questions that I don't know," and says enraged by Dam's sudden outburst. Dam is grinding his teeth at Ann's words before he shouts, "You fucking rat fucking man! What about you? How you know it was you that got her kill?" and shouts back at Dam. Dam stops grinding his teeth and his mouth is wide open as he stares at And. Suddenly, as if something struck him, and says, "Yeah, it's probably Vaquero. He came to my place a while back, looking for you." He seemed very distraught. Dam slowly stands up from Ann's body and walks towards the living room. He stops in his tracks and says, "He was looking for me. He was here, at the house yesterday, and my bar the day before." And then says, "Wait, he was actually here? I was lying to get you off of me." Dam responds, "Yeah." He spotted the car. The police said it was a crazy fan, but instead, it was him. He killed her, and it was my fault. Dam sits down on a chair up against the wall near the edge of the hallway. His head is cast down as he is looking down at the floor, and is still lying on the floor near where Dam is sitting, and is facing Dam's face from his left while he starts sitting up. "Wow, where is he now?" and asks. "The police took him away, but he'll get out soon," Dam responds, looking dejected. "How do you know?" and asks curiously. Dam moves his head to look up at And, before responding, Because he works with certain people who can get him out with anything. We have to leave right away. And looks surprised as he heard his father's words. Without even a second thought, he says, "What do you mean by we? I don't need to leave again. This is your problem, not mine." Dam looks slightly frustrated as he says, "God damn it, he knows who you are. Remember he was spying on us once?" And looks shocked and asks, "He was?" "I didn't know." Dam nods and says, "Well, now you know? That's why we have to leave." "Fuck, how do you know it wasn't someone else who killed her?" Dam shrugs as he says, "If it wasn't him, then he's probably watching us right now." And turns around and looks at the door with a frightened expression on his face. Dam suddenly says, "I gotta call Airdrie to make sure he's all right." Dam pulls out Anne's cell phone and starts typing on the screen. And curiously asks, "Why do you have to call him?" Dam looks up from the screen momentarily before responding, "Vaquero saw Airdrie and he knows what he looks like. When we're gone, he'll go after him next." And shrugs and says, "That's his problem, not ours." Dam angrily says, "Fuck you, he has a family to take care of. Earlier, I wasn't being so truthful to him." And asks, "So you call me dishonest?" Dam looks at An's cell phone screen with frustration as he says, "Shit, I don't know his number. I didn't get a chance to look at his number on my new phone." And simply says, "You don't know his number? Try the operator." Dam thinks before saying, "All right. Shit. I don't know his last name either." "You don't know his last name either? God, you're useless. And is that my phone?" And asks as he stares at his phone in Dam's hand. Dam spares a glance at, and, while he's busy looking at his cell phone, Dam sheepishly responds, "Ah, yeah," and looks a little disgruntled before he asks, "Well, what about Noah?" "What about her?" Dam asks while he's still staring at the cell phone screen. "How did you know that he was spying on you or me? He could be spying on me in the walk-in when I was getting stitches for my forehead 2 days ago, where I met Noah and was being rude to her." And asks, thinking hard about all the possibilities. "That was you?" Dam asks incredulously. He moves his head up and looks at and in his eyes. "Well, yeah, and I think your friend knew too." And shrugs as he responds. Dam looks at him and responds, "Well, he did seem suspicious about you and did say that your penis was exposed in the car. But I told him that it's what you do when you snooze." "No, I don't," and says defensively. "You used to do it when you were a kid," Dam clarifies. "Yeah, when I was a kid. I don't do it now, when I'm a fucking adult," and says, looking irritated. "There was that one time I came to your apartment and you were nude," Dam says, but he was soon interrupted by And. "Okay, my point is that you and me were with Noah. He could be spying on her as we speak," And says, making a valid point. Dam is sitting quietly in his chair. Suddenly, he says, "Shit! Her number is in my phone," and says knowingly. Dam looks madly at, and for a moment. Then, he looks back at the screen as his right finger presses the middle of the screen and the phone starts to dial. Dam puts the phone near his right ear. Dam is waiting for the phone to be answered. After a while, Dam says, "I'm getting no answer," and nods and says, "Yeah, she's a bit angry at me." "Do you know where she lives?" Dam asks, and shakes his head before saying, "Nope." "Do you know anything about her?" Dam asks again. "Not a goddamn thing," and responds. "Well, fuck," Dam says as he starts scratching his head with his right hand. Then he says, "I need time to think. I'll be in my room." Dam stands up from his chair, tunes around to look at and says, "Here's your phone." Dam throws the cell phone to And sees the phone coming towards him and holds out his left hand to catch it, and screams when the cell phone lands in his hand, and is still screaming when the phone is in Anne's left hand. However, before he can secure it in his palm, it falls down to the ground and makes a thud sound. Dam hisses a little and says, "Sorry." Dam turns around and walks in the hallway. When he makes it to the door, he closes it behind him. Dam is standing behind the door for a moment, and he sighs. Then, Dam walks to the left side of the bed and sits on the edge of the bed. His hand goes inside his pants pocket and pulls out things and throws them on the nightstand. Most of the things land on the nightstand. Dam is sitting on the bed for a while. Suddenly, he looks at the things on the nightstand and notices something. A small ripped paper is near the old telephone. "Oh, fuck right," Dam says as his left hand picks up the small paper off the nightstand. His left thumb is at the bottom edge in the middle of the paper. Also, his index finger is at the back to make it hold up and straighten, while his right hand removes the phone handset from the hook switch. He hangs the handset on his right shoulder, while the back of his right face's cheek is holding on to the phone handset. Dam's right index finger is dialing the numbers on the dial keypad. The telephone starts dialing. Dam throws the small paper away. His right hand is holding the phone handle to his right ear, and he waits. Dam's face looks sheepish, while his eyes are looking down at the bottom right. The phone is still ringing. Sweat lines slowly appear from above Dam's forehead. The sweat lines are going down on both of Dam's eyes, smearing down at the right side of the nose and left side of the cheek. The sweat line from the left cheek is dripping off from his chin and jawline. The phone is still dialing. Dam starts to become scared and closes his eyes when his left hand is wiping off the sweat from his face. Noah finally answers the phone as her static voice reaches Dam's ear. "Dam?" "Hi, how are you?" Dam opens his eyes and smiles, and is lying on the two-seated couch. He is holding the cell phone up towards his face with his left hand. On the cell phone screen, it shows Boiler's recent texts message and looks a little nervous. Scared? Boiler is standing behind Anne's head, and he has a smile on his face. He then says, "You're probably wondering why you're seeing me again, but I hear footsteps coming from the hallway. It could be your father or an uninvited intruder coming in soon. But don't worry about me. There's still time to explain about this." And Boiler sees Dam coming out of the hallway and suddenly asks, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Noah," Dam responds. "How?" and asks, looking perplexed. "I still got her number in my pocket," Dam says as he opens the front door and leaves, and stands up from the couch and walks towards the door. Boiler is still standing and smiling. Then he starts to sit and lay on the two-seated couch. Dam is outside walking in the front yard, towards the driver's side door that's near him, and is walking down on the cement step and catches up to Dam's back. "Let me come along then," and requests. "Fine," Dam responds. "So I can talk for you," and says, "What?" Dam stops and asks. Then he turns around and looks at and on his right side before saying, "Fuck off." Dam keeps walking towards the vehicle, while Anne is still following Dam's back. Dam explains, "I'm not going there to pose a good impression. I'm going there to keep her safe. She said that she didn't see anything but saw some fans on her street. She's all right, but I got to make sure. After that, I'll go back to work to see if they have Airdrie's number or address. Or just call work as well." "You sure about that?" Anne asks. "What's it to you?" Dam asks, looking slightly irritated. "She trusts me more than you," and simply responds. Dam stops again and quickly turns around to look at and straighten the eyes. He then says, "She told me about you at the restaurant. How you looked, worried, frozen, and startled. He got you there and—" Boiler suddenly speaks up. Boiler is standing at the cement step and he continues, "Say something too. Make yourself more superior than him. And also she told me how you owe money to Boiler." Dam pulls the last string. "You want me to tell Noah that someone you knew died tonight because of you?" And stops him as he says. Dam's face starts morphing into a frown, while Anne is smiling at him, and then says, "She'll be out of your sight, like Mom and Crystal." "Way to go, and way to threaten," Boiler says from the side where he is standing. Dam gives a half smile too, and as he says, "How about you call her instead? She blocked my number, remember?" and asks in a tone that portrays that he's stating the obvious. Dam shrugs and offers, "You can use my phone. It's in my bedroom. I'll wait for you out here so we can both leave together. You promise to wait for me? And asks. Dam nods and says, I promise. You fucking better, and says, as he walks back inside the house. Dam is standing at the front yard for a moment. Suddenly, he rushes to the driver's side door. Dam opens the vehicle door and sits down before closing the door after him. He suddenly looks really happy. Ha ha, sucker! Dam says, as his right hand goes to his jacket's right side pocket and pulls out the car keys. He puts the key in the ignition and starts it up. However, the vehicle is stalling. Dam stops smiling and looks down at the ignition as he says, Fuck, come on! Dam tries to start the vehicle again, but the vehicle is still stalling. Meanwhile, and is walking inside Dam's bedroom. When he's about to reach the old telephone, he trips on something and falls, and exclaims due to pain, Shit! And lands at the floor on his front body. Due to the fall, a loud thud noise is made as soon as Anne's body hit the ground, and looks at the bottom of his 2 feet and says to himself, What the fuck did I trip on? And sees a sharp tire iron sticking out from under the mattress between the holder, and stares at it with confusion as he says, Huh? And stands up from the floor and grabs the tire iron from under the mattress. He then speaks out to himself, Strange of you to be here, and turns around and puts the tire iron on the bed. At the front yard, Dam is still trying to start the vehicle. However, the vehicle is still stalling. Dam exclaims in frustration, Come on, you fucking piece of shit car! Why do you have to do this at the wrong time? Anne's left index finger is dialing the numbers on the old telephone dial keypad. The phone handset is lying on the left side of the telephone. The telephone is dialing, while Anne puts up the phone handset and holds it near his left ear. Suddenly, Noah answers the phone and says, Damn, thank God you called again. You should go find Airdrie first. I'll be all right. But if you can't find him, I'll help you look for him. Hey, it's me. Look, I gotta talk. And starts saying. However, before he has a chance to say anything else, the call hangs up and has a blank face while he's still holding the phone handset. Then he looks down, then up, then down again. Finally, he hangs up the phone and says to himself, That went well. When, and puts the phone handset back to the hook switch, he notices a piece of paper near the left side of the phone. He picks it up and looks at it and starts to smile a little. Finally, he turns around and grabs the tire iron and walks out of the room, and walks out the front door and is now walking down on the cement step and going through the front yard. He sees Dam starting up the vehicle. Hey, can I have this? And asks as he shows the tire iron to the driver's wing mirror. The vehicle engine starts and slowly drives off the driveway. A song starts to play. The song's called C'est plein pour moi by Plastic Bertrand, and stares at the vehicle leaving as he shouts, Hey! What the fuck? And rushes to Dam's vehicle. Dam's vehicle is driving off from the driveway and slowly makes a right turn, and is behind the vehicle when it makes a right turn. His left hand throws the sharp tire iron at the vehicle and hurts his fingers a little when in the attempt to stop Dam. Ow, fuck! And exclaims in pain. The tire iron flattens the back right tire. Dam's vehicle slowly stops. Suddenly, the driver's side window starts to roll down. Dam pops his head out to look behind his vehicle and shouts, What the fuck, and quickly runs towards the driver's side window and says, I'll race you to Noah's place. Oh, make sure not to write addresses on paper. It's an old-fashioned way. And crumples up the paper and throws it at Dam's face. Dam catches the paper when it nearly hits his upper nose and is running in the middle of the road as he shouts, I'll tell Noah more fucked up shit that you did. Dam opens the driver's side door and gets out. When Dam is getting out of the vehicle, Peterson is running towards Dam's back as he shouts, Dam! Peterson is standing behind Dam's back and says, Dam, what's going on? I heard shouting in your house. I thought it was nothing because I heard it before. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang earlier. I was going to call the police, but I didn't hear any more of it. But then, I saw your son shouting and running and you in the middle of the road. Is everything all right? Dam turns his head to the right to look at Peterson before asking, I'm fine. Can I use your vehicle? Fuck you, no, Peterson says. Peterson starts frowning at Dam's back. Dam turns around and looks at Peterson for a while. Then Peterson starts to look scared. Meanwhile, and is running in the middle of the road on a bridge towards the city, looking very tired and happy. Noah! And says, then stops as he pants, and starts saying again, while panting in between, Here I come! I'll show you. My father is still a piece of shit. Boiler is sitting on railings on Anne's right, as he says, Aha! Lights appear behind Anne's back. Boiler is 10 feet in front of Anne. A smart, dark blue Fort Woo car comes behind Anne and honk his horn. Beep! Beep! And waves his left hand to the left side without looking at the vehicle while still running. The Fort Woo vehicle goes around Anne's left and drives off. Boiler looks at the driver in the Fort Woo vehicle, as Anne asks, still panting, Who was that? And stops and puts his head down while putting his left hand on his left upper leg, and is quickly rest as Boiler answers his question rhetorically, Who do you think? Boiler is on Anne's left side, and quickly looks up and realizes, Oh shit! And starts running again, while Boiler is still standing and looking at Anne's back, as he says, Go get him! Fuckhead! On the bridge, the Fort Woo vehicle is still driving, while Anne is running after it. In the city, there is an early morning blue sky, ready for another day.